Chapter 1 I have fallen into darkness. Lucian has traversed to another realm. In his previous life, he was merely a fledgling student who had stepped into society. Before he could savor the splendor of the world, he succumbed to a bout of hypoglycemia, fainted, and plummeted into an lake during winter, meeting a killing demise. The world now inhabits its own dependent mystique of cultivation and immortality. Here, sects abound, and demonic beings roam freely, all with an aerium that venerates the powerful. Having perused numerous novels in cultivation in his former life, Lucian accepted this reality with relative ease. However, Thessal's socio-phys disquiet stemmed from the fact that most individuals would transmigrated into an so flow like cultivators from impover. Theophanes into greatness, leveraging the memories and advantages of their former lives. Yet, Lucian's situation was markedly different. Although had traversed realm, his recent inquiries revealed that his identity was rather peculiar. He resided in a dark cave, shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere, surrounded by a throng of minions once-sant likented slogans. Destroy the demon sovereign, Ferris demonic prowesses in paralleled. Above and below, Ialanium exulted. Initially, Lucian hesitated to inquire about this really and this strange narrative. After several days of careful observation, he arrived at a startling conclusion: had become a member of the demonic sect, and his stature appeared significant at the very least. He was a formidable figure within the demonic realm. Upon grasping this revelation, panic enveloped him. In Thenovelsia Hadred, characters of Suchilk invariably met grim facies her being besieged to death by righteous sects or servant Gasmares stepping the protagony. Lucian pondered earnestly, seeking gay means to escape this predetermined destiny. Yet, an additional dilemma limited while he was no aware of Fistimanis identity, he remained doblevious deuter magnitude. If he were emerald Yamanordamon, he could simpler form and turn over a leaf. However, Ifweria majordoman, even harboring intentions of redemption might not spare him from that dire fate. Through subtle probing, he endeavored to ascertain his specifics of his identity. After several days of investigation, Lucian finally unraveled the truth: his former self was an ordinary figure. He was not only a significant demonic powerhouse Beatles, parallel demon king of Thizrealm. Commanding the demonic force of the world, he was an exalted entity among the malevolent practitioners. All righteous cultivators say crossed the lane would wish for nothing more than to feast upon his flesh and skin. Overwhelmed with the sorrowing news, Lucian felt the swelling in his eyes. In the realm of fiction, such characters invariably met the most gruesome ends. After several days of meticulous planning, Lucian resolved to flee. Lethally drove to demonic sect, du pleased would renounce title. Living in a haunted abode, surrounded by a congregation of psychologically twisted individuals, left in perpetual alienage. In contrast, hire Ned for the company of normal folk, rather than remaining amidst hosu ho incessant, lyscriesht, let me demonic blood-stained heavens. Onadi, Lucian summoned Dunave insubordinates. Midiar disciple, ishal bintering exclusion for an extended period, perhaps sod kadir evanescentury. Inform theathers not a disturb mun less absolutely necessary. If I succeed in this endeavor, my prowess will undoubted lie reaction wings, and ishal but better equipped to deal with those righteous sects. The subordinate, perplexed, mused internally, wondering why his leader, who had been invincible for 8 centuries, still felt the need to cultivate isolation. Buta leader is say leader, the intricacy of sophist thoughts were beyond the grasp of mer underlings. The subordinate a prompt lit disseminated this information throughout his sect, while Lucian stealthily escaped the demonic stronghold under the cover of night. He had devised a plan: he would seek out a righteous sect, masquerade as sallow disciple, and there be cleans his identity without arousing suspicion. Surely, they would never conceive a thought the formidable demon king of their sect could be hiding within an obscure inner sect. Didio seo yernamise Lucian? Erige cultivator? Your cultivation level. These ways a group of cultivators sin rutedu and academiware practitioners congregated. Lucian had concealed this presence and observed their journey, gleaning the context of their venture. This academy, known as Shinfu, specifically enrolled ledrogi cultivators from across the continent. Lucian would not let this golden opportunities lip through his fingers, joining Zion Fawuda Leviti, his status datato for righteous individual, thereby eliminating the threat of extermination. At present, Theoni interrogating him was a middle-aged cultivator, armed with a long spear, Husge Zeus rife with disdain. Behind him stood a group of 6 men and 4 women, Aliunger Thintha Middle Gedman, and Thiekabite Beversion towards Luja. A striking young woman, unable to contain her impatience, interjected before Lujian cold respond. Do you not understand the rules? Where are you prior and jed team? You, arrogant cultivator, think you can't simply join us? Westil have a several day softer veltoshian fu, and with the our meager cultivation off cheer refinement stage 3, ya would to vinculify a scan and fodder. They were heading to participate in Zion Fuzz decennial recruitment event, and since the theater had been organized beforehand, they were loath to accommodate Lujian, whom they deemed a burden. Although Lujian had inherited a formidable monic technique case off his predecessor, Halaka de Nimemoria soft hat post life. Uncertain of Faudo concealish true strength, curious and that since they were bound for an academy, Hakud no ta forward to Pirdoa powerful. After all, educational institutions typically favored blank slates, as of early knowledgeable students were fin de med harder totiak. Themid-leagued man regarded Lujian with the dismissive esmal. My young brother, while my sister's words may be harsh, the error in truth. Your cultivation is implied too inadequate, a headliest shadow demon gorge, aerium teeming with malevolent creatures. With your abilities, you could never hope to traverse it. I twould be best for ye outer turn and train for a fumariers. Though Zionf was willing to accept students of Fio Yurloronk, you must first survive long enough to reach the academy. I understand your sentiments you wish to over defensive learning, fearing rejection. Beteed my advice abandon this notion and focus on our cultivation for a fumariers before embarking in your journey. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lujian scratched his shed, a smile plastered across his face, wily inward lifted with indignation. The shadow demon gorge? A haven for malevolent creatures? Let 'em come. Huis thultimate biosaming them. These fledgling minions, ho had never even heard of them, would surely bestruck with terror upon encountering Thyre overlord. Hakud and Triskrivi Alingistru identity befor even joining Therichesek the might perish before ye could establish himself. Thoth ha hadal to disappearance and conceal disora, Hakud say if those sinister entities possessed a therminsof identification? Anxious thought swirled within Lujian's mind, and disexpressioner increasing ligrum. Noticing his steamioner, the middle league Edmonds companion Samidi at Libigantamacum. Chapter 2 The Mysterious Manual of Techniques. Lu, you were absolutely right. I am utterly vexed bethos a spineless parasite test like Heim Holocaust strength handily and others of protection. Do not presume you ignoranto fio your intentions sa you merely wish Talaveri jor safety to traverse the shadow demon gorge. I hold the utmost disdain for individualese like you having encountered fardamin fio your kind, devoid of an isamblancy of dignity. Bringing Galong Simeone, useless agia a sad greater burden than carrying jadician our revisions. The group engaged in a spirit exchange, each taking turns to disparage Lujian. He recognized that whether the accepted high more not waising, consequentialitways or era opportunity for him to encounter o cultivator sweaker than high, allowing him to cultivate teasons of superiority. Their fervor intensified with the insult, as if belittling him elevate a Thyrone's status. As their taunts grew increasingly excessive, the middle league Edmund's patience were ethin. Here I zedishan to Kelthadirison. On Seth a group felsolent, header Ned to Lujian and spoke earnestly. My young brother, itis not the tor refuse to include you. Beauty our cultivation is implied to lo. If you proceed further, ya will be in grave danger from the demon creatures. I twould be prudent for ye outer return and refrain from jitage involved. Yum returning adicate. Lujian shukish resolutely, huas no longer worried about being recognized be the creatures ahead. These individuals words were far too abrasive should custo reviali's identity, Hakud swiftly eliminate Tetham Torliev his frustration. Lu, allow me to accompany you. My family is impoverished, and we have exhausted our resources stona blemi pursuit of cultivation. Now, my only hope is in joining Zion foot a continued journey. Thus, even if it means risking my life, I must go. Lujian declared with a tragic air, Thenes if recalling something, his expression turned enigmatic. Furthermore, I am not entire litavoid dofmerity, have master eterotheru niquitek niki thetis, particular life effective against those malevolent creatures. Upon hearing Lujian's assertion, the group's interest peaked instantly. Techniques rea scare si commodity among them raga cultivators faced immense challenges in their practice, often resorting to violence over a single manual. Techniques? Among us roga cultivators, possessing a single manual is rarity. The Italy Gedman Castamianing Folglansa Lugian, internally reflecting Gonhound of Ethium and Wasto speak so freely about such matters. In this world, the act soft murder and treasure theft are indeed too common. As expected, the expression soft hosuho adrivia slimic Lugian shifted, their gazes noting it with a hint off grid direct headawardshim. Howled have a thought? You possess such hidden depths. Pray, what kind of cultivation technique do we yelled? Is it suitable for women to practice? Thajirlho had vehemently opposed Lugian's inclusion raised in a brow and inquired. Hurtony had softened considerably, clearly intrigued by the revelation of Lugian's extraordinary possession. Her question read the curiosity of theathers, asked no tal technique case are universally applicable, and tis prudent to ascertain specifics. Lugian appeared utterly oblivious to the change in atmosphere, responding nonchalantly, "Oh, it is quintesswoodable. My cultivation method is perfect, lie tailored for women master injitude undoubted yield significant benefits. Though, the name of this technique is rather peculiar, doubt tenufiu have her do fit." Up in hearing his words, Thajirl initially displayed joy, only to subsequently curl her lapine disdain. Himph, what technique could we possibly be aware of? Your Morella Puddingen airs. Do tell what is the name of the technique you practice? Speak up and perhaps we might have it as well. Alias turned towards Lugian. Husmal Dan nodded. Me technique is called the installation and dismantling of the Dongfeng Hong tractor's mine shaft. Have you fio heart of it? Athos, the crowd frowned, eventhemus skilled among them, brother Lu, warrior contemplative expression. The installation and dismantling of Dongfeng Hong tractor's main shaft. What sort of technique is these? What is a thave such a lengthy name? Ari outrally suggesting this technique is suitable for women to practice. Lu Jian solemnly nodded. Indeed, itis exception lie suitable. After all, Haku dresses to women skilled in the art of Dongfeng Hong tractor's main shaft? Several girls in the group brightened athes. Thoth and toff confusion lingered. At that moment, the previous lie speaky girl cheerfully remarked, "Since you have some utility, I twould and third have walong." The others, each harboring their own thoughts, nodded in agreement. Themid legidman, seeing the distant, consented to Lugian's inclusion in their grup. With a decision made, they wasted no time and continued on their journey. After several hours of travel, the finale arrived at Shadow Demon Valley described by the middle Gedman. Here, thickfiglingerd, on Danamina Skilper Mitov or even standing at the periphery, one could feel a suffocating terror. The middle Gedman waved his hand, and the group cautiously followed in his wake, entering Shadow Demon Valley in single file. After Anurov walking without encountering danger, just as relief washed over the group, the sounds of combat suddenly echoed from not far ahead. Lu Linlong, your Shinfu Academy's reach is far too extensive. Our Shadow Demon clan wishes to coexist peacefully. Why must he pertamize? From within the fog, a deep voice reverberated, its resonance secesting dizzying upon Luan's companions. Noticing the reaction, Lugian hastily neta look off panic, Thuffam felt no thing amiss. At that moment, a woman's voice emerged from the mist. "What do you mean by ba? Full coexistence? You have been ambushing students trying to ensure Shinfu Academia's the twati, ikul stangudo of each other's way. Moreover, I am notherito terminate. I simply require atrial ground to validate the cultivation of for Shinfu Academy students, and thus, you shall service our sparring partners." Upon hearing the woman's voice, Therestov Tegraup displayed expressions of excitement. It's Sister Lean Long, own off the four strongest disciples of Shinfu Academy. Let's go. Wemis Thuri over. With her limited strength, following her will surely lead us to safety. Lugian kept pace with the others, swiftly reacting to Perseof the voice. Before them lay an open space where at wo factions where a Lacadina standoff. One side comprised a group of bizarre shape demons, each sporting a pair of villa deadeyes, exiting Ganiriura. On the opposite Tezidus Studewoman, ethereal and otherworldly, radiating gonorrhea of sanctity. Herkinton and Swasserine, and Shiminate de Holly Brilliance, inspiring awe and driver and Saint Hosuho beheld her. Chapter 3. Senior sister Lin Lang. Behind the woman stood a group of individuals clad in matching attire, their youthful visages suggesting they were likely novices, mere trifles in the grand scheme. Liu Jian pondered this peculiarity, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. This realm of immortals bore a resemblance to his previous world, even possessing standardized school uniforms. An excited middle-aged man hurried to the rear of Lu Linlang and her companions, with others hastily following suit. Senior sister Linlang. We are all loose cultivators, preparing to attend the recruitment of the Immortal Academy. Lu Linlang cast a fleeting glance at them, offering a nonchalant nod without uttering a word. Amidst the throng, Liu Jian sensed an odd atmosphere. The surrounding novices gazed fervently at Linlang's back, their eyes ablaze with admiration. One might mistake this for a fan meeting, not wishing to appear out of place. Liu Jian hurriedly adopted an expression of adoration towards Linlang. At that moment, a middle-aged man from across the way stepped forward, his appearance unremarkable save for an extra pupil glimmering ominously in his eyes. His dual irises spun with malevolent intent as he fixated on Linlang. Splendid. I have long heard of the illustrious name of Fairy Liu. Today's encounter undoubtedly lives up to its reputation. However, you underestimate me. Merely being a top student of the Immortal Academy does not grant you the audacity to trespass into my Shadow Demon Valley alone. I am aware of your intentions. Should you eliminate me, your fellow students' lives would be spared during their training here. Yet, how foolish of you, a mere girl of the core formation realm, to dare infiltrate my domain. At this, Linlang remained silent, but the novices behind her were incensed. How dare you, who claims senior sister Linlang is alone? We are here too. The leader of the Shadow Demon cast a contemptuous glance at Linlang's entourage, snorting derisively. Novices! The group erupted in anger, yet dared not advance, instead hiding behind Linlang while shouting, Senior sister Linlang, don't waste your breath on him. Show him the might of the Immortal Academy. Linlang exhaled deeply, slowly drawing the long sword from her back. Though my realm may be modest, it suffices to slay you. As her words fell, Linlang took the initiative, her sword transforming into a silver dragon, charging directly at the Shadow Demon. Seeing Linlang attack without warning, the Shadow Demon was not alarmed. Rather, he laughed. What a righteous sect, to ambush without provocation. As his dual pupils whirled, he reached out to grasp Linlang's sword. The clash of steel against flesh unleashed a tempest, dispersing the surrounding mist in an instant. Humph! There is no need for righteousness against such filth. Linlang's sword danced gracefully, casting multiple sword shadows that enveloped the Shadow Demon. The demon retaliated, engaging her with sheer physical prowess. The novices beside Liu Jian were enraptured. Liu Jian himself was equally captivated. Liu Linlang, a peerless student of the Immortal Academy, executed each move with the grace of a celestial swan. Observing her battle was akin to witnessing a breathtaking ballet of combat, exquisite to behold and exceptionally thrilling. This Shadow Demon was at least of the Mage Demon realm. The Mage Demon realm of the demon race equated to the core formation realm of the human race. Yet, within the same realm, disparities existed. This Shadow Demon was no match for Senior Sister Linlang. Senior Sister Linlang is magnificent. Quickly vanquish this demon. Go, Senior Sister Linlang. You can do it. Liu Jian gleaned some information from the novice's chatter. There were both humans and demons here, each with distinct races and realms. Yet, he remained uncertain of his own standing in the main hall. He had heard those little fellows refer to him as the true monarch of destruction, a name that hinted at a formidable species, though he was unsure of its potency. As he contemplated, he joined the crowd, raising his arms and shouting, Go, Senior Sister Linlang. You are so cool. I love you. Senior Sister Linlang. At this proclamation, a hush fell over the surroundings. The novices stared at Liu Jian in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his audacious words. Liu Jian, puzzled by their reaction, wondered what was amiss. Was his cheer inappropriate? You shameless, you lecher. How can you utter such vulgarities? A young woman, her face flushed with embarrassment, covered her visage in indignation. Meanwhile, the men around glared at him with venomous eyes, as if they wished to devour him whole. Liu Jian, flustered, waved his hands in a gesture of apology, and why sincere apologies. I am unfamiliar with your customs here. In my homeland, such expressions are merely words of encouragement. Lu Jian was taken aback to discover that the supportive words he had borrowed from his past life had been perceived as lewdness here. It seemed this world held a more conservative stance, where even slight indiscretions could tarnish one's reputation. Amidst her fierce battle with the shadow demon, Lin Lang caught wind of Lu Jian's remarks. Her heart skipped a beat as she shot him an irate glare. Lu Jian felt the weight of her disapproving gaze, realizing she had indeed heard him, and was now distractedly warning him with her eyes. "Be cautious, senior sister," Lu Jian shouted, for in that moment of distraction, the shadow demon launched a surprise attack. "Arrogant fool," the shadow demon bellowed, his demonic energy surging forth, barreling toward Lin Lang. Sensing the imminent peril, Lin Lang also registered Lu Jian's warning. Her brows furrowed in concentration. Without turning back, her fair hand shot toward the shadow demon. Thousand-leaf Bodhi hand, boom. The palm collided with the demonic energy, sending the shadow demon reeling backwards several paces. "You possess Buddhist techniques?" the shadow demon exclaimed, shock evident in his expression, recognizing the power of Lin Lang's earlier strike. Lin Lang smirked, replying, "Indeed, it is a technique from the Buddhist sect, perfectly suited for dealing with scum like you." As Lin Lang prepared to press her advantage, the shadow demon clutched his chest, letting out a wry chuckle. "Brother, if not now, then when? This last possesses some skill. We cannot let her escape." Upon hearing the shadow demon's words, Lin Lang prudently retreated, sword at the ready, guarding herself. More allies? Or is this merely bluster? Noticing the shadow demon's utterance, Lin Lang sensed something amiss. He indeed had support. Just then, a shadow upon the grass nearby began to writhe, and a figure emerged, the middle-aged man, smiling as he regarded Lin Lang. Very good, a fine talent indeed. Such a pity you are not of my kind. Otherwise, I could have trained you." Chapter 4. Why did you kneel before this human boy? Upon sighting the middle-aged man, Lin Lang took several cautious steps back, her vigilance at its zenith. True demon realm. The man before her was not only of a higher realm than the shadow demon, but a cultivator of the true demon realm. This realm corresponded to the Yuan Ying realm of the human race, representing a significant leap above the core formation realm, true demon. It was truly a true demon. "We are doomed." The novices surrounding Lu Jian turned pale, akin to having swallowed a dead fly. Yet Lu Jian remained unfazed, unable to discern the distinctions among these realms. "Everyone, do not despair. With senior sister Lin Lang here, we will surely be safe. Is it not merely a battle across realms? For a genius, is this not basic maneuvering?" At Lu Jian's words, the crowd nearly wept. "What nonsense are you spouting? That is a vast chasm between realms. What battle across realms? Even 10 top-tier core formation cultivators would stand no chance against a Yuan Ying cultivator." Amidst the novices' lamentations, the shadow demon could not help but guffaw. "Ha ha, Lin Lang. You are truly unfortunate. My friend has been visiting my shadow demon estate these past few days. Who would have thought that you, a human prodigy, would willingly deliver yourself into our hands? To capture a paragon of the human race and humiliate her, such an achievement is no trifling matter. You have been hiding in the academy, and to think it would be so difficult to lay hands on you. Yet here you are, presenting yourself on a silver platter." Lin Lang's expression darkened, her grip tightening around her sword. She understood that today would not end peacefully. "Find a way to escape. I will hold him off for a moment," Lin Lang instructed her companions, then lunged at the middle-aged man with her sword drawn. The novices behind her were momentarily stunned, frozen in place, forgetting to flee. In that fleeting moment, Lin Lang clashed with the middle-aged man. Despite her formidable aura, she found herself unable to withstand even a single blow. The man merely raised a hand, calmly striking Lin Lang, sending her hurtling backward. At that moment, the crowd behind her had yet to escape when they witnessed the severely injured Lin Lang hurtling towards them. Stunned with fear, they realized that death was inevitable and stood frozen in place. Only Lu Jian remained unfazed. Seeing Lin Lang flying towards him, he instinctively caught her. Presently, Lin Lang appeared feeble, her chest soaked with crimson blood. Lu Jian shook his head in resignation, recognizing her as a good person who, at a critical moment, still fought desperately to buy them time to flee. Unfortunately, his cultivation was rather low, and he could not withstand even a single blow. Brother, wasn't it supposed to be a moment estelle? You've misused the term. This isn't a moment, it's an instant. Lu Linlang, incensed by Lu Jian's words, gritted her silver teeth but lacked the strength to retort due to her severe injuries. Why you? Remove your filthy hands. Lu Jian glanced at his hands, having merely supported Lu Linlong's shoulder. For goodness sake, just let go of your reservations at a time like this. You're on the brink of death. Struggling to free herself from Lu Jian's grasp, Lu Linlang found that the more she fought, the worse her injuries became, and before long, she spat out another mouthful of blood. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached slowly, a strange smile adorning his face as he said, "Come with us, Lu Linlang. We want to take your life, but you will suffer." The middle-aged man's words were abruptly interrupted by Lu Jian. "Wait, let us go. I can offer you a treasured cultivation technique." The interruption caused the middle-aged man's expression to darken momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Turning to Lu Jian, he said with a playful glint in his eyes, "Oh, a cultivation technique? One from the qi refining stage." He feigned interest. The shadowy figures behind the middle-aged man erupted into laughter, clearly mocking Lu Jian. To them, the so-called cultivation techniques were treasures for scattered cultivators. But for those with a lineage like theirs, they were of little worth. Witnessing the ridicule directed at Lu Jian, those behind him felt a sense of humiliation. What nonsense is this fool spouting? What cultivation technique? As a scattered cultivator, what could he possibly possess? He dares to barter for our lives with it. Now, not only were they facing death at the hands of these demonic cultivators, but they were also subjected to such mockery. Lu Jian, seemingly oblivious to the mockery inherent in the middle-aged man's words, seized the opportunity and replied, "That's great. This cultivation technique is suitable for people of all ages and particularly effective for your kind." As he spoke, Lu Jian slowly rose to his feet. It seemed imperative to deliver a shock from a top-tier demon king. He could not let this opportunity to join the immortal mansion slip away. The demon cultivators appeared not to recognize his method, so he would have to give them a hint. The middle-aged man shot an impatient glance at Lu Jian, approaching as he scoffed, "Humph. What could a mere fish like you possibly have in terms of cultivation techniques?" As he stepped closer, he suddenly felt his knees weaken inexplicably, and he found himself kneeling before Lu Jian. The middle-aged man was taken aback by his own actions. How had he inexplicably knelt? Embarrassment and anger surged within him, yet his face remained calm. He extended his hands to push against the ground, attempting to rise, only to find he could not move at all. No matter how hard he tried, his legs felt as heavy as lead, firmly glued to the ground. Witnessing this scene, those around him gasped in shock, bewildered by what had transpired. What is going on? Why has this demon suddenly knelt? How humiliating! What is he doing? Is this some peculiar method of humiliation unique to their kind? Wow! How extraordinary! Hearing the comments from the human cultivators, the leader of the shadowy figures felt so embarrassed he wished to vanish into the ground. "Brother, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling before this human? This is utterly shameful. It's just a qi refining stage cultivation technique. It shouldn't reduce us to this." As the leader spoke, he too approached and, upon reaching Lu Jian, his legs buckled, causing him to kneel beside the middle-aged man. Chapter 5. A unique gem. The leader of the shadow figures soon comprehended the situation. Kneeling upright, he looked up at Lu Jian haughtily. "Humph! What a worthless technique! Show it to me." Despite his fierce words, his demeanor contradicted his speech. Beside him, the middle-aged true demon also knelt straight, his pride diminished as he lowered his head in shame. Lu Jian feigned surprise, hurriedly assisting both men to their feet. "What is this? The ground is cold. Rise quickly, lest you catch a chill." Simultaneously, two unique seals from the demon clan were stealthily implanted into their consciousness. Once they stood, both men turned pale, one nearly faltering and collapsing again. "Destroy." The true demon stammered, unable to articulate a coherent thought. while the shadowy figure leader was overwhelmed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. As the true demon prepared to recite a chant, Lu Jian swiftly interrupted him. "My lords, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This cultivation technique is worth our lives. You will not suffer a loss." At Lu Jian's words, both the middle-aged man and the shadow leader felt their legs weaken once more. Kneeling again, "Oh, if you say so, then let it be. Present the technique, and you may leave." Lu Jian furrowed his brow. Realizing these two were not playing along as expected, he possessed no such technique. It was merely a pretext. They recognized him and understood the situation, wishing to conceal their identities, hence their cooperation. Yet their acting skills were abysmal. They hadn't even exchanged 2 sentences before they collapsed. Lu Jian bent down again to assist them, but they hurriedly waved their hands, terrified. "No, we are accustomed to this. Standing is uncomfortable," Lu Jian sighed. At this rate, he would inadvertently expose himself. "Ah, my lords, my technique was lost in that small grove over there. Would you mind accompanying me to retrieve it?" The 2 men nodded and then crawled after Lu Jian. Observing the trio depart, the onlookers were left dumbfounded, still reeling from the earlier shock. What kind of technique? Is it so powerful? By the way, why was I unaware that the demon clan had such a tradition of kneeling to converse? You wouldn't understand. There are countless types of demons, and some of their customs differ from ours, so it's not surprising. What should we do now? Should we flee? If that man's technique fails to satisfy those 2 demons, they might return. Let us seize this opportunity and get out of here. At that moment, Lu Linlang had been helped up by 2 girls. Her consciousness was becoming increasingly foggy, yet she could still hear the others talking. He saved you. It would be unfair to abandon him here. You all go. I will stay here and wait for him," Lu Linlang declared, breaking free from the grip of the 2 girls and sitting cross-legged on the ground. Witnessing this, the crowd wore pained expressions. "Sister Linlang, why go to such lengths? Since this young brother has drawn those 2 demons away, he must have intended for us to escape. We cannot let him down." "Indeed, sister, as long as we keep the Green Mountains, we need not worry about firewood. We can cultivate diligently and avenge our young brother later." Unmoved, Lu Linlang remained seated, her face pale and swaying, barely supported by the sword in her hand. Observing this, the crowd sighed. A few attempted to leave, but at that moment, the shadowy figures surrounding them began to close in. "Can you keep your conspiracies quieter? Do you truly think we're invisible? Want to leave? Dream on. You dare to call yourselves righteous individuals. If that lad returns and sees you abandoning him, how heartbroken he would be. We cannot let such a thing transpire, so you will remain here obediently." As the shadowy figures menacingly encircled them, the Qi refining stage cultivators suddenly remembered the numerous demon cultivators still around. They swallowed hard. With their cultivation levels, breaking through the encirclement of these shadowy figures was utterly impossible. In the Eastern Grove, the destroying demon lord. The demon technique is unparalleled. Above and below the heavens, I stand supreme. The leader of the shadow figures and the true demon knelt on the ground, chanting in unison, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. Lu Jian waved his hand, urging them to rise. He felt as though he was resembling a cult leader, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. As for me, I have a little plan to upend the world. I am about to infiltrate the Shinfu Academy. Wait a moment, you 2 will assist me in staging a performance to ensure our safe departure from this place. And consider it a significant contribution on your part." The 2, overwhelmed with excitement, nodded repeatedly, for they had never before encountered their demonic clan leader, and it was a rare fortune to associate with such a distinguished figure. "My lord, please command us. Even if it means shattering ourselves, we shall accomplish the task you assign." Lu Jian gestured dismissively. "No need for such drastic measures. I merely wish to test your acting skills." As he spoke, Lu Jian suddenly cast a cold glance at the 2, causing them to kneel once more in fright. "Let me state this clearly. If you perform as poorly as you did just now, do not blame me for being ungracious." The 2 on the ground nodded fervently like chicks pecking at rice, for the absolute pressure emanating from their superior was remarkably effective on them. After finalizing their plan, the 3 exited the small grove in a single file. The shadow demon leader, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent! Truly a masterpiece. Such a technique is perfectly suited for our demonic clan's cultivation." The trio, elated, approached the crowd, where a middle-aged true demon could not help but shed tears. Indeed, such a technique is a rarity in this world. What a magnificent treatise on the disassembly and assembly of the Dongfang Hong tractor axle. The name was somewhat convoluted, nearly eluding his memory. The middle-aged true demon cast a nervous glance at Lu Jian, and upon seeing no reaction, continued, "Heh, since you have bestowed upon us such a magnificent technique, we shall honor our word. We are not like those self-proclaimed righteous hypocrites. All right, young brother, you may proceed." Chapter 6. The Spirit Tablet Test. The surrounding students gazed in astonishment at this scene, none of them expecting that Lu Jian's technique would genuinely resonate with these two demonic cultivators. Lu Jian nodded nervously, fearing that lingering here might expose him. He beckoned the others to leave with him. It was only at this moment that the crowd reacted, hastily assisting Lu Linlang, who was on the ground. As they made their way towards the valley, the Shadow Demon Canyon was merely half a day's journey from the Xinfu Academy. Lu Linlang, gravely injured, was hurriedly transported back to the academy by the students without pause. Meanwhile, Lu Jian and his companions found themselves barred at the entrance. As wandering cultivators, they could not enter the academy until they passed the assessment. The front of the Xinfu Academy was a sea of people, and the sight of the injured Lu Linlang stirred a commotion, which quickly subdued. Most of those present were wandering cultivators, with a portion being uninitiated commoners. They self-organized into dozens of long lines, and in front of these queues stood towering stone tablets emitting a gentle glow. "These are the spirit tablets, used to test our talents," explained a middle-aged man to Lu Jian. Since leaving the Shadow Demon Canyon, his demeanor towards Lu Jian had noticeably improved. After all, were it not for Lu Jian, they might have perished there. Lu Jian nodded, observing as the wandering cultivators placed their palms upon the spirit tablets. The surface of the tablet then revealed a small golden tree, which began to radiate light from its roots, gradually illuminating upwards. As more sections brightened, the small tree began to display branches and leaves. The middle-aged man elucidated, "This testing spirit tree possesses 33 leaves in total. The number of leaves illuminated varies with different talents. If we can light up at least 7 leaves, we may join the Xianfu." The Academy's admissions process does not take into account past abilities or cultivation levels, but rather focuses on talent. Higher talent translates to better treatment within the Academy. The sister Lu Linlang you saw earlier was admitted 10 years ago and, during her talent test, managed to illuminate 27 leaves. Thus, Sister Linlang did not follow the conventional admission route, but was directly taken away by an elder of the Academy, accepted as an inner disciple for personal instruction. As the middle-aged man spoke, envy was evident on his face. Ordinary students could not compare to inner disciples, who not only had access to vast resources but also enjoyed the protection of their mentors, thus naturally standing above their peers. "Is there anyone who has managed to illuminate all 33 leaves?" Lu Jian inquired with curiosity. The middle-aged man paused, and even those waiting in line cast scornful glances at him. "How bold you are to think so! 33 leaves are an extraordinary genius, rare to see in a millennia. Since the establishment of the Xinfu Academy, I have heard that only one person has managed to illuminate all 33 leaves." The middle-aged man sighed in resignation. Such feats were beyond their reach, and while one might occasionally fantasize, it was best not to voice such thoughts at that moment. A young man from the nearby line scoffed. "Not 33, but 35. I was young then, but I came to the Xinfu Academy to witness the spectacle. I personally saw that individual illuminate 33 leaves in an instant. Later, I heard that the spirit tablet we use for testing is merely a basic one. That great person's talent was so high that the basic tablet could not adequately measure it. Fortunately, the Academy's basic spirit tablets are connected to the intermediate ones, and the elder guarding the spirit tablets witnessed 2 leaves light up on the intermediate tablet. Hence that person's talent should be 35. Others seemed familiar with such legends, nodding in agreement. The middle-aged man felt somewhat embarrassed. Being merely a wandering cultivator from a small locality, he naturally could not know these things. "I see. What was that great person's name? Are they still in the academy? Have there been others who illuminated more than 33 leaves? The earlier speaking young man cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man who had asked the question. That great person is certainly still in the academy. However, I have heard that they are now an elder. As for whether anyone else has matched their feat, that remains uncertain. The Shinfu Academy has never publicly disclosed such information. They are concerned that the demonic clan may eliminate our human race's prodigies, thus outsiders remain uninformed. As Lu Jian listened to the conversation, he observed the movements of the queue ahead. He noted that those in front exhibited varying reactions upon touching the spirit tablet. Some appeared relaxed, swiftly illuminating leaves, while others struggled, breaking into a sweat merely trying to light a single leaf. It was evident that the higher the talent, the more leaves illuminated and the quicker they did so. Conversely, those of mediocre aptitude found it exceedingly difficult to illuminate even a single leaf. With this in mind, Lu Jian formulated a plan. He would feign great difficulty and see if he could manage to illuminate only 7 leaves. After all, he was here to infiltrate. It would not be wise to stand out too much. The queue gradually shortened, and soon it was Lu Jian's turn. The middle-aged man stepped forward, placing his right hand upon the spirit tablet. Nervously watching its transformation, leaves began to illuminate one after another. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Ultimately, the count stopped at 8 leaves, and despite his exertions, he could not light another. The young man beside him nodded in acknowledgement. Name. Upon hearing the call, the middle-aged man excitedly proclaimed, Lu Dazhu. Only those who passed would have their names recorded. Those who did not, lacked even the qualification to leave their names. After reporting his name, Lu Dazhu turned back, excitedly nodding at Lu Jian before stepping aside. Lu Jian took a deep breath and approached the spirit tablet. He was not concerned about failing. Rather, he feared that his exceptional talent might attract unwarranted attention. As he stepped forward, Lu Jian slowly extended his right hand, placing his palm upon the spirit tablet. Simultaneously, he controlled his body to simulate a state of profuse sweating. What the heck? This guy is so exaggerated. Not even a single leaf has lit up, yet he is already drenched. Laughter erupted. How did he manage to cultivate to the 3rd level of Qi refinement? Chapter 7. The extraordinary talent. Lu Jian paid no mind to the mockery of the crowd. For in the eyes of ordinary people, he had not illuminated a single leaf. Yet, only he could perceive that an extremely fine beam of light had rapidly traversed through this basic spirit tablet and entered the academy. Lu Jian hastily withdrew his hand. Realizing that talent was indeed beyond his control, he glanced around, observing the reactions of those around him. They clearly had not seen the light and assumed Lu Jian possessed no talent whatsoever. What a farce! This person has no talent at all. How did he manage to cultivate to the 3rd level of Qi refinement? With this, he dares to seek admission to the Shinfu Academy. How presumptuous! The young man standing before the spirit monument cast a sidelong glance at Lu Jian, noticing that Lu Jian showed no intention of departing. He assumed that Lu Jian was unable to withstand this blow and had yet to regain his composure. Do not linger here. Return at once. You need not come back again. With your talent, it is a stroke of fortune that you can cultivate it all, but to join our immortal academy in this lifetime is utterly impossible. As soon as the words left his lips, a woman's voice suddenly resonated from the direction of the academy's entrance. Wait a moment. The crowd turned to look, and there appeared a woman clad in a flowing gown, resembling a celestial being, gracefully approaching. Upon seeing her, the young man at the spirit monument hurriedly bowed in respect. Greetings, Master Qi. The woman nodded, then smiled at Lu Jian, saying, You must be Lu Jian, right? I am Linlong's master. Come with me to my courtyard to cultivate, and I shall accept you as my inner disciple. Upon hearing this, the once cacophonous testing ground fell into a momentary hush, only to erupt into a chorus of incredulous exclamations. What extraordinary luck this fellow has encountered. He has actually been accepted as an inner disciple by a master of the academy. What sort of backdoor has he walked through? Such a strong connection. A waste like him can become an inner disciple? Lu Jian had thought hope was lost, yet unexpectedly, a twist of fate had emerged. Thank you, Master. Lu Jian feigned astonishment and hurriedly bowed. The woman chuckled and gestured for Lu Jian to follow her. As the two departed in succession, The onlookers were filled with envy. This fellow. I've heard that Master Qi never takes disciples. Over the years, she has only had Lin Lang as her sole apprentice. Let alone recruiting male disciples. Who on earth is this guy? Could he possibly be the academy head's illegitimate child? What could Master Qi possibly see in him? Is it his low cultivation? Or his lack of talent? Heaven above, why am I not the academy head's illegitimate child? Within the Immortal Academy, Lu Jian and the woman walked side by side along the corridor. I do not usually accept disciples, especially not male ones. However, you have saved Lin Lang's life, and she is quite stubborn. If I were to let you leave the academy just like that, I fear she would remain burdened by unfulfilled gratitude. The woman spoke, glancing back at Lu Jian, who promptly bowed. But rest assured, even so, now that you have entered my tutelage, how I treat Lin Lang will be how I treat you. I shall impart all my knowledge to you. As for how much you can comprehend, that depends on your own aptitude. With a sigh, the woman reflected on the scene she had witnessed at the academy's entrance. Her disciple seemed almost talentless. Devoid of any discernible skill, Liu Jian quickly clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Thank you, Master. However, my aptitude is rather dull, so there is no need for you to exert yourself on my cultivation. I can first attempt to study some texts on my own, and if I encounter any uncertainties, I shall consult you." Lu Jian wished to avoid rigorous training, preferring instead to live a carefree existence. The woman smiled. Although her disciple was somewhat slow-witted, he possessed self-awareness. That is fine, but remember, do not be overly ambitious. In a few days, once Lin Lang has recovered, let her take you to the library to select texts. If you have any questions, you may also ask your senior sister. Hearing about Lin Lang, Lu Jian inquired, "Master, is my senior sister gravely injured? Will she be all right?" The woman shook her head with a smile. "She is not in serious danger. I have already given her healing pills. In a few days, she will be fine." Deep within the Immortal Academy, two elders were engaged in a game before the Advanced Spirit Monument when suddenly, a radiant light flashed from the monument, and it began to crack and collapse. A genius. An exceptional genius. A talent that appears once in a millennium. Old Lu, hurry. Someone is currently testing the talents of those entering the academy. Find out who is conducting the test. Who could possibly shake the Advanced Spirit Monument? No, I shall go personally. This talent is extraordinary, the elder exclaimed as he stood up in a flurry. He had never witnessed such an exaggerated talent. The fact that the Advanced Spirit Monument could not even register this individual's aptitude, leading to its fracturing, astonished him. As he took a few steps, he noticed the other elders showing no inclination to join him. "Why aren't you trying to beat me to it? This isn't like you," the elder scoffed lightly. "Are you losing your mind? Is there truly anyone with such talent in this world? Even during the lifetime of the Tao ancestor, it was impossible for anyone to cause the Advanced Spirit Monument to shatter. I have long told you that the Spirit Monument is ancient. You should have replaced it, but you refused." The elder who had taken a few steps suddenly realized his folly. Smiting the back of his head in annoyance, "I see now. How could there be such an extraordinary talent? The Tao ancestor was the most gifted immortal of our righteous lineage in millennia. And even he could only illuminate the monument, not shatter it." At the mention of the Tao ancestor, both elders felt a twinge of sorrow. Alas! Ever since the Tao ancestor passed, our human race has not produced another prodigy of such caliber. If it were not for that battle 800 years ago, our human race would surely still be thriving. That accursed demon. Who would have thought that their kind would possess such a figure? To think they could slay the Tao ancestor. Inconceivable, utterly inconceivable. I would give anything to storm their lair and flay that demon alive. Alas, we are but weaklings. We are still far from reaching that level. As he spoke, the elder returned to the chessboard. However, what did that demon mean when he left those words behind 800 years ago? I distinctly heard him say that the Tao ancestor is the true alien race, the source of chaos in this world. This is utter nonsense, the other elder scoffed disdainfully. Here we go again. Back in the day, you were just a little brat, claiming to have heard that demon speak. It was clearly your delusion, yet you took it seriously. Chapter 8. You dare insult me as a dog. As an inner disciple, Lu Jian did not need to reside in the academy's dormitories with the other new students. He had his own courtyard, sharing it with his master and senior sister. Initially, his master had inquired whether he wished to stay in the new student dormitory, but Lu Jian would never agree to that. Living in a crowded place might expose him. With the privilege of an independent courtyard, he had no intention of moving into a communal dormitory. His master did not insist, merely advising him to be cautious. Lu Jian initially did not comprehend the meaning behind this caution, but soon, he understood. In recent days, more than one group had come seeking trouble with him, and the reason was singular: Lin Lang. She had too many admirers. And Lu Jian felt overwhelmed by their incessant provocations. These sycophants took turns challenging him, insisting that he engage in life-and-death duels with them. Jealousy truly distorts one's perception. As the only inner disciple allowed to reside in Qilin courtyard. Ever since this news spread, they had been clamoring to fight Lu Jian. Fortunately, Lu Jian had remained within Qilin yard, and those challengers were quite wary of his master, thus refraining from reckless intrusions. Furthermore, the academy prohibited students from fighting one another unless both parties agreed, which would lead to a life-and-death duel. Lu Jian had entered the Immortal Academy with a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. And he had no talent whatsoever. At least, that was how it appeared to outsiders. Therefore, how could Lu Jian possibly engage in life-and-death duels? Should his cultivation rise rapidly, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Faced with no other options, Lu Jian sought out his master. "Master, look at them, master. Please say something, master. My relationship with my senior sister is innocent, yet they insist on trying to kill me." His master sighed and replied, "Your senior sister does indeed have many suitors within the academy. I anticipated this outcome. Earlier, I had asked if you wished to reside in Qilin courtyard, but you insisted on staying here. I cannot show favoritism and compel you to move out. However, it is for the best. As long as you remain in Qilin courtyard, once the storm passes, the innocent will clear themselves of suspicion while the guilty will reveal their own nature. At that point, no one will trouble you." Lu Jian felt this was a reasonable plan. As long as his senior sister recovered and clarified their relationship, the matter would eventually fade with time. He could continue living his life as a carefree salty fish without facing any troubles. Yet, fate proved unpredictable. A few days later, a sensational rumor spread throughout the academy. It was unclear who had started it, but word had it that Lu Jian had repeatedly taken advantage of Lin Lang in the Shadow Demon Valley, even committing some inappropriate acts while she was severely injured. The entire academy erupted into chaos. Not only are those suitors of Lin Lang causing a ruckus, but even some elders from the academy have come to pay a visit. "Junior Sister Qi, this boy must not be retained. Such a scoundrel. If you take him under your wing, wouldn't that tarnish our sect's reputation? It would be wise for you to expel such a morally corrupt waste from the celestial abode." The speaker was an elder, also a member of the academy, who had taken the initiative to seek out Lu Jian's master to urge for the boy's expulsion. Qi Xinlan calmly regarded the elder before responding. "Brother Lin, how could you possibly believe those distorted rumors? Lu Jian has been with us for several days now, and from my observations of his words and actions, he is not the frivolous wastrel you describe. Furthermore, I have already heard from Lin Lang about the events that transpired in the Shadow Demon Canyon. It was Lu Jian who saved them with a cultivation technique, willingly sacrificing his own interests without taking advantage of their plight. And even in the face of a likely failure in the aptitude test, he did not leverage past favors. I find my disciple to be quite commendable. Where then is this talk of moral corruption? And how could it possibly tarnish our sect's reputation?" Elder Lin sighed, continuing, "Junior sister. One can know a person's face but not their heart. He has only been here a few days. Naturally, he must behave himself. How could you discern any misdeeds from him? I find him to be quite repugnant. He is not of good stock. It would be best to expel him from our celestial abode as soon as possible. Moreover, I have heard that during the aptitude test, Lu Jian showed no talent whatsoever. What use is it to keep such a waste in our celestial abode? It would be wise to send him away early to avoid future troubles." As Elder Lin spoke, Lin Lang entered the room. She had fully recovered over the past few days and was aware of the recent happenings. Upon seeing her, Elder Lin's eyes brightened. "Lin Lang, how fortuitous that you have arrived. Quickly, recount your experience." Tell us how that scoundrel has wronged you. This is vital for your reputation. You are unaware of how the rumors are circulating outside, claiming that you were—" Elder Lin ceased his words abruptly. Lu Linlang shot him an indignant glance. "Elder Lin, why do you not address those who spread rumors, yet instead seek trouble with us, the victims? If you have the time for this, you might as well advise your son to refrain from spreading slander. It is not for others to dictate whom my master accepts as a disciple." Elder Lin was taken aback, his beard bristling in anger. "Lu Linlang, how dare you, a junior, speak so disrespectfully today? I shall teach you a lesson on proper conduct." The atmosphere in the living room became tense, and Qi Xinlan cast a disapproving glance at Elder Lin, just as the door swung open to reveal an excited voice. "Senior sister, you're back then." Lu Jin entered from outside. He had already heard the commotion and approached only when Lu Linlang appeared. After all, this was his senior sister's first return to Qilan Courtyard after her injury, so he felt compelled to see her. Upon seeing Lu Jin, Elder Lin's intention to rise faltered. He leisurely sat back down and addressed Lu Jin with feigned nonchalance. "So you are the little waste, Lu Jin? Truly, seeing you in person is more enlightening than hearing 100 tales. It has been several days, yet you remain at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Pray tell, what fortuitous circumstances have allowed you to reach such heights?" Lu Jin blinked innocently, replying, "Who is this old man? I don't quite understand what he is saying. He hasn't even introduced himself, and I have no idea where I might find dog poop to pick up. Aren't we prohibited from keeping dogs here?" Hearing Lu Jin's words, Lu Linlang could not help but laugh, while Elder Lin's anger flared, his beard standing on end. "How dare such a waste mock him? You dare to insult me as a dog." Chapter 9. Lin Qing. Elder Lin slammed his hand on the table in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage, and he moved as if to grab Lu Jin. Unfazed, Lu Jin swiftly ducked behind Lu Linlang. "Go ahead, do it. Fighting within the academy is a serious offense, and to bully someone smaller is punishable by severe penalties. A mere little waste like me dying is of no consequence, but you would then have to accompany me to the grave." Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, Elder Lin retracted his outstretched hand, his eyes burning with fury, yet he had no outlet for his rage. In frustration, he slammed his palm down on the nearby table, shattering it into splinters. Good. What a sharp tongue you have, you little waste. Just you wait. Don't think you can hide in the academy forever." With that, Elder Lin stormed out without acknowledging the reactions of those present. After he left, Lu Linlang turned to Lu Jin, who was still clutching her sleeve, clearly shaken. "Will you not let go?" Lu Jin awkwardly chuckled before reluctantly releasing her sleeve. Qi Xinlan sighed, glancing at the shattered table before looking at Lu Jin. "I never anticipated that taking you as my disciple would bring you harm. If only you possessed the same aptitude as your senior sister, they would not dare act against you. Alas, your talent is mediocre. And our sect is lacking in capable individuals. It may be difficult to protect you. Elder Lin wields considerable influence within the academy. You should not have mocked him if he holds a grudge. Your life may be in peril." Lu Jin nodded but was not particularly concerned. Within the academy, no one dared to act against him. Outside the academy, it would be even better, as he could fully unleash his abilities. Mere trifles would pose no challenge to him. However, he did not wish to be forced out of the academy. It seemed that other sects and powers on this continent conducted aptitude tests for new disciples, and he could not pass even that. After finally entering the celestial abode, how could he leave so easily? His master had said that he lamented his average talent, which had brought trouble to him and his senior sister. He vowed to practice diligently henceforth, striving to catch up with his senior sister, at which point no one would dare to bully him again. Lu Jin felt that he could no longer be a mere bystander. In this world of cultivation, seeking a life of ease was more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Since his senior sister had returned, he requested, "Please, senior sister, take me to the library. I would like to select a few cultivation techniques and begin my practice." Qi Xinlan opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking her thoughts. She had intended to dissuade her disciple from pursuing a path fraught with challenges, yet she was taken aback by his tenacity. He had proposed the most improbable solution to extricate himself from these troubles. "Very well, if that is the case, let your senior sister take you there. Allow him to try." he will naturally come to understand the difficulties involved. Lu Linlang said nothing but nodded in agreement, leading Lu Jian out of the living room. Upon reaching the front courtyard, Lu Linlang finally spoke. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? There are rampant rumors outside. If they see us together, things may become even more complicated. Lu Jian cheerfully approached her, saying, Oh, senior sister, what are you worried about? I am your only true junior brother. It is perfectly normal for us to be seen together. If we were to hide and skulk around, that would only raise suspicions. We have nothing to fear, so let us walk openly and confidently. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Lu Linlang chose not to respond further and turned towards the entrance of Chilan Courtyard. This marked Lu Jian's first venture outside the courtyard since entering the Celestial Academy. Not long after stepping out, their figures drew many gazes. Before they could reach the library, a familiar figure stumbled toward them in haste. As the person drew closer, he anxiously exclaimed to Lu Jian, my brother. Why are you out at this time? Quickly, go back. I just came from the training grounds. That Lin Qing has heard you left Chilan Courtyard and is now bringing people to confront you. The newcomer was Lu Dazhu, his expression frantic as he grasped Lu Jian's arm, attempting to pull him back. Lu Jian sighed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Lu, for thinking to warn me. However, you need not worry. They would not dare act against me within the academy. Besides, my senior sister is here. Even if they wish to act, they will gain nothing from it. Lu Dazhu appeared bewildered. Lu Jian's reasoning seemed somewhat sound. Yet he still felt uneasy. Lu Jian, do not overestimate yourself. While you may not fear them within the academy, you cannot remain here forever. You do not know. Although Lin Qing's talent and cultivation are far beneath senior sister Lin Long's, his father is the current elder Lin of the Lin Martial Academy. If they wish to scheme against you, it would be easy for them to find an excuse to draw you out of the academy, and you would be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Elder Lin? I believe I have seen him earlier, so Lin Qing is his son? I heard from my senior sister that it was this brat who spread those rumors about me. Beside him, Lu Dazhu forced a smile and nodded. Yes, he was a senior brother, and the wandering cultivators who arrived with us dared not offend him. They were reluctantly concocting some unfounded rumors. I had also recounted the events of that day, explaining that you had merely acted to save someone, and in a moment of peril, had no choice but to support senior sister Lin Lang. However, being a lowly individual, my words went unnoticed and could hardly be of assistance to you. Brother Lu, Lu Jian nodded, understanding his predicament. He was merely a cultivator of modest prowess and naturally could not afford to offend the elder's son, Lu Dazhu. Greetings, Lu Dazhu. I sensed something amiss just now. Have you come to deliver a message? A chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind Lu Dazhu. He could not help but shiver, turning to find a grim-faced man standing behind him, coldly regarding him. Lin? Senior brother Lin, please do not misunderstand. I merely happened to arrive here and encountered Lu Jian, with whom I am acquainted, so we exchanged a few words. Lin Qing revealed a cryptic smile. Why are you so anxious? I have not said anything against you. You appear as though I intend to harm this young brother. As Lin Qing spoke, he smiled and nodded at Lu Jian, then fixed his gaze upon Lu Linlang. Chapter 10. The journey for experience. His eyes betrayed a flicker of excitement and concern before he slowly spoke. Lin Lang, I heard that you have been recuperating these past few days. Are you feeling any better? I have some healing elixirs with me. I shall send them to you later. Lu Linlang glanced at Lin Qing, then turned away, as though she had not heard his words. Lin Qing chuckled, seemingly accustomed to such treatment. He then turned to Lu Jian, adopting a gentle demeanor. This must be senior sister Lin Long's junior brother, Lu Jian. Am I correct? Lu Jian nodded, thinking to himself that Lin Qing was rather cunning. Although he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, he did not reveal it on his face. It was likely due to his senior sister's presence that he wished to maintain his composure. Moreover, within the academy, he could not act against Lu Jian, so he chose to conceal his fangs. So, you are indeed senior brother Lin Qing. Truly a case of dog breeding dog. Lu Jian clasped his hands together towards Lin Qing, forcing a smile. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Lin Qing's smile froze on his face. He shot Lu Jian a sidelong glance, ready to retort, when Lu Jian hastily clasped his hands again. My apologies. Being from the south, I have an accent. What I meant to say was, dog breeding dog. No, no, no. Senior brother Lin, do not misunderstand. Our people do not differentiate between dogs, so please do not take offense. Lin Qing inhaled deeply, then managed to smile once more. Oh, this is indeed the first time I have heard such a thing. If I am not mistaken, the southern continent should be a territory of the demon clan. Yes? Might you, young junior brother, have some connection with them? Lu Jian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to be so accurately assessed by this fellow. No. How could that be? I share no common ground with the demon clan. Lin Qing's smile grew even more radiant as he nodded. I see that I have heard rumors circulating in the academy recently, claiming that during your time in the Shadow Demon Canyon, you utilized a certain technique and befriended those two demon lords. I initially thought you might have some ties with the demon clan, but it seems I was mistaken. At this juncture, Lin Qing shifted the conversation. However, one must be wary of hearsay. If these slanderous rumors are left unchecked, it would be unwise. With that, Lin Qing feigned a troubled expression. Pondering for a moment before continuing, young junior brother, let us forget this matter for now. Tomorrow, I shall embark on an expedition to the Fengma Mountain Forest, taking the newly admitted junior brothers and sisters for training. You know, such academy-arranged experiences cannot be refused. Although these matters have always been overseen by my father, adding you at the last moment may lead to allegations of favoritism. Next time there is an opportunity to battle those demonic creatures, I shall certainly inform my father and ensure you are included. Provided you return after slaying a few demonic beasts, the rumors of your collusion with the demon clan will naturally dissipate. Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, Lu Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded. That would be splendid, thank you, senior brother. Please arrange it promptly. Lu Jian discerned the implications within Lin Qing's words. The elder Lin held the authority to arrange disciples for external training. Once he orchestrated Lu Jian's outing, he would be beyond the academy's reach, and the power to decide his fate would rest solely in their hands. However, Lu Jian would not allow such a situation to unfold. Fengma Mountain Forest, is it? Tomorrow for the novice task? How delightful. I shall find an excuse to venture out and allow these small fry to experience what it means to encounter a fully leveled boss right after entering the novice village. Hearing Lu Jian's statement, Lin Qing was momentarily dumbfounded, thinking to himself that this could not be a fool, could it? He had invited him to leave the academy, and yet Lu Jian displayed no hint of wariness. Or had he perhaps already resigned himself to his fate, given that any disciple was obliged to comply with the academy's arranged trials? Lin Qing chuckled, genuinely pleased. Wonderful, wonderful, young junior brother. I am growing increasingly fond of you. Let us settle on this. In a few days, I shall come to invite you to join the expedition. Lin Qing finished speaking without waiting for Lu Jian's response, turning away and casting a cold glance at Lu Dazhu standing nearby. Ha ha, Lu Shidi, let us be off. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, we venture out. As Lin Qing spoke, he lightly patted Lu Dazhu's shoulder, causing Lu Dazhu to tremble in fear. Lin Qing snorted dismissively, then promptly made his way in the direction from which he had come. Once the two had departed, Lu Linlang regarded Lu Jian, who was still immersed in joy, and asked, "Do you wish to die?" Lu Jian, puzzled, shook his head. "Senior sister, I do not wish to die. Why do you say such things?" Lu Linlang gazed towards the direction Lin Qing had exited, stating, "Do you not understand? He intends to draw you out of the academy. Once outside, even if you perish in the Fengma Mountain Forest, he can claim you were slain by those demonic creatures. In that case, your death would be in vain." Lu Jian chuckled. "Senior sister, I find senior brother Lin quite agreeable. He speaks the truth and seems genuinely considerate. Furthermore, I can seize this opportunity for training to converse with senior brother Lin, urging him to clarify the rumors outside. Then, I shall be able to stroll freely within the academy." Lu Jian's face radiated excitement. Brimming with hope for the future, Lu Linlang furrowed her brow, observing Lu Jian in silence for a moment before uttering two words. "Foolish child." With that, Lu Linlang turned and departed. Lu Jian hurriedly followed, only to hear Lu Linlang's icy voice declare, "I will accompany you." Lu Jian was momentarily taken aback, then sighed in resignation. His senior sister was both stubborn and foolish, truly a rare talent for cultivation. The two walked in tandem, quickly Quickly arriving at the library, Liu Jian pretended to select techniques suitable for the foundational qi refinement stage before returning to Qilin Courtyard with Lu Linlang on the following day. Once the time seemed appropriate, Lu Jian first borrowed some money from Lu Linlang. He then informed his master of his intention to venture outside the academy to purchase some daily necessities. Initially, his master wished for Lu Linlang to accompany him, but considering the recent rumors circulating outside, he ultimately abandoned that thought. Thus, after arriving at the Xinfu Academy, Lu Jian ventured outside for the first time. The Fengma Mountain Forest lay to the east of the academy. After exiting, Lu Jian headed westward. After wandering for a considerable time, he began to make his way toward the Fengma Mountain Forest, taking a winding path. Meanwhile, Lin Qing, leading the new disciples, was already nearing the Fengma Mountain Forest. Chapter 11. The Fengma Mountain Forest. Lin Qing walked with his hands clasped behind his back at the front of the group. Behind him was a throng of newly admitted students, and had Lu Jian been present, he would have recognized them as the wandering cultivators and academy students he had encountered in the Shadow Demon Canyon. As the Fengma Mountain Forest loomed closer, Lin Qing turned around, beckoning Lu Dazhu, who was trailing at the back of the group. Lu Shidi, among these junior brothers and sisters, your cultivation is the highest. Please take the lead and set an example for your younger siblings. Upon hearing this, Lu Dazhu's expression shifted, but he dared not defy Lin Qing's wishes and could only move to the front to lead the way. Everyone, exercise caution. While these wind demons may possess modest cultivation levels, as newcomers, you may find them somewhat troublesome to handle. Lin Qing followed closely behind Lu Dazhu, narrowing his eyes as he cautioned the group. Senior brother Lin, we are all your junior brothers and sisters. With you here, we should be safe, right? The girl beside him tentatively inquired, aware that their cultivation levels were woefully inadequate, with Lin Qing being the most powerful in this vicinity. Although it was rumored that his prowess was merely the result of Elder Lin's excessive use of elixirs, it nonetheless represented a tangible realm, incomparable to those of them who had just recently entered the foundation establishment stage. Lin Qing smiled and nodded, then remarked, naturally, with my senior brother around, these are merely low-level magical beasts that pose no threat to you. However, such matters are contingent upon the individual. You are all part of our circle. When I assign you tasks and you perform admirably, my senior brother will certainly look out for you. But some individuals, as he spoke, Lin Qing cast a disdainful glance towards Lu Dazhu ahead. Lu had been busy ingratiating himself with the new students who arrived with Lu Jian, urging them to exaggerate the events that transpired in the Shadow Demon Gorge, spreading tales far and wide. Yet, Lu Dazhu, ungrateful and defiant, dared to report back to Lu Jian behind Lin Qing's back. Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, the girl instantly grasped the implication. He, Lin Shixiang, the some individuals you refer to must surely be Lu Dazhu. Right? He has now latched onto a powerful ally and thinks little of you. Seeing that Lu Jian has been accepted as an inner disciple, he believes he has struck gold. Such a fool. Utterly devoid of sense. Lu Jian is no more than a talentless waste. Does he truly think he has aligned himself with greatness? And now, Lu Jian is merely cowering behind that wretched girl. Too afraid to show his face, before the girl could finish her sentence, Lin Qing struck her hard across the face. Who are you calling a wretched girl? Lin Qing's visage twisted in fury. His eyes fierce, causing the girl to cower on the ground in fright. She could hardly comprehend what had transpired. Previously, Lin Qing had encouraged them to spread rumors and had been merciless in his ridicule of Lu Linlang. Yet now he reacted violently to her words. The girl, clutching her bruised cheek, was at a loss for words. Lin Qing shot her a sidelong glance before letting out a cold snort. Humph! Linlang is not someone you worthless individuals can slander. Did you truly take to heart the words I instructed you to spread? With that, Lin Qing turned on his heel. This vile wench has been so high and mighty, and now she has entangled herself with a man from Qilin Courtyard. This is a golden opportunity. If I do not seize this chance to bring her down a peg, she may never deign to acknowledge me. Once I deal with that Lu Jian, I shall emerge to clarify the rumors. And then, ha ha ha, Lin Qing could not help but burst into laughter, relishing the surprisingly smooth progression of events. Upon returning, he would need to cozy up to Lu Jian, lest he perish at the hands of the demons, leaving himself vulnerable to accusations. With this thought, Lin Qing's spirits lifted considerably, and he turned back to help the girl up from the ground. Hee, little shimmy, I did not hurt you too badly, did I? Lin Qing's hand brushed lightly against her cheek, sending a shiver down her spine. He withdrew his hand, chuckled a few times, and then strode towards Lu Dazhu ahead. Lu Shidi, just ahead lies the domain of the wind demons. Go show your little junior brothers and sisters how it's done. Not far ahead loomed towering stone pillars riddled with cave-like openings. The wind demons, a type of demon clan, resided within these pillars, resembling humans in form but born with the innate ability to control wind and rain. Showcasing formidable talent. Yet, despite their natural gifts, they were notoriously clumsy in cultivation, resulting in a scarcity of exceptional masters within their lineage. Lu Dazhu gazed at the stone pillars with trepidation, swallowing hard. While it was true that the wind demons were poor at cultivation, he himself was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. To venture into their territory unprovoked would be akin to courting death. If Lin wants to kill, let him do it. Why must he enlist others to do his bidding? Lu Dazhu brandished the spear from his back, ceasing his advance and instead turning to face Lin Qing defensively. Lin Qing, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, clapped his hands and said, "Ah, I instruct you to eliminate those demons, and instead of obeying, you dare turn your weapon against me." He then turned to the crowd behind him. "What do you all think? Is he not in league with these demons?" Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, the crowd quickly caught on. Indeed, Lin Shixiang is right. On our way to the academy, I witnessed Lu Dazhu several times spare those demons when he could have easily dispatched them. I also saw him interact with those demons, bowing and scraping. Such behavior is unbecoming of us righteous cultivators, to cower before those stronger than oneself. This man is nothing but a traitor who will surely betray our kind. As the crowd chimed in, Lu Dazhu's face turned a deep shade of anger. You ungrateful wretches, on our journey here, you all called me Lu Dage, and now that I am of no use to you, this is the fate I receive. If it weren't for Lu Jin, you would all have perished in the Shadow Demon Gorge. Not only are you lacking in gratitude, but you also hurl insults. My unwillingness to associate with you becomes my fault. Lu Dazhu clenched his spear tighter, his voice rising. Lu Jin did not travel with us, yet he saved our lives. Is it not right for me to assist him? He is now an inner disciple and still calls me Lu Dage, unlike you ingrates who, once you taste success, turn your backs on your benefactors. Chapter 12. What level of big shot is this? Hearing Lu Dazhu's words, Lin Qing's gaze grew increasingly frigid, and the crowd around him closed in. Hemph! What are you, exactly? You think being made the leader grants you any significance? I've said all along that you're just a clumsy oaf. Even now that we are at the academy, you still cannot discern the hierarchy. Of all people, you choose to associate with that useless Lu Jin. Where is your brother Lu Jin now? If he does not come here to kneel before us and call us grandfather, it would be proof of his spirit. Just wait here. In a few days, your brother Lu Jin will come to keep you company. The crowd erupted in laughter, and even Lin Qing joined in. Lu Dazhu clenched his spear in fury, his eyes blazing with rage as he glared at them. Fine, fine. Today I shall kill one to break even and two to profit. If you wish for my death, you shall not fare any better. With that, Lu Dazhu unleashed his spiritual energy, and the spear in his hand shot forth, aimed directly at the nearest man. The sudden turn of events startled the man, who stumbled back. He was no match for Lu Dazhu and could not block the attack. Just then, a hand flashed out, swift as lightning, grasping the spear's tip. Lu Dazhu turned to see that it was Lin Qing. A chill ran through him. He was but a foundation establishment cultivator, while Lin Qing had already reached the core formation stage. The chasm between their realms was insurmountable. Lin Qing seized the spear's tip and with a gentle twist, snapped it in two. Before Lu Dazhu could react, Lin Qing's figure appeared before him. Bang! Lin Qing's palm struck Lu Dazhu's chest with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Lu Dazhu lay on the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. The man who had been previously intimidated by him stood up. Hee, I thought you were formidable. You couldn't even withstand a single blow from our Lin Shixiang. What now, my Lu Dage? Where is your brother Lu Jian? I've never seen such a fool. You actually thought Lu Jian was something special. Lu Dazhu lay on the ground, feeling the world spin around him, and involuntarily spat out another mouthful of blood. His eyelids grew heavy, and he fainted. Lin Qing smiled and exchanged glances with the crowd. One hit each, and finish him off. The crowd nodded and approached Lu Dazhu's side. Big oaf, do not blame us. Blame yourself for offending Lin Shixiang and associating with that waste. With that, one man drew a dagger from his waist, crouched down, and prepared to stab Lu Dazhu in the abdomen. Just then, commotion erupted from the direction of the Wind Demon territory. One by one, Wind Demons emerged from their caves, kneeling fervently on the ground, chanting something. Lin Qing furrowed his brow, gazing at the Wind Demons, puzzled by their actions. The others also looked curiously towards the Wind Demon clan, equally bewildered. What is happening? Do they seem to sense something? So this is the Wind Demon clan? Truly, as the rumors suggest, the women of the Wind Demon clan are ethereal and stunningly beautiful. Strange. The women of their clan rarely leave the caves. What momentous occasion could compel them all to come out? Gazing at the Wind Demon clansmen who were devoutly kneeling at the cave's entrance, Lin Qing's expression was one of profound distress. He sensed that an ominous event loomed on the horizon. Yet he could not pinpoint its nature. Stop looking, eliminate him, hurry and flee. Although the others were bewildered by the situation, they did not dare to defy Lin Qing's command. Just as several of them prepared to take action, an overwhelming wave of demonic energy surged from the eastern horizon. In an instant, a terrifying aura locked onto the few individuals present, rendering them as immobile as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. What is this? Such a horrifying presence. The Demon King. The Demon King. Run for your lives. The group was on the verge of tears, yet their bodies betrayed them, paralyzed by the dreadful atmosphere that made them feel as though they were being targeted by an ancient malevolent deity. Lin Qing was in a daze. What kind of misfortune was this? Venturing out to deal with a mere minor foe, only to encounter a Demon King. Moreover, the strength of this Demon King was something he had never even heard of. He did not actively target them. Merely casting a glance in their direction rendered a mere core formation cultivator like him utterly incapable of movement. Wah? I want to go home. I want to go home. This place is far too terrifying. I cannot bear to stay here. Lin Qing looked towards the source of that dreadful demonic aura, which was at least 200 miles away, yet even a mere wisp of that energy had transformed the Wind Demon Mountain Forest into a realm of phantoms. The good news. The boss was 200 miles away. The bad news. The boss's health bar was already right before their eyes. The length of the health bar filled them with despair, extinguishing any flicker of resistance. Lin Qing was nearly driven to despair, pondering what caliber of formidable entity he had inadvertently encountered. Most absurdly, he was somehow being observed. Why? How could such a being cast a glance upon a weakling like him? An insignificant core formation cultivator? Just as everyone internally prayed for the Demon King to depart, the circumstances grew increasingly absurd. The demonic energy rapidly contracted, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon Lin Qing and his companions. I hear that it is you few who have been spreading slander about me? Lu Jian stood before them, the terrifying aura causing them all to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Qing and his companions gaped in disbelief, unable to process the reality before their eyes. Lu Jian? You are a demon? Lu Jian chuckled softly and replied calmly, Congratulations, you've answered correctly. This time, you have truly crossed paths with an indestructible titan. Do not blame me for being merciless. The group felt as if their minds were short-circuiting, unable to comprehend how someone once deemed a talentless waste could suddenly transform into a supreme demon king. But soon, they began to sob pitifully. Wah? Senior brother Lu Jian. Senior brother Lu Jian. For the sake of our shared hardships, spare our lives. We shall never spread rumors in the academy again. Let us go back. We will rectify our words. Lin Qing forced us to do this. Kill him instead. We promise. Not a single word of today's events will escape our lips. Chapter 13. This is what legends are made of. Lu Jian lightly shook his finger. Matters such as these are best dealt with through death. Only the dead can keep a secret forever. Lu Jian's expression remained tranquil, yet to the onlookers, he appeared more terrifying than any devil. Lu Jian, you cannot kill me. My father is an elder of the academy. He will not let you go. Lin Qing's frantic roar echoed, having completely lost his sanity under the oppressive aura. Lu Jian furrowed his brow. It seemed this lad had yet to grasp the situation at hand. Would a supreme demon king fear a mere elder from a small academy? Such rabble were unworthy even to guard his main hall. Oh? You threaten me with your old man? Perhaps next time, but for now, I shall let it slide. In a few days, I will arrange for him to reunite with you at tea that time. You can ask him if he can eliminate me. Lin Qing was drenched in cold sweat, but Lu Jian's words offered him a glimmer of clarity. Lu Jian, you cannot kill me. My brother is Lin Xiu, the Academy's most brilliant genius. He cherishes me dearly. He is currently in seclusion, and once he learns that I perished due to the incident involving Lu Linlang, he will kill your senior sister. You surely do not wish for your identity to be exposed in the academy, do you? Lu Linlang is an orphan. Her entire family was exterminated by your demonic clan. If you were to lay a hand on my brother within the academy, your identity would be revealed. Your senior sister cares for you greatly. Outside, there are whispers, yet she has never spoken of expelling you. Can you bear to let her discover you are a demon? That would be more painful for her than death. Lu Jian frowned, taken aback by this unexpected revelation. Indeed, it was inconvenient for him to act in the academy. Not only were there formations in place, but also hidden experts, ensuring he could not evade exposure. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jian exhaled. Seeing Lu Jian's hesitation, Lin Qing, realizing he had swayed him, hastily continued, Spare me. Spare me? I will never. Before he could finish his plea, Lu Jian had already made his move. With a swift flick of his finger, the few individuals before him were instantaneously severed in two. Even in death, Lin Qing's eyes remained wide open. He had thought he could save himself, only to find Lu Jian's demeanor shift in an instant, resulting in their demise. Lu Jian glanced at the corpses on the ground and coldly remarked, No worries. Since I cannot act as a demon king, I shall crush him in your manner instead. With that, Lu Jian no longer hesitated. He turned and carried the fallen Lu Dazhu, subsequently delivering him to the domain of the wind demons. The wind demons gazed at him with starry eyes, excitedly exclaiming, Destroying demons, true monarch, demonic prowess unparalleled. Above the heavens and below the earth, none can rival. Lu Jian nodded and then entrusted the severely injured Lu Dazhu to the leader of the wind demons. This human possesses a connection to me. Take him away, and once his injuries are healed, allow him to leave on his own. Inform the demonic clans along the way not to trouble him. Regardless of where he goes. As for you, do not return just yet. Go join up with the other clansmen. The leader of the wind demons nodded vigorously, bewildered by Lu Jian's arrangements. Yet in the eyes of the demonic clan, Lu Jian was a true god. His words were to be executed without question. Heavenly Sovereign, when shall we depart? Lu Jian cast a glance at the nearby corpses before responding, Now. Lin Qing had perished in the wind demon mountain forest, and the wind demons would undoubtedly face retribution from that elder Lin. It was inconvenient for Lu Jian to take action again in the short term, and if Elder Lin were to die here as well, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Though Lu Jian was a transmigrator, he held no deep feelings for the demonic clan. However, their loyalty and respect upon seeing him were undeniable. He could not bear to witness their slaughter, thus opting to let them leave for the time being. And do not disclose to anyone that you have seen me. I am engaged in a matter of utmost secrecy, and it must not be leaked. The wind demons nodded enthusiastically, then raised their hands, preparing to chant their slogans once more. Observing this, Lu Jian quickly waved his hand. Stop, do not waste time. Leave at once. Instantly, the wind demons took to the winds, gathering together and leaving the gathering place without delay. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jian was left speechless. Good heavens, are they not even taking the time to pack their belongings? Is the demonic clan's execution ability truly this formidable? Lu Jian shook his head. Realizing he too needed to depart, he circled back, returning to the academy from the western side of the Immortal Mansion Academy. Upon returning to Qilin Courtyard, Lu Jian locked himself in his room. He had yet to review the chi refinement techniques he had taken from the library. Coincidentally, he wished to cultivate a bit to elevate his status within the academy. Liu Jian flipped through the few books in his possession and soon comprehended them. Consequently, he naturally broke through to the foundation establishment stage. The cultivation methods of the demonic clan differed from those of humans, yet in the face of his formidable talent, Liu Jian learned at an astonishing pace. He did not perceive this as anything unusual, nor did he know how long it typically took for a cultivator to progress from the third layer of chi refinement to the foundation establishment stage. However, he felt he might be advancing a bit too quickly, thus he chose to maintain his cultivation at the third layer of chi refinement. With his capabilities, it was exceedingly easy to disguise his cultivation level as a human and prevent others from seeing through it. Yet, should the need arise for confrontation, it could become quite troublesome, as a small mistake might expose him. After reviewing the techniques, Liu Jian sought out his master. Master, how long do you think it will take me to break through from the third layer of chi refinement to foundation establishment? Qi Xinlan shot him a reproachful glance, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Did I not tell you? Do not be greedy. Take steady steps. It is already quite an achievement for you to reach the third layer of chi refinement. To advance to the fourth layer, with your talent, it will take at least a year. As for those monks who can enter the academy, if we consider the third layer of chi refinement as a starting point, it takes nearly a year to break through to the foundation establishment stage. As for your senior sister, she took a full 3 months to advance from the first layer of chi refinement to foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Liu Jian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Why is it so slow? I currently do not have the luxury of time for slow cultivation. If I were to follow my senior sister's pace, wouldn't it mean I would only display foundation establishment prowess 3 months from now? Master, what if there is someone who can break through from the third layer of chi refinement to foundation establishment in less than half a stick of incense? What would that be considered? Before Qi Xinlan could respond, a voice from behind Liu Jian rang out, Lu Linlang. That would be a myth. Day by day, you remain utterly unfocused. If such a person existed, they would have long been revered by the dean. Stop daydreaming. With that time, you might as well review the borrowed cultivation techniques a few more times. Chapter 14. The Demon Suppression Tower. Liu Jian awkwardly chuckled and said, Hee, senior sister, you're back. I was just curious and asked casually. Lu Linlang exhaled helplessly and tossed a brocade box to Liu Jian. This is for you. Upon opening the brocade box, Liu Jian was met with a peculiar fragrance of herbs. Inside lay a resplendent golden elixir. He took the elixir in hand and examined it closely. Senior sister, what is this? Qi Xinlan cast a peculiar glance at Lu Linlang before shaking her head in resignation. This is a foundation establishment pill, distributed monthly to the top 10 ranked disciples in the academy. After consumption, it stabilizes one's cultivation and purifies spiritual energy, making breakthroughs significantly more efficient. Upon hearing this, Liu Jian hurriedly returned the elixir to the box and handed it back to Lu Linlang. Senior sister, such a precious item, I cannot accept. It would be a waste for me to consume it. Lu Linlang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, refusing to take back the brocade box Liu Jian offered. I wouldn't want something you've touched. Liu Jian awkwardly wiped his hands with his sleeve, regretting having touched the elixir earlier. This item truly held no use for him. Consuming it would indeed be wasteful. He cultivated too quickly and desired to take his time. If he ingested this item, wouldn't it hasten his progress even more? Liu Jian wished to persuade his senior sister further, but Lu Linlang had already turned away. Left with no choice, Liu Jian could only keep the brocade box. Upon returning to his room, Liu Jian hid the brocade box away. The next day, feeling it was about time, he revealed his cultivation at the fourth layer of chi refinement. Senior sister, your elixir is incredibly effective. After taking it yesterday, I've broken through to the fourth layer of chi refinement. I now feel invigorated, as if I could fell a bull with a single punch. Lu Linlang responded calmly with a simple "oh," then fell silent. Noticing her lack of reaction, Liu Jian sighed and left Qilin courtyard, heading alone to the library. As an inner disciple, all the texts in the library were open to him. This time, Liu Jian did not need to borrow any books. He could simply peruse them within the library and grasp the knowledge in a single glance. In just half a day, Liu Jian achieved the Jedon realm within the classification of human cultivators. By the time he returned to Qilin Courtyard, he had already heard whispers of Lin Qing's demise in the Wind Demon Forest. Calculating the time, it seemed someone had already ventured to the Wind Demon Forest to investigate, and it was about time they discovered Lin Qing and his companions' corpses. It was said that Elder Lin went mad upon seeing his son's body. Everyone believed Lin Qing and his group had perished while facing powerful demonic creatures during their training, never suspecting that it was all orchestrated by Lu Jian. Elder Lin initially intended to exact revenge on the Wind Demon Forest, but soon realized that it was deserted, with not a single Wind Demon remaining, and even Lu Dazhu, who had accompanied them, was nowhere to be found. However, Elder Lin did not dwell on this matter. He likely understood what his son had been involved in and assumed that Lu Dazhu had been dealt with by Lin Qing. I will kill that wretched girl. If it weren't for her, how would Qing'er have ventured into the Wind Demon Forest? Qing'er has always treated her with kindness, yet she showed no gratitude. Leading to Qing'er's demise here, Elder Lin, heartbroken, lost all composure and wept uncontrollably, disregarding his dignity. Kill that wretched girl. Let her serve my Qing'er in the netherworld, so that my heart may find peace. And that useless Lu Jian, if it weren't for plotting against him, Qing'er would not have gone out. Elder Lin pounded his chest in anguish, nearly fainting. Nearby, disciples attempted to console him. Master, please do not grieve too deeply. Your son has already passed. You must take care not to harm your own health. Moreover, even if you seek revenge, it need not be you who takes action. What of senior brother Lin Xiu? He is the strongest among our generation. When senior brother Lin Xiu emerges from his seclusion, we can manipulate the situation, forcing that wretched girl to duel him in a life-or-death match. Even if Lin Xiu were to tear her apart, no one could blame us. As for that Lu Jian, once we deal with his senior sister, he is merely a waste, easily handled. Upon hearing this, Elder Lin abruptly halted his lamentations. I nearly forgot about Xiu'er. Good. Let Xiu'er take action. This is best. Let him publicly humiliate that wretched girl, stripping her of all dignity before ending her life. Lu Jian had been staying in his room, venturing out infrequently. Initially, he thought Elder Lin would seek revenge, fulfilling the wish of his son. However, to his surprise, the past few days had been unexpectedly calm. During these days, Lu Jian learned that Lin Qing indeed had an elder brother, Lin Xiu, who was currently the Academy's most outstanding talent, having reached the peak of the Jedon realm, just a step away from entering the Yuanying realm. His current seclusion was aimed at breaking through to Yuanying. Though whether he would succeed remained uncertain, Lu Jian had recently elevated his own cultivation to the peak of Jedon. Now, even if he faced Lin Xiu, relying solely on these orthodox techniques, he could make him cry out for mercy. Even if Lin Xiu were to break through to Yuanying, Lu Jian was confident he could handle him. In Lu Jian's understanding, being a genius meant battling across realms was merely standard practice. He dared not allow himself to advance too quickly, lest he draw undue attention, merely striving to catch up to his senior sister. While Lu Jian was confined in his room, a significant event transpired within the academy. The Demon Suppression Tower was opened. Talents from the 4 major academies converged upon the Xinfu Academy, all yearning to enter the Demon Suppression Tower. Lu Jian had not heard of this event. His cultivation was too low, and such activities were reserved for geniuses. So no one would inform him. Chapter 15. Seizing the tower, the Xinfu Academy was vast beyond measure. Lu Jian's activities had been confined to the vicinity of Qilin Courtyard. He only sensed that there were slightly fewer people in the academy recently. Without any other peculiarities to that moment, most cultivators had gathered before a tall tower in the western part of the academy, engaging in hushed whispers. How wonderful! We didn't expect to arrive at the academy just in time for the opening of the Demon Suppression Tower. I heard that the geniuses from the other 3 academies have already arrived and can ascend the tower at any moment. What a pity, though. Senior brother Lin Xiu happens to be in seclusion. If he were here, our Xinfu Academy would surely claim victory. Clad in Xinfu Academy robes, the cultivators eagerly discussed, while some naive onlookers were left puzzled. What is the Demon Suppression Tower? What is happening? Why are there so many people? Haha, little junior sister, you're unaware. This Demon Suppression Tower exists solely within our Xinfu Academy. The other 3 academies do not possess one. Legend has it that this tower is an immensely powerful magical artifact. capable of suppressing demons and dispelling evil with boundless might. Additionally, within this tower is imprisoned a particularly unique demon, confined at the very top of the demon suppression tower. The nature of this demon is unknown, but it possesses a unique ability to unleash a special form of pressure during a specific time. Under such oppressive pressure, cultivation not only refines one's will but also purifies one's spiritual energy. Thus, at this time each year, the other 3 academies lead their prodigies to our Immortal Mansion Academy to ascend the Demon Suppression Tower. Initially, everyone was amiable, but in recent years, the heads of several academies, seeking to add some flair, have established a prize for the genius student who ascends the highest. Consequently, each time the Demon Suppression Tower opens, it ignites fierce competition. This contest is not merely about personal cultivation but also a battle for prestige. Last time the tower was opened, it was our esteemed senior Lin Xiu from the Immortal Mansion Academy who claimed the top spot. He ascended to the 13th level of the tower, leaving others 2 levels behind. The prize that time was a precious origin pill. Upon hearing about the precious origin pill, those around gasped in astonishment. A precious origin pill? That is a treasure coveted even by cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Truly, Senior Lin Xiu is an invincible presence among his peers. Unfortunately, this time, Senior Lin Xiu was unable to participate. Otherwise, the top spot would surely have been ours once more. As everyone lamented this, an unsavory voice suddenly rang out from the front. Lin Xiu, a dog-like creature. Last time, if it weren't for this despicable individual ambushing our Lu Feng from the Spirit Academy with underhanded tactics, how could he possibly claim the top position? A group of young men and women clad in fiery red robes appeared ahead, their expressions haughty, regarding the students of the Immortal Mansion Academy with disdain. What did you say? Who is this Lu Feng? Never even heard of him. Does our senior Lin Xiu need to resort to ambushes? Stop spreading rumors here. You all heard that our senior Lin Xiu has been in seclusion, so you dare to make baseless claims. If you have the guts, wait until our senior Lin Xiu emerges and say it to his face. The Spirit Academy cultivator who had just spoken scoffed in disdain, but before he could retort, a young man beside him stopped him. Why you Bing? Do not engage in a war of words. Let us speak with strength instead. Though the man was halted by the youth, he remained unwilling, yet he refrained from further comments. Who is this person? He seems to hold significant authority. That is Lu Feng, the foremost cultivator under the nascent soul stage of the Spirit Academy. It is said that he reached the peak of the core formation stage 3 years ago and has rarely encountered rivals since. His purpose in coming to the Demon Suppression Tower is likely to seek an opportunity for breakthrough. He is now merely a paper-thin barrier away from the nascent soul stage. Once he breaks through, he will be the first genius among the 4 academies to ascend to the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Immortal Mansion Academy cultivators changed. It seemed this individual was indeed formidable, rivaling Senior Lin Xiu. The Spirit Academy had sent 10 of their brightest stars, undoubtedly their 10 most illustrious talents at present. Each of them was at the core formation stage, their spiritual energy contained, clearly exhibiting mastery that was beyond comprehension. Not long after the cultivators from the Spirit Academy arrived, 2 more groups of cultivators dressed in distinct robes appeared. They hailed from the Enlightenment Academy and the Divine Light Academy, also comprising 10 members, all at the core formation stage. Once the members of the 3 academies had assembled, the cultivators from the Immortal Mansion Academy finally arrived. Led by Qi Xinlan, the master of Lu Jian and Lu Linlang. Behind her followed the 10 students participating in the contest for the tower. Lu Linlang was prominently among them, flanked by the 9 other cultivators from the Immortal Mansion Academy. Upon seeing Qi Xinlan, the cultivators from the other 3 academies bowed in unison. Greetings, Master Qi. Qi Xinlan waved her hand, signaling for everyone to rise. No need for formalities. Where are the elders leading your teams? Have they not yet arrived? Lu Feng respectfully clasped his hands to Qi Xinlan. Replying to Master, the 3 elders are currently discussing the prize for this tower contest with the dean. They will arrive shortly. Qi Xinlan nodded, saying, understood. There is no need to reiterate the rules, I presume? Most of you have participated in the last tower contest. The Demon Suppression Tower consists of 18 levels. Those who ascend to higher levels will be the champions of this contest. As Qi Xinlan spoke, She glanced at the demon suppression tower not far away. There is still a quarter of an hour before the demonic pressure is released. Until it concludes, all of you should strive to ascend as high as you can. After finishing, Qi Xinlan turned to the gathered cultivators. The demon suppression tower does not limit the number of participants. Any willing disciple may attempt to climb. However, ascending the tower is no simple feat. You must act within your capabilities. Upon hearing Qi Xinlan's words, the surrounding cultivators became increasingly excited. Though they could not determine the ultimate victor, entering the demon suppression tower would undoubtedly benefit their cultivation. Observing the eager expressions of the crowd, Qi Xinlan shook her head in resignation. Although the contest does not limit participants, in reality, only a select few can approach the tower in the face of such pressure, let alone enter it. Thus, while it is said that there is no limit on numbers, the actual participants will be few and far between. Chapter 16. Lu Jian's insomnia after waiting another quarter of an hour. Just as Qi Xinlan had predicted, a peculiar wave of pressure suddenly descended from the top of the demon suppression tower. Instantly, the cultivators who had been observing nearby turned pale. What is this? Why do I feel as if a 1,000-pound boulder is pressing down on me? Is this the innate ability of the demonic clan? Just the pressure alone possesses such terrifying power? Within moments, the surrounding cultivators were drenched in sweat. The pressure was omnipresent. It not only bore down on their bodies but also tormented their spirits. Initially, the cultivators had intended to attempt entering the tower. But now, merely standing at its periphery rendered their faces ashen, making it impossible to draw closer. After enduring for only a brief moment, the cultivators began to groan in distress, each struggling to distance themselves from the tower. The once bustling area gradually thinned out, while the geniuses from the 4 academies standing before the tower appeared composed, clearly unaffected by the pressure. Qi Xinlan glanced at Lu Linlang before addressing the crowd. Very well, let us enter the tower. The group nodded, then lifted their feet to step into the first level of the demon suppression tower. Lu Jian had no pressing matters today, so he decided to tend to the few orchids his master had planted in the garden. With both his master and senior sister absent, Qilin Academy was left with only him. After watering the flowers for a while, Lu Jian returned to his room. Just as he was about to review some techniques, he suddenly heard a strange sound. The noise was exceedingly unpleasant, causing great discomfort. Lu Jian turned his head towards the west side of the academy, where the sound was emanating from. What is that dreadful noise? Why does it sound so unbearable? Lu Jian initially thought the sound would soon dissipate, but after half a stick of incense, it only grew louder. Helpless, Lu Jian could only leave Qilin Academy. He wanted to see what was causing the ruckus that was so disturbing. However, on his way, Lu Jian noticed something peculiar. Aside from himself, it seemed no one else could hear it. He observed that the other students appeared unfazed. Showing no signs of having heard anything unusual, Lu Jian scratched his head and returned to Qilin Academy. Am I the only one who can hear this? No, I must not isolate myself. Lu Jian decided to disregard the strange noise and continued with his leisurely activities. Yet as midnight approached, Lu Jian was driven to madness. That ghastly thing had been wailing all day, damn it. Is there no end to this torment at such an hour? Lu Jian, who normally did not require sleep, had often suffered from insomnia in his past life. Thus, having reincarnated as the Demon King in this life, he cherished the rare opportunity to enjoy a good night's sleep, thanks to his cultivation. He was determined to savor this precious time, and so he could no longer tolerate the disturbance to his peaceful dreams. The cacophony echoed in his mind, rendering him utterly unable to sleep. This reminded him of the agonizing insomnia of his previous life, making it feel as though he were living in hell. Lu Jian sat up abruptly, took a deep breath, and then slammed his hand down in frustration. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. With that, Lu Jian grabbed a pillow and headed towards the west side of the academy. Meanwhile, the contest for the tower in the Demon Suppression Tower had reached a fever pitch. Talented students from the 4 academies were either unable to withstand the pressure and withdrew from the contest, or had already ascended to higher levels. Those outside the tower could not see the situation within, but a massive Yuan light mirror stood outside, displaying real-time rankings from inside the tower. Countless cultivators gathered around the Yuan light mirror. anxiously watching the changes in the rankings. Who exactly is this Lu Feng? He has already reached the 13th level. Our Linlang sister has only managed to reach the 11th level. The cultivators of the immortal mansion wore expressions of deep concern as they gazed at the prominent characters displayed before them. Lu Feng. Level 13, Pika Foundation Establishment from the Xianling Academy. Following this line of text, another appeared. Zhang Yubing, Level 12, Pika Foundation Establishment, also from the Xianling Academy. Who is this Zhang Yubing? Is the Xianling Academy truly so formidable as to dominate the top 2 positions? Murmured the crowd. Zhang Yubing? Isn't that the scoundrel who previously insulted our senior brother Lin? If our senior brother Lin were present, they would never have had the opportunity to rank ahead. The expressions of the immortal mansion's people darkened, clearly filled with indignation. This time, only senior sister Linlang and senior sister Luoxian from our academy had come. While others had respectable cultivation levels, they paled in comparison to these 2 prodigies. How infuriating. Just at this moment, the demon suppression tower opened, and neither senior brother Lin nor senior brother Jean was around. This allowed these individuals to seize the advantage. Otherwise, how could our immortal mansion academy be left behind? The crowd murmured in discontent, and at that moment, the cultivators from other academies who had already exited the demon suppression tower gathered before the Yuan Guang mirror. Upon seeing the rankings displayed, their expressions turned grave. Level 13. How terrifying must that pressure be? They had all experienced that dreadful force and knew well its horrors. After reaching level 7, every step upward demanded an almost sacrificial effort. Lu Feng, this monster, actually ascended to level 13. Even with the same peak of foundation establishment, the disparity is staggering. The cultivators from the other academies shook their heads helplessly, unable to fathom how they would appear in such a precarious position at level 13. Just then, the rankings in the Yuan Guang mirror shifted once more. Originally ranked 3rd, Lu Linlang finally caught up, entering level 12. A cheer erupted from the crowd of the immortal mansion. Senior sister Linlang. She has made it. At that moment, Qi Xinlan observed the changes in the rankings within the mirror and couldn't help but sigh softly. Beside her stood 2 men and 1 woman, clad in their respective academy robes. Clearly the 3 tardy elders. Elder Su of the Xianling Academy noticed Qi Xinlan's unusual expression and curiously inquired, "What troubles you, junior sister Qi? Isn't Lu Linlang your disciple? Why do you appear so worried upon seeing her ranking improve?" Just as Qi Xinlan was about to respond, another woman beside her interrupted with laughter. "Haha, how could that be? Elder Su, you worry too much. How could junior sister Qi not feel joy in teaching such an outstanding disciple like Linlang? This girl becomes more endearing by the day. Not only is she highly talented, but she also diligently cultivates, truly the perfect disciple." At this point, the woman appeared somewhat puzzled. "By the way, junior sister Qi, I heard that you recently accepted another male disciple. Why hasn't he come to compete in the tower? For all these years, you've only taken in Linlang as a disciple. I can only assume this new recruit is also a carefully chosen prodigy, right?" Chapter 17, Level 4 of Qi Refinement. Upon hearing the woman's words, Qi Xinlan smiled gently. "You speak of Lujian. His cultivation is insufficient, far from the level required to enter the demon suppression tower. My disciple's talent is somewhat lacking. He is merely at level 4 of Qi Refinement. If we were to speak of entering the tower, he is still quite distant." The 3 beside her frowned slightly. "Elder sister, what do you mean by somewhat lacking in talent? Surely, in your eyes, a talent deemed lacking must only be a slight degree inferior to Linlang, right?" Qi Xinlan sighed that Lujian's talent was not merely lacking. It was almost non-existent. She had never harbored high hopes for her disciple's cultivation, merely wishing for him to steadily progress to the foundation establishment stage, extending his lifespan by a few years. That would suffice. As for reaching higher realms, given Lujian's talent, there was little expectation. Qi Xinlan chose not to dwell on this matter, briefly explaining Lujian's situation to the 3 before refocusing on the changes in the Yuan Guang mirror rankings. The rankings had once again shifted. Zhang Yubing, originally at level 12, had now ascended to level 13, while Lu Linlang and another female cultivator from the Xinguang Academy, Xiao Ruolin, remained at level 12 within the demon suppression tower. Lu Linlang was now drenched in sweat. With every step forward, she felt her heart painfully constrict. Despite this, She continued to slowly approach the threshold of level 13, just as she was about to reach the staircase. A delicate white hand grasped her arm from behind. Lu Linlang struggled to turn her head, only to find Xiao Ruolin's pallid face, drenched in perspiration and etched with agony. Linlang, we can no longer ascend. We have reached our limit. Lu Linlang shook her head, determined to continue her ascent. Xiao Ruolin exerted every ounce of her strength to tug at Lu Linlang. Though the movement was slight, under that overwhelming pressure, both stumbled and fell to the ground. Lu Linlang landed atop Xiao Ruolin, gasping for breath. After retreating a little, she felt somewhat relieved. Sister Ruolin, what are you doing? Xiao Ruolin struggled to lift her hand, pointing toward the stairs. If you continue upward, you will be injured. Lu Linlang understood Xiao Ruolin's intent. She had indeed reached her limit, and merely arriving here had been an extraordinary feat. Gratefully, she nodded at Xiao Ruolin, attempting to push herself up from her companion's body. However, after several attempts, she ultimately failed and resignedly lay back down atop Xiao Ruolin. Xiao Ruolin, now utterly exhausted, lacked the strength to move. Sister, don't move. Once this ends, we will leave. At level 13 of the Demon Suppression Tower, Zhang Yubing had arrived, having reached his limit. At the staircase, Lu Feng, upon seeing Zhang Yubing also enter level 13, remarked, Junior brother, let us make an attempt to see if we can push into level 15. Establishing this record will ensure that the name of our Xianling Academy will forever be engraved within the annals of the Demon Suppression Tower. Zhang Yubing, hearing this, managed a strained smile. Indeed, even though Lin Xiao is absent this time, we must surpass his record. Come, senior brother, I shall assist you in reaching level 15. Lu Feng nodded, extending his hand to grasp Zhang Yubing's. Together, they braved the terrifying pressure, their bodies emanating faint glimmers of spiritual light that allowed them to momentarily repel the oppressive force. This was their unique combined technique. Enhanced by this special method, they began to laboriously advance forward. Before the Yuan Guang mirror, the onlookers from the Immortal Mansion Academy wore solemn expressions as they beheld Lu Feng and Zhang Yubing ascend yet another level. They were indeed breaking records. Even Lin Xiao could only ascend to level 13 at most. When did the Xianling Academy become so powerful? Not only did one person reach level 14, but they also brought another along. Alas, even if Lin Xiao were here now, surpassing these two would be an arduous task. Senior sister Linlang is also at her limit, stopping at level 12. This is our home ground. How could the Xianling Academy overshadow us like this? If they leave a record within the Demon Suppression Tower, henceforth, whenever the name of our Immortal Mansion Academy is mentioned, it will inevitably invoke the records of Lu Feng and Zhang Yubing. What a disgrace! What a humiliation! The crowd from the Immortal Mansion Academy lamented, while Elder Su, watching from afar, smiled as he stroked his beard. Hee, it seems the title of champion this time belongs undeniably to our Xianling Academy. The three beside him sighed in disappointment. Though they were unwilling, they could only acknowledge this outcome. The Xianling Academy had surpassed Lu Linlang and Xiao Ruolin by an entire level, leaving no possibility for them to catch up. Just when everyone thought the conclusion was sealed, the data within the Yuan Guang mirror shifted once more. Level 15. They had actually ascended to level 15. This had never happened before. How did these two madmen achieve this? Level 15. This record may never be broken again. Witnessing the number beside Lu Feng and Zhang Yubing's names transform into 15, the crowd was left in utter shock. Just 3 more levels. They could reach the pinnacle. Impossible, impossible. No one can reach the summit. Even nascent soul cultivators cannot approach the tower's apex. Yet, even if they cannot ascend to the top, others have completely lost hope. This time, the title of champion is undoubtedly in the hands of the Immortal Mansion Academy. The cultivators gathered before the Yuan Guang mirror shook their heads in despair, and soon, some began to depart. Just then, the Yuan Guang mirror shifted once again. Beneath Lu Linlang and Xiao Ruolin, another line of text appeared. Has someone else entered the Demon Suppression Tower? Who is this person? I do not recognize them. Lu Jian, a practitioner at the first level and a 4th-tier alchemist from the Immortal Mansion Academy. What does that mean? Isn't alchemy only divided into early, middle, late stages, and the pinnacle? There shouldn't be any tiers. The speaker appeared somewhat perplexed. In his memory, only qi refinement and foundation establishment were expressed in layers, while alchemy had no such terminology. Ah, are your eyes functioning properly? Can you not see clearly? It clearly states 4th tier qi refinement. In an instant, the mirror of Yuan Guang erupted with astonishment. 4th tier qi refinement? I, at the 9th level of foundation establishment, cannot even approach the demon suppression tower. How did a 4th tier qi refinement person get in? Chapter 18. Is Sister a lesbian? Following the sound, Lu Jian made his way to the front of the demon suppression tower, finally locating the source of the voice. Here it is, this shameless one, hiding so far away. Lu Jian muttered and immediately entered the tower. Meanwhile, everyone else remained at a distance, gathered around the Yuan Guang mirror, not daring to approach the tower. Yet, Lu Jian felt no trace of the terrifying pressure. If he were to unleash his spiritual awareness, he would naturally perceive the other individuals nearby and the overwhelming force. However, within the academy, Lu Jian never did so, as it was entirely unnecessary, and if detected, he would instantly expose himself. Upon entering the first floor, Lu Jian's information appeared on the Yuan Guang mirror. He glanced at the staircase leading to the second floor and promptly ascended. At that moment, the crowd before the Yuan Guang mirror was utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? How is he moving so fast? Who is this person? How come I have never heard of such a figure in our immortal mansion? 4th tier qi refinement. His speed in scaling the tower surpasses that of Lu Feng by leaps and bounds. Is there something wrong with the Yuan Guang mirror? Who is Lu Jian? Is his cultivation level displayed incorrectly? Most of the people present had never encountered Lu Jian, as he seldom roamed the academy. At that instant, someone suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Lu Jian? Lin Lang's junior brother? The beast who made advances on Lin Lang. Upon mentioning this, everyone immediately remembered. It's him? That useless Lu Jian? I was present during the aptitude assessment. This waste has no talent whatsoever. Back then, he was merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. How could he have reached the 4th level after all this time? This useless person can still conquer the tower. The crowd from the immortal mansion brimmed with skeptical voices, unable to believe their eyes. However, soon, the changes in the Yuan Guang mirror left them speechless. The numbers following Lu Jian's name were rapidly transforming: 5th level, 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level, 10th level. He was ascending at an astonishing speed. He did not pause at any layer, maintaining a consistent pace, averaging 1 floor every 10 seconds, akin to a normal person climbing stairs. In the distance, several elders, witnessing the scene, were rendered speechless for a considerable time. Who is this? 4th tier qi refinement? At this level, one cannot even approach the demon suppression tower. Not only did he enter, but he did so at such speed. The other 3 were momentarily unable to believe it, erupting into incredulous exclamations. Meanwhile, Qi Xinlan was utterly astonished, struggling to trust her own eyes. She had just seen Lu Jian and was grappling with disbelief when she noticed him entering the tower, holding a pillow with great fervor. Lu Jian? Shouldn't he be resting in his room right now? Upon hearing Qi Xinlan's words, the other 3 turned to her in confusion. Qi Xinlan hurriedly explained, This is the male disciple I just accepted, Lu Jian. As Lu Jian approached the strange sound, he reached the 12th floor, where he finally spotted a familiar figure. Sister, what are you doing here? At that moment, Lu Linlang was sprawled atop Xiao Ruolin, both of them panting heavily, glistening with perspiration. The sight left Lu Jian in utter disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, seriously questioning whether he was dreaming. Seeing Lu Jian, Lu Linlang was equally stunned. She never expected to encounter her junior brother here. Lu Jian. Lu Linlong's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment from her earlier exertions, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Observing Lu Linlong's distress, Lu Jian quickly understood what had transpired. He hurriedly turned away, refusing to look at Lu Linlang and Xiao Ruolin. Sister, rest assured, I saw nothing. I will not breathe a word of today's events to anyone. Having said that, Lu Jian dashed towards the 13th floor. As he ran, Lu Jian couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. How shocking! I never imagined my sister would be a lesbian, he mused. No wonder I had never heard any rumors about her with men aside from myself. The truth is quite different. It all makes sense now. Her disdain for men was evident, reacting so strongly even to a mere shoulder touch. Turns out she simply does not like men. Watching Lu Jian's retreating figure, Lu Linlang felt her mind short-circuit, doubting whether she had overexerted herself and was hallucinating. But the next moment, Xiao Ruolan's words confirmed she was not mistaken. Fourth-tier qi refinement? On the 15th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, Lu Feng and Zhang Yubing were gasping for breath, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, Zhang Yubing planned to sacrifice herself to allow Lu Feng to reach the 15th floor. But ultimately, they both ascended together. Standing in the center of the 15th floor, they were now unable to move even an inch, yet both were exhilarated, having achieved a height no one had ever reached before. Zhang Yubing tightly grasped Lu Feng's hand, and from their eyes, they saw the thrill reflected back. Just as they prepared to rest, urgent footsteps suddenly echoed from the direction of the staircase. Lu Feng and Zhang Yubing stared in shock at the staircase. Could someone possibly keep pace with them? Moments later, a figure appeared in their line of sight. The surrounding air thickened for a few seconds as Lu Jian scrutinized the two men, hand in hand, both drenched in sweat. Long Yang, a broken sleeve. What the heck? Shouldn't this place be known for its simplicity? Shouldn't the mindset be conservative? How did we leap from the Qin and Han dynasties straight into the flourishing Tang dynasty? Upon seeing Lu Jian suddenly materialize before them, Lu Feng and Zhang Yubing were stunned. Mouths agape. The overwhelming pressure surrounding them was rendering them breathless, and Lu Feng struggled to speak, managing to stutter out a single word. You? Seeing the intense gaze fixed upon him, Lu Jian nervously waved his hands. No, I'm not into that. You two carry on. I saw nothing. Lu Jian assumed they were drawn to him for his looks. Wanting to invite him to join their ranks, however, he had no intention of engaging and, after declining them, hurriedly ascended the stairs. At that moment, he felt utterly disheartened, regretting having come out tonight. How awkward. The presence of these two men was one thing, but how would he face his sister in the future? Chapter 19. Eating my own melon before the Yuan Guang mirror, silence reigned. The crowd gazed at Lu Jian, who had already ascended to the 16th floor, unsure of how to articulate their emotions. Since he began climbing the Demon Suppression Tower, Lu Jian had only briefly paused at the 12th and 15th floors. Beyond that, his speed had remained relatively unchanged, and the terrifying pressure had not affected him in the slightest, failing to diminish his pace. Lu Jian was oblivious to the situation outside. For him, that so-called pressure was entirely imperceptible, as the peculiar wailing grew nearer. Lu Jian adjusted his emotions. Initially filled with rage, he found himself momentarily forgetting his purpose upon seeing his sister. After regaining his composure, Lu Jian entered the source of the strange sound, reaching the 18th floor. At the end of the 18th floor, a man was pressed against the wall, his mouth moving in a bizarre manner, producing sounds only Lu Jian could hear. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jian stormed over, clutching his pillow fiercely. What are you screeching about? Is it not enough that it's the middle of the night? Upon hearing Lu Jian's voice, the man looked up in bewilderment. His face was pale, with pitch-black eyes devoid of pupils. The man struggled to approach Lu Jian, but the wall behind him seemed to be fused with his body, rendering him immobile. How many years has it been? You are the first student to reach me, cursed human brat. Tell that old geezer that if he wants to kill, just do it. But if I ever manage to break free, I will have him flayed alive. Ha ha ha! The man erupted into a fit of manic laughter, yet before he could finish, he stood transfixed. For he beheld Lu Jian approaching him without an ounce of fear, striding directly towards him until he stood mere inches away. A mere wretch of the human race, are you not afraid that I shall slay you? To have come this far, you must be a prodigy of your kind, perhaps even a disciple of that old cur. Before the man could complete his words, Lu Jian extended his hand and delivered two swift slaps across his face, leaving the man in a daze. He gazed at Lu Jian with disbelief. Those two strikes sent a primal shiver coursing through him. You are? Lu Jian, seething with rage, pointed a finger menacingly at the man's nose and declared, I warn you, if you dare make that infernal noise again, I shall end your life." The man struggled to swallow, nodding in terror. Simultaneously, the eerie sounds that had haunted Lu Jian's ears vanished, and the world fell silent. Satisfied, Lu Jian cast a sidelong glance at the man before turning to descend the stairs. As Lu Jian's figure disappeared at the staircase's entrance, the man could no longer contain his tears, bowing his head as he murmured, "Heavenly Sovereign." Lu Jian quickened his pace and, upon encountering his senior sister and the others, assumed he had stumbled upon a special venue within the academy catering to those with peculiar tastes. However, the man's earlier words left him with an unsettling feeling. He suspected that the man belonged to the demonic clan and was trapped here by some unseen force. Lu Jian concluded it would be prudent to leave promptly, avoiding unnecessary trouble. That moment, the terrifying pressure emanating from the demon suppression tower had dissipated. Yet, the several prodigies within were already utterly exhausted. Collapsing onto the ground, their eyes wide as they watched Lu Jian jog past them. Upon reaching the 12th floor, Lu Jian shielded his eyes with his hand and dashed down like the wind. "I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Senior sister, I saw nothing." At that moment, Lu Linlang had just dismounted from Xiao Ruolin, but her severely fatigued body could not recover in such a short time. Stop! Lu Linlang watched as Lu Jian rushed down the stairs, wishing to intercept him, but alas, she was powerless to do so and could only watch him vanish at the staircase's end. Beside her, Xiao Ruolin gasped for breath, sitting cross-legged on the ground to recuperate. "Is this your junior brother? So formidable. What elixir has he consumed?" Lu Linlong's beautiful eyes narrowed in contemplation. She still couldn't grasp what had transpired. Not only was she bewildered, but so too were the onlookers who had witnessed Lu Jian ascend the 18 floors in one breath. Yet one thing was indisputable. They, the Immortal Academy, had triumphed in the tower capture contest. The crowd surged towards the demon suppression tower, surrounding it entirely. When Lu Jian emerged from the tower, he was momentarily taken aback by the throngs of people outside, all staring at him in stunned silence as though they had seen a ghost. Not daring to linger, he quickly merged into the crowd, which then erupted into a wave of jubilant cheers. "We've won! We've triumphed! Incredible! This time, our Immortal Academy has claimed the crown." Lu Jian, momentarily dazed, joined in the exuberance, raising his arms in celebration. "Ha ha ha! We've won! We've triumphed!" He had no idea what was happening, but blending and felt right. The people around him looked on in astonishment. What is he doing? Does he need to be so boastful? Can he not be a bit more modest? After his outburst, Lu Jian quietly inquired of a nearby cultivator, "Brother, what have we won?" The cultivator's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he gazed at Lu Jian, hesitantly replying, "Our academy's genius has reached the pinnacle of the demon suppression tower, defeating all the prodigies from the other 3 academies, claiming the top spot." Upon hearing this, Lu Jian surveyed the crowd with curiosity, wondering who was responsible for such an absurd situation. As he scrutinized the faces around him, he realized they were equally perplexed, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue. What is going on? Is he truly unaware that he is the one who has reached the summit? Listening to the discussions surrounding him, Lu Jian finally began to piece together the situation at hand. "Are you referring to me?" "Surely not. Who else could it be?" Lu Jian gasped in disbelief. "So the tower I just ascended was the demon suppression tower?" A wave of dizziness washed over him as he pondered. "What have I done? I had no sense of it at all. I thought it was merely an ordinary tower." The gravity of his unintentional accomplishment weighed heavily upon him, leaving him to ponder how to conceal it. He was not particularly concerned about being discovered as a member of the demonic clan. At his level, it was easy to mask such origins unless a cultivator of higher cultivation sought to investigate him. Chapter 20. The truth cannot be hidden yet. Here he was, a mere 4th-tier chi refinement cultivator, effortlessly overpowering the prodigies from the 4 major academies, ascending the demon suppression tower with ease. This was undeniably hard to comprehend. Before Lu Jian could dwell further on the matter, the crowd surged around him, leading him back to the front of the demon suppression tower. Among them were the cultivators who had participated in the tower capture contest. Lu Linlang and Xiao Rulin supported each other, gazing at Lu Jian, still incredulous at the scene unfolding before them. This is no illusion. Just then, a hearty laugh rang out from a distance. Ha ha ha, it seems the results are in. Let me see who this year's champion is. An elder, exuding an aura of celestial grace, approached with measured steps. He traversed the distance in an instant, arriving at the foot of the demon suppression tower. Director Deng, he has come in person. Wah, after being at the Immortal Academy for so long. This is my first time seeing the director. The elder's presence ignited a renewed fervor among the assembled crowd. Qi Xinlan approached the elder, bowing slightly. Greetings, Master Deng. Director Deng nodded, then turned his gaze towards the several students before the demon suppression tower. They were divided into 4 distinct groups, representing the cultivators who had participated in the tower capture contest. Qi Xinlan stepped forward, her expression troubled. Master, regarding this, Director Deng smiled and waved his hand, instantly discerning Qi Xinlan's unease. He understood that the Immortal Academy had not claimed victory, which left her feeling somewhat ashamed. Though he had not witnessed the rankings in the Yuanguang Mirror, as the director, he was well aware of the few prodigies among the 4 major academies. He already had a sense of the outcome of the tower capture contest. Director Deng cast a reproachful glance at Qi Xinlan before surveying the jubilant students of the Immortal Academy, feeling a surge of pride. I am truly pleased. I did not expect our students to exhibit such grace and poise. Although we did not secure the top position, the students can remain so magnanimous and sincerely congratulate the Celestial Spirit Academy. This level of composure genuinely surprised me. As the director spoke, he smiled and walked towards Lu Feng. Ha ha, Lu Feng. I knew it could only be you who claimed the title this time. With your talent and cultivation, the crown of this tower capture contest could only belong to you. Lu Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. Lowering his head shyly, Director Deng, it wasn't me. Director Deng paused, murmuring, not you. After a moment's hesitation, he turned his attention to Jiang Yubing. Young man, your academy's leader has mentioned you to me before, stating you were second only to Lu Shixiang. It seems you have indeed surpassed him. How high did you ascend? Jiang Yubing bit his lip and replied, 18 floors. Director Deng gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, you actually... His words were cut short as Jiang Yubing interjected. Director, I am from your academy. Director Deng was taken aback. Then a smile broke through, one he could not conceal. He quickly turned and strode towards Lu Linlang. Linlang, you truly excel? I knew it. Seeing that Director Deng had yet to ascertain who had reached the pinnacle, Qi Xinlan felt compelled to step forward. Master, this way, this way. Qi Xinlan guided the director to stand before Lu Jian. This is my disciple, Lu Jian. He is the one who ascended to the 18th floor. Director Deng scrutinized Lu Jian, wrestling with his thoughts before quietly asking Qi Xinlan, 4th tier Qi refinement? This is a bit excessive, I assent to it. If you wish to secure some benefits for your little disciple, could you not do so discreetly? Even if I were to give the prize to Linlang first, you could have her pass it on to her junior brother later. Must it be done so publicly? At this moment, Qi Xinlan found herself in a state of inner turmoil, yet thousands of eyes were fixed upon Lu Jian as he ascended to the pinnacle. This was no illusion. Just then, the elders from the other 3 academies approached, regarding Lu Jian as though he were a creature of myth. Their smiles strained as they bowed to Dean Deng, Master Deng. Who would have thought your academy harbored such a prodigious talent? At merely the 4th layer of Qi refinement, he has managed to reach the 18th level of the demon suppression tower. Unbelievable, utterly unfathomable. Upon hearing their words, even Dean Deng, typically calm and collected, could no longer maintain his composure. How dare you? You youngsters jest with my esteemed self, he began, but soon felt the atmosphere shift uncomfortably around him. The cultivators from the Immortal Academy were all eagerly gazing at the 4th layer Qi refinement youth before them. While those who had participated in the tower's contest appeared despondent, clearly struggling to accept the outcome. Dean Deng inhaled sharply, stepping forward to grasp Lu Jian's shoulder. Wait here. I must verify this with that. Dean Deng vanished from the front of the demon suppression tower, taking Lu Jian with him, leaving a group of bewildered cultivators staring in astonishment in the rear mountains of the Immortal Academy. Dean Deng and Lu Jian appeared in an instant upon a stone platform. This situation felt extraordinarily peculiar to him. A mere fourth-layer Qi refinement cultivator had no business even approaching the demon suppression tower. Yet this young man had not only entered but had also triumphed. It was sheer lunacy. He resolved to thoroughly investigate this prodigy to ascertain how he had ascended to the tower's summit. Upon the stone platform lay a chessboard, and disregarding all pretenses, Dean Deng sat down immediately, seizing Lu Jian's hand to sense his essence. A trace of uncontainable anxiety flickered across Lu Jian's face. Yet internally he felt no fear. Given the dean's prowess, it was impossible for him to uncover his secrets. However, his cultivation in the human realm could not remain concealed, for his understanding in this domain was rather limited. With careful scrutiny, it would surely be discovered. Indeed, after a while, Dean Deng released Lu Jian's hand, his expression tinged with disappointment. So it is the foundation establishment stage. Young man, why do you conceal your cultivation? Chapter 21. 3 days. Lu Jian blinked and then recounted the explanation he had prepared. Dean, it is as follows. Previously, during the talent assessment, I exhibited no aptitude. Yet, fortunate enough to be accepted as an inner disciple by my master. My lack of talent dissuaded me from burdening her or my senior sister with my training. Thus, I resorted to perusing a few manuals in the library and self-studied. Subsequently, I inexplicably advanced to the foundation establishment stage. However, my capabilities are lacking. My master mentioned that my senior sister required nearly a year to progress from Qi refinement to foundation establishment. I could hardly believe my speed of cultivation and felt quite apprehensive, fearing I might have taken a wrong turn. My master has repeatedly warned me against greed. Yet I clandestinely studied the methods from Qi refinement to foundation establishment. Although I sensed myself at the foundation establishment stage, I had scarcely engaged with any cultivation matters prior, hence I dared not confirm it. I refrained from reporting to my master, fearing her reprimand, and thus maintained my facade at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Dean Deng listened intently, stroking his beard, and upon Lu Jian's conclusion, nodded slowly. I see. But how could you lack talent? By all accounts, reaching the foundation establishment stage indicates a degree of aptitude. Most individuals might spend their entire lives striving from Qi refinement to foundation establishment. I have already tested your foundation establishment cultivation. It is authentic, no pretense involved, so you need not worry unduly. By the way, how long did it take you to progress from Qi refinement to foundation establishment? Lu Jian exhaled, biting his lip, and uttered the 2 words, 3 days. He compromised slightly. In reality, he had only taken half a day, and that was due to his penchant for reading each word meticulously. Dean Deng nodded, his demeanor tinged with disappointment. Oh, 3 years, you do possess some talent, but it pales in comparison to your senior sister. Though you trained independently, Lu Jian, unable to restrain himself, cast a furtive glance at the dean. Interjecting, Dean, not 3 years, but 3 days. Dean Deng froze, his hand pausing mid-stroke of his beard. 3 days? You advanced from Qi refinement to foundation establishment in just 3 days. His astonishment was palpable as he sprang from the chessboard, staring incredulously at Lu Jian, stammering, You aren't deceiving this old man, are you? You truly only trained for 3 days? Lu Jian instinctively took a step back, unnerved by the dean's fervent gaze. Had this old man turned ravenous? He had intended to elaborate, as he had only recently entered the academy. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of the demon suppression tower, it would not do to appear completely inept. Hence his choice of a more moderate time frame. Yet, judging by the dean's expression, he had clearly frightened him. Dean, it was indeed 3 days. I have not been at the academy long, and previously, I had stumbled upon a cultivation manual by chance. But it was flawed, allowing me to only reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. After entering the academy, I perused the more advanced manuals and inadvertently advanced to foundation establishment. In the coming days, I intended to investigate the methods for the nascent soul stage, but I hesitated, fearing I had been practicing incorrectly, hence my delay in visiting the library. At this juncture, Lu Jian regarded the dean and cautiously inquired, Dean, should I continue my cultivation? Dean Deng's eyes widened, still reeling from the earlier shock. Only when Lu Jian posed his question did he realize he had lost his composure. awkwardly chuckling as he resumed his seat at the chessboard. What? What did you say? Lu Jian reiterated his inquiry. Dean, can I still continue my cultivation? Dean Deng exhaled, his heart tumultuous with waves of emotion. Cultivate? Yes, cultivate. My goodness, who else could cultivate as you do? 3 days to ascend from Qi refinement to foundation establishment. Such talent is unprecedented. You are on the verge of rivaling the Tao ancestor. After a moment, he finally spoke. No, absolutely not. Your rate of cultivation is far too rapid. It is fortunate I discovered this. Otherwise, it would have stunted your progress. Hearing the dean's words, Lu Jian looked upon him with confusion. What is it, Dean? Why can't I continue my cultivation? Dean Deng sighed, explaining, others do not share your predicament. The journey from foundation establishment to nascent soul, even for the most gifted like Lin Xiu within the academy, cannot be achieved overnight. This requires not only vast amounts of spiritual energy, but also profound comprehension of the Tao. Yet, with your innate talent, you seem to harmonize with the Tao by nature, bypassing the challenges of comprehending the great principles. However, the accumulation of spiritual energy remains imperative. The transition from foundation establishment to nascent soul is a qualitative breakthrough, a crucial step towards the apex. Prior to reaching the nascent soul stage, in the eyes of cultivators, it forms the very foundation of a towering edifice. Only upon attaining the nascent soul can one aspire to ascend to even greater heights. Yet, this step has historically ensnared countless cultivators, preventing them from breaking through despite exhausting their lifetimes. However, because of this, they remain in the foundation establishment stage long enough to amass substantial spiritual energy. A solid foundation ensures that subsequent achievements soar to greater heights. But you are different. Your breakthrough occurred too swiftly. Should you rashly enter the nascent soul realm, it would be akin to a rootless reed. Though your realm may ascend rapidly, it would lack substance, making any further ascent increasingly arduous. As Lu Jian listened, he nodded repeatedly. I understand, Dean. You are advising me to solidify my foundation in the foundation establishment stage before seeking to ascend to the nascent soul realm? Dean Deng nodded with satisfaction. Precisely. This is the most critical step. If executed well, your future accomplishments will be boundless. Wait, I have something to present to you. Director Deng spoke, then turned and walked around behind a massive boulder. Lu Jian was puzzled, only to see that the boulder had already shattered, with jagged cracks spreading across its surface, giving it a particularly menacing appearance. After a while, Director Deng emerged from behind the boulder, holding a weathered booklet in his hand. Chapter 22. Genius is easily cut down in their prime. Director Deng handed the booklet to Lu Jian and said, This is the Taishang Gaining Pian, the unparalleled method by which our human race absorbs spiritual energy to nourish itself. Take it back, practice diligently, and it will enhance your ability to perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lu Jian flipped through the booklet, having seen it in the library before. Director, I have encountered this book. It was in the library. Director Deng nodded, saying, Indeed, this is a foundational method for our human race. Yet it is of utmost importance, and why disciple assumed you were an inept talent, and thus did not impart to you the foundational cultivation methods of our race. This is understandable, after all. If one lacks talent, merely achieving the foundation establishment stage is already a stroke of luck, and there would be no need for methods to accumulate spiritual energy. However, now I must supplement your education. This technique will accompany you throughout your life, so it must be memorized. Lu Jian carefully tucked the booklet away, feeling somewhat apprehensive. He wondered if, as a member of the demon race, he would be able to cultivate this technique. Yet, he refrained from voicing this concern, deciding to investigate it later. Director Deng returned to the chessboard, scrutinizing Lu Jian for a moment before asking, Strange, with your cultivation level, you should not have been able to ascend to the top of the demon suppression tower. How did you accomplish that? Upon hearing this, Lu Jian thought it was finally time to address the key issue. He now understood that a unique demon race was sealed at the top of the demon suppression tower, and it was only natural for him to reach the summit, given that he was their ultimate boss. The so-called pressure from the demon race had no effect on him whatsoever. Director, I really don't know. I was just wandering around the academy, and when I reached the demon suppression tower, I thought it looked interesting and wanted to see it. Then Lu Jian felt it was better to create questions than to answer them. Why he could ascend to the tower's peak was a matter for the director to ponder. From the director's earlier demeanor, it was clear he did not suspect Lu Jian was a member of the demon race. After all, if the demon race had infiltrated the human race, they wouldn't go to such lengths as sending a top-tier genius to act as an undercover agent. With Lu Jian's talents, he would be a treasure anywhere, deserving of careful protection to avoid any mishaps. Director Deng appeared contemplative, taking Lu Jian's hand to examine him closely before slowly speaking. That demon is the leader of a clan from the night demon race. Many years ago, I captured him in the Shenshu Valley. The night demon clan possesses extraordinary talents. During certain full moons of specific years, they involuntarily create a unique domain. And no one knows the reason for this. Not even they themselves. This domain is quite special and repels all beings that attempt to approach. Even their own kind cannot draw near during that time. As Director Deng spoke, he gently stroked his beard. Looking at Lu Jian and inquired, before entering the demon suppression tower, "Did you do anything unusual? Could it be that you did not feel that pressure?" Lu Jian shook his head and replied, "No, I did nothing special and felt nothing at all. I thought it was just an ordinary tower and wanted to take a look. Upon seeing that demon, I felt a bit frightened and left." The director furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The demon race is incredibly varied, and most of them possess unique talents. Understanding their secrets is exceedingly difficult. As for the Night Demon clan, they are particularly enigmatic. Even among their kind, they find it bewildering. If there is any difference between you and others, I can think of one point. You entered the demon suppression tower by chance, entirely unaware of its peculiarities. While others were already aware of its special nature, you unknowingly opposed that pressure, while everyone else was prepared to confront it. This might very well explain how you ascended to the top without realizing it. Lu Jian secretly nodded in agreement. Excellent, the old man has finally convinced himself. After completing his mental gymnastics, Director Deng was quite pleased with his analysis. Indeed, when the demon suppression tower opens next time, I must take a look. Such information regarding the demon race must be reported to the City Lord's office. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian seized the opportunity to change the subject. "Director, what is the City Lord's office?" Director Deng chuckled, stroking his grizzled beard as he explained, "You young lad, your horizons are still too narrow to be unaware of the City Lord's office. Do you believe that our 4 academies are the pinnacle of this continent? Far from it. We are merely a drop in the ocean on this vast land." At this point, Director Deng suddenly paused, his gaze fixed intensely on Lu Jian as he continued, "With your talent, it would be a waste to remain in the academy. However, guiding you to the nascent soul stage, with the resources of my Immortal Mansion Academy, is entirely feasible. At that time, I will personally recommend you to the Tianshui Academy within the City Lord's office, where there are broader horizons and many prodigious talents. However, Tianshui Academy not only considers talent but also requires that one be at least at the nascent soul stage to enroll. For now, stay in the academy, and once you reach the nascent soul stage, I shall recommend you to Tianshui Academy." Lu Jian nodded but was not particularly interested in Tianshui Academy. Director Deng, of course, could not discern Lu Jian's thoughts and only felt that this lad remained unperturbed in the face of such an opportunity. Maintaining his composure, he was quite satisfied and then cautioned, "There is one thing you must pay special attention to. Your talent is astonishingly remarkable. You must not reveal it before outsiders. Not to mention the comparisons among our human race. Simply the demon race's desire to eliminate our talented individuals is fierce. If you shine too brightly, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of those demons hiding among our human race, and they will certainly take action against you." In recent years, the demon race has grown powerful, infiltrating our human race's academies and sects, with occurrences aimed at hunting down our talented students. Genius is easily cut down in their prime. Learn to keep your brilliance in check, and you shall go further. Lu Jian nodded once more, not particularly concerned about this matter. Genius is easily cut down in their prime. That applies to ordinary geniuses. He still possessed a fully developed character, so ordinary abnormalities could not shake him. Chapter 23. The Shanshu battlefield director Deng reiterated a few points to Lu Jian, urging him to seek clarification whenever he was uncertain. Lu Jian gratefully nodded and then asked, "Director, do I need to test my talent again?" Director Deng shook his head. sighing as he glanced at the high-level spiritual monument beside him. Never mind. It seems that when you were tested, the spiritual monument happened to shatter. Which is why your talent could not be assessed. I believe your talent should have left a mark on the high-level spiritual monument, but I do not believe it shattered solely due to your talent. Talent testing is merely for the purpose of selecting suitable candidates for cultivation. There is truly no need to compare talents. Knowing one's talent may not necessarily be a good thing. It can lead to self-imposed limitations. Thinking that talent determines everything is better to remain unaware, allowing oneself to soar freely in the vast expanse of the sky. Lu Jian nodded. This was for the best, as having too high a talent could draw unnecessary attention. After discussing these matters, Director Ding led Lu Jian back to the front of the Demon Suppression Tower. This moment, everyone had not yet left, awaiting the results. The director has returned. This Lu Jian might indeed be problematic. How could he ascend the Demon Suppression Tower so easily? The previously excited crowd now harbored doubts, especially after witnessing Lu Jian being taken away by the director, which further fueled their suspicions about his identity. Upon the director's arrival, he directly brought Lu Jian before Qi Xinlan. Disciple, your pupil is quite a promising prospect. I have conducted another talent test for him, and his talent is only slightly inferior to Linlong's. Moreover, before joining the academy, your pupil had some fortunate encounters and has already cultivated to the core formation stage. As Director Deng spoke, he shot an annoyed glance at Qi Xinlan. You are truly careless. How could you not conduct a thorough examination? You let him roam free like this. If he continues to cultivate aimlessly, who knows what kind of trouble may arise? Take him back and ensure you provide careful guidance. Do not let his potential go to waste. Qi Xinlan stood there in shock, unable to comprehend a single word of her master's statement. Core formation stage? His talent is only slightly inferior to Linlong's? Is this still my seemingly talentless disciple? On that day, she witnessed with her own eyes that Lu Jian displayed no talent whatsoever during the aptitude test. Seemingly perceiving Qi Xinlan's thoughts, Dean Deng remarked. On that day, it just so happened that the high-level spiritual monument shattered, which must have affected the low-level spiritual monument. This lad was unfortunate to have encountered it. However, after the residual energy subsided, the low-level spiritual monument would have resumed its function. Had we conducted the test again at that time, we would not have missed such a remarkable talent. Disciple, you need not blame yourself. Just dedicate yourself to teaching him diligently in the future. Upon hearing Dean Deng's words, the surrounding cultivators were left in a state of bewilderment. Core formation stage. Why is he concealing his cultivation level? I see. Is he afraid of drawing the attention of the demon clan? Goodness, that's quite an overestimation of oneself. Although his talent is indeed high, it pales in comparison to senior brother Lin Xiao. Truly, they had never encountered such a sight. The crowd buzzed with chatter, prompting Dean Deng to raise his hand for silence. Everyone, quiet down. Let us first attend to the matter at hand. The throng gradually quieted, and Dean Deng turned his gaze towards the few participants in the Tower of Demon Suppression competition. Although Lu Jian was merely at the initial stage of core formation, he indeed managed to reach the summit of the Tower of Demon Suppression this time. Given his cultivation level, ascending to the top was utterly improbable. Yet, the demon clan possesses certain peculiarities. Their pressure exhibited vulnerabilities that I must further investigate. Nevertheless, the rules of this tower competition placed no restrictions on this matter. All students from the 4 great academies are permitted to ascend the tower. Therefore, I shall bestow the reward of this achievement upon Lu Jian. The others had no objections, save for Lu Feng and Jiang Yubing, whose expressions turned sour. After enduring great hardships to reach the 15th level, they found themselves surpassed by this young lad's opportunism. Yet, as Dean Deng had stated, the rules imposed no limitations. They could only endure in silence. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Dean Deng chuckled softly, then flipped his palm to reveal a pale blue token. Lu Jian, this is the reward for your triumph. Lu Jian accepted the token, finding it unremarkable. However, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. This was a pass to the shattered divine battlefield. Goodness! This item holds a value of tens of thousands of spirit stones in the black market. Moreover, it is in high demand but low supply. It is said that the shattered divine battlefield is replete with treasures. including elixirs that can elevate one's cultivation overnight. The spiritual energy there is so dense that it surpasses the outside world by 100-fold. Merely cultivating within it is far superior to doing so outside. It is a place brimming with immense opportunities. As Lu Jian listened to the crowd's exclamations, he felt no particular emotion. Amidst their fervent gazes, he returned to the side of his master and senior sister. Senior sister, what is the shattered divine battlefield? Lu Linlang exhaled and regarded her junior brother with an unusual expression. The shattered divine battlefield is a unique space, an ancient battleground left behind from a cataclysmic war. It is currently jointly controlled by the human race, demon race, and devil race. What you hold in your hand is our human race's pass to enter the shattered divine battlefield. It will allow you to use our human race's teleportation array to access the battlefield once. Lu Jian pondered the token, weighing it in his hand. Once? And it's a consumable? What use is this to me? Observing Lu Jian's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Linlang assumed he did not grasp the significance of entering the shattered divine battlefield. Do you not understand? The shattered divine battlefield is teeming with opportunities. Countless cultivators dedicate their entire lives yearning for a chance to enter there. Once you gain access to the shattered divine battlefield, not only will your cultivation speed increase, but there are also innumerable divine artifacts and elixirs. Just one opportunity could propel you to a higher realm. Lu Jian listened earnestly, yet he remained uninterested. The so-called elixirs and divine artifacts held little value for him. His primary character was already at max level, and his secondary character only needed to cultivate to a sufficient degree. There was no necessity for him to vie for any divine artifacts or elixirs. I do not comprehend, nor am I interested. If you desire it, sister, take it for yourself. What a worthless trinket. It is far more practical to receive money instead. With that, Lu Jian tossed the token to Lu Linlang. She instinctively caught it, momentarily stunned, then tossed it back. This is yours. I do not want it. Lu Jian grasped the token and threw it back again. You give me the elixir, and I will give you the token. We are evened. Lu Linlang, infuriated, narrowed her beautiful eyes, hesitating for a moment before tossing the token back. Watching the two toss the token back and forth, Dean Deng's face turned green. Was he giving away a piece of worthless trash? Neither wanted it. Chapter 24. I want to engage in a resource war with you. The surrounding cultivators gnashed their teeth in frustration. Others desperately sought after it, yet these two treated it like refuse. Just then, a cool voice rang out from the crowd. Junior brother Lu, since neither of you desires it, why not give it to your senior sister? She certainly wouldn't mind. Following the voice, Lu Jian turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman in a long dress gracefully emerging from the crowd. Her beauty rivaled that of Lu Linlang, as if she were a fairy stepping out of a painting, breathtakingly enchanting. Her skin was as white as snow, and her jade-like face radiated an ethereal aura, inducing a sense of tranquility, as if one were transported to a realm of immortals. The woman approached, smiling at Lu Jian, her starry eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. Junior brother Lu, what do you think? Or shall I challenge you to a resource war? Upon hearing her words, Lu Jian remained unperturbed, but the surrounding crowd erupted in hushed whispers. Sister Luo wants to challenge him to a resource war? No way. Isn't that bullying the weak? He is merely at the initial stage of core formation, while Sister Luo is one of the 4 great disciples, already at the pinnacle of core formation. Although our academy does not prohibit resource wars among cultivators of the same realm, no one has ever shamelessly challenged a disciple of a lower realm. To strive for a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage is truly too audacious. Listening to the murmurs around him, Lu Jian gradually grasped the concept of a resource war. Although the academy forbids cultivators from engaging in mutual combat, there are designated arenas for resolving personal grievances. A resource war is one such format. The cultivation world is inherently ruthless, where the strong prey on the weak, and acts of murder and treasure theft are commonplace. The academy does not wish for its disciples to become sheltered flowers, so it provides various trials and also hosts arenas for personal duels. A resource war targets the treasures awarded by the academy to the students. If someone believes that their opponent is unworthy of a possession, they may initiate a resource challenge. However, Resource wars are generally between cultivators of the same level or involve lower-level challengers against higher-level opponents, and it is almost unheard of for a higher-level cultivator to challenge a lower-level one. Nevertheless, this time, Sister Luo, in pursuit of the pass in Lu Jian's possession, dared to challenge him, a freshly minted core formation disciple, as one of the 4 great disciples, which astonished everyone. Resource wars cannot be declined. Lu Jian is truly unfortunate. His strength is insufficient, and he has unwittingly received such a treasure. It seems he will likely lose it anyway. It would be better to give it directly to Sister Luo and gain a favor in return. Lu Jian glanced at the token in his hand, about to speak, when Lu Linlang suddenly snatched it from him. Sister Luo, my junior brother has already gifted the token to me. If a challenge is to occur, let it be between us. Bullying a newly initiated core formation cultivator is hardly commendable. Observing Lu Linlang holding the token, Sister Luo's expression remained unchanged. Sister Linlang, it is not as simple as bestowing a gift. Regardless of whom junior brother Lu gives the token to, the Academy awarded it to him. If junior brother Lu can transfer the token freely to avoid a resource war, what meaning would a resource war hold? Moreover, junior brother Lu may not necessarily lose as long as he triumphs in 3 resource wars. The pass to the Shattered Divine Battlefield will naturally belong to him, and at that point, gifting it to you would be inconsequential. Lu Linlang furrowed her brow and glanced at Dean Deng, seeking his opinion. Dean Deng was quite pleased with such matters. He did not wish for a talent like Lu Jian to become a sheltered flower. This type of controlled resource war was perfect for honing his skills in a life-and-death battle. Lives are at stake, but resource wars do not permit lethal combat. It is an excellent opportunity for Lu Jian to experience real combat. Allowing him to grow more swiftly, cultivators of the same level may engage in battle. Dean Deng stroked his beard as he spoke. Lu Jian observed. Understanding the dean's intentions, he sighed, then retrieved the token from his sister's hand. Very well, if it is a resource war you seek, I accept. Lu Linlang's expression shifted. Can you defeat her? Lu Jian smiled, ready to respond, but Sister Luo hastily settled the matter. All right, junior brother Lu, then we shall meet in the training grounds in 3 days. Lu Jian shrugged nonchalantly. 3 days? In just 3 days, I shall surely break through to the Yuanying stage. That time. Even without accumulating spiritual energy, I will undoubtedly dominate in Luo Xian's eyes. The pass to the Shenluo battlefield is something I must secure this time. Therefore, without any delay, I turned and departed from the front of the Demon Suppression Tower. With nothing else to do, Lu Jian returned to Qilan Courtyard. Within Qilan Courtyard, I addressed my master and senior sister. No more pretense. I must lay my cards on the table. I progressed from Qi refinement to foundation establishment in just 3 days. Previously, the dean had informed Lu Jian that he would conceal his true talents from the public eye. But such a secret could hardly be kept from my master and senior sister. I had no desire to deceive you. I merely felt it was somewhat unreal, thinking it might be a figment of my imagination. Which is why I hesitated to share it with you. As Lu Jian continued speaking, Qi Xinlan and Lu Linlang were so taken aback that they could not comprehend a single word. The astonishing figure of 3 days lingered in their minds. 3 days? Are you suggesting that the half-incense time from Qi refinement to foundation establishment refers to you? Lu Jian, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, nodded. Indeed. It is me. Lu Linlang and Qi Xinlan exchanged glances, both astonished by the profound incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. What manner of cultivation speed is this? What kind of disciple have I taken on? In the Qingxin courtyard, Luo Xian possessed a private abode, as her master was away these past few days. Most other disciples in the courtyard were also absent from the academy. Alone, Luo Xian returned to her quarters and cautiously locked the door. Sitting before her vanity, she retrieved a necklace concealed beneath her garments and placed it upon the table. After a brief wait, the necklace suddenly emanated a murky green glow. Why did I rashly engage that fellow in a resource battle? This increases our risk of exposure. She pondered. It is merely a pass. As long as you handle matters diligently, I shall petition above to allow your entry into the Shenluo battlefield through our demon clan's teleportation array. Our target is a talented youth of the human race, whose abilities rival those of Lu Linlang. He is not worth our effort. A woman's voice echoed in Luo Xian's mind. Taking a deep breath, She explained, I have no interest in that pass. The one called Lu Jian is peculiar. The talents of the Night Demon clan cannot be deciphered even by our own kin, yet he ascended to the tower's pinnacle without hindrance. This is simply extraordinary. My concern lies not with his talents, but rather with the possibility that he possesses unique means to counter our demon clan. This confrontation with him serves as an excellent opportunity to probe his capabilities. If he truly possesses the means to counter our kind, we must eliminate him post-haste. Chapter 25. You have truly blossomed. After much insistence from Lu Jian, Lu Linlang finally accepted the pass to the Shenluo battlefield. Perhaps I should wait a few more days before venturing to the battlefield. If you were to lose 3 days hence, you would owe them something, she remarked, appearing somewhat pained. Lu Jian chuckled at her expression. For ordinary cultivators in this world, resources and opportunities sometimes hold greater significance than life itself. Lu Jian, who did not require arduous cultivation, found it difficult to grasp Lu Linlong's urgency in seizing every opportunity for advancement. Sigh, perhaps I should procure a few more of these passes for my senior sister. After all, I am a sect leader, and acquiring a few passes should not pose a challenge. However, I might still need to enlist the assistance of my demon clan subordinates. During these past few days, Lu Jian diligently studied the Taishang induction scripture and was pleased to discover that he could also utilize this technique. However, whenever he activated it, the commotion it caused was somewhat excessive. His body felt like an insatiable abyss, incapable of reaching saturation no matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed. This compelled Lu Jian to frequently venture outdoors in search of remote locations rich in spiritual energy. After 2 consecutive days, Lu Jian advanced from the early stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage. However, his mid-stage foundation establishment was entirely distinct from that of others. He had inquired about his cultivation level from his senior sister and gleaned some understanding. Ultimately, he concluded that the amount of spiritual energy required for his mid-stage foundation establishment was 100-fold that of his senior sister. Lu Jian felt that this level should suffice. Although he was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, the volume of spiritual energy he could absorb far surpassed that of those at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Thus, he believed defeating a peak foundation establishment cultivator would pose little difficulty. On the final day, Lu Jian chose not to cultivate further, opting instead to stroll around the nearby town. Fuyuan Town, located to the southeast of the Xinfu Academy, is the closest town to the academy. At this moment, in a tea house's private room on the 2nd floor, a rather gloomy middle-aged man sipped tea while gazing out at the street not far away. Finally, at the end of the street, a man caught his attention. He observed the man, then glanced at the peculiar bloodstain in his hand, which resembled an arrowhead pointing directly at the man at the street's end. Why did my brother deceive me? He said he would enter seclusion, yet here he is in such a place. The middle-aged man sighed, realizing that his brother's intentions were beyond the comprehension of his subordinates. He withdrew his hand, and the bloodstain vanished into his palm. Just as the middle-aged man concealed his hand, a knock sounded at the door. Enter, he called. An elderly man walked in respectfully. My lord, I am the steward responsible for monitoring this academy. What orders do you have for me? The middle-aged man did not glance at the elder but waved his hand for him to sit across from him. Once seated, the elder noticed that the middle-aged man remained fixated on the figure slowly walking down the street. Following his gaze, the elder was taken aback. Lu Jian? My lord, are you interested in this student? The elder inquired. The middle-aged man turned his head at the sound of the elder's voice. Oh, you know him? The elder nodded. Of course, this lad recently ascended to the pinnacle of the demon suppression tower. For reasons unknown, he seems immune to the talents of our Night Demon clan. Currently, our clan's talents hidden within the academy are preparing to engage him in combat. Hoping to gauge his capabilities, the middle-aged man listened intently, nodding frequently. Indeed, indeed. You Night Demons are truly valiant. The elder's expression brightened at the middle-aged man's words, and he excitedly replied, Thank you for your praise. My lord, we are merely fulfilling our duties. The middle-aged man's subsequent words left the elder's face ashen with shock. You have truly blossomed. In all these years, this is the first time I have heard that someone from our demon clan intends to challenge the celestial sovereign directly. Even the top experts of the demon and human races would have to tread carefully. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's statement, The elder turned pale. That, my lord. He is the celestial sovereign? You are not jesting with me? Are you? The middle-aged man smiled but remained silent. Only when Lu Jian sauntered down to the ground floor did he lean out of the window and wave cheerfully at him. Big brother. Over here. Lu Jian looked up and recognized a familiar face. He paused, realizing that this was one of his subordinates from the main sect. What luck? After I barely escaped from that demon lair. Now one of my subordinates has followed me here. Lu Jian sighed and turned back to ascend the stairs. Upon entering the private room, the elder had already trembled to the ground, kneeling. Destroying demon, true sovereign. Demon? Lu Jian hurriedly helped him up, pressing him back into his seat. Do not shout. I cannot reveal my identity. The elder, pressed back into his seat, dared not even breathe. Ignoring him, Lu Jian turned to the middle-aged man. How did you find me? You are not tailing me, are you? The middle-aged man looked at Lu Jian with some confusion. Big brother, you left your true blood at the main sect to facilitate our finding you. Lu Jian rubbed his temples, realizing he had inadvertently played a fool. So, they knew my whereabouts the moment I left the main sect. This won't do. I must find an opportunity to return and destroy that. Lu Jian sat at the tea table and chuckled awkwardly. Oh, I see. Ha. I was merely jesting. I have gained some insights and desired to experience the tribulations of the mortal realm, hence my visit to this place for a taste of life. As he spoke, Lu Jian turned to the elder. And who might this be? The elder, feeling Lu Jian's gaze upon him, trembled even more violently, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, spoke on his behalf. This is the leader of the Night Demon clan. They arranged for people to infiltrate the Shinfu Academy. I intended to bring him to introduce to you, my lord, so that you may dispatch him as needed. However, I have heard that they are currently busy arranging for someone to challenge you. Lu Jian was utterly perplexed, while the elder was excitedly kneeling once more, exclaiming, Your Excellency, I truly had no knowledge of this. I will immediately notify Luo Xian to cancel tomorrow's resource battle. Your Excellency, with your magnanimity, please do not hold her accountable. Chapter 26. Is he the supreme being? Lu Jian assisted the old man back to his feet and urged him to resume his seat. Do you truly require my passage permit? Surely, our demon clan is not in such dire straits. Just as the elder attempted to rise, Lu Jian pressed down on his shoulder, compelling him to remain seated. Your Excellency, the reason Luo Xian wishes to engage in a resource battle with you is not solely for the human passage permit in your possession. It is because you have ascended the demon suppression tower and rendered our Night Demon clan's innate abilities ineffective. She fears you may possess unique techniques that could pose a threat to our kind, hence her desire to test you. Lu Jian nodded in understanding, realizing the situation. There is no need to be anxious. Since it is for the benefit of my clan, what crime is there? There is no need to inform her to cancel the resource battle. To do so abruptly would only raise suspicions. Moreover, do not disclose my identity to her. Otherwise, I fear she may not dare to exert her full strength in tomorrow's contest. Lu Jian had witnessed the acting prowess of these demons. Very few could remain as composed as he did upon learning of his identity. Aside from the subordinate beside him, who appeared relatively normal, others reacted to his presence as if they had encountered a specter. The elder nodded, though his heart remained tumultuous. Lu Jian refrained from elaborating on the matter and instead turned to his subordinate. My dear brother, you have arrived at an opportune moment. I have a task I wish to entrust to you. The middle-aged man respectfully nodded. Elder brother, please proceed. Lu Jian smiled and inquired, Do you have a way to procure a passage permit for humans to enter the shattered divine battlefield? The middle-aged man nodded, his expression calm. Yes, elder brother. How many do you require? When do you need them? Lu Jian pondered, realizing he would not need the permits immediately, but it would be prudent to acquire them sooner rather than later. Within the next few days. As for the quantity, procure as many as you can. The middle-aged man nodded, somewhat troubled. Time is rather tight, and it may be challenging to arrange swiftly. Would 20,000 suffice? I can deliver them the day after tomorrow. If that is insufficient, I can source more from elsewhere. At most, it will take 4 days to gather 100,000. Lu Jian stared in disbelief at his subordinate. 100,000. I was under the impression that permits in the black market cost several thousand spirit stones. I was led to believe they were exceptionally rare and precious. Yet, from your words, it seems they are of little value. Indeed, it may not require such a vast number. A mere 10 or 8 would suffice. As soon as Lu Jian finished speaking, the elder waved his hand, producing 10 light blue tokens he had previously seen, which appeared on the table. Your Excellency, I have them here. Lu Jian looked at the tokens on the table, somewhat bewildered. Doesn't our demon clan possess its own teleportation arrays? Surely, you do not enter the Shattered Divine battlefield using human teleportation arrays, do you? Why must you carry human passage permits? The middle-aged man chuckled and explained, Elder brother, you do not require a teleportation array to enter the Shattered Divine battlefield. But those demon cultivators who lack mastery over spatial power still depend on such permits. Our demon clan possesses plenty of teleportation arrays, however, since Captain Xiao oversees the undercover operations and surveillance in this area. Carrying a few human passage permits is prudent. After all, his subordinates cannot use our demon clan's teleportation arrays. They must traverse through human arrays under human identities. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian nodded, reflecting on how well the demon clan executed their covert operations. You play the game of deception quite skillfully. Are there no arrangements for humans to infiltrate our demon clan? The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. None. The members of our demon clan cannot be disguised. Each lineage possesses distinct innate abilities, something that humans and beasts alike cannot replicate. Lu Jian nodded, realizing he could not inquire further, lest his identity as a traveler be exposed. After all, he was a member of the demon clan. It was rather suspicious that he was so unfamiliar with these matters. Lu Jian engaged in a few more exchanges with the two before putting away the tokens and returning to the academy. Meanwhile, upon returning to his residence, Captain Xiao's heart raced with anxiety. He paced restlessly in the courtyard and, after much deliberation, decided to caution Luo Xian. Someone, contact Luo Xian for me. A woman emerged from a side room. Observing Captain Xiao's grave demeanor with some confusion, we just contacted her a couple of days ago. Reaching out again so soon may increase the risk of exposure. Captain Xiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved. No, I must remind her to remain vigilant. You go inside and contact Luo Xian. No, I shall go myself. This matter is of utmost importance and cannot be treated lightly. Simultaneously, within the Xinfu Academy, Luo Xian's garments were draped outside a screen. Beneath the sheer fabric, a light blue necklace shimmered, emitting a faint green glow. Luo Xian remained oblivious to the necklace's changes, engrossed in preparing herself. Tomorrow marked the day of her battle against Lu Jian. She had not dedicated time to specific training in the preceding days. Her, as a peaked Golden Core cultivator, battling a newly ascended Golden Core novice posed no challenge whatsoever, as for any peculiarities he might possess. She thought she could easily provoke him into a corner to gauge his abilities. Only when she donned her attire did she notice the incessantly flickering necklace. Curiously, she grasped it in her hand. Observing that the flickering frequency was significantly heightened, indicating an urgent matter requiring her attention. Hastily, Luo Xian approached her vanity. Master, what has happened? After posing her question, a voice echoed in her mind. It was unmistakably Captain Xiao's voice, which surprised her. She had always communicated with her master, yet this time, Captain Xiao had personally reached out to her. Luo Xian, I have finally managed to contact you. There is something I must urgently convey. Luo Xian furrowed her brows in confusion, inquiring, what has transpired, Captain? On the other end, he sighed heavily, expressing a wry smile. We have landed ourselves in significant trouble. I have just learned that the Supreme Being is currently at your Xinfu Academy. And tomorrow, you are to engage him in a resource battle. Luo Xian stood frozen, momentarily unable to grasp the implications of Captain Xiao's words. The Night Demon Clan was not considered a high-ranking demon faction. They had no access to the title of Supreme Being. The Supreme Being is at our academy? Tomorrow, I am to battle him? It cannot be Lu Jian, can it? Chapter 27. Sister, why is your acting so exaggerated? Luo Xian felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She pressed her hand against her forehead as Captain Xiao's voice echoed once more in her mind. Luo Xian, I have already met the Supreme Being. He hopes you will exert your utmost effort in tomorrow's battle and has instructed me not to reveal his identity to you. However, I am genuinely concerned. While you must strive with all your might, you must also ensure that you do not offend the Supreme Being with any indiscretions. Even after the connection was severed, Luo Xian remained in a state of shock, struggling to regain her composure. She finally grasped why Lu Jian could immunize himself against the innate abilities of their Night Demon clan. If their innate powers could affect him, that would indeed be perplexing. After learning this information, Luo Xian felt a pang of panic. The Supreme Being expressed a desire for her to give her all, undoubtedly wishing to conceal any weaknesses. Yet now that she was aware of his identity, how could she possibly engage without reservations? The following day, when Lu Jian arrived at the martial arts arena, it was already teeming with people. In the center of the arena, a raised platform had been cleared, where Luo Xian stood, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, her garments billowing gracefully, standing in solitary elegance. She had evidently been waiting for some time, and only upon Lu Jian's arrival did she turn to face him. Lu Jian, in turn, gazed at Luo Xian, sensing something peculiar. Her eyes seemed to flicker, displaying an unnatural demeanor. This sparked a sense of alarm within him. Could it be that she had already discerned his true identity? Slowly, Lu Jian ascended the platform, and the onlookers below exchanged whispers among themselves. This Lu Jian is truly unfortunate. Lacking the strength yet still daring to challenge, it is nothing short of self-inflicted humiliation. Who would have thought so many would witness his disgrace? How will he ever show his face in the academy again? Yet, to be bested by a celestial beauty like senior sister Luo Xian could still be considered a stroke of good fortune. On the side of the elevated platform, there sat a row of seats, where Din Deng and several esteemed elders of the academy were present, including his own master, Qi Xinlan. Beside her stood his senior sister, both bearing expressions of profound concern. Upon noticing that Lu Jian had ascended the platform, Din Deng raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Once silence prevailed, he declared, "Very well, I shall preside over this resource battle. You are all aware of the rules. Strike to the point, determine the victor, and avoid causing harm to one another. Do you all understand?" Lu Jian and Luo Xian nodded in acknowledgement. "Then let us commence." At Din Deng's words, Lu Jian immediately showcased his cultivation at the mid-stage of the core formation realm. Mid-stage of core formation. This young man has cultivated remarkably fast. In just 3 days, he has advanced from the initial stage to the mid-stage. What a pity that such a prodigy, before even making a name for himself, is destined for a disheartening defeat. Senior sister Luo Xian is at the peak of core formation and has long reached this realm, merely a step away from the nascent soul stage. With such prowess, defeating a mid-stage core formation practitioner would be exceedingly effortless. As whispers circulated among the spectators, Luo Xian hesitated to make her move. Observing this, Lu Jian felt compelled to remind her, "Senior sister Luo, do not underestimate me. Though I am merely at the mid-stage of core formation, do not presume that I am not your match." Luo Xian paused momentarily, took a deep breath, and smiled, "Junior brother Lu, then I shall not hold back." As she spoke, she slowly extended her palm, layers of luminescence radiating forth, displaying her peak core formation prowess. As one of the Academy's 4 prominent disciples, Luo Xian's strength was undeniable. Witnessing this, Lu Jian nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Now this is more like it." With Luo Xian prepared, Lu Jian wasted no time. Channeling his spiritual energy, and in a few swift motions, he positioned himself before her. He then struck out his palm towards Luo Xian. Luo Xian was instantly propelled out of the arena, colliding with the wall of the training ground before finally coming to a halt. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The entire training ground fell silent as everyone gaped in disbelief at Luo Xian, who had been flung outside the arena, their jaws dropping in shock. Lu Jian, too, was taken aback. He stared incredulously at Luo Xian, and upon realizing the absurdity of the situation, he couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration wash over him. He had clearly not made contact with her. And yet she had flown out. This act was far too theatrical. If no one else could see through this, there must be something amiss. Indeed, murmurs arose from the stands once more. What is going on? What is senior sister Luocian doing? Why is she deliberately holding back? This is just too obvious. That young man's hand did not even touch senior sister. At that moment, Luocian managed to rise to her feet. Clutching her chest with difficulty, she forced a smile and bowed her head to Lu Jian, junior brother Lu. You have won. Upon hearing Luocian's words, Lu Jian felt akin to a foolish son of a landlord. This performance was far too perfunctory. Dean Deng, equally perplexed, stood from his seat, about to inquire further, when a figure suddenly appeared beside Luocian. It was a man, and his arrival ignited another wave of commotion in the training ground. It is brother Lin Xiu. He has emerged from seclusion. Could it be that he has broken through to the nascent soul realm? Standing atop the platform, Lu Jian turned his gaze towards the man beside Luocian. Lin Xiu glanced at Luocian with concern and asked, Junior sister Luo, are you all right? Luocian, slightly bewildered, did not comprehend why Lin Xiu had suddenly appeared. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, brother Lin. Lin Xiu nodded and then directed his attention to Lu Jian atop the platform, sneering, Humph, junior sister Luo, there is no need for further explanations. I understand your intent. The resource battle is meant to be a fair competition. Yet Lu Jian is not your match. You were compelled to feign your defeat due to threats from Lu Linlang. How despicable, to resort to such tactics to force you into pretending to lose to this Lu Jian. What a shameless scoundrel, rest assured, junior sister. I shall not fear that little girl Lu Linlang. Just wait, for I shall deal with this Lu Jian and then take care of Lu Linlang, avenging you. Luocian, listening to this, felt utterly confused. Oh, that is not? Lin Xiu's lips curled into a cruel smile as he waved his hand dismissively, junior sister. No need for further words, if that were not the case. Why would your act be so exaggerated? It is evident that you are unwilling, hence why you let it be known that you are not truly defeated. Fear not, there are still 2 rounds left in the resource battle. I shall retrieve that pass for you. Chapter 28. I will not use lethal force. Having finished speaking, Lin Xiu swiftly leaped onto the platform. Boy, dare you engage in battle with me? A wave of gasps erupted from the stands. Everyone had heard Lin Xiu's words, and they felt that his deductions were quite reasonable. What a despicable person. Unable to defeat senior sister Luo, he resorts to such underhanded tactics. Senior sister Luo, do not fear. Brother Lin Xiu will uphold justice. Brother Lin Xiu, do not let him off the hook. How shameless to bully senior sister Luo with such despicable means. Listening to the crowd's scornful remarks, Lu Jian felt utterly helpless. Lin Xiu's earlier comments had implicated his own senior sister, yet no one spoke a word against Lu Linlang. It seemed that in the world of cultivators, appearances alone dictated justice. Lin Xiu, what are you saying? Who threatened junior sister Luocian in secret? Lu Linlang seethed with fury from the stands, glaring at Lin Xiu as if she were ready to charge at him. Beside her, Elder Lin chuckled coldly, casting a glance at Lu Linlang. Humph, wild girl. You know in your heart whether you did it or not. If you had not threatened Luocian in secret, how could she possibly lose to a mid-stage core formation waste like him? I never expected that while you feign indifference and uphold fairness in the academy, you would resort to any means necessary for a mere pass. It seems the rumors about you and this young man were not without basis. Humph. You have brought disgrace to our academy. I have long said that you should leave with that waste Lu Jian. Remaining here will only tarnish our academy's reputation. Lu Linlang trembled with rage at Elder Lin's words. She despised being called a wild girl. Elder Lin, fully aware that her family had perished at the hands of the demonic clan, was intentionally rubbing salt in her wounds. Qi Xinlan restrained the burgeoning fury of Lu Linlang, saying, Linlang, do not fall for their tricks. Within the academy, one must not act recklessly. Clenching her lips tightly, Lu Linlang's shoulders trembled with indignation, yet she understood her master's words were true. Once she drew her sword. Even her master could not protect her. Heh, so this is Brother Lin, is it? Truly a case of dogs begetting dogs. Lu Jian addressed Lin Xiu across the platform with a broad smile. At Lu Jian's words, Lin Xiu's brows shot up in anger. Boy, have you grown tired of living? Unfazed, Lu Jian chuckled lightly and continued, Brother Lin. On what basis do you claim that I instructed my senior sister to threaten junior sister Luocian in secret? Lin Xiu crossed his arms and sneered. On what basis? Simply because you and your sister are both useless. If it were not for your underhanded tactics, how could Luo Xian lose to you? Luo Xian, anxious, interjected, No. Sister Lin Lang did not threaten me. Before Luo Xian could finish, she was drowned out by the surrounding voices of anger. Senior Sister Luo, do not fear, since Brother Lin Xiu has vowed to stand up for you. He will ensure this boy pays the price. Luo Xian felt utterly at a loss, unable to clarify that she was simply reluctant to confront their demonic clan's leader. In the stands, Lin Xiu reveled in the unfolding scene. Having emerged from his seclusion the previous day and learned from Elder Lin about his brother's demise, heartbroken yet resolute, he could only follow his father's advice to confront this pair of scoundrels. He could not stand by and allow their happiness to be built upon his brother's suffering. The things that Qing'er could not attain, no one else should dare to covet. Casting a disdainful glance at Lu Linlang, Lin Xiu's gaze returned to Lu Jian. Lu Jian maintained his smile, seemingly oblivious to the clamor below. According to Brother Lin's reasoning, my supposed instruction for my sister to threaten junior sister Luo Xian stems from my fear of losing. Then, I wonder, Brother Lin, in comparison to junior sister Luo, whose cultivation is superior? Lin Xiu let out a cold snort. This question required no answer, as the crowd below had already spoken. Obviously. Certainly, it is Lin Xiu. The senior brother, whose cultivation surpasses all. Lin Xiu is universally acknowledged as the most formidable genius of our Immortal Mansion Academy. Even among other institutions, he stands as a paragon of talent. Lu Jian shrugged his shoulders and remarked, Is that truly the case? When the Demon Suppression Tower was activated, I distinctly heard individuals from the Spirit Academy disparaging Lin Xiu, referring to him as a worthless creature. By that token, it seems Lin Xiu's reputation may be somewhat exaggerated. Lin Xiu, infuriated, felt the impulse to retaliate but restrained himself, deciding to allow Lu Jian to flaunt his arrogance a little longer. He would ultimately pay for his insolent words. It must have been that useless Zhang Yubing who uttered such nonsense. How laughable! You are even more absurd. If you believe it to be an exaggeration, why not come and prove it? Lu Jian nodded, chuckling lightly. Of course, I am eager to experience it firsthand. After all, once I defeat you, the fabrications you have woven will unravel effortlessly. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, an uproar erupted from the audience below. Goodness! Is this lad delusional? He dares to challenge senior brother Lin. This is no mere contest of equals. Lin Xiu has no rival among those at the core formation stage. If he loses control, this fool might be gravely injured. On the spectators' platform, Lu Linlang gazed at Lu Jian with concern, exclaiming, Come back! Do not engage him. He is doing this on purpose. Lin Xiu snorted derisively, casting a sideways glance at Lu Linlang. You have no say here. This is a resource battle. We must fight whether we wish to or not. Unlike you conniving siblings, I assure you, I will not resort to lethal force. As he spoke, a cruel smile graced Lin Xiu's face. Indeed, he would not kill, for such a resource battle must not escalate to the loss of life. However, if by chance he incapacitated this fool, it would not be his fault. Once rendered a cripple, Lu Jian would naturally be unfit to remain within the ranks of cultivators. Lin Xiu approached Lu Jian, stating, I am not unreasonable. If you retract those filthy words of yours and kneel to offer me a few respectful bows, I shall let this matter rest. Chapter 29. Is there no martial skill he cannot master? Lu Jian, unfazed, chuckled. I am not as magnanimous as you, senior brother Lin. Even if you were to kneel and beg for mercy, I would never let you off the hook. Lin Xiu revealed a menacing grin. And the atmosphere in the martial arena grew tense. What a stubborn mouth. We shall see if your physique matches your bravado. With that, Lin Xiu vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before Lu Jian. He raised his arm, thrusting towards Lu Jian with blinding speed, golden light palm. A profound grade technique. The spectators barely had time to gasp before a thunderous clash reverberated through the arena. Dust and debris filled the air as two pairs of radiant golden hands collided, sending shockwaves that forced nearby onlookers to retreat. At that moment, Lu Jian stood calmly, extending his palm to intercept Lin Xiu's attack with his own golden light palm, a technique he had learned in the library. Lu Jian's aptitude for rapid cultivation extended to the swift mastery of martial techniques. Within a single day, he had already grasped dozens of skills, with at least one from each tier of the heavenly, earthly, and profound realms. However, the heavenly tier techniques required formidable cultivation as a foundation, which he could not yet fully wield. As the dust settled, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Golden light palm. He is also using the golden light palm. How is it possible? This Lu Jian has been here but a short time and has already mastered a profound grade technique. Moreover, he appears to be on par with the seasoned Lin Xiu. The battle had scarcely begun, yet the atmosphere in the martial arena had ignited with fervor. Even the esteemed Director Deng and the elders in attendance rose from their seats in disbelief. Unbelievable! This lad's spiritual power is akin to an ocean. At merely the mid-core formation stage, he is able to match a peak core formation cultivator with his spiritual energy. The amount of energy required for his mid-core formation must be astronomical. Director Deng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "While others focus on Lu Jian's martial skills, my concern lies with his spiritual power. Different cultivators accumulate varying amounts of energy at the core formation stage, determined by the capacity of their spiritual Cs. Given the current scenario, Lu Jian's spiritual C is at least 100 times more formidable than Lin Xiu's. This would allow him, with mere mid-core formation energy, to stand toe-to-toe with Lin Xiu at peak core formation. Lin Xiu's misstrike took him by surprise. Impressive. So, you have also mastered the golden light palm. But how about this?" As Lin Xiu spoke, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, coalescing before him into a spear. The spear emitted a fierce roar as it hurtled towards Lu Jian, primordial spirit spear. Another profound grade technique, as the audience gasped. Lu Jian conjured his own spear, and the two weapons clashed in a brilliant explosion of spiritual energy, ultimately canceling each other out. What? He can wield the primordial spirit spear too? How on earth has he trained to achieve this? Where does he find the time to master two profound grade techniques? Lin Xiu snorted, feigning indifference, though turmoil brewed within him. This Lu Jian was not only comparable in martial arts, but also matched him in spiritual energy, indicating that his spiritual C was incomprehensibly vast, far beyond Lin Xiu's capabilities. Such an individual, upon entering the nascent soul realm, would undoubtedly surpass ordinary nascent soul cultivators. If allowed to mature, he would become a significant threat. With that thought, Lin Xiu ceased his testing and resolved to expend all his effort to cripple Lu Jian's cultivation. His gaze turned cold as unending spiritual energy surged from his dantian, swiftly coalescing into a fine beam along his arm. Starwind Sacred Slash. Lin Xiu uttered the words, the beam solidifying further on his arm. An earth-tier technique? Lin Xiu is serious now. This lad is doomed. The surrounding noise quickly hushed, for the same scene unfolded again. Lu Jian too could wield this technique. On his arm, a similar beam of light materialized, equally solidified. The two beams struck simultaneously, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, the audience could not help but rise to their feet. An earth-tier technique? How has he accomplished this? Mastering an earth-tier technique typically requires at least 3 months of rigorous training. How long has he been at the academy? He has already learned 2 profound grade techniques, and now an earth-tier technique as well? At this rate, it seems he might very well be able to contend with Lin Xiu. The elders in attendance were wide-eyed, their envy directed towards Qi Xinlan. They recognized they had stumbled upon a treasure. Lu Jian's talent and comprehension were astonishing, incomparable to mere prodigies. Why was such a person not their disciple, who spread the rumor that he was a waste? While the crowd marveled, Elder Lin felt disbelief, yet he was not concerned that Lin Xiu would lose. Lu Jian did not appear to be the worthless individual he had claimed to be. But Lin Xiu was exceedingly formidable, and even he might not be Lin Xiu's match. As long as Lu Jian was not a nascent soul cultivator, the possibility of Lin Xiu's defeat remained slim. At that moment, Lin Xiu was infuriated. No matter what technique he employed, Lu Jian could replicate it. This made him feel utterly humiliated. This so-called waste was matching him blow for blow with mere martial skills. What did that make him? Lin Xiao furiously gathered spiritual energy, unleashing a barrage of techniques towards Lu Jian on the platform. The arena trembled as the solid ground shattered under the ferocity of Lin Xiao's assaults. Yet Lu Jian, standing firm, remained unscathed. White flame finger, profound light slash, earthquake mountain shatter, void divine spear. One technique after another rained down upon Lu Jian, and no matter the technique Lin Xiao unleashed, Lu Jian mirrored it. The audience transitioned from shock to numbness. What kind of cultivation talent is this? Is there truly no martial skill he cannot master? Chapter 30. Your brother was slain by me. The dazzling martial skills wreaked havoc upon the arena, forcing the surrounding spectators to continually retreat. The two figures collided with incredible speed, yet neither could gain the upper hand in their fierce exchange. Now, the two individuals have abandoned their martial skills, relying solely on spiritual power and physical strikes. The pure collision of their spiritual energies has unleashed a dazzling array of crystalline ice shards, moving all onlookers to astonishment. This young man, is he truly this formidable? To be able to contend with senior brother Lin on equal footing? How did he achieve this? I thought he would falter after 3 moves, yet he has managed to reach such a level of combat. We need a urine test. Conduct a urine test on him. This lad must have taken drugs. I heard that there exists a pill on the black market capable of awakening one's hidden potential, enabling a person to amplify their cultivation several times in a short span. However, such pills come with significant side effects. On the high platform, Lin Xiao and Lu Jian clashed once more. Lin Xiao's face twisted in rage. He could not accept that this so-called waste, despite being at a lower cultivation level, could match him blow for blow. Humph. Allow me to share a secret. I intend to render you utterly incapacitated. This has nothing to do with whether you have threatened Luoxian with Lu Linlang. My younger brother, Lin Qing, was deeply fond of your senior sister when he was alive. Once I eliminate you, I shall send her to join him. As for you, a mere waste, it would be best for you to live out your days as an insignificant being. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiao's voice was drowned out by the din of their battle. With only Lu Jian, facing him directly, able to hear, Lu Jian furrowed his brow, then once again collided fists with Lin Xiao, both of them forced back a few steps by the overwhelming spiritual force. Lin Xiao smirked, acknowledging that Lu Jian's strength was indeed shocking, yet it only solidified his resolve to incapacitate him. Junior brother Lu, you are quite impressive. Senior brother is about to unleash his full power. Should you be unable to withstand it, be sure to retreat in time, lest I inadvertently injure you. Lu Jian chuckled, gesturing for Lin Xiao to unleash his might. Senior brother Lin has yet to employ his full strength. I believe this young man has reached his limit. Still putting on airs, he clearly does not wish to suffer a disgraceful defeat. It seems this battle is on the verge of a conclusion. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Dean Deng and the assembled elders could not help but furrow their brows. They could see that Lin Xiao had unleashed the full extent of his peak core formation strength, and they were left puzzled as to what further tactics he might possess. Even if he had some hidden methods, defeating Lu Jian in a short time seemed nearly impossible. Lu Jian's spiritual energy appeared inexhaustible, and his rate of absorbing spiritual energy was astonishingly rapid. He could replenish his power while engaging in combat, like an inexhaustible machine, showing no signs of fatigue. For Lin Xiao to defeat Lu Jian in such a short time, he would need to elevate his combat power significantly. Otherwise, there was no possibility of success. Elder Lin, observing the perplexed expressions of the crowd, curled his lip in disdain. Just watch, Xiao is getting serious. That lad is doomed. Elder Lin leisurely crossed his arms, preparing to witness Lu Jian being rendered a cripple. That moment, Lin Xiao on the high platform smiled, but his expression soon turned serious. He raised his right hand, and boundless spiritual energy began to converge towards his palm, golden light palm. As the words fell, Lin Xiao's figure appeared before Lu Jian like a wraith. Boom! Golden light palm met golden light palm. Debris flew, dust billowed, and the spectators could no longer see the figures of the two combatants. Another golden light palm. What is senior brother Lin doing? Lu Jian can use this move as well. Did he not claim he would exert his full strength? Why is he resorting to a previously used technique? Moreover, it's in Xin-level technique, which cannot possibly harm Lu Jian. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, two figures soared from the dust cloud. In the sky, Lin Xiu continued to unleash martial techniques against Lu Jian, who defended himself in kind. While striking back, Lu Jian remained vigilant of Lin Xiu's changes. He was not engaging in futile efforts. Rather, he was purposefully drawing himself higher. Understanding this, Lu Jian immediately slowed his movements. Regardless of what tricks this fellow was planning, he would utilize his advantage in spiritual energy to deliver a decisive blow. When the two collided again, Lu Jian sensed something amiss. Lin Xiu's spiritual energy became chaotic, as if it were about to spiral out of control, wreaking havoc. When they separated again, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within Lin Xiu. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy swept across the entire arena, leaving the spectators momentarily stunned. Yuan Ying. This is a force only a Yuan Ying cultivator can wield. Lin, senior brother Lin has broken through. Witnessing this scene, Din Deng's expression changed dramatically. Lin Xiu had been capable of breaking through long ago, but he chose this moment to do so. It appears he has truly been pushed to his limits. Intending to deliver a lethal blow to Lu Jian with absolute superiority in cultivation, Lin Xiu. Halt! Din Deng immediately soared into the air, aiming to intercept Lin Xiu. Battles within the academy are only permitted between cultivators of the same realm. It is absolutely forbidden for a high-level cultivator to engage a lower-level one. The chasm of difference in cultivation cannot be bridged. It's over. Lu Jian is finished. That is the Yuan Ying stage. A whole major realm above him. Lu Jian will either perish or be rendered crippled. He cannot possibly withstand a strike from a Yuan Ying cultivator. In the sky, Lin Xiu wore a cruel smile. In his eyes, Lu Jian was merely a lamb ready for slaughter. Yet when he looked at Lu Jian, he found him devoid of the panic he had anticipated. Instead, Lu Jian appeared remarkably calm. Hearing Din Deng's urgent cries from below, Lin Xiu had no time for further contemplation. He had to strike. Boom! Lin Xiu slammed his palm forward, instantly reaching Lu Jian. His hand pierced through Lu Jian's chest. But before Lin Xiu could revel in his triumph, that figure dissipated like smoke. In that instant, not only was Lin Xiu taken aback, but even Din Deng was momentarily stunned. The next moment, Lin Xiu heard Lu Jian's voice behind him. Senior brother Lin, since you have revealed your secret to me, I must share one of mine with you. In truth, it was I who killed your brother. Boom. A deluge of spiritual energy erupted behind Lin Xiu with a terrifying sonic boom. Then, an enormous hand that obscured the sky suddenly materialized above Lin Xiu's head. Chapter 31. The young one is defeated, the old one emerges. The gigantic hand of spiritual energy descended, bearing an unmatched terrifying pressure that crashed down upon Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's body was forcefully slammed into the ground, his limbs shattered, blood splattering everywhere. The audience erupted in incredulous gasps. It's a heavenly-level martial technique, ethereal extermination of immortals. How is this possible? That technique can only be wielded by a Yuan Ying cultivator. He is only at the mid-core formation stage. How could he use a heavenly-level martial technique? At this moment, the elders on the platform could no longer contain themselves and stood up. To fight across realms and still emerge victorious. Unprecedented. Din Deng was left dumbfounded, momentarily frozen in place. He realized that Lu Jian's spiritual energy had initially been insufficient to invoke a heavenly-level technique, but his absorption of spiritual energy was astonishingly rapid. He had just absorbed an immense quantity of spiritual energy in a short time, and just as he was about to surpass his threshold, he released it all. This was what allowed him to utilize the heavenly-level technique. Ethereal extermination of immortals. Lu Jian gradually descended from the sky, and at that moment, the entire arena was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The massive handprint had obliterated the arena, and Lin Xiu was left barely breathing. He had just stepped into the Yuan Ying stage and could not withstand a technique meant solely for Yuan Ying cultivators. Lin Xiu spat blood, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he stared at Lu Jian. What did you say? You killed. His words were cut short as a series of sharp cracks echoed throughout his bones. and then his head lolled to one side, falling silent. Lin? Senior brother Lin has been killed by him? This cannot be a dream, can it? As they gazed at the slowly descending Lu Jian, the crowd was shocked into disbelief over the scene that had just unfolded. You little beast! I will kill you! You have slain my shower! I will take you down! Elder Lin on the platform slammed his hand on the table, his spiritual energy surging as he prepared to charge at Lu Jian. At that moment, however, Qi Xinlan's figure flickered and appeared before Elder Lin, her gaze cold and composed as she spoke. Senior brother Lin, as an elder, do you not think it dishonorable to bully the weak? Stopped by Qi Xinlan, Elder Lin's eyes were bloodshot. He killed Shower. He killed Shower. Does he not deserve to die? Qi Xinlan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she replied. The sparring matches at the arena are inherently fraught with danger. Moreover, it was your son who sought to take another's life first. Lu Jian was compelled to act in self-defense. Shouldn't it be the case that your son must first take another's life before he should pay the price? Elder Lin's brows furrowed, but he had begun to regain a modicum of composure from his earlier fury. This is within the academy. If I act recklessly, not only will I fail to kill Lu Jian, but I will also be slain by the dean. Realizing this, Elder Lin's tears streamed down his face as he turned to Dean Deng, pleading, Uncle Master, you must uphold justice for me. This little beast has callously disregarded our brotherhood and murdered his own senior brother. This is indeed a battle for resources. It is unacceptable to take a life. He is fully aware of his transgressions and must pay with his own life. Upon hearing Elder Lin's words, Lu Jian was about to speak, but was halted by Dean Deng's gesture. After casting a glance at Elder Lin, he finally spoke, Indeed, Master Qi is correct. It was your son who sought to take a life first. Lu Jian bears no fault in this matter. Elder Lin was taken aback, gazing at Dean Deng in disbelief, crying out, Uncle Master, how could you? How could you? Dean Deng shot a disapproving glance at Elder Lin and scolded. How dare you weep? Your son displayed quite the cunning. Fearing that I might intervene, he resorted to underhanded tactics. Had he remained on the arena, he might have survived under my protection. The current situation is solely a consequence of his own making. He has no one to blame but himself. Elder Lin stood stunned, his cries ceasing abruptly. He stared agape at the crowd and, filled with resentment, exclaimed, Very well. You all choose to protect this wretched creature. With a fierce glare directed at Lu Jian, he dramatically swept his robe and turned away from the martial arena, neglecting to even carry away Lin Xiu's body. Once Elder Lin had departed, Dean Deng waved his hand to the crowd, declaring, All right, disperse. It is unlikely anyone will challenge Lu Jian for the final resource battle. His strength has now unequivocally positioned him as the foremost in the academy. Dean Deng approached Lu Jian, patting him on the shoulder. This is your first time taking a life, is it not? There is no need for anxiety. The world of cultivation is far more brutal than you might imagine. Once you leave the academy, remember not to show mercy. You did nothing wrong today. There is no need for guilt, Lu Jian nodded, as Dean Deng likely assumed his silence stemmed from shock over recent events. In truth, Lu Jian's focus had been on the recently departed Elder Lin. Even in a fair fight, he could now contend with him on equal ground without resorting to his primary account. However, judging by Elder Lin's earlier demeanor, it was evident he still harbored intentions against him. Lu Jian planned to make a grand exit from the academy soon, providing Elder Lin an opportunity. If he believed he could eliminate Lu Jian, he would undoubtedly seize this moment. At that time, after dealing with the old man, he would trace the family lineage and eliminate any potential threats, ensuring a permanent resolution to avoid the endless cycle of vengeance often seen in the cultivation novels he had perused in his past life. After leaving the martial arena, Lu Jian handed the passage permit to the falling god battlefield to his senior sister. At that moment, Lu Linlang was at the pinnacle of the core formation stage, and she needed to enter that space rich in spiritual energy to break through. The following day, Lu Linlang departed from the academy, entering the falling god battlefield through the human transmission array from the city lord's mansion. Lu Jian covertly followed her along the way, apprehensive that Elder Lin might secretly target his senior sister. However, his concerns proved unfounded. Ever since the battle in the martial arena, Elder Lin had vanished. It was said he left the academy that very day, and no one knew where he had gone. This unforeseen turn of events thwarted Lu Jian's original plans. Elder Lin was far more astute than he had anticipated. He had not allowed hatred to cloud his judgment. Chapter 32. Assassination of the Demon King. I understand the rules. How many spirit stones are required? Elder Lin found himself in a dilapidated ancient temple, accompanied by a man clad in a black cloak. Upon hearing Elder Lin's inquiry, the man nodded. The target this time is that student named Lu Jian from your academy, correct? We have verified his information. He is in the mid-core formation stage and should reach the pinnacle soon. His cultivation talent is exceptional, capable of battling across realms. He is a rare genius. The man in black sighed lightly. This presents a challenge. Such a target will undoubtedly be under strict protection. To kill him, we may first need to breach your academy's defenses. The cost for that, you cannot afford. Elder Lin, unfazed, had anticipated this. There is no need to act within the academy. I have a method to draw him out. The man in black raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You can lure him out? Where shall we make our move? Elder Lin nodded, replying, the falling god battlefield. There, he will have no protection. Would that allow for a reduction in price? The man in black considered this, nodding. The falling god battlefield? A fine location. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. We will accept this contract. Elder Lin clenched his teeth in frustration, uttering through gritted teeth, very well. Come to collect tomorrow, but you must ensure that wretched creature dies. You are the most formidable assassin organization. You cannot afford to lose your credibility. The man in black scoffed disdainfully. We have never failed to eliminate a target. Merely a genius below the nascent soul stage cannot tarnish the reputation of our Inquisition. Elder Lin had spared no expense in enlisting this renowned assassin organization. They had never failed in their missions. Once a target was marked, they would ascend the organization's list of heretical judgments. Since the organization's inception, no name had remained on that list for more than 6 months. Despite this, Elder Lin felt a twinge of unease. Is there truly no one you cannot kill? I have heard that for the right price, you can even eliminate leaders of top-tier factions. Surely this isn't just a marketing ploy? The man in black, visibly irked by Elder Lin's skepticism, retorted sharply, as long as we accept the job, not even the leaders of this world are beyond our reach. At this point, the man in black chuckled. However, to be precise, there exists one individual, one demon. We do not take contracts on him. The man in black found amusement in his own clever jest, unable to stifle a laugh. Ha! It seems that no one would willingly seek death by attempting to assassinate that demon king. Thus, with no employer, there is naturally no notion of failure. Be why that logic? It was indeed true that they had never missed their mark. With that, the man in black turned to Elder Lin, solemnly stating, moreover, rest assured, once we accept your contract, we shall not relent until we achieve our goal. Though you have only covered the cost for the assassination at the Falling God battlefield, should we fail, subsequent attempts will not incur additional charges. The Inquisition values its reputation above all. If Lu Jian is marked, we shall spare no effort to eliminate him. That is our vow. Upon hearing this, Elder Lin nodded in satisfaction. He was fortunate to have arrived early. Had that wretched creature grown stronger, the price would have truly been beyond his means. After finalizing their agreement, the man in black promptly departed the ancient temple, while Elder Lin hastened to prepare the spirit stones necessary for this assassination mission. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jian had spent 2 months at the Xinfu Academy. Now, only Lu Jian and his master remained in the Qilong courtyard. Throughout these days, Lu Jian had not pursued further cultivation, maintaining his strength at the mid-core formation stage. He had not intended to invest significant effort into cultivation. As long as he could remain undisturbed in the academy, that sufficed. Recently, he had subtly inquired with Luo Xian about the situation regarding the Demon Clan. According to Luo Xian, while members of the Demon Clan could cultivate using the human clan system, there existed a barrier that they could never cross, the pinnacle of the Dao Ancestor realm. Regardless of how gifted or perceptive a demon genius might be, they could only cultivate below the Dao Ancestor realm, forever unable to take that crucial step to become a powerhouse of that level. Thus, Lu Jian did not plan to continue his cultivation. He still possessed the cultivation of a demon, and he was uncertain whether pursuing further cultivation would result in conflict between the two. He feared that before mastering either, he might inadvertently self-destruct due to the clash of differing cultivation paths. Moreover, there were currently no powerhouses in the human clan at the Tao ancestor realm. It was said that they had been eradicated 800 years ago. This was a significant factor contributing to the irreconcilable enmity between the human and demon clans. Upon hearing this tale, Lu Jian could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. He was undoubtedly cast in the role of a villain. Perhaps there was now a gifted youth, one who had been robbed of his supreme bone, secretly vowing to take his life. Although he claims to be the leader of the demon clan, such characters are often portrayed as the most unfortunate in typical novels, particularly the antagonists, who believe they have the upper hand while creating trouble for the protagonist. Find the latter skillfully turning peril into safety, ultimately prevailing over the villains. Liu Jian feels he must exercise more caution and find an opportunity to ensure that the demon clan cannot locate him. For his safety depends on it. In recent days, Lu Jian has been idling at the academy, spending his leisure time with other students in musical pursuits and cultivation, completely avoiding any trouble. One day, upon returning to Qilin Courtyard, he received distressing news from his master. His senior sister, Lu Linlang, had gone missing. She had been stationed at the Shanshu battlefield and would regularly send back updates. However, in recent times, it seemed she had encountered some misfortune, as no news had arrived. Moreover, the spirit candle in the academy that indicated her vitality had dimmed considerably. It was feared that Linlang had suffered some calamity. Qi Xinlan's expression was grave. The flame of the candle reflected the life signs of the person it was connected to. The flickering, waning light of Lu Linlong's candle clearly indicated that she was in mortal danger. Chapter 33. The human city-state Qi Xinlan informed Lu Jian that she needed to visit the Shanshu battlefield immediately to investigate his sister's situation. However, Lu Jian felt this plan was unwise, as the vastness of the Shanshu battlefield would make it nearly impossible for just his master to find Linlang. It would be better for him to go. If any danger arose, he could activate his main account. Master, allow me to go instead. I also need to prepare for my breakthrough and was planning to visit there anyway. Rest assured, I will bring my sister back safely. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Qi Xinlan hesitated for a moment, but now that Lu Jian possessed the ability to confront Yuanian cultivators, he could indeed navigate the Shanshu battlefield. Qi Xinlan possessed only a single pass to the battlefield, granted by the academy head. After much contemplation, she ultimately handed it to Lu Jian. Jinner, be cautious. Once you find your sister, return immediately. Do not linger on the battlefield. Lu Jian nodded and departed the academy that very day, heading towards the city lord's mansion, located 100 miles away. Having visited once before and witnessed how his sister used the pass, he encountered no difficulties this time. After registering his name and academy, he promptly entered the Luotian battlefield via the teleportation array. When Lu Jian regained his bearings, he found himself within a dilapidated city. The remnants of the city, with crumbling bricks and shattered tiles, bore the scars of countless years of warfare, leaving no intact structures in sight. This the city-state of the human race within the Shanshu battlefield. Occasionally, cultivators passed by the streets, most armed and exuding an air of menace. Clearly seasoned veterans of battle, the cultivators along the roads moved hurriedly, and Lu Jian often spotted groups of 3 or 5 exchanging treasures discovered within the Shanshu battlefield. Lu Jian made his way to the outskirts of the city. He passed by a place resembling an inn when he suddenly heard a familiar name. I remember. Her name is Lu Linlang, right? Lu Jian immediately halted, raising his gaze to find the voice emanating from the second floor of the ancient building. Noticing the sign of the inn, he ascended the stairs in the second-floor hall. A group of over a dozen young men and women, clad in extravagant attire, were drinking and laughing. Liu Jian observed their matching garments, adorned with the emblem of Tianshui Academy. Are you from Tianshui Academy, affiliated with the City Lord's Mansion? Lu Jian inquired, cupping his hands in greeting. He was familiar with Tianshui Academy, having heard from Director Deng that it was a place where numerous prodigies gathered, with the minimum requirement for admission being the Yuanian realm. Although the individuals before him appeared quite youthful, their cultivation levels were indeed at the Yuanian stage. Who are you? The crowd turned their attention to Lu Jian. a pale-faced young man among them looking perplexed as he returned the gesture. I am from Xinfu Academy. I just heard you mention my senior sister, Lu Linlang. Have you seen her? Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, the curiosity of the others quickly dissipated. Xinfu Academy? Another one from that impoverished place. You Xinfu Academy truly are bold, coming to the Shenshu battlefield before reaching the Yuanying stage. This is not a place for people like you. It's one thing to be inexperienced, but to lack even common sense is absurd. Our young master Zhao had the fortune to find a few of her discarded trinkets. It's her good fortune. How dare she refuse to hand them over? Since she enjoys scavenging so much, let her do it outside. We no longer desire them. Ha ha ha. Lu Jin gazed calmly at the jeering crowd, unexpectedly finding the very individuals he sought. Oh? Where is she now? The pale-faced young man smirked darkly. You seem quite perceptive. We initially intended to wait for you to lose your temper, but it seems that one tea be necessary. Get lost. And tell your master she is dead. She offended the young master of the Zhao family from the city lord's mansion and is probably dead outside now. Have your academy head come with an apology letter in a few days to settle this matter. Lu Jin's gaze turned icy as he looked at the young man before him. You must be young master Zhao, correct? From your words, before Lu Jin could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a girl standing nearby. You are Lu Jin? Turning in confusion, Lu Jin saw a playful-looking girl approaching from a side table. It seemed she was not part of the group. She hurriedly approached the central figure, young master Zhao, and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry for interrupting your enjoyment, young master Zhao. We shall take our leave with that. She quickly turned to Lu Jin and whispered, hurry. I know where your senior sister is. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin glanced back at the young man who had resumed drinking and reveling with the others before following the girl downstairs. The priority was to locate his sister first. Dealing with these privileged youths could wait. The girl led Lu Jin to a secluded marketplace, ensuring no one was around before speaking. I am Xiao Rulin from Xinguang Academy. We previously met at your Xinfu Academy's Demon Suppression Tower. Lu Jin recalled that this was the girl his sister had once subdued. His impression of her was not very deep since he had only glanced at her momentarily. Oh, so it's you. What is going on? What happened to my sister? Xiao Rulin exhaled softly, cautiously glancing toward the direction of the inn before explaining. Those individuals are not to be trifled with. They are from Tianshui Academy. The one who spoke to you earlier is Zhao Linfei. He is the second son of the Zhao family from the city lord's mansion, and your sister has been trapped outside because she offended him. Lu Jin furrowed his brow and asked, what happened? Xiao Rulin sighed. These young masters hold considerable power within the city lord's mansion. Their admission to Tianshui Academy is less about talent and more about their family's influence within the mansion. They are domineering in the academy, yet the rules are strict. Every student must regularly complete tasks assigned by the academy. These young masters entered the Shenshu battlefield for this purpose. However, they did not wish to seek the items required for their tasks themselves. So they turned their attention to other cultivators in the battlefield. Chapter 34. Expulsion. As Lu Jin listened, he nodded, quickly grasping the sequence of events. 2 days prior, Lu Linlang had fortuitously discovered a Dao fruit in the Shenshu battlefield, which was among the items Tianshui Academy needed for their task. Consequently, young Master Zhao and his companions sought to exchange it with her. Accustomed to their lofty status, they first asserted their identities to Lu Linlang and casually offered some elixirs in hopes of acquiring the Dao fruit. They assumed she would graciously hand it over, doing them a favor. However, Lu Linlang, perceiving their rude demeanor, refused to negotiate, and the value of their offered elixirs was far inferior to that of the Dao fruit. Seeing Lu Linlang's unwillingness to comply, the group became enraged and insisted she surrender the Dao fruit. Lu Linlang, perceiving the overwhelming number and formidable cultivation of her adversaries, chose to avoid confrontation and reluctantly opted for a compromise with them. Initially, it seemed that the matter would conclude there. Yet, just yesterday, an unknown rogue cultivator, having heard that young Master Zhao and his associates from the city lord's mansion were in need of enlightenment fruits, presented a considerable quantity of these fruits, gathered over the years from the fallen god battlefield. To Zhao It remains uncertain whether this act wounded Zhao's pride, but it certainly provoked him. They brazenly sought out trouble with Lu Linlang, declaring, for Zhao, even to acknowledge your meager possessions is an immense favor. You not only fail to offer them willingly, but also appear reluctant to trade. They boasted of the Zhao family's esteemed position within the city lord's mansion, where many would prostrate themselves before young Master Zhao. Even the head of the Immortal Academy would treat him with utmost respect. None would dare show him disrespect. If you do not receive a lesson today, you might find that the Immortal Academy will increasingly overestimate its own significance. Upon hearing their words, Lu Linlang was filled with indignation. Yet she understood the formidable forces backing these individuals were beyond her capabilities to offend. Initially, she contemplated ignoring them to prevent further escalation, but they persisted relentlessly. Ultimately, it seemed that young Master Zhao leveraged some connections to summon soldiers from the human city-state, expelling Lu Linlang from the city. Zhao and his companions looked down from the city walls, their gazes laced with contempt. Some people simply do not understand the concept of hierarchy. Lu Linlang, I no longer desire your worthless items. Young Master Zhao nonchalantly tossed an enlightenment fruit over the wall, which landed at Lu Linlang's feet. Kneel here. Tomorrow, if I am in a good mood, perhaps I shall allow you back in. Otherwise, prepare to perish outside. He concluded, leaving her with a warning for the Immortal Academy to recognize their place upon encountering him again. Lu Linlang, however, would never kneel before him and turned away from the city. After Xiao Ruolin recounted the events, her expression turned grave. This trouble is significant. Young Master Zhao's influence is not to be underestimated. He has already accomplished the Academy's task yet remains stationed here. For the Zhao family, it is merely a matter of having the city lord expel a cultivator. They would not risk offending Zhao for such trivial matters. It appears that senior sister Linlang may find it impossible to leave the fallen god battlefield. Should she fail to return, she could be in grave peril. Lu Jian furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Where is senior sister now? Xiao Ruolin pondered for a moment before responding. She likely headed to the demon clan's city-state, within the fallen god battlefield. The demonic forces are the most dominant, thus the human and demon clans maintain a tenuous alliance against them. If the human teleportation array is inoperative, the only option left is to use the demon's teleportation array. However, the journey to the demon city-state is fraught with peril, and I fear for senior sister Linlang. Xiao Ruolin trailed off. Moreover, the demon clan will likely refuse passage to us humans. Although we are allies, our relationship is not particularly amicable. It is merely a necessity born from the pressure of the demonic forces. The demons would not arbitrarily grant passage for a human cultivator. Lu Jian expressed his gratitude towards Xiao Ruolin. Sister Ruolin, thank you for this information. I shall leave the city to pursue my senior sister. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruolin hesitated. You intend to leave the city? That is unwise. If young Master Zhao sees you returning with your senior sister, you too will be barred from entry. At that point, you would be left to roam the fallen god battlefield. And without the protection of the city, survival beyond 7 days would be impossible. Lu Jian nodded, undeterred. That is not a concern for me. If problems cannot be resolved, then we must confront those who create them. They are merely a few second-generation heirs. Once dealt with, no one will obstruct our entry into the city. I appreciate the warning, but I cannot stand by as senior sister Linlang ventures to her demise. Furthermore, I have promised my master to bring her back safely. I cannot go back on my word. Xiao Ruolin exhaled deeply, withdrawing a map crafted from an unknown material. Very well, do as you wish. This is a map of the fallen god battlefield. While it is not comprehensive, it outlines the areas that have been explored. Attempt to head towards the demon clan's direction and see if you can find her. Lu Jian accepted the map, glancing at it before stowing it away. He then inquired about the individuals from the Heavenly Water Academy before departing the city. Once outside, he followed the map, making his way toward the demon clan. The fallen god battlefield was a shattered expanse, scarred by the remnants of past battles. As he journeyed, Lu Jian extended his spiritual senses. But the chaotic laws of this realm severely hindered his perception. Moreover, upon entering, he felt an unsettling presence, as if something within this place was suppressing his cultivation and awareness. The sensation was bizarre, even unsettling, to one of his formidable capabilities. Chapter 35. Abyssal Prison in the Fallen God Battlefield. Within the Moonfall Gorge, Lu Linlang clutched her chest, her complexion pale as she evaded the pursuit of several cloaked figures behind her. After leaving the human city-state, she indeed ventured into the demon clan's territory. However, as Xiao Rulin had predicted, the demon showed no inclination to grant her passage. Why would a human cultivator not use your own teleportation array? This is a vital stronghold of our demon clan. How dare you enter at will return? If you disturb us again, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. With no other options, Lu Linlang had no choice but to retreat from the demon city. Yet, she found herself with nowhere else to turn. If the demon teleportation array was inaccessible, then the demonic array was even less likely to be available. Even if it were, she would rather face death in the fallen god battlefield than rely on it. Just as she contemplated her next move, a group of individuals clad in black cloaks suddenly blocked her path. Without a word, they attacked, all being Yuan-ing level cultivators. Fortunately, Lu Linlang had also attained the Yuan-ing realm during her time in the fallen god battlefield. Nonetheless, against a dozen or more Yuan-ing experts, she could not withstand for long and was soon grievously wounded, forced to hide desperately amidst the terrain. The attackers showed no intent to kill but rather cornered her further into despair. When they recognized Lu Linlang's inability to resist, the cloaked figures ceased their assault. Lu Linlang, do you remember me? One of the black-cloaked figures removed his disguise, revealing a twisted, sinister face. It's you? Lin? Lin? Elder Lin bore a malevolent grin as he slowly approached the injured Lu Linlang. Indeed, it is I. Did you not expect me to wait for you here? Do you think that just because you did not kill my disciple, I would spare you? To be frank, I have no intention of letting either of you scoundrels go. Lu Linlang's brows furrowed in distress, beads of perspiration glistening on her exquisite face. Scoundrels? You? Her condition was dire, leaving her with no strength to articulate a complete thought. Elder Lin disdainfully scoffed. Conserve your energy. I shall not kill you just yet. After all, you were Qing'er's most cherished woman. To let you die here would be a disservice to her memory. As he spoke, Elder Lin gestured to his companions. Seize her. Use her to lure that little beast here. Once he arrives, we shall eliminate him first, and this woman shall be of use to me. The surrounding cloaked figures nodded, gradually closing in on Lu Linlang. Despair engulfed her as she glanced at the advancing figures and the bottomless abyss behind her, realizing there was no escape. Ha, wild girl, do you think we have driven you to this point without reason? Behind you lies the Moonfall Cliff, a prison utilized by the Demon Clan to confine the abyssal giants. I know that you despise the Demon Clan above all else. Now consider, will you follow me? Or leap into the abyss to join those monstrous demons? Oh, but I fear that before you even reach the bottom, the demonic energy above will claim your life. However, that would be quite unfortunate. You would have no chance of escape. You would be forever trapped with those demonic beings who slaughtered your entire family. Elder Lin wore a smile, having discerned Lu Linlang's thoughts. He knew she could not endure such humiliation and would have no choice but to comply and follow him. At that point, Lu Jian and Qi Xinlan would enter the Godfall battlefield, and once there, their demise would be inevitable. Supported by her sword, Lu Linlang was forced to retreat step by step. Better this then. Dragging others down with her, upon hearing Lu Linlang's words, Elder Lin's pupils constricted sharply. This is bad. She intends to jump? Elder Lin reacted swiftly, yet was still a moment too late. Lu Linlang resolutely leaped into the air. And as she glanced back, she caught sight of Elder Lin's frantic face. A bitter smile played on Lu Linlang's lips as she surrendered to her fall from the cliff. Elder Lin could only watch helplessly. Below the Moonfall Cliff, demonic energy surged, a prison constructed by the Demon Clan to confine formidable entities. Not even a Yuan-ing cultivator, let alone a Huashan practitioner, dared to enter recklessly. Cursed be this wretched woman. She would rather die than be used by me. The black-clad individuals nearby exchanged glances, and one spoke. You promised it was foolproof. Now that she is dead, will Lu Jian still come to the Godfall battlefield? Our responsibility is solely to eliminate Lu Jian in the Godfall battlefield. Breaching the Immortal Academy would incur a different fee. Elder Lin's expression darkened considerably. According to his plan, he could have lured Lu Jian into the Godfall battlefield. However, he had not anticipated Lu Linlang's resoluteness. Even if Lu Linlang is dead, before Elder Lin could finish, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure dashing towards him from across the cliff, Lu Jian. It is him. It is indeed him. Elder Lin's face lit up with excitement. He had not expected this little beast to come on his own. This would save him much trouble. No need to deceive him into the Godfall battlefield. Prepare to act. This is the target. Before Elder Lin could complete his thought, Lu Jian had already reached the opposite side. Then, to Elder Lin's astonishment, Lu Jian leaped without hesitation into the Moonfall Cliff. Madness! This madman! Does he not value his life? Watching Lu Jian disappear from sight, Elder Lin stomped his feet in frustration. It wasn't that he was upset to see Lu Jian seeking his own demise. Rather, allowing him to die so easily was too lenient. The black-clad individual shrugged, chuckling, well, the problem is resolved. Regardless, the target is dead, and we have fulfilled our mission. We had already agreed. No refunds on the spirit stones. Elder Lin gasped in anger. He dared not lash out at the members of the Heretical Judgment Institute, so he could only curse Lu Linlang and Lu Jian, whose figures had vanished, but at this point, he had to accept the outcome. Chapter 36. Emo Luo Lu Linlang plummeted continuously, the chilling presence beneath her growing ever closer, like a demonic sovereign of the abyss, poised to swallow her whole. Lu Linlang understood that below lay the vast shackles of demonic energy. Should she fall into them, she would be immediately consumed by the malevolent force, her life extinguished. She exhaled, her hands clasped together. Reciting a verse, thousand spirits return to origin. Righteous chi ascends. Ethereal garb of radiance, shield my true essence. A faint golden light gradually emanated from beneath Lu Linlong's garment, enveloping her in a protective aura. This was her personal protective attire, never to be utilized unless her life was at stake. While not a supreme treasure, it should suffice to withstand the terrifying demonic energy for a time. As Lu Linlang awaited her impending fate, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in the tranquil gorge. Senior sister. Once filled with despair, Lu Linlang froze in surprise, her gaze fixed on the source of the voice. A familiar figure was rapidly approaching. It was none other than Lu Jian. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Cast out from the human city, no one dared to assist her, yet just as she braced for death, he arrived, but, gazing upon that steadfast figure drawing near, Lu Linlang sighed softly. She clasped her hands once more, forming a hand-sealed go. Countless streams of light gently detached from her body and coalesced into a piece of armor. Soaring towards Lu Jian, the radiance enveloped him in a protective barrier. At that moment, Lu Jian was oblivious to the changes around him, for Lu Linlang had already plunged into the demonic sea below. He accelerated, diving into the depths of the demonic ocean. The demonic energy surged, dark clouds roiling. Black chains intertwined, like venomous serpents, ruthlessly constricting all life that dared to escape their grasp. Lu Linlong's body fell into the abyss. Instantly pierced by the horrendous demonic energy, the frigid essence spread throughout her, her consciousness gradually fading. Finally catching up, Lu Jian embraced Lu Linlang, and together they descended slowly towards the valley floor. The terrifying demonic energy halted before them. Unable to encroach any closer, Lu Jian gazed at Lu Linlang, now unconscious in his arms, and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I made it in time. Lu Linlong's face was shrouded in dark energy. Yet fortunately, she had not been tainted for long. She merely fainted from the turmoil. Their figures continued to descend, passing through the layer of demonic clouds to enter the true depths of the valley. In the darkness, furious roars echoed beneath Lu Jian. Ah, humans! I can smell their presence. How long has it been? How long? Fresh humans, come to my mouth. Gigantic hands emerged from the depths, swiftly reaching for the falling Lu Jian and Lu Linlang. Lu Jian glanced at the bizarre creature below, sporting 3 heads and 6 arms, and commanded, "Scram." A powerful pressure radiated outward, rendering the creature's previously fearsome visage pale with terror. It withdrew its hand, trembling in submission on the ground. Heavenly Sovereign, I realize my mistake. I truly understand my error. Please do not kill me. Please spare my life. Ignoring the creature's wails, Lu Jian gradually descended to the valley floor and gently propped Lu Linlang against a protruding stone platform. He brought his fingers together and lightly pressed them against her forehead. Streams of black energy slowly extracted from her body, and her furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Seeing this, Lu Jian sighed in relief, then sat beside Lu Linlang. The creature before him was exceptionally tall. Even in its prostrate position, it resembled a towering edifice, towering over Lu Jian by 2 full heads. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Recognizing the creature as a member of the demon clan, Lu Jian noted the vast variety within their ranks, having encountered only a few types. The creature continued to bow, weeping profusely, reporting to the heavenly sovereign. "I am a member of the Mo clan. In my youth, I acted foolishly and violated military orders, resulting in my imprisonment here. This place serves as a confinement for my clan's offenders, and I have languished here for a century. Originally, there were 11 others imprisoned alongside me, but they could not endure and have perished here." Lu Jian nodded. Beneath the gorge lay a chaotic mass of stones, devoid of any prison, yet numerous stone platforms jutted out from the cliffs. He observed that some of these platforms indeed bore the remains of various demon clan members, evidently from different factions. "What is your name? What crime warranted a century of imprisonment?" The creature wept bitterly, tears streaming from all 3 heads. "Heavenly Sovereign, my name is Mo Luo. I was originally tasked with searching for the remnants left by our ancestors in the Godfall battlefield. However, a century ago, I discovered a highly peculiar relic that was neither human, nor demon, nor beast. I reported this matter, but received a directive to cease further investigation. Eager to achieve merit, I took a team to explore the relic, but in the end, I was the only one to escape. We sacrificed hundreds of brothers, yet we could not even locate the entrance to that relic. According to military regulations, it was the reckless ambition of the subordinate that resulted in the deaths of hundreds of brothers. Thus, the subordinate has been confined here for nearly a century." Lu Jian nodded and said, "All right, rise. I have matters to entrust to you. If you handle them properly, you shall be granted your freedom from this place." Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Mo Luo was overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly bowing his head. "Heavenly Sovereign, please give your orders. I would endure any fate, even to be torn asunder, to fulfill your divine will." Lu Jian waved his hand, then tossed Mo Luo a map, saying, "There is no need for such extremes. I am currently unable to leave. I require you to venture out on my behalf. I shall send you to the stronghold of our demonic clan. On the reverse side of this map is a list. Have them procure the individuals I require from the human stronghold according to that list." Chapter 37. An encounter. As Lu Jian spoke, he glanced at the still closed eyes of Lu Linlang. He could certainly lead his senior sister away from this place, but to do so would leave him with no plausible explanation. His cultivation was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and the demons below the valley were of a much higher cultivation than his own. Escaping this place was beyond his capabilities. Moreover, his senior sister was currently injured, and this location served as a suitable place for her recovery. As for the Lin Elder and his companions he had seen at the cliff's edge, they had likely departed by now. Having witnessed Lu Jian and Lu Linlang plummet into the abyss, they would not dare descend and would naturally not linger any longer. This matter, Lu Jian preferred to resolve personally. Once he emerged from the battlefield of the fallen gods, he would seek out that old man and investigate the nature of the scoundrels surrounding him. Since learning of his sister's deep-seated hatred for the demon clan, Lu Jian's motives for concealing his identity had only multiplied. He looked at the protective garment enveloping him, feeling a tumult of emotions. This garment could hardly withstand the terrifying demonic aura. Upon contact, it had already lost its luster. Yet, it remained her last means of preserving her life. Lu Jian instructed Mo Luo further, cautioning him to act discreetly, as he was currently engaged in a covert operation to upend the world, urging him to safeguard his identity. Go forth, and compel the humans to surrender those few individuals. Do not kill them. Beyond that, do as you please. Just ensure my name remains unspoken, and find a suitable pretext. Mo Luo nodded vigorously, believing wholeheartedly in Lu Jian's deception. Lu Jian gazed at the endless dark clouds above and inquired, Is there any way to exit this place without revealing my identity? Mo Luo's mind raced, and he exclaimed, Yes, yes, fear not, heavenly sovereign, leave it to me. As long as we can exit this location, I will ensure they assist you without any suspicion falling upon you. Lu Jian nodded with satisfaction. This little brother was quite competent, having grasped his intentions merely from a casual inquiry. Good. Let us proceed. As Lu Jian's words fell, he struck out a palm towards the roiling demonic clouds. Countless strands of demonic energy swiftly receded, parting to create a passageway. Mo Luo, brimming with excitement, nodded and then leaped into the air, hastily departing along the path Lu Jian had opened. Opening this prison required an extraordinarily high level of cultivation. But for Lu Jian, it was merely a triviality. After bidding farewell to Mo Luo, Lu Jian turned his attention to Lu Linlang. Senior sister, I apologize, Lu Jian had not brought any healing elixirs, as he had no use for such items himself. Now, in order to tend to Lu Linlong's injuries, he could only search her person. After a thorough search, Lu Jian finally discovered a small sachet in her sleeve. Upon opening it, he found several crimson pills. He recognized them as the fire recovery pills. Specifically crafted for healing wounds, he carefully took one pill and fed it to Lu Linlang, who swallowed it with ease. After half a stick of incense had passed, color finally returned to her face. Seeing this, Lu Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning against the rocky wall, he casually popped a pill into his mouth. The flavor was pleasant, reminiscent of chocolate. Lu Jian raised his head, gazing at the swirling demonic clouds with a sense of wonder. Meanwhile, Lu Linlang beside him unconsciously furrowed her brows. In the heavens above, the demonic clouds churned, resembling a cataclysmic punishment, enveloping the entire Lu residence in boundless despair. A slender figure stood with arms crossed, beneath which was a small girl of merely 7 or 8 years. She trembled uncontrollably, her tiny teeth biting down on her lip, desperately trying to suppress any sound. Yet he noticed her nonetheless. The terrifying figure bent down, and little Linlang, unable to see his face, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Little girl, do you hate me? A chilling aura seeped into her heart, and Lu Linlong's tears flowed unbidden down her cheeks. She bit her lip fiercely until it bled, yet still could not utter a sound. The man chuckled softly, his laughter devoid of discernible emotion. He extended his right hand, slowly placing his finger upon Lu Linlong's brow. A bone-chilling sensation caused her to tremble all over, and she tightly hugged her knees, engulfed in the terror of death. Yet, the man did not slay her. By the time she opened her eyes again, he had already risen. He sighed deeply, I entrust this to you. In her dreams, Lu Linlang was drenched in cold sweat, her body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Observing her unusual expression, Lu Jian hurriedly checked her condition. But his senior sister was merely startled. Her physical state remained unharmed. Did you have a nightmare? Lu Jian shook his head and leaned back against the stone wall in her dreams. Urgent calls echoed in Lu Linlong's ears. Linlang, Linlang. Lu Linlang raised her head in a daze, her cheeks adorned with deep tear stains. Aunt Xinlan, I am left all alone. The shadow wept bitterly as it embraced her small frame, sorrowfully exclaiming, Linlang. At that moment, the demonic clouds in the sky had dissipated, yet the Lu residence under the sunlight lay in ruins. In the dark abyss, Lu Linlang tightly shut her eyes, yet tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. A melody she had never heard drifted into her ears. I hear the departure of winter. I awaken in some year and month. I long, I wait, I yearn, yet the future cannot be arranged because of this. On a cloudy evening, outside the car window, someone is waiting for me in the future, looking left, right, and ahead. Love must take a few turns to arrive. Who will I encounter, and what dialogue shall we share? The one I await, how far in the future is he? As Lu Jian hummed the tune, he rhythmically tapped against the rocky wall point one day. My mystery will be unveiled. With a gentle sigh, Lu Jian felt as though this line spoke directly to him. Just as he pondered, a sudden weight settled upon his shoulder. Something soft leaned against him. Lu Jian was taken aback for a moment, then cautiously reached out to embrace Lu Linlong's shoulder. Lu Linlong's body quivered slightly. Yet she did not resist. Chapter 38. Full-scale assault. After a long while, Lu Linlang finally spoke. What is this song? Why have I never heard it before? She inquired softly. Liu Jian felt shy about admitting he had written it. So he replied half-truthfully, it's a song from my hometown. Very few have heard it. Liu Linlang exhaled, casting a glance at the ink-like demonic sea above. Will we die here? Having been in this place for several months, she was acutely aware of its nature. Surviving the perilous journey through the demonic sea was already a miracle. Escaping from here, barring another miracle, seemed utterly impossible. Liu Jian nodded, saying, perhaps. Meanwhile, Imo Luo had reached the stronghold of the demon clan. The Luoyue Canyon was not far from the demon clan's gathering place, and he sped along, arriving swiftly at the city gates. At this moment, the gates were firmly shut, as it was the designated time for prohibiting departures. The sentinels quickly noticed the unusually tall figure and immediately drew their bows, warning Imo Luo, halt. This is the stronghold of our demon clan. Who are you? Imo Luo advanced, urgently proclaiming, I am Imo Luo of the demon clan. I bear the heavenly sovereign's decree. Open the gates at once. As the formidable figure of the demon lord approached, the soldiers stationed atop the city walls discerned his countenance, 3 heads and 6 arms. Unmistakably a member of the demon clan, the city gates had already been sealed tight. No one was permitted entry, however. If it were the decree of the celestial sovereign, you must wait here. I shall inform the higher-ups immediately. The commanding soldier dared not hesitate, for among their kind, none would presume to relay the commands of the celestial sovereign falsely. In but a moment, a scholar-like man hastily arrived at the battlements. Guided by the soldier, the man's complexion was grim, and his scholarly cloak bore the mottled stains of dark crimson. Upon gazing down at the demon lord, his pupils constricted in shock. You are the demon lord. How dare you escape from the Moonfall Gorge? The demon lord recognized the man atop the walls. It was his former superior, Captain Xiao. No, Mayor Xiao. It is indeed your subordinate. But I assure you, I did not escape from prison. The celestial sovereign personally arrived at the Moonfall Gorge, entrusting me with a mission to convey this decree. The scholar atop the walls brushed aside his cloak and stepped forward, his voice laden with scorn. Nonsense. If the celestial sovereign had truly come to the Moonfall Gorge, why would he not relay his message personally? What need is there for a convict like you to speak on his behalf? How dare you impersonate the celestial sovereign? You traitor of the demon clan, speak. How did you manage to escape from the Moonfall Gorge? Have you allied with the Beast clan? The demon lord was taken aback, not anticipating such a predicament. Normally, no demon would dare to impersonate the celestial sovereign's authority. Yet, being a prisoner diminished his credibility significantly. I truly have been sent by the celestial sovereign. The scholar atop the walls grew furious, slowly extending his hand, his gaze icy. A gleaming spear materialized in his grasp, seeking death. How dare you slander our holy master? As the scholar prepared to take action, the demon lord felt despair wash over him. He was certain he could not contend with the scholar, yet this demise would be utterly unworthy. Just then, another figure appeared atop the walls. Upon seeing this individual, the previously enraged scholar quickly sheathed his spear and bowed respectfully. Mr. E. The man nodded, then turned his gaze to the demon lord below, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing this person, the demon lord hastily bowed in respect. Mr. A. The demon lord recognized him as one of the celestial sovereign's guardians. Mr. E waved his hand, signaling the demon lord to rise. You claim to have seen the celestial sovereign? What did he look like? The demon lord respectfully described Lu Jian's appearance. There was also a human maiden by the celestial sovereign's side. Mr. De nodded, then extended his palm, a crimson thread pointing directly towards the Moonfall Gorge. Indeed, it is my elder brother. Allow him to enter. Upon hearing Mr. E.'s words, the scholar beside him was momentarily taken aback. Then swiftly commanded to open the city gates. As the gates swung open, the demon lord hurried inside and ascended the battlements. What task does my elder brother require of us? Mr. E inquired, waving an iron fan. The demon lord promptly produced a map hidden within his robes, respectfully handing it to Mr. E. Here. Here, the celestial sovereign instructs us to depart at once and besiege the human city. Find an excuse to compel them to surrender these few individuals. They may be tormented, but they must not be killed. Mr. E glanced at the list, then passed it to the scholar beside him. Do you understand? The scholar nodded respectfully, saying, "This is simple. I shall lead our demon forces to besiege that human city." Merely asking for the surrender of a few individuals is no great challenge. As the scholar spoke, he tucked the map into his robes. However, Mr. E, there is a matter that may prove troublesome. Mr. E, fanning himself, inquired with a smile. You are concerned about the Beast Clan coming to their aid, are you not? The scholar nodded and replied, Indeed, a solitary human poses little threat, but should they ally with the Beast Clan, it could become problematic. If we besiege the human city now, they will undoubtedly send word to the Beast Clan. The Beast Clan will surely mobilize, for without their alliance, they stand no chance against us. Mr. E nodded knowingly, saying, I understand. You may proceed. As for the Beast Clan, I shall personally handle that. The scholar excitedly nodded. With Mr. E personally intervening, there was little cause for concern regarding the Beast Clan. Send the order. The entire army advances. The efficiency of the Demon Clan was remarkable, swiftly assembling all available forces within the city. Mr. E surveyed the imposing demon army, then turned to the Demon Lord. Does the Celestial Sovereign have any further instructions? The Demon Lord nodded, speaking softly. The Celestial Sovereign requires a discreet exit from the Moonfall Gorge. Mr. E nodded, glancing towards the direction of the gorge. I understand. It appears I must impose upon you for a moment. Minutes later, a small detachment of demon soldiers escorted the Demon Lord out of the city, heading directly towards the distant Moonfall Gorge. Mr. E leisurely fanned himself, walking unhurriedly alongside the ranks of demon soldiers. Chapter 39. The army approaches Moonfall Gorge. Lu Jian meticulously checked Lu Linlang's injuries. She had made considerable progress in her recovery. However, the damage to her bones would not mend in an instant. Currently, she could only move her upper body. Though her legs were gradually healing, they would require several more days to fully regain strength. Seizing this moment, Lu Jian scoured the gorge, contemplating the most suitable means of escape. Observing Lu Jian's demeanor, Lu Linlang sighed, Don't waste your effort. If escape were possible, these demons would not have perished here. She had also noted the corpses of the demons seated upon the stone platforms. They had never managed to leave this place, even in death. With their combined powers, it was utterly impossible for them to escape. Lu Jian shook his head, saying, Senior sister, while you were unconscious, I encountered a being with 3 heads and 6 arms. But now he has vanished. He must have fled from somewhere, and I must search for any hidden exits. Lu Linlang paused in surprise, then said, 3 heads and 6 arms? That is a member of the Demon Clan. Fortunately, he has departed. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. Lu Jian nodded, lamenting that this demon leader was less knowledgeable about demons than a human. Just as he was about to speak, a strange sound echoed above them. Lu Jian quickly returned to the stone platform, his gaze fixed on the unusual commotion overhead. Lu Linlang, equally perplexed, lifted her head to observe the ominous clouds shrouding the gorge. Boom! A powerful surge of energy cascaded down from the clouds. And in an instant, the once pitch-black cloudscape split open. The fissure widened, until at last, it was entirely unveiled. Sunlight streamed through the gorge's breach, illuminating the valley floor. Lu Linlang glanced at Lu Jian in astonishment. Murmuring, It's gone? Lu Jian raised a finger, signaling Lu Linlang to remain silent. Just then, a squad of armored soldiers soared above the gorge. Each wielded a spear, herding a 3-headed, 6-armed creature down towards the gorge's depths. Humph! How dare you attempt to escape from prison? Can you flee? You are still being recaptured. Remain here obediently. The creature struggled valiantly, attempting to break free from the shackles binding him. He shouted and roared. I want to go back. I want to go back. Release me. I never want to return here again. Lu Jian observed this scene, nodding in satisfaction. What excellent acting beside him. Lu Linlang nervously clutched Lu Jian's sleeve, her breath becoming shallow with anxiety. Should this squad of demon soldiers discover them, It would spell disaster. As the soldiers drew ever closer to the valley floor, Lu Linlang held her breath in trepidation. But at that moment, the creature suddenly let out a bizarre cry. Almost instantly, the chains binding him snapped. "This is bad." He has escaped his restraints, a soldier shouted, but it was too late. Freed from his bindings, the creature wasted no time and soared upward towards the gorge's heights. "Quick, pursue him. We cannot let him get away." A contingent of demon soldiers, disregarding all else, immediately gave chase in the blink of an eye. Their figures vanished into the gorge. Lu Linlang, gazing at the sunlight filtering into the gorge, blinked in disbelief. These demons seemed to have come specifically to open the door to their prison, arriving and departing in a flash, leaving behind an open portal for passage. "We need not perish," Lu Jian smiled, then without hesitation, turned and hoisted Lu Linlang onto his back. "A golden opportunity. Senior sister, let us depart." Having spoken, Lu Jian paid no heed to Lu Linlang's reaction, and with a leap, he ascended the rocky wall. With the malevolent aura no longer obstructing him, Lu Jian effortlessly traversed the treacherous terrain of the Falling Moon Canyon in just a few bounds. Upon reaching the mountain cliff once more, Lu Linlang behind him let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Jian took a moment to orient himself before setting off in a specific direction. As the figures of Lu Jian and Lu Linlang faded into the distance, Mr. E unfurled his folding fan. Revealing his presence, he smirked and waved the fan twice towards the canyon, causing the overwhelming malevolent energy to once again seal off the entire gorge. With Lu Jian carrying Lu Linlang, they made their way towards the human city. The battlefield of Xinlu was fraught with peril, and unfamiliar with the terrain, Lu Jian could only proceed under Lu Linlang's guidance. After traversing approximately half the distance, Lu Linlang suddenly spoke up. "Lu Jian, you should go on without me. They will not allow me entry into the city." Lu Jian understood her words all too well and offered reassurance. "Senior sister, do not worry. Perhaps by the time we return, that young Master Zhao will have departed." Lu Linlang forced a bitter smile. "How could it be so simple? Even if he has left, those soldiers of the human race will still deny me entry. The Zhao family wields considerable influence at the city lord's estate. No one would dare offend them for my sake." Lu Jian remained silent, calculating the time. The demon faction should have commenced their operations by now. As long as they dealt with that young Master Zhao, there would be no one left to obstruct them. Lu Linlang gently rested her head on Lu Jian's shoulder and whispered, "It matters not. At worst, I shall kneel. They will at least allow you to enter the city." In the human city, Zhao Linfei stood atop the city wall, his gaze cold as he surveyed the rotting Dao fruit below. Although the Dao fruit was a celestial fruit, it would lose its efficacy within a few days once separated from the Dao tree. Hemph! Quite audacious. That fellow named Lu Jian has yet to return? Zhao Linfei glanced at those beside him, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed. The Academy of Immortal Manor is becoming increasingly unruly. Brother Zhao, why not cease waiting and let them fend for themselves? We can simply inform the city lord to prevent those two from entering the city. They are bound to meet their demise sooner or later. A cruel smile appeared on Zhao Linfei's face as he venomously stated, "That would be too lenient for them. I have yet to witness them kneel at the city gate, pleading for mercy. If I were to let them off so easily, others would think of me as a pushover, easily manipulated. I will ensure they comprehend the consequences of offending me. How dare two worthless students from the Academy of Immortal Manor challenge me?" Just as Zhao Linfei continued his tirade, an urgent alarm suddenly rang out within the human city. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The demon race is assaulting the city." Squads of soldiers gripped their weapons tightly as they ascended the city walls. And in an instant, the battlements were filled with cultivators. Zhao Linfei frowned at the unfolding situation but had no choice but to retreat temporarily. He gazed into the distance, but saw no sign of the demon army. "Quick! Contact the demon tribe. We need their support immediately." The captains hurriedly darted across the battlements, relaying commands. The tense atmosphere invigorated Zhao Linfei and his companions atop the wall, each of them peering into the distance. Before long, the sky darkened ominously. Waves of soldiers from the demon race appeared at the edge of the horizon. When the seemingly endless horde of demons finally reached the city below, Zhao Linfei and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Among the demon forces, a scholar sat atop a fierce beast, lifting his head to reveal a cruel smile. Chapter 40. Lured by facing the massed demon army below, the soldiers atop the battlements wore grave expressions. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed throughout the city. "Old demon Xiao, why do you assault our human city without provocation? We have coexisted peacefully with your demon race. What madness is this?" As the voice rang out, a commanding middle-aged man descended rapidly from the heights, landing upon the city wall. He surveyed the encirclement of the demon army, feeling quite vexed. The demon race already held substantial power in the Xinlu battlefield, and this time they had come in full force, seemingly prepared for a decisive battle against humanity. This development undeniably made him anxious, and he wondered what had transpired. The scholar outside the city scoffed, glancing at the middle-aged man on the wall, and slowly spoke. "Ah, so it is Lord Bai. How dare you question us as to why we are here? Are you not aware of your own transgressions?" The scholar's words momentarily stunned Lord Bai. From old demon Xiao's insinuation, it seemed they had committed some egregious act that had provoked the demon army. Yet, he could not fathom what could have warranted such a massive mobilization of forces from the demon race. Surely, it must be an event of great outrage to provoke such a reaction. After a moment of hesitation, he uncertainly inquired of his aide, "What is happening? Have we done anything significant recently?" The aide pondered for a moment. His face contorted with confusion, and shook his head. "Nothing at all. The largest matter we have undertaken recently is merely renovating the taverns within the main city." Upon hearing this, Lord Bai furrowed his brow. He turned to the scholar atop the beast and inquired, "Old demon Xiao, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush." The scholar chuckled, recalling that the celestial sovereign had ordered them to seek a pretext. Yet he could not immediately recall why they needed to demand someone from the human race. Moreover, he didn't recognize any of the names on the list, making it difficult to concoct an excuse. "Let them figure it out themselves then. Ha ha, let us cut to the chase. Who is Zhao Linfei?" Startled, Zhao Linfei, who had been hiding amongst the crowd, froze upon hearing his name. Instinctively, he began to retreat, but the astonished gazes of those atop the wall now turned towards him, making him the most conspicuous figure amidst the crowd. Seeing this, the scholar smiled. "Ah, it is indeed you. Come with us. You have offended our demon race and thought you could hide in the city. Do you truly believe this city can protect you?" Zhao Linfei felt his legs tremble under the scholar's imposing presence and nervously inquired, "This esteemed demon lord, when did I offend your race?" The scholar snorted derisively. "What do you think?" Zhao Linfei racked his brain but realized he had not left the city in days. How could he possibly have offended them? Beside him, Lord Bai cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Linfei before speaking up. "Could there be a mistake? Young Master Zhao has been within the city these past few days and has not ventured outside. How could he have offended your demon race?" The scholar slowly extended his right hand, and a long spear materialized in his grasp, emanating an aura of terrifying pressure that even those shrouded in the formation could feel. "Enough chatter. Hand over the person, or I will raze this city to the ground." "I am not here to negotiate." Lord Bai's expression darkened. His cultivation was not vastly different from that of this demon, but should a conflict arise, he knew he would not emerge victorious. The main city was besieged. If he lost the human stronghold in the Xinlu battlefield, it would be a death sentence. This place was of utmost importance to humanity and could not afford to fall. "Young Master Zhao, perhaps you should accompany them? If it is truly a misunderstanding, clarifying it would suffice." Lord Bai turned to Zhao Linfei, whose face had turned pale. He glanced at the ominous demon army and thought to himself that if he fell into their hands, even if he explained, he would likely meet his demise. "Uncle Bai, you are one of our Zhao family. Will you simply stand by and watch them take me away? Do you not have any other options? If I perish here, my father will not spare you." Upon hearing this, Lord Bai furrowed his brow and was about to speak when several students from the Tianshui Academy interjected. "Brother Zhao, the demon race is overwhelming. They only seek you. If we do not surrender you, they will slaughter the city. You should go with them." "Lord Bai is correct," simply explain the situation. Hearing their words, Zhao Linfei's fury ignited. Are you even human? How have I treated you all in the past, and now in this crucial moment, you wish to hand me over to the demon race? As the individuals atop the battlements began to bicker amongst themselves, the scholar suddenly recalled, there are a few others as well. Let us take them too. As he spoke, he began to call out additional names. As each name was announced, the expressions of those who had initially urged Zhao Linfei to sacrifice himself turned ashen. It seemed none had escaped. They were all on the list. Several individuals were suddenly flustered, hastily kneeling before Lord Bai, crying out, "My lord! We cannot heed his words. If we are taken away by the demon clan, it will spell our doom. Is the monster clan not our ally? If we can just hold out until they arrive, we are certain to repel them." Upon hearing their words, Zhao Linfei, who stood nearby, also grew somewhat agitated. Indeed, Uncle Bai, the monster clan is on our side. Surely they would not sit idly by as we are besieged by the demon clan, would they? If we lose our human stronghold, they too will ultimately fall prey to the demon clan. Lord Bai glanced at Zhao Linfei, realizing he was the most troublesome among them. The death of the others could be overlooked, but if Zhao Linfei perished, he would bear some responsibility. He turned to his aide and inquired, "Have you contacted the monster clan? What did they say?" The aide's face appeared grim, hesitating for a moment before responding. "We managed to get in touch. They expressed a strong desire to come, but Lord Bai shot him a glare, urging him to speak plainly. They said that as soon as they received the news, they assembled their forces and prepared to come to our aid. However, just as they exited the city, they were repelled. Now, a figure stands at their city gates, preventing their army from advancing." Chapter 41. Taiyan Prefecture, Lu family. Upon hearing this, Lord Bai was momentarily taken aback. One person? Stopping an entire city's forces? Have the monster clan fallen to such a pitiful state? Are you spinning me a tale? The aide, wearing a bitter expression, leaned closer to Lord Bai and whispered a name. Upon hearing it, Lord Bai's expression changed dramatically. It's him. He has also come to the fallen god battlefield. In the monster clan's city, Mr. Yi sat atop the city wall, gently waving his folding fan while savoring fine wine from the monster clan. You monster clan truly know how to indulge. This top-tier Chichio Chengyao brew is indeed your specialty. A beautiful woman nearby chuckled lightly, saying, "Mr. E, if you desire more, we have an abundance." She could hardly believe that someone of Mr. E.'s stature would visit such a remote place as the falling god battlefield. "Might I ask, how long do you plan to stay here?" Mr. E smiled, draining his cup. "I merely happened to come here to meet a friend. Purely coincidental. Rest assured, my friend has some past grievances with a few human youths. As long as the humans hand over those youths, we shall not trouble them." Upon hearing this, the woman sighed in relief. Having feared that the demon clan intended to monopolize the fallen god battlefield. Although the battlefield may seem trivial to these great figures, for the lower-tier cultivators, it is akin to paradise. Should the demon clan seek to seize control, it would undoubtedly provoke various factions to intervene, potentially leading to yet another grand conflict. However, at present, no one wished to engage in war with the demon clan, primarily because the demon clan alone possessed the most formidable combat power in the world. When Lu Jian and Lu Linlang arrived at the human stronghold, the demon clan's forces had already retreated. Yet, chaos reigned within the human city, with no one paying heed to Lu Jian and Lu Linlang. After all, the instigators of this turmoil, young Master Zhao and his companions, had already been taken by the demon clan. Under pressure from the demon clan, Lord Bai had no choice but to surrender young Master Zhao and the others. Although the Zhao family wielded some influence within the Lord's mansion, it paled in comparison to the human stronghold in the fallen god battlefield. The death of young Master Zhao would only result in the Zhao family harboring a grudge. However, losing the human stronghold in the fallen god battlefield would incur punishment from the Lord's mansion. Regardless of the Zhao family's might, they were merely beneficiaries of the Lord's protection. Lord Bai was well aware of the weight of these matters. As for the Zhao family's wrath, they could take it up with the demon clan. When Lu Jian and Lu Linlang entered the human stronghold, the Zhao family's elders had already arrived upon hearing the news. Yet, With Zhao Linfei's life hanging in the balance, they could hardly focus on Lu Jian and Lu Linlang. Lu Jian, uninterested in meddling with these affairs, prioritized taking his senior sister back to the academy for healing. They utilized the teleportation array to leave the falling god battlefield and headed straight to the Immortal Academy. Upon seeing the severely injured Lu Linlang, Qi Xinlan could not suppress her tears. She immediately summoned Din Ding to treat Lu Linlang's wounds. After 3 days of recuperation, Lu Linlang had nearly fully recovered and was able to move about without issue. During this time, Lu Linlang shared half of the treasures she had retrieved from the falling god battlefield with Lu Jian. Magical artifacts, spiritual fruits, and numerous pills. Lu Jian gazed at the shimmering treasures, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Senior sister, you're incredible. Did you find all of these? They are precisely what I needed." Seeing Lu Jian's enthusiastic demeanor, Lu Linlang smiled proudly. "I knew you would find them useful. These should suffice to advance you to the nascent soul stage." Lu Jian nodded eagerly, carefully gathering the treasures. Yet, he sighed inwardly, realizing that her prolonged stay in the falling god battlefield was solely to acquire these items. Lu Jian felt a pang of guilt. He had no use for these treasures, yet their acquisition had nearly cost Lu Linlang her life in the falling god battlefield. However, he could not reveal his true identity to her, so he cautiously tucked away the precious items. After 2 more days, the bothersome little brother followed Lu Jian once again. At the tea house in the town outside the academy, Lu Jian looked at Ban Shi before him and smiled. "Little brother, why do you always follow me?" Ban Shi returned the smile. "I have no choice. I worry that my elder brother may encounter some inconveniences." Lu Jian sighed, realizing that his greatest inconvenience was meeting him in the tea house. Recently, he had learned from Luo Xian that this little brother's name was Ban Shi, though others referred to him as Emmer. By the way, is that True Blood still at the headquarters? You wouldn't have to return every time just to check on me, would you? Ban Shi chuckled and then raised his palm, revealing a blood-colored arrow pointing toward himself. Lu Jian nodded, gently swiping his hand, causing the blood-red hue in Ban Shi's grasp to vanish without a trace. "Elder brother? You?" Lu Jian smiled and quickly changed the subject. "I need to ask you something. A girl named Lu Linlang had her entire family exterminated by our demon clan. Do you know who did it?" Ban Shi glanced at the vanished blood color in his hand, then looked at Lu Jian with confusion before letting out a resigned sigh, saying nothing. He waved his hand, and a booklet materialized before them. Lu Linlang. Why does this name sound familiar? Lu Jian was momentarily stunned, thinking, could it be? Given his senior sister's cultivation level, it was unlikely that even his aide would have any recollection of her. Ban Shi flipped through the booklet, but upon reaching the last page, he found no relevant information. He exhaled and closed the booklet. "Elder brother, wait a moment. I truly recognize this name. I just can't recall when it was." Ban Shi began pacing the room, and after a while, he seemed to remember something. He abruptly turned to Lu Jian, his gaze peculiar. "Elder brother, I remember now. That incident was your doing, right? Lu Linlang is from the Lu family in Taiyan Prefecture. Years ago, you crossed thousands of miles and exterminated her entire family. Yet, you spared a little girl named Lu Linlang." Chapter 42. Demon Clan Luo Xian. Upon hearing Ban Shi's words, Lu Jian staggered back a few steps, nearly losing his balance. I did that. What grudge could I possibly hold? I crossed thousands of miles to annihilate an entire family. You must be joking." Ban Shi shook his head, then reclined back at the tea table. "I am not joking, but I do not know the reason. We have had little to no interaction with the Lu family, so there is no enmity. Back then, you said you would enter seclusion, and upon emerging, your first act was to travel to the distant Taiyan Prefecture and slay the Lu family." Lu Jian was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Am I insane? With no enmity, I traversed thousands of miles to wipe out an entire family. Ban Shi sighed and said, "Elder brother, is it not you who committed this act? Why are you unaware of the reason? Perhaps there was a mishap during your seclusion, and you fell into demonic deviation?" Lu Jian opened his mouth and exclaimed in anger, "Nonsense. I was born a demon." Bangshi was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled. Indeed, brother. You've been looking quite distinguished lately, and I was momentarily lost in thought." Liu Jian plopped back into his chair, feeling somewhat dazed. Although this matter could not strictly be attributed to him, but rather to his previous incarnation, the Demon Lord, he pondered whether he could confide in Lu Linlang about his time-traveling experience, which had inadvertently transformed him into the Demon King. Would she believe him? Even if she did, could she accept his current identity? How would she face her beloved junior disciple, now intertwined with the terrifying figure from her nightmares? Observing Liu Jian's distracted demeanor, Yi Bengshi sighed. Ah, brother, why inflict harm upon yourself for the sake of a human woman? There are plenty of women in our demon clan whose beauty and talent rival hers, if you truly have such intentions. As he spoke, Yi Bengshi closed his folding fan, adding, I can arrange for a dozen or so exquisite demon women to accompany you for a decadent vacation. With a grin, Yi Bengshi clapped his hands. This will also allow Lu Linlang to see you surrounded by beauties, and she will naturally cease her pursuits. Liu Jian cast a sidelong glance at Yi Bengshi, retorting, Oh, that would be splendid. If that's the case, you might as well kill her now. It would be far simpler. Yi Bengshi nodded earnestly and rose to leave the private room, declaring, That is not a bad idea. I shall go at once. Liu Jian halted him, saying, Come back. Yi Bengshi obediently returned, waving his fan as he resumed his seat. Liu Jian regarded him for a moment, aware that he had no better solutions. After exchanging a few more words, Liu Jian returned to the academy. For several consecutive days, Liu Jian remained within his room. Ding, ding, ding. A series of bell tolls suddenly resonated throughout the entire Immortal Academy, signaling an urgent assembly of all personnel. Liu Jian stepped out of his room, and Qi Xinlan had already emerged. Jianer, hurry. Something significant must have happened. Liu Jian nodded but noticed that his senior sister was likely still recuperating, so their master had not permitted her to attend. The two hurried towards the center of the academy, where the expressions of students and elders alike were grave. Surely, a major incident had transpired. Otherwise, the spirit bell would not have been sounded to summon everyone. What could it be? Could someone be attacking the academy? The crowd murmured in speculation. When they arrived at the scene, the sight before them left everyone in stunned silence. Sister Luoxian? On the high platform of the main hall, a massive copper pillar rose from the ground with a woman, clad in tattered garments and covered in wounds, bound by iron chains upon it. That woman was none other than Luoxian. Liu Jian's pupils constricted as he began to surmise what had transpired. Given the current situation, it was highly likely that Luoxian had been exposed. Din Ding's expression was dark, standing beside an elderly man whom Liu Jian did not recognize but had heard referred to as the elusive Grand Elder of the Academy. Din, what has happened? Why has Sister Luoxian been captured? What crime has she committed? Voices of doubt arose from the crowd. Din Deng glanced at the elderly man, nodding slightly. The elder stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, She is not your sister. She is of the Demon Clan. At this declaration, the bustling crowd fell into stunned silence, all gazing in shock at the bound Luoxian. With her head lowered, her exquisite face bore a gruesome scar. The Grand Elder scrutinized her before addressing the crowd. She is a spy sent by the Demon Clan to infiltrate our human academy. 3 days prior, I captured her near the Demon Suppression Tower. But this woman is quite obstinate. She admits to being a demon but refuses to disclose anything about her accomplices. The Grand Elder snorted, pointing at the crowd below. Luoxian, do not blame this old man for lacking compassion. Your demon clan has infiltrated our human academy with the intent to hunt our talented students. Today, all the students of the Immortal Academy are present. Identify your companions, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, here and now, you shall face a gruesome fate as a warning to others. Luoxian weakly lowered her head, her complexion ashen, devoid of hope. I am not the only one. Upon hearing her words, the Grand Elder exhaled angrily. Then you are prepared to die? Luoxian remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together. Liu Jian, amidst the crowd, let out a breath and slowly began to withdraw. The Grand Elder, with a frigid gaze fixed on Luoxian, conjured a dagger of pure spiritual energy in his hand. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? This is your final chance. Speak. Besides you, who else are the spies of your demon clan? Despite the Grand Elder's inquiry, Luo Xian remained mute. The glint of malice flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes as he hissed. "Very well. You have chosen this path." With that, the dagger in his hand radiated a blinding light and slowly flew toward Luo Xian bound upon the copper pillar. Witnessing this, Luo Xian exhaled deeply and then gradually closed her eyes. Yet at that moment, the once clear sky suddenly darkened. The members of the Immortal Academy looked up in astonishment, only to see ominous demon clouds swirling above, blotting out the sun. In an instant, the entire academy was shrouded beneath this terrifying demonic cloud. Chapter 43. Has this demon lord's power diminished? Upon seeing the billowing demon clouds, the Grand Elder and Dean Deng exchanged glances. Indeed, there are accomplices. Their intention to publicly execute Luo Xian was to draw out her allies. Now that their objective was achieved, they would not allow Luo Xian to perish so easily. They had boldly arrived at the Immortal Academy. Humph! Today, let them come and go without a return, the Grand Elder snorted. His fighting spirit surging, Dean Deng nodded, equally excited as he gazed at the ominous clouds above. However, gradually, both began to sense something amiss. The power of the demon clouds was coalescing into an unfathomable terror. "This?" Dean Deng stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. This terrifying demon cloud was beyond the capability of cultivators at their level to confront. At that moment, Luo Xian on the copper pillar raised her head, biting her lip as tears streamed down her face. Heavenly Sovereign! Hearing Luo Xian's whisper, Dean Deng and the Grand Elder turned pale with shock. "Activate the Great Formation! Activate the Great Formation! It is that demon lord!" Several elders, upon hearing this, hastily combined their efforts to activate the formation, and in an instant, a protective barrier enveloped the entire Immortal Academy. Dean Deng anxiously shouted to the students below, who were still in a state of confusion. "Everyone, quick, flee! Do not remain in the academy. This formation cannot withstand him." Upon hearing this, the students below panicked, scattering in all directions, and chaos ensued within the academy. The demon clouds gathered, enveloping the academy in an instant. The sunlight was blocked, plunging the entire academy into darkness. "Release her!" A commanding voice emanated from the demon clouds above. Dean Deng and the Grand Elder's faces turned pale. They could hardly comprehend that merely executing a demon clan cultivator could summon such a demon lord. Dean Deng shouted at the students who had not yet escaped, "Old he, do not be afraid. We shall fight him, by these children some time." The Grand Elder nodded gravely, and just then, a massive, inky black hand descended from the demon clouds above. Looming over the academy, it was as if the scene of annihilation had come to pass. That terrifying giant hand obscured the sky, casting the entire Immortal Academy into a shadow of death. Boom! The giant hand struck the protective formation of the academy, yet that sturdy barrier could not withstand even a moment, shattering in an instant. Witnessing this, Dean Deng and the Grand Elder roared in unison. The two advanced cultivators unleashed their full power, launching an assault against the colossal hand above. Boom! Another deafening crash resounded. Subsequently, two figures were sent hurtling backward. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable, offering no resistance whatsoever. Dean Deng observed the still panic-stricken crowd and felt despair wash over him. "It's over. This demon lord's cultivation is simply unfathomable. The Grand Elder clutched his chest, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. "No! This demon lord's power has diminished. He was unable to kill us." Dean Deng was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. "How can this be? Could it be that he spared us?" The two of them had reached the divine transformation realm, making them unparalleled experts in this place. However, when faced with the most formidable demon king in existence, it was utterly impossible for them to survive even a single strike. Director Deng struggled to rise, but his meridians were completely obstructed, rendering him immobile. At that moment, the colossal palm descended upon them. It transformed into a vast sea of demonic energy, instantly enveloping Luo Xian atop the copper pillar. When the demonic sea dissipated, Luo Xian, who had been bound to the copper pillar, had vanished. High in the heavens, amidst the demonic clouds, Lu Jian supported the injured Luo Xian and sighed gently, "Let us depart." I shall escort you back to the demon clan. Luo Xian's face was as pale as death, streaked with tears as she wept, Heavenly Sovereign, please save my brother. Liu Jian followed the direction of Luo Xian's finger, which pointed toward the demon suppression tower. He nodded, realizing that the demon within was her brother. Luo Xian must have been attempting to rescue him when she was captured. Why did you not speak sooner? Luo Xian lowered her head, sobbing. I dared not jeopardize the Heavenly Sovereign's grand affairs for my personal matters. Hearing this, Lu Jin sighed. She might have believed she could remain hidden within the Immortal Academy. Thinking she had a momentous plan, Liu Jin glanced toward the demon suppression tower and then struck out once more. The enormous demonic palm descended again. This time, nothing could stand in its way. Boom! The towering demon suppression tower was shattered in an instant. The dark sea of demonic energy once again dragged the demon man from within the tower, returning him to the heavens above. The onlookers from the academy stared in astonishment at this scene, rendered powerless to intervene. In Qilin Academy, Lu Linlang clutched the door frame, gazing up at the terrifying demonic clouds. She bit her lip until it bled, yet felt no pain. It was him. Her chest heaved uncontrollably, as if she were reliving the nightmarish events of yesterday. After the destruction of the demon suppression tower, the demonic clouds did not linger. Dissipating within moments above the academy, Liu Jian brought the Luo siblings to a village several dozen miles away from the academy, where an old residence served as a rendezvous for the Night Demon clan. Lu Jian landed and placed the siblings at a stone table in the courtyard of the old house. Both were gravely injured and would likely take some time to recover, at that moment. Captain Xiao was also present in the old residence and hurried to the courtyard upon seeing the injured Luo siblings, his expression shifting. Upon noticing Lu Jian in the courtyard, Captain Xiao quickly bowed. Heavenly Sovereign, Lu Jian waved his hand, bidding him to rise. No need for such formalities. Saving lives is paramount. Attend to their injuries first. They were seriously wounded, and if they required anything, they should inform Ban, instructing him to prepare. Although his younger brother was bothersome, he was quite capable when it came to handling matters. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian and the man beside her struggled to rise. We dare not trouble Mr. Heavenly Sovereign, Liu Jian chuckled. What trouble is there? He is idle anyway. This was the perfect opportunity to send him away. Coincidentally, he was also preparing to leave the Immortal Academy. Staying here was no longer viable. Having been compelled to act today, yet showing mercy had likely aroused suspicion. It was an opportune moment to head to the City Lord's mansion at Tianshui Academy. Liu Jian pondered for a long time. Although he felt guilty toward his senior sister, he decided it was best to sever this nascent emotional entanglement while he had the chance. Chapter 44. Ambush. When Lu Jian returned to the academy, Director Deng was already leading a team to repair the grand formation. While the students had retreated to their respective areas, Liu Jian returned to Qilin Academy and informed his master that he intended to seek a place rich in spiritual energy to break through to the nascent soul stage. With Elder Lin's whereabouts currently unknown, and given that she was aware of his previous attempt to take Lu Linlang from the Divine Fall battlefield, she was initially reluctant to let Lu Jian venture out alone. However, he assured her he would exercise caution, which led her to ultimately agree. After leaving the academy, Lu Jian directly entered the Divine Fall battlefield. The spiritual energy in the battlefield was extraordinarily abundant, a fact he had already sensed during his previous visit. Now, needing the energy to expedite his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, this was the perfect locale. Once he reached the nascent soul stage, he would meet the requirements to enter Tianshui Academy. Liu Jian found a secluded spot within the Divine Fall battlefield and began to absorb the spiritual energy incessantly. Meanwhile, within the dungeon of the Demon City in the Divine Fall battlefield, a scene of torment unfolded. Speak. Just speak. The sound of whips forged from demonic energy lashed mercilessly against Zhao Linfei's body. He could not help but emit cries of anguish, yet at that moment, it was his heart that ached more than his body. This sadistic individual had been torturing him for 3 days without asking a single question. Brother, I beg you. I will confess everything, just please. But you must ask. Otherwise, how would I know what you want me to confess? Wailing ensued. The demon man before him frowned, the whip in his hand halting momentarily. He was at a loss regarding what to inquire. He had not received any instructions on what questions to ask, only orders to conduct a severe interrogation. With a snort, he resumed his cruel intentions. Humph! Still daring to be defiant? I shall see whether your mouth is tougher than my whip. With that, he raised the whip once more. Let us see you be stubborn. Let us see you be stubborn. A torrent of spiritual energy surged toward Lu Jian's dantian, yet his spiritual sea felt like a bottomless pit. Impossible to fill. After 5 days of rigorous cultivation, Lu Jian finally reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage. He was now a mere step away from the nascent soul realm. Director Deng had mentioned that the transition from core formation to nascent soul required not only spiritual energy but also a profound understanding of the Tao. Otherwise, no amount of accumulated energy would allow one to break through that barrier. However, Lu Jian felt no such impediment. As his spiritual energy accumulated to a significant degree, he perceived the breakthrough as a natural progression. He could not comprehend why this was so. Perhaps his talent was simply exceptional enough that he felt no obstacles in advancing to the nascent soul stage. 3 more days passed, and Lu Jian condensed his spiritual energy to the point of nearing physical manifestation. It was then that he began to attempt the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. As he had anticipated, there were no hindrances, and he smoothly transitioned into the nascent soul realm. After attaining this new stage, Lu Jian remained in the divine fall battlefield for another 3 days before departing. Upon returning to the academy, he first paid a visit to his senior sister. After several days apart, Lu Linlang appeared to be in much better spirits. Once he confirmed that she was no longer in grave danger, Lu Jian sought out Director Deng. Upon witnessing Lu Jian's breakthrough, Director Deng was exceedingly pleased and promptly produced a written recommendation letter, urging Lu Jian to hasten to Tianshui Academy to report. With Director Deng's recommendation, Lu Jian was exempt from taking the aptitude test at Tianshui Academy. Each of the 4 academies possessed a single recommendation slot, allowing the recipient to bypass the aptitude assessment. Lu Jian, feeling quite proud of himself, boisterously announced this news throughout the academy. It was not that he genuinely believed it was a matter of great honor, but rather, he hoped to spread the word and draw out Elder Lin, who had long sought his demise. In the vast sea of people, locating him was indeed inconvenient. However, if he presented an opportunity, he was certain Elder Lin would not let it slip away. Along the road leading from the Immortal Academy to the City Lord's mansion, Elder Lin's expression darkened. He had received the news that the young man he presumed had perished in the divine fall battlefield, Lu Jian, had resurfaced in the academy. Upon learning this, Elder Lin promptly reached out to the assassins of the heretical judgment office. These individuals proved to be trustworthy. Upon confirming that Lu Jian was indeed alive, they immediately pledged to continue their assassination attempts. Gentlemen, this path is the only route from the Immortal Academy to the City Lord's mansion. That little brat will undoubtedly pass this way to report to Tianshui Academy. At Elder Lin's side, 2 middle-aged men cloaked in black nodded in agreement. It is truly astonishing. This individual's talent exceeds our expectations. Just a few days have passed, and he has advanced from core formation to nascent soul. Such a person must be eliminated promptly. Otherwise, the cost of dealing with him will only escalate. One of the pale-faced middle-aged men remarked. The heretical judgment office has just gathered intelligence indicating that Lu Jian has achieved the nascent soul stage. Considering his ability to kill nascent soul cultivators while still in the core formation stage, the heretical judgment office has dispatched 2 experts at the divine transformation realm. Both of them are at the peak of this realm. Eliminating a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator should be a simple task. Even if the opponent is a genius capable of fighting across realms, he would not withstand the combined assault of 2 peak divine transformation cultivators. Elder Lin was thoroughly pleased with this outcome. I did not expect your office to be so reliable. If both of you can act, it is sure to be foolproof. If you happen to encounter that little brat, could you possibly just cripple his cultivation and deliver him to me? One of the middle-aged men chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Elder Lin, and remarked, "It appears that your grievances run exceptionally deep. However, I fear that you may not get your wish." Elder Lin was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "Why? This trivial request should pose no trouble for the 2 of you, should it?" The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Our inquisition only takes lives. We never engage in other tasks. If we fail to eliminate him, his name will remain on the execution list, and that would be a disgrace for us. Therefore, he must perish." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Elder Lin was filled with regret. To simply allow that little wretch to die is far too merciful. With a sigh, Elder Lin was about to speak when the middle-aged man suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Exclaiming, "Silence!" He approaches. Chapter 45. This big shot is insane. Elder Lin, upon hearing this, swiftly turned his gaze toward the distant path. Indeed, at the end of the road, a familiar figure was leisurely making his way toward them. Elder Lin immediately closed his mouth, patiently awaiting Lu Jian's arrival. The assassins from the Inquisition were remarkably professional. Even when confronting a cultivator of a lower realm, they strived to ensure absolute certainty. It was only when Lu Jian drew near, to a distance from which escape was impossible, that the two experts of the transformation realm sprang into action. Elder Lin followed closely behind, unwilling to miss this riveting scene. The three intercepted Lu Jian, and Elder Lin coldly sneered. "Lu Jian, did you ever expect the old man to be waiting for you here? Did you think that after killing Xiu'er, I would simply let you go? You survived the Moonfall Canyon, but today, I shall see where you can flee." Lu Jian calmly regarded the three before him, offering a faint smile. "Are these two your kin? The last time I was on the Luotian battlefield, I saw several Yuaning cultivators accompanying you. Are they also your family?" Elder Lin and the two transformation realm experts exchanged puzzled glances. Even facing imminent death, he still had the presence of mind to inquire about such matters. "To be frank, these two are experts of the transformation realm, and we are here solely to kill you. You are already on the Inquisition's kill list. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. It would be wiser to embrace death early." As Elder Lin spoke, a smug smile spread across his face, for in his eyes, Lu Jian was already a dead man. Lu Jian, upon hearing this, expressed a hint of regret. "So they're not your family? Then did you bring your family tree? Let us not complicate things. After I kill you, I can just follow your family tree up the line, and that way, everyone saves trouble." Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Elder Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, while the middle-aged man could not help but laugh uproariously. "Ha ha ha, how amusing! On the brink of death, and you still wish to engage in banter. Do not think that just because you can fight across realms, you can contend with us of the transformation realm. The Inquisition has never failed to kill." As the middle-aged man's words fell, a fierce gust of wind suddenly shot forth from his waist, aimed directly at Lu Jian. Despite being a whole realm above Lu Jian, he still chose to launch a sneak attack without hesitation. This was the terrifying aspect of the Inquisition. They never underestimated their enemies, employing the most cautious methods even when holding an absolute advantage. However, this time, they had significantly overestimated Lu Jian's capabilities, for there remained a vast chasm between their true strengths. As the crimson-black light rushed toward Lu Jian's face in an instant, he exhibited no sign of panic, just as the three believed their strike would succeed. An incredible scene unfolded. Lu Jian calmly extended his hand and effortlessly grasped the black radiance. As he held it, the black light revealed its true form, a short, crimson-black dagger. Glancing at the dagger in his hand, Lu Jian exerted a gentle pressure, and the dagger could not withstand the casual grip. Bang! The dagger shattered into fragments instantaneously. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The three opponents stood with their jaws agape, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost, stammering, "Why you? You actually crushed a top-grade spiritual weapon with your bare hands." The pallid-faced middle-aged man blanched at the sight before him, his complexion turning ruddy with shock. "What manner of monster is this? That is a top-grade spiritual weapon. Even for experts of the transformation realm, leaving a mark on one would require all their strength. Yet this Yuaning cultivator before them had crushed it with naught but his fleshly palm." Lu Jian chuckled nonchalantly and then tossed the remnants aside. What a worthless trinket, as flimsy as paper. The two transformation realm cultivators involuntarily took a step back. "Why you? Who exactly are you?" Now, even a fool would understand that this Lu Jian's cultivation far surpassed theirs. The mere fact that he could crush a top-grade spiritual weapon with one hand indicated that his physical strength had reached an unfathomable level. Lu Jian smiled, You shall soon find out. As the words left his lips, a surge of black flames suddenly erupted from his palm, the flames small yet distorting the very fabric of space. Witnessing this spectacle, the two transformation realm experts turned pale. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee. Damn it, leaving fire. It's that demon lord. This was a flame unique to the demon clan supreme, a power possessed solely by him. There could be no mistake. At that moment, both transformation realm experts felt as though they might weep. This joke had gone too far. This big shot is insane. Why disguise himself as a novice in the Yuaning realm? With his cultivation, not to mention these two transformation realm experts, even the head of the Inquisition would receive a sound thrashing from this demon lord. Their survival now hinged entirely on his whims. Watching the two transformation realm experts vanish before his eyes in an instant, Elder Lin swallowed hard. Lu Jian. You? Lu Jian snorted coldly, flicking his finger, a cluster of black flames igniting at Elder Lin's brow. In an instant, the fire engulfed his entire being. Elder Lin did not even have the chance to scream before he disintegrated into nothingness, leaving not even a trace of ash. It was for the best that this man was dealt with sooner rather than later. While he was incapable of contending with Lu Jian, should he seek trouble with his master or sister, it would prove difficult to guard against. Ignoring the now utterly dead Elder Lin, Lu Jian calmly took a step forward. The next moment, Lu Jian's figure appeared before the two transformation realm experts. Where do you think you are going? Though his voice was not loud, it sent the two transformation realm experts sprawling to the ground in fright. Demon Clan Supreme, misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. You see, our Inquisition never accepts your contracts. It was that Lin fellow who failed to recognize your identity, resulting in this enormous misunderstanding. Out of your magnanimity, please allow us to return. We shall promptly report to the head and have your name removed from the execution list. Lu Jian frowned. He had intended to inquire what exactly this Inquisition was. Hearing the two mention it again, he inquired, what exactly is this Inquisition you speak of? Chapter 46. Indeed very thirsty, the two transformation realm experts exchanged terrified glances, fearing that the demon lord was toying with them. Although the Inquisition was not a top-tier power, it was certainly well known. This demon lord had existed for countless ages. Surely no one knew more about the world than he. My lord, are you jesting with us? The Inquisition is the largest assassin organization in existence. We also operate on a paid basis, harboring no intention of offending you. Lu Jian furrowed his brow, realizing he had been targeted by an assassin organization. That Elder Lin, fearing he could not handle Lu Jian, had paid to place him on their kill list. However, this posed no significant problem for Lu Jian, as these individuals only struck in secluded or deserted locations. Little did they know, Lu Jian also needed to log into his main account in such places. Having clarified the situation, Lu Jian wasted no time in once again summoning the leaving fire, reducing the two transformation realm experts before him to nothingness. After completing this, Lu Jian did not linger and made his way directly to the City Lord's mansion. Earlier, in his attempt to enter the Divine Fall battlefield, Lu Jian had visited the City Lord's mansion, but he had only gone to the remote human transmission array and had not entered the main city. The City Lord's mansion was the name the locals used for this grand city, but its formal name was Linen Mansion, one of the 13 prefectures of the human race. Upon entering the city, Lu Jian casually inquired and quickly learned the location of the Heavenly Water Academy. This academy was situated in the western outskirts of Linen Mansion, covering a vast area and boasting a prestigious reputation, making it one of the hallmarks of Linen Mansion. When Lu Jian arrived at Tinshui Academy, he observed a considerable number of individuals clad in the academy's uniforms, both men and women, standing at the entrance. They congregated in small groups, engaging in casual conversation. Beside them stood a colossal spirit monument, around which a throng of cultivators had gathered to test their talents. Intrigued, Lu Jian approached the scene and noticed that this spirit monument, employed for the assessment of aptitude, was markedly different from the one he had seen previously at the Xianfu Academy. While the Xianfu Academy's monument bore only 33 leaves, this one displayed a total of 66. A spirited young woman nervously approached the monument, carefully placing her palm upon it. In an instant, 36 leaves illuminated on the spirit monument. Witnessing this, The surrounding crowd shook their heads and sighed, lamenting, "What a pity! What a pity! Tianshui Academy requires a minimum of 37 leaves for admission. Just a fraction short." Lu Jian, listening from the sidelines, couldn't help but reflect on the contrast. At Xianfu Academy, one only needed to illuminate 7 leaves to gain entry, yet here the threshold was set at 37. The young woman, having ignited 36 leaves, a feat that would be considered extraordinary at Xianfu Academy, was deemed unqualified for even the most basic admission at Tianshui Academy. With a sigh, she turned and exited the crowd. In that moment, a scholarly-looking young man stepped forth from the throng. "Allow me to give it a try." Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jian inquired of a nearby individual. "Brother, what is happening here? Is today the day Tianshui Academy is recruiting students?" The middle-aged man cast a scornful glance at Lu Jian, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Little brother, you must be from the countryside. Am I right? This is how it goes every day. Tianshui Academy only recruits once a year, but they have established this spirit monument at the entrance. Any cultivator who has reached the nascent soul stage and possesses confidence in their talent can come here to test themselves." As he spoke, the middle-aged man gestured toward the clusters of Tianshui Academy students loitering at the entrance. "Do you see? These individuals come here daily to stand watch. If they spot a cultivator with exceptional talent, they will rush to snatch them up. Though they are all students of Tianshui Academy, they hail from various factions and are quite ravenous for talent. I've heard that resource competition within Tianshui Academy is incredibly fierce, so factions with larger numbers and greater strength have a distinct advantage." Lu Jian nodded, pondering how this resembled a gang fight over territory. If he were to enter the academy, he would inevitably have to choose a faction. This thought prompted him to chuckle inwardly, recalling the words of a certain Uncle Bao, who had claimed to lead their gang to the moon. As Lu Jian entertained his musings, the scholarly young man had completed his talent test. Upon seeing 31 leaves light up on the spirit monument, he shook his head in resignation before turning to leave the crowd. With that level of talent, one could easily be a favored disciple at Xianfu Academy. "Why even bother with Tianshui Academy?" Lu Jian queried the middle-aged man beside him. The man regarded Lu Jian as if he were a curious creature, incredulity etched across his face. "Little brother, your perspective is rather perilous. In such a small place, one may reign supreme, but outside, they will still be looked down upon. Only a place like Tianshui Academy, where prodigies abound, can be considered the dream institution for cultivators like us. Once you enter Tianshui Academy, you will be held in high regard wherever you go." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lu Jian felt a twinge of doubt, if what he said was true. Then competition at Tianshui Academy was indeed fierce. How could he remain an idle fish in such an environment? One by one, the nascent soul cultivators dejectedly retreated from the spirit monument, and after a succession of failures, none had managed to meet Tianshui Academy's admission criteria. Just as Lu Jian was preparing to exit and seek guidance on where to go with a recommendation letter, a girl standing before the spirit monument suddenly exclaimed in excitement, "Ah!" Lu Jian turned his gaze toward the monument, only to see that 53 leaves had clearly illuminated. The crowd erupted in fervor. This talent was truly extraordinary. 53 leaves, that is considered top tier at Tianshui Academy. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, the previously idle Tianshui Academy students rushed over, encircling the young girl with eager smiles. "Little girl, what is your name?" The girl, feeling overwhelmed by the throng, shyly replied, I am Qiao Xiaoying." Upon hearing her answer, the surrounding students became even more enthusiastic. "Sister Xiaoying, join our Tianyin Institute. We excel in formations." Before he could finish, another voice interrupted, "Join what Tianyin Institute? Of course, you should join our Qiling Institute. Enough with the noise. Both of your institutes are mere side paths. You should join our Hailing Institute instead. What use is it to practice formations or artifacts? True strength comes from personal power." Observing the students nearly on the brink of a quarrel in their eagerness to claim the girl, Lu Jian nodded to himself, recognizing their desperation. Chapter 47. "What is your talent level?" Dozens of Tianshui Academy students surrounded Qiao Xiaoying, and ultimately, she made her choice. Under the guidance of a charming senior sister, Qiao Xiaoying decided to join the Dandao Institute. Watching the two depart, the Tianshui Academy students expressed their dismay. How could she choose Dan Dao? What use is alchemy? Aside from making a bit of money, it does nothing to enhance one's strength. Alas, joining our Martial Dao Institute would have been so much better. With her talent, she could easily rank within the top 20 of the academy. We have stood watch here for so many days, and after finally encountering someone with high talent, she gets snatched away by the Dan Dao Institute. The crowd shook their heads in disappointment, clearly unwilling to accept the outcome. Seizing the moment, Lu Jian squeezed through the crowd and presented Director Deng's recommendation letter, bowing slightly to a few individuals. Esteemed seniors, I am here on the recommendation of Xianfu Academy. May I inquire where I should report? The crowd turned to Lu Jian, their interest waning. Xianfu Academy? Another one relying on backdoor connections. You small academies are quite amusing to use your quotas so casually, aren't you? Those recommended are nothing but useless, with the highest talent barely lighting 35 leaves. Such talent might be considered genius at your Xianfu Academy, but here at Tianshui Academy, it doesn't even qualify for entry. The group exchanged glances, amusement evident in their expressions. Lu Jian surveyed them, but chose to remain silent. At that moment, discontent began to swell from the crowd. 35 leaves of talent. That doesn't even qualify for entry into the academy. Is this a joke? It's utterly unfair. Why should he gain admission through a recommendation while we, with talents no lesser than his, are barred from entry? As the uproar intensified, a man from Tianshui Academy stepped forward, raising his hands to quell the noise. Everyone, this is beyond our control. The 4 major academies indeed have the privilege of recommending students for admission to Tianshui Academy. This has been established since the academy's inception as a benefit for the 4 major academies. There is no question of fairness here. If you wish for such a privilege, feel free to try your luck at one of the 4 major academies. As he spoke, he cast a significant glance at Lu Jian, implying that perhaps if one were to curry favor with the director, such a privilege could be obtained. The crowd erupted in laughter, fully understanding the implication that Lu Jian was merely a sycophant who had secured a recommendation letter without any real merit. The gathering of cultivators grew increasingly agitated. Their talents were no less than Lu Jian's, yet they remained outside, unable to enter the academy. Meanwhile, this youth, merely due to his proximity to the director, was granted access to the Tianshui Academy. A dream for countless cultivators. Was there no justice in this? What nonsense was this? Let him take the talent test. If he truly has the qualifications to enter Tianshui Academy, we will say no more. But if his talent falls short of ours, let him be sent away. The earlier speaker smiled at the raucous crowd, helplessly raising his hands. Everyone, there is no precedent for this, with a recommendation letter. There is no need for a talent test. After all, in public, we should still leave some dignity for the individual. He then turned to the Tianshui Academy students. Fellow disciples, he does hold a recommendation letter. Do you think it would be more appropriate for him to join your institute? The Tianshui Academy students grimaced in disdain, and a young woman quickly took a step back. We of the Fudao Institute do not want him. Let him go to the Qiling Institute. Upon hearing the news, the students of the Qiling Academy were instantly displeased. Our Qiling Academy is already at full capacity. Let him go to the Tianyan Academy. After surveying the crowd, it turned out that not a single person was willing to take Lu Jian away. Lu Jian observed the expressions of those around him, thinking to himself how painfully realistic this situation was. Although he had no idea how many leaves his talent could illuminate, surely it couldn't be this dismal. Rejecting one after another. Just then, the woman who had previously taken Xiao Xiaoying returned, her face aglow with delight. Clearly satisfied with her harvest for the day. Upon seeing her, everyone turned their gaze towards her in unison. Sister Yili, there's still one more who needs to join. Why don't you take him along too? Let him enter your Dan Dao Academy. Upon hearing this, Yi Li's smile widened even further. What a stroke of luck. I've just accepted a highly talented junior sister, and now I have the chance to welcome a new junior brother into the Tianshui Academy. She chuckled, addressing several senior brothers and sisters. How could I possibly accept this? Our Dan Dao Academy has already taken one junior sister, and this junior brother. Before Yili could finish her polite protest, the crowd waved her off impatiently. You'll see for yourself. There's a letter of recommendation. It's from the Xianfu Academy. This isn't just a favor. It's a chance for you to take a loss. Since you've gained a genius today, don't mind taking a useless one too. right? Upon hearing this, Yili paused momentarily, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she glanced at the crowd and then back at Lu Jian. She thought to herself, no wonder everyone was rejecting him. It turned out he came with a recommendation. With his talent, he would only be at the bottom of the academy. A complete burden. A recommendation letter. This, our Dandao Academy isn't taking in new students at the moment. Yili feigned a troubled expression, but the crowd laughed and said, Sister Yili, don't make excuses today. Your Dandao Academy has gained a significant advantage. Shouldn't you bear some responsibility now? Besides, why do you need such high talent for alchemy? I think this lad would suit you well. At the very least, he can help organize your recipes. Seeing that the crowd was insistent on placing Lu Jian with her, Yili sighed in resignation. All right, let him join our Dandao Academy then. This way, it won't seem like we are just taking advantage without any accountability. That should suffice, right? Yili stated with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in satisfaction, finally resolving this troublesome matter. Reluctantly, Yili approached Lu Jian and snatched the recommendation letter from his hand. From now on, you are a disciple of our Dandao Academy? Let me ask you one thing. What was your talent when you entered the Xinfu Academy? Lu Jian shrugged and replied, I don't know. But they say it's quite high. Chapter 48. The shattering of the high-level spirit tablet. Hearing Lu Jian's words, Yili was momentarily taken aback. Quite high. Just how high is that? Lu Jian pondered for a moment before responding. I truly have no idea, but it must be at least 3 or 4 stories high. He genuinely did not know the extent of his talent. During the testing at the Xinfu Academy, the low-level spirit tablet had not shown his talent at all. Later, Dean Deng had not allowed Lu Jian to be tested again, leaving him unaware of his true potential. However, he thought to himself, if his senior sister could illuminate 33 leaves, and considering his cultivation speed was several times that of hers, it stood to reason that he couldn't be too far off. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, the students from the Tian Shui Academy could not help but burst into laughter. Haha, this is too amusing. He doesn't even know his own talent. Junior sister, you've struck gold. Bringing him back will surely be a delightful experience for your Dandao Academy. Ha 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 ha. Listening to the surrounding laughter, Yili's face turned dark. She glared at Lu Jian, thinking, what's wrong with this person? He doesn't even know how talented he is. Or is it that his talent is so low that he is embarrassed to say? Yili sighed and pointed at the spirit tablet nearby, indicating for Lu Jian to go over and measure it. Lu Jian shook his head. He disliked testing his talent, as it could easily expose him. I don't think it's necessary. Yili frowned, growing a bit angry. I said, measure it. A real man shouldn't shy away from facing his low talent. The crowd erupted into laughter. Exactly. Your sister Yi isn't embarrassed. What are you afraid of? Hurry up and measure it. Let everyone see. Ha ha ha. Go on, you jester. Lu Jian let out a helpless sigh and then turned to approach the spirit tablet. Let us make it clear beforehand. No matter what my talent turns out to be, since you've accepted me into your Dandao Academy, you can't go back on your word. Yili was infuriated, thinking to herself, now I'm being extorted. No backing out. Once you join our Dandao Academy, you will forever be our disciple. Lu Jian nodded, then calmly placed his right hand on the spirit tablet. The crowd watched expectantly, but after a long while, the spirit tablet showed no reaction whatsoever. The crowd stared, astonished, and then erupted into a chorus of exclamations. What on earth? What kind of rich second generation is this? How wealthy must his family be to have raised such a useless one to the nascent soul stage? He doesn't even have a hint of talent. This financial backing rivals the Zhao family. That useless Zhao Linfei was also elevated to the nascent soul realm by his father's resources. Right? How many pills must one consume for that? Hearing the discussions around him, Yili felt like crying. The Tian Shui Academy values strength and talent above all, yet there are still many second-generation heirs who enter through connections. Though these individuals wield power within the academy, they are often looked down upon. It seems Lu Jian is also a connection-based recruit. His family likely used some means to secure this recommendation letter for him. Such people are a nuisance in the academy. Relying on their family's influence, they bully others, often accompanied by hired thugs, making it difficult for the average person to deal with them. As Lu Jian finished his talent measurement and walked toward her, Yili instinctively stepped back a little, Sister, I've completed the measurement. Yili, suppressing her anger, exhaled deeply. Hee hee, your talent is quite remarkable. 3 or 4 stories high, indeed. I've really gained some insight today. I beg you. Please don't call me sister anymore. I can't bear such a title. Lu Jian helplessly raised his hands, not wanting to dwell on this issue, deciding it was better to enter the academy first. Can we go in now, miss? Sister? Yili clenched her fist tightly, taking several deep breaths before angrily waving her hand. Follow me. Once Yili and Lu Jian departed, the other students could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I feel much better now. They took away a good seed and were left with a useless one. Balance restored. Ha ha ha. Yili is in for a rough time. Let us see how she introduces this waste to her master. Their Dandao Academy is about to become a laughingstock. Ha 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 ha. A few minutes earlier, as Lu Jian placed his hand on the spirit tablet, a swift beam of light shot into the Tian Shui Academy. At this moment, the elders within the academy were discussing resource allocation in front of the high-level spirit tablet. Our Qiling Academy has received far too few pills this time. Where is Elder Yu from the Dandao Academy? What's going on? Can't they even refine a few pills? Elder Xie from the Qiling Academy was dissatisfied as he searched for Elder Yu's figure among the many elders present, but did not spot him. Elder Yu just accepted a disciple with decent talent. He has gone to personally instruct that new disciple. Upon hearing this, Elder Xie grew even angrier. They've taken in quite a few disciples. Yet Haven Tea produced many decent pills. Before Elder Xie could finish his statement, a commotion suddenly erupted in the grand hall. Everyone turned to look at the high-level spirit tablet in the center of the hall. Their brows furrowed. What is happening? Has someone shaken the high-level spirit tablet? This is impossible. How extraordinary must their talent be? Has the spirit tablet outside the academy already failed to measure this person's talent? The elders engaged in fervent discussion. Just then, a clear sound suddenly emanated from the high-level spirit tablet. Following that, to the shock of the many elders, the high-level spirit tablet began to shatter, fragmenting into pieces. At that moment, the entire grand hall fell into a deathly silence. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the crowd regained their senses and immediately soared into the air, transforming into flashes of lightning as they rushed toward the entrance of the Tian Shui Academy. My goodness! What kind of prodigy is this? The advanced spiritual monument surprisingly failed to reveal his talent and shattered instead. We must seize him. Securing such a disciple would allow one to command respect within the academy. All resources would gravitate towards one sect, solely due to the presence of this exceptional talent. Bright red streaks of light swiftly darted towards the academy's main entrance. Upon landing, Elder Xie immediately seized a student from the Tian Shui Academy. Where is he, who just tested their talent at the spiritual monument? Faced with Elder Xie's fierce countenance, the student was utterly terrified. He had never seen Elder Xie, usually so composed, display such a menacing demeanor. It was as if he were ready to devour someone. Chapter 49. Already joined the Pill Refining Academy. A gathering of elders convened at the main entrance of the Tian Shui Academy, their anxiety palpable as they urgently inquired among their disciples who had just tested their talent at the spiritual monument. However, quite some time had passed since Lu Jian departed, during which several other cultivators had also undergone talent assessments. The students, bewildered by the unfolding events, hastily responded. 5 individuals tested their talents earlier, the most gifted being a girl named Xiao Xiaoying, who has already been taken by the Pill Refining Academy. The other 4 did not pass the talent test. Upon hearing this, the elders pressed on with their inquiries. Among those who failed, was there one with absolutely no talent whatsoever? If one can shatter the advanced spiritual monument, their talent would not manifest on it. The students felt perplexed, initially believing the elders were seeking Xiao Xiaoying, only to realize they were actually in pursuit of Lu Jian. Elder, there is indeed one with no talent at all. His name is Lu Jian. He possesses a recommendation letter from the Immortal Mansion Academy. He has already joined the Pill Refining Academy and just left. The elders, upon hearing this, each displayed expressions of profound regret. Damn it! A genius like that, destined for alchemy. What a waste! The surrounding crowd was left dumbfounded by the elders' lamentations. No talent can still be called a genius. The waste of a person. Is he truly worth such a concerted effort from so many elders to snatch? Elders, are you mistaken? That boy has no talent whatsoever. Moreover, he wields a recommendation from the Immortal Mansion Academy. Clearly just a backdoor entry. Elder Xia, filled with indignation, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You know nothing. What are you all doing here? You allowed the Pill Refining Academy to snatch him away. Go back and transcribe the Supreme Induction Classic 1,000 times." Upon hearing this command, the members of the Instrument Spirit Academy wore expressions of distress, yet some remained unconvinced and argued, "Elder, why are we being punished? What use do we have for such a waste? His joining the Pill Refining Academy is a boon for us." Elder Xia, waving his sleeve in frustration, retorted, "A waste? You dare call a genius who shattered the advanced spiritual monument a waste? What does that make you? If you could leave even the slightest mark on the advanced spiritual monument, I would concede your point." As Elder Xia's words echoed, the students stood in shock. What? Talent that can shatter the advanced spiritual monument? Is he even human? Throughout the millennia of our human race, few have left a mark on the advanced spiritual monument. To think he could break it with talent? The other elders were equally distraught, filled with regret, and you lot. All of you shall transcribe the Supreme Induction Classic 1,000 times. The crowd was on the verge of tears, having been caught in an inexplicable disaster. The elders were still steeped in regret over missing out on such a talent when someone suddenly snapped back to reality. "Everyone, stop dawdling, pursue him at once. Such talent must not be allowed to engage in alchemy. Before Elder Yu catches wind of this, let us lure the boy over. Whose disciple he becomes will be his choice." The elders, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, others believed the boy had no talent. Perhaps Elder Yu would disdain him, making it possible for them to obtain him. The group of elders immediately ascended once more, transforming into streaks of light as they sped towards the Pill Refining Academy. At the Tian Shui Academy, Pill Refining Academy, Elder Yu surveyed the elegant Xiao Xiaoying, his heart swelling with satisfaction. "Excellent. Your talent is commendable. I shall take you as my direct disciple, and with careful guidance, you shall achieve extraordinary success in the art of alchemy." Xiao Xiaoying was equally thrilled. She never anticipated being personally received by an elder of the Pill Refining Academy and accepted as a direct disciple. This was nothing short of a meteoric rise. For an ordinary cultivator, becoming an inner disciple of the Tian Shui Academy was an unparalleled honor, let alone being a direct disciple of an academy elder. Disciple greets master. Xiao Xiaoying knelt in excitement. Seeing this scene, Elder Yu felt immense gratification, stroking his beard with delight. Good, rise. I shall arrange for you to learn the basics of alchemy from senior sister Yili, and later, I will personally demonstrate for you." Just as the two were basking in their joy, Yili entered the room with a sullen expression, followed by a young man, Lu Jin. Upon seeing Yili, Elder Yu's spirits lifted. "Why, Yili, you have done well, finding such a talented prospect." Yili smiled awkwardly, though her smile was rather strained. Master, it's nothing. I just stepped out for a moment and brought back another disciple for you." Upon hearing this, Elder Yu's eyes brightened. "Oh, is that so? Truly a double blessing." His gaze turned expectantly towards Lu Jian, but before he could inquire, Yili awkwardly interjected, "Master, he has a recommendation letter from the Immortal Mansion Academy." Yili handed Elder Yu the recommendation letter. Elder Yu paused for a moment, taking the letter but not reading it. "A recommendation letter? And what of his talent?" Yili replied, "None. Not a trace at all." Elder Yu was momentarily incredulous. "No talent? Then how does he possess this level of yuan in cultivation? How many pills would that require? Such a waste." Once he regained his composure, Elder Yu felt a surge of anger and turned to Yili. "What is the meaning of this? How could you bring someone with no talent into our Pill Refining Academy?" Yili, with no choice but to explain the events that transpired outside, left Elder Yu fuming, ready to confront those students. Just then, two other elders from within the academy entered, smiling broadly. "Ha ha, Elder Yu. We heard you accepted 2 new disciples. Congratulations." Entering were Elder Xia from the Instrument Spirit Academy and Elder Lu from the Tianyan Academy. Elder Yu, puzzled, thought to himself, Why should their acceptance of disciples concern them? What could these old geezers possibly want with his students? Chapter 50. This boy truly lacks talent? Noticing Elder Yu's odd demeanor, Elder Xie chuckled and explained, "Oh, it's nothing. We merely came to see, and to ask if you would consider parting with one of them. My instrument spirit academy is in dire need of fresh blood." Hearing Elder Xie's words, Elder Yu immediately furrowed his brow. These shameless individuals dare to covet his prized disciple? He swiftly positioned himself in front of Qiao Xiaoying, forcing a smile that hardly masked his irritation. The academy has rules. Once a faction is chosen, it cannot be changed unless expelled. As Elder Yu spoke, he suddenly froze, realizing that the two elders seemed entirely uninterested in Qiao Xiaoying. Both were gazing intently at Lu Jian, their eyes shining as if they had discovered a rare treasure. Lu Jian felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny, a chill running down his spine. Elder Xie and Elder Lu also sensed that their intense staring was inappropriate and quickly diverted their gazes. "We can't help it. A talent never before seen. A gift unheard of. How could we not be enamored?" Elder Xie wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth, grinning broadly. "Elder Yu, since you've accepted 2 disciples today, how about this? I won't let you suffer a loss. If there's any weapon from my Instrument Spirit Academy you fancy, take it. How about letting me have this disciple of yours?" Elder Xie chuckled as he pointed at Lu Jian, then withdrew his finger. Elder Yu's brow furrowed even tighter. Just a moment ago, he was contemplating how to send Lu Jian away, but unexpectedly, as if a pillow had been offered during his slumber. Someone else took the initiative so swiftly, however, the demeanor of the 2 elders left him with an unsettling feeling that there was something amiss. You see? Well, it seems..." As Elder Yu was about to acquiesce, Elder Lu interjected urgently, "Hold on, old Xie, this isn't fair. There hasn't even been a hint of agreement yet, and from your tone, it sounds as if once old Yu consents, this lad instantly belongs to you." Elder Lu smiled amiably as he nodded at Elder Yu, "Brother, after all these years of camaraderie, I have never asked you for anything, yet today, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I feel an extraordinary connection with this youth. Let him join our Tianyan Institute. Consider it a humble plea from your younger brother. In the future, whatever you require, our Tianyan Institute shall undoubtedly stand by you." Elder Yu was taken aback, his mouth agape in shock. Something fell off. Had this old man taken some sort of medication today? When had he ever referred to himself as brother? He would barely call him old Yu today, for the sake of a talentless wastrel. His words flowed as sweetly as honey. Elder Yu glanced at the 2 elders before him, then at the bewildered Lu Jian beside him. He turned to Yi Li and whispered, "Is this lad truly devoid of talent? Can you confirm it?" Yi Li was equally perplexed by the current situation and hesitantly nodded. I don't think so." The spirit tablet showed no reaction. Upon hearing Yi Li's words, Elder Yu hesitated further. Let me think it over." Elders Xie and Lu immediately grew anxious. "What is there to contemplate? Old Yu, when did you become so stingy? It's not like anyone is asking for that little girl behind you. It's merely a talentless boy, and you can't part with him?" Behind Elder Yu, Qiao Xiaoying curiously sized up Lu Jian, bewildered as to what made him so special. Seeing Elder Yu's indecision, Elder Xie turned to Lu Jian and said, "How about this? Let him decide for himself. Young friend, why don't you come with me? I will take you as my personal disciple, and you may utilize all the resources of my Chilling Institute." He added, "What good are pills? How many can you actually consume? Having powerful spiritual tools is the true measure of one's strength." Elder Lu, not to be outdone, interjected, "What nonsense is this? You can't eat many pills. But can you truly wield 100 or 80 spiritual tools? It is far better to come to my Tianyan Institute. Once you master the formations, it would be child's play to effortlessly eliminate hundreds of opponents of the same level." Elder Lu turned to Lu Jian, a smile gracing his face. "Young friend, what do you think? I am quite sincere. If you don't wish to be a disciple, I could instead take you as a junior apprentice." As Lu Jian's rank was about to be elevated to match his own, Elder Yu could no longer contain himself. "You too? There's definitely something fishy going on. What is the true situation here? Speak clearly, or my disciple will not go with you." No sooner had Elder Yu's words left his mouth than dozens of elders burst in from outside, shouting, "You too! Do you even have any shame left? I can't bear to listen anymore. We agreed to lure this boy out first, and yet you two have jumped the gun, squabbling amongst yourselves, so we're just out of the picture. Are we? Young friend, do not heed their words. Whatever conditions they offer, I will double it." As Elder Yu observed the horde of elders flooding in, he felt a slight dizziness. What was happening today? Did this disciple of his possess some hidden and remarkable quality that he had overlooked? Yi Li was equally bewildered, utterly confused by the unfolding events. The waste she had desperately sought to rid herself of was now a coveted prize, with the elders of the academy personally vying for him. It was one thing for a couple to compete, but now, nearly every elder in the academy had arrived. Since the establishment of the Tianshui Academy, she had never witnessed such a scene. Xiao Xiaoying, observing Lu Jian surrounded by the throng, was equally astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. What kind of talent must this boy possess to warrant such unseemly competition among these elders? At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from a distance. "Ha ha ha! Who is it? Who is it? I have heard that our academy has welcomed an unparalleled genius. He shattered the advanced spirit tablet solely based on his innate talent. Quickly, let me see what kind of prodigy possesses such qualifications." Upon hearing the outside chatter, Elder Yu's face turned pale. Shattering the advanced spirit tablet with talent. As he grasped the implications, he glared at his colleagues with a mix of anguish and fury, exclaiming, well, you beasts, such a significant matter, and you kept it from me." Chapter 51. The ultimate wastrel Elder Yu pushed through the crowd, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Jian. "What are you doing? This is my disciple. Do you dare to seize him openly?" Seeing that the situation had been exposed, the gathered elders expressed their regret. "No, old Yu. This talent is simply too precious to squander on alchemy." Elder Yu shook his head resolutely. "I do not care. He shall pursue alchemy. Furthermore, what is wrong with alchemy? If he could concoct a perfect 9-turn immortal pill, he could be invincible." The elders seethed with frustration, their teeth grinding. "A perfect 9-turn immortal pill. Do you even possess a recipe? If you could truly present a recipe, we would not contest this matter." Elder Yu indeed had no such recipe. The legendary alchemical formula was something he had only heard about and had never seen. Yet it was said that just one pill could transform decay into the miraculous, allowing one to break through to the Path Ancestor realm. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated from behind the crowd. "Alchemy, indeed, seems a waste. The path of alchemy has been severed since the Great War a millennium ago. To gamble on whether such talent can revive the tradition is far too perilous." The crowd turned to see the speaker, hastily bowing in respect. "Dean." The elder nodded and approached, scrutinizing Lu Jian with satisfaction as he stroked his white beard. "Indeed, you are Lu Jian, yes? Your talent is truly astonishing." Lu Jian hurriedly returned the gesture of respect. "Dean, I am indeed Lu Jian." Dean Shi nodded and then turned his gaze to Elder Yu. "Old Yu, I do not wish to place you in a difficult position. This lad is quite remarkable. I wish to take him on as my personal disciple and personally instruct him in his cultivation." Upon hearing this, Elder Yu's face fell in despair. He hadn't anticipated that the dean would also take an interest in his disciple. "Dean, this?" Dean Sheen waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "Surely you do not wish for such a talented child to be wasted on alchemy? Moreover, if I take him as my disciple, he will not be deprived of your alchemical teachings. He can still learn your craft and carry on your legacy. What do you think? How does that sound?" Elder Yu hesitated, knowing well that he could not offend Dean Sheen within the academy. Furthermore, the dean's reasoning held merit. The path of alchemy had been severed for millennia. To push such talent down a dead-end road was indeed too risky. Though Dean Sheen was now set to take Lu Jian as his personal disciple, Elder Yu could still impart knowledge of alchemy, allowing both parties to benefit. "Very well. I defer to your judgment." Dean Sheen nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lu Jian. "Are you willing to accept this arrangement?" Lu Jian wanted to decline, wishing to avoid such attention, as alchemy suited him just fine. However, seeing the other elders gesturing fervently, clearly indicating that he must not offend the dean, he relented. After all, he had no intention of pursuing cultivation. If he spent a year or so this way, who would care about a mere lackluster disciple of the dean? Perhaps he could eventually return to the Alchemy Institute, remaining an inconspicuous figure. I am willing. Dean Sheen nodded in satisfaction, his spirits lifted. Excellent, excellent, let it be so. Although you will be my personal disciple, you must not expect any special treatment within the academy, like all other newcomers. You shall undergo trials, and any resources you need must be earned through your own merit. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek me out. As Dean Sheen spoke, he produced a jade token and handed it to Lu Jian. Take this. With this token, you may move freely within the academy. Lu Jian carefully put away the token and once again clasped his hands in gratitude. Dean Sheen was exceedingly satisfied and, after giving a few more instructions, allowed Yili to take Lu Jian and Xiao Xiaoying to arrange their accommodations. Along the way, Yili had yet to recover from the shock of earlier. You truly shattered a high-level spirit tablet with your innate talent? Lu Jian shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. Did I not inform you? My talent is exceptional, soaring to the 3rd or 4th floor. It is you who doubted it. Upon hearing this, Yili could only smile wryly. This is a bit too high, isn't it? Right now, I truly cannot bear being called your senior sister. You are the dean's direct disciple, and all the other disciples here are your juniors. Lu Jian found it a bit perplexing, hadn't the dean mentioned that, although he was his direct disciple, there would be no special treatment. How was it that despite being the last to enter the academy, he had become the big brother of Tianshui Academy? Yili did not respond to this query, but soon enough, Lu Jian would discover the answer himself. This was not merely a lack of special treatment. It was a case of standing out like a crane among chickens. He had not anticipated that he would be the dean's sole direct disciple. Moreover, even his school uniform was distinct from that of others. It was conspicuous, unmistakable. He practically wished to announce to the world that he was the dean's only favored pupil. At this point, Lu Jian finally understood why they said that competition at Tianshui Academy was fierce. Currently, he felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame. Everyone knew he was the dean's direct disciple, which meant he had to strive to be the best in everything, lest he dishonor his unique status. If he, as a direct disciple, progressed too slowly, not only would he embarrass himself, but he would also bring shame to Dean Sheen. Fortunately, Lu Jian was not overly concerned with these matters. After spending 3 months at the academy, Lu Jian had barely advanced to the mid-stage of the Yuaning realm. This pace of cultivation did not even place him within the top 50 of the academy. As for the monthly tasks assigned to new students, Lu Jian consistently opted for the simplest tasks, albeit ones that required a bit of expenditure. New students were required to undertake a task each month. With the freedom to choose from various options, each differing in difficulty and rewards, Lu Jian always selected the task of entering the Divine Fall battlefield to collect medicinal herbs, a task that was the easiest for the second-generation scions with access passes. However, for those who could not afford to purchase access passes, it was the most challenging of tasks. Lu Jian had no shortage of access passes, thus he consistently chose this task to undertake. After 3 months of this routine, Lu Jian had acquired quite a notorious title, Max Level Waste. His talent was maxed out, yet he had not invested a single bit of it into cultivation. Upon learning of his disciples' antics within the academy, Dean Sheen wept. He had not anticipated that he would lose face due to having taken in a disciple who brought him nothing but disgrace. Even more unexpectedly, Lu Jian donning the robe of a direct disciple would mark the beginning of his nightmare. Chapter 52. The battle for resources. After enduring for 3 months, Dean Sheen could no longer tolerate it. Is it my teaching that has been inadequate? What do you not understand about cultivation? Why do you not come to ask me? Your pace of cultivation, alas. Dean Sheen's expression was conflicted, and for a moment he was at a loss for words. Lu Jian feigned a look of deep regret. Master, I have indeed been trying my best, but I do not know why, after entering the Yuaning realm, my speed of cultivation has remained sluggish. I have read the books in the library countless times, yet for some reason, I simply cannot comprehend them. I am too embarrassed to come and ask you, Master. So Dean Sheen sighed. Liu Jian had indeed spoken the truth. He had seen Liu Jian diligently studying in the library on more than one occasion. His disciple was hardworking, yet his progress was frustratingly slow. Dean Qin grasped Liu Jian's hand, examining it closely. Your talent cannot truly be lacking in the realm of cultivation, can it? Indeed, the heavenly path is fair. It granted you such extraordinary talent, yet you do not apply it to the path of cultivation. Liu Jian's face contorted in pain as he resolutely declared, Master, I have brought shame upon you. You should expel me from your teachings. I will return to the Pill Refining Academy, simply to clean the pill furnaces and organize the formulas. At least that would be of some use. Dean Qin was momentarily taken aback, then scolded him in exasperation. What nonsense is this? It is rare for me to take on a disciple. How could I allow you to merely clean pill furnaces? For the next few days, do not undertake any tasks. Whenever you have free time, come to me, and I shall personally guide you. After saying this, Dean Qin sadly waved his hand, signaling for Liu Jian to leave. Once outside the dean's residence, Liu Jian found himself with nothing to do, so he strolled leisurely along the long street of Linen Prefecture. Not far from Tianshui Academy, there were numerous places where cultivators traded items. Recently, it was particularly lively due to Tianshui Academy's annual resource battle. This resource battle was entirely different from that of the Immortal Mansion Academy. It was a contest open to all students of the academy. Tianshui Academy would designate a specific area as the battlefield before the resource battle commenced, and all participating students could enter. The rules of this battle were quite simple. It was a matter of seizing whatever one could snatch, whether it be immortal pills or magical artifacts, could be claimed as one's own. If one were to be robbed by another, it was simply a matter of lacking strength. Liu Jian did not lack resources, for he had no need for cultivation. The academy distributed a yuan cultivation pill to students ranked in the top 50 each month, yet Liu Jian had never used one. Although his ranking had long since fallen beyond the 100 mark, his master Dean Qin still secretly provided him with yuan cultivation pills. Not wanting to disappoint his master's kindness, Liu Jian consumed the pills at the standard rate of 3 per month, thereby advancing his cultivation to the mid-stage of the Yuan-Ing realm. However, for ordinary students, the resource battle was a crucial arena for acquiring resources. Simultaneously, for those students who harbored grudges, the battlefield provided an excellent opportunity to resolve their disputes. Tianshui Academy encouraged competition among students. While battles within the academy were prohibited, once on the resource battlefield, no one would intervene. Aside from the prohibition against killing, everything else was fair game. Thus, entering the resource battlefield was a rather perilous affair. While it did not replicate the true brutality of the immortal cultivation world, it sought to simulate it as closely as possible. Now, these students were preparing for the resource battle. To participate, there were certain prerequisites, and they needed to bring corresponding resources with them. Some students, lacking spiritual stones and treasures, could not gather the necessary items to enter the resource battle. Consequently, they were left with the choice to join a wealthy scion's escort group or to pool resources together, electing the strongest among them to enter the battlefield. Aside from keeping whatever resources they seized for themselves, the student who garnered the most treasures would receive a special grand prize prepared by the academy. Liu Jian had originally been indifferent to such matters, but after hearing about them frequently, he had come to understand the rules. As he wandered, Liu Jian observed the myriad of immortal herbs and spiritual plants on display at the bustling market, along with many items whose names he could not recall. These street vendor wares were of average quality, yet many students, hoping for a lucky find, were rummaging through them. Further along, a tavern caught Liu Jian's attention. He noticed numerous cultivators entering, yet there seemed to be a lack of patrons inside. Curiosity piqued, he followed the crowd into the tavern. Upon entering, Liu Jian soon realized that these individuals were not there to dine or drink. They had ventured into the tavern's rear courtyard. The courtyard was a garden adorned with flowers of 4 colors, unlike any garden Liu Jian had ever seen before, at least not one with so many fruit trees. At this moment, the garden was filled with cultivators, both sitting and standing, most of whom were students of Tianshui Academy. Liu Jian recognized many of them, and they undoubtedly recognized him as well. Senior Brother Liu. Senior Brother Liu. Despite Liu Jian's lack of prowess in the academy, he was undeniably the dean's direct disciple. Liu Jian nodded in acknowledgement, and then casually found a seat to sit down. Upon seeing him take a seat, the crowd displayed expressions of confusion. Senior Brother Liu, are you also here to participate in the resource battle? Are you here to hire fellow cultivators? Lu Jian, not fully comprehending, quietly asked the speaker what is happening. I am merely here to observe. The individual awkwardly shook his head with a smile. Senior Brother Liu, you should get up. These seats are reserved for the wealthy and influential second-generation science. If you sit here without the corresponding financial backing, you will lose face. Lu Jian shrugged, still not grasping the meaning. What does that mean? How is this related to the resource battle? The person explained. Alas, Senior Brother Liu, you are aware of how fiercely competitive Tianshui Academy is regarding resources. This resource war serves as a crucial avenue for us, the lower-tier cultivators, to acquire essential resources. However, some cultivators, despite possessing considerable strength, find themselves unable to present the requisite treasures to participate in the resource war. Consequently, they come here to serve as bodyguards for those affluent heirs. The man spoke, gesturing towards the elevated platform ahead, where cultivators would soon ascend for the selection of those privileged heirs. This can be regarded as a talent auction, where the highest bidder prevails, as long as one offers a sufficiently high price. They can hire these competent cultivators as their protectors to jointly partake in the resource war. Chapter 53 Brother Liu, why have you followed me again? Lu Jian comprehended that this place was indeed where those privileged heirs employed cultivators for the resource war. Nevertheless, these wealthy scions lacked any shortage of cultivation resources. Their participation in the resource war was merely for the sake of establishing a reputation. Generally, within the academy, inter-student conflicts are prohibited, yet these heirs, emboldened by their familial influence, bully others. This has rendered them rather unpopular within the academy, having offended numerous individuals. Yet, due to the academy's regulations, even amidst personal grievances, they would resolve their disputes on the resource battlefield. Thus, hiring these cultivators serves the purpose of employing henchmen. Whether they can seize resources is not the primary concern. Brother Liu, you would be better off not sitting here. Theo bid from this position. One must possess at least 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The cultivators present were indeed reluctant to join any bodyguard group, yet they had no choice in the face of necessity. Therefore, their fees were exorbitantly high. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian prepared to rise. He truly lacked any top-grade spirit stones. He didn't even possess low-grade ones. Just as he was about to stand aside and observe the commotion, a derisive voice rang out nearby. Who might this be? Ah, it's you, the utterly useless one. Ha ha ha. Following the sound, Lu Jian turned to see a man, flanked by followers, leisurely entering the venue. Liu Jian recognized him as the second son of the Lin family from Linen Prefecture. I say, have you mistakenly seated yourself? Shouldn't you be on stage for our selection? Lin Jiang approached with a mocking smile and took a seat beside Lu Jian. Before Lu Jian could respond, the surrounding cultivators expressed their discontent. What did you say? Is there no decorum? Do you not understand that upon encountering a direct disciple of the dean, you ought to call him senior brother? Lin Jiang disdainfully glanced at the group of cultivators beside Lu Jian, sneering, "Humph, a bunch of paupers." Though Lu Jian was the direct disciple of the dean, the esteemed senior brother of Tianshui Academy, he did not stoop to bullying those without influence or power. Hence, he maintained excellent rapport among the lower-tier cultivators. Previously, while on a mission, he had disapproved of Lin Jiang's oppression of the lower-tier students and had chastised him once. Leveraging the authority of his senior brother status, at that time, Lu Jian was still in his prime, and Lin Jiang, despite harboring resentment, had to endure it. Although the Lin family wielded considerable power in Linen Prefecture, it would be unwise to provoke a direct disciple of Tianshui Academy. However, as Lu Jian increasingly distanced himself from others, Lin Jiang and his ilk no longer felt restrained. Brother Liu, you are indeed different from other direct disciples, Lin Jiang said with a sardonic tone. If you were truly deserving of the title, I would reckon you have the qualifications to attend this gathering and occupy this seat. Alas, it is regrettable that some, despite their full potential, squander it, ending up as useless beings. I have heard that direct disciples of the dean receive ample resources, yet judging by your disheveled appearance, it seems you lack the qualifications and the face to claim those resources. Upon Lin Jiang's words, laughter erupted from those around him. Haha, since Brother Lu dares to sit here, he must surely possess 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. That remains to be seen. After all, he is a direct disciple of the Dean. How could the Dean allow his direct disciple to appear foolish? Perhaps he has secretly prepared spirit stones and elixirs for Brother Lu. However, those spirit stones and elixirs would likely go to waste. Brother Lu's cultivation level barely reaches the mid-stage of the nascent soul, while our young Master Lin has already attained the perfection of the nascent soul. If I recall correctly, Brother Lu entered the academy a full 3 days before our young master. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiang chuckled. Indeed, even if the Dean possesses spirit stones and elixirs, he would never waste them on a useless individual, even when it comes to using elixirs to enhance cultivation. Not everyone is worthy, Lu Jian observed the group calmly, yet the surrounding cultivators were incensed. Even without cultivation, Brother Lu surpasses you hundredfold, for who in the academy does not know that Brother Lu, despite his slow progress, never competes for resources. He never resorts to elixirs to forcefully elevate his cultivation. Before they could finish, Lin Jiang and his companions erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, he might wish to, but does he possess the means? What esteemed senior brother of Tianshui Academy, like you paupers, he would sell his life for a single cultivation elixir? Lin Jiang, with a menacing glare directed at Lu Jian, declared, Humph. If you can present 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, then sit. If not, get lost. Spare us the embarrassment with that. He waved his hand towards the table before him, and a mountain of top-grade spirit stones cascaded from his storage ring onto the surface. The sight of those shimmering spirit stones left the surrounding cultivators with expressions of bitter dismay. While those spirit stones were astonishing, they paled in comparison to the spatial ring that Lin Jiang possessed. Such an item was not something an ordinary cultivator could own. Moreover, the ability to store 100,000 spirit stones indicated that Lin Jiang's spatial ring had a vast internal space, far beyond that of an ordinary one. As the crowd stood in awe of the 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, Lin Jiang smirked disdainfully. Uncultured brutes, this is merely... Before he could finish, he was struck dumb by the sight before Lu Jian, where another pile of spirit stones had materialized. These stones glimmered brilliantly, their quantity rivaling that of Lin Jiang's, yet their quality was evidently superior. Pristine spirit stones. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Disbelief etched on their faces. This is too outrageous. One pristine spirit stone is worth 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. There are 10,000 here. Lu Jian, taken aback by the sudden emergence of this mound of spirit stones, turned in shock to the man who had just gestured at his table. Upon recognizing the man's face, Lu Jian was left in tears. Little brother, why have you come again? Ban Shi, casually fanning himself, replied with a light-hearted smile, my apologies, but I truly do not possess such low-end items as top-grade spirit stones. After all, they are of little use and take up space. I only brought these. Do you think they will suffice? Chapter 54. Are these for feeding dogs? Upon hearing Ban Shi's words, the surrounding individuals could not suppress their astonishment. Young master, Brother Lu is incredibly wealthy. This was utterly preposterous. He disregarded top-grade spirit stones and instead effortlessly displayed pristine spirit stones. What manner of prestigious family is this? A mere follower could casually flaunt a spatial ring and carry such wealth. Witnessing this spectacle, the lower-tier cultivators were filled with emotion. Initially, they believed Brother Lu treated them courteously because they shared a common background. Little did they know that it was merely his modesty. Clearly, he hailed from a formidable lineage, yet never resorted to bullying others. In contrast, Brother Lu stood leagues above those privileged heirs who relied on their family influence. As they gazed upon the mountain of pristine spirit stones, Lin Jiang and his companions were left dumbfounded. Lin Jiang swallowed hard, discreetly retracting his right hand, which bore the spatial ring. This was simply unbelievable. A mere follower holding such a vast amount of pristine spirit stones. Even as the second son of the Lin family, he would never dare to casually hand over his spatial ring to his subordinate. Though the Lin family could produce 10,000 pristine spirit stones, such a sum would only be accessible to the family head. It was not something he could freely utilize. Yet now, one of Lu Jian's attendants possessed such a fortune. This clearly indicated that for Lu Jian's family, 10,000 pristine spirit stones were but a trifle. Lin Jiang forced a smile, intending to speak, only to be interrupted by laughter from behind him. Ha ha ha, 10,000 pristine spirit stones? Is that a lot? Scaring the Lin family is sufficient, but they hardly pique my interest. As the crowd turned towards the source of the voice, they beheld another man gracefully entering the venue, accompanied by a diverse group of individuals. It was Ji Xian, the son of the Lord of Linen Prefecture. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, for they recognized the man who had spoken. Liu Jin was also familiar with this figure, being the eldest son of the Lord of Linen. The individuals flanking him were the prominent sons and daughters of the major factions within Linen Prefecture. Although they possessed some influence, it paled in comparison to Ji Xian, making them seem insignificant in his presence. Upon seeing the arrival, Lin Jiang hurriedly rose to greet him. Brother Ji, could it be that you are also participating in the resource battle this time? Ji Xian shot a disapproving glance at Lin Jiang, remarking, Brother Lu, you are indeed a direct disciple of the Dean. Yet you dare to present these worthless trinkets. Truly, you deserve to be humiliated, Lin Jiang. Feeling embarrassed, nodded incessantly to as one of the factions reliant on the Lord. He dared not offend Ji Xian. He led Ji Xian to his previous seat, quickly reclaiming the exquisite spirit stones on the table. Brother Lu, I truly apologize for this, Ji Xian said with a smile, bowing slightly to Lu Jin, before signaling to a woman beside him. The woman understood immediately, mimicking Lin Jiang's earlier gesture, and with a sweep of her hand, a staggering 100,000 top-tier spirit stones appeared neatly on the table. The surrounding crowd was rendered speechless by the sight. This is quite the spectacle. I've heard that Ji Xian has been harboring resentment towards Brother Lu for quite some time. He is no ordinary second-generation heir. His cultivation talent is exceptionally high. Initially, the Lord intended for him to become the Dean's direct disciple, but the Dean refused. Now that the Dean has accepted Brother Lu, it would be inconsequential if Brother Lu truly possessed strength. Yet, the unfortunate reality is that Brother Lu, despite his peak talent, cannot cultivate. Ji Xian must be feeling quite disgruntled. This is a slap in the face for the Dean. Not only does he aim to surpass Brother Lu in cultivation talent, but he also intends to overshadow him in wealth and influence. This is troublesome. Even if Brother Lu has a notable background, how could he possibly rival the foremost power of Linen Prefecture? Hearing the murmurs around him, Ji Xian chuckled coldly. He indeed felt a sense of injustice. He had entered Tianshui Academy through sheer strength, his talent ranking among the top 10. Yet that obstinate dean refused to accept him as a disciple, claiming he had no intentions of taking on apprentices. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he accepted Lu Jin as his direct disciple. Now, he even had to address this waste as senior brother. This was utterly intolerable. Today, he would seize this opportunity to thoroughly humiliate Lu Jin, demonstrating to that old fool just how foolish his decision had been to reject him as a disciple. Ji Xian smiled lightly and waved at the girl beside him, who promptly collected the top-tier spirit stones. Heh, Brother Lu, these are merely trivial items. Spirit stones, regardless of their quality, possess a price. They pale in comparison to treasured artifacts, medicinal pills or divine herbs, which are the true priceless treasures. As he spoke, Ji Xian flipped his hand, revealing a blood-red fruit resembling a qilin. The fruit was uniquely shaped, appearing as if a living qilin was in his grasp. It was the qilin demon fruit. This was an extraordinary healing elixir, rumored to be able to restore one's physical form as long as the primordial spirit remained intact. However, this fruit could only be found in the vast wilderness of the demon realm. It was nearly impossible for ordinary people to even catch a glimpse of it. A true priceless treasure. Upon witnessing the gasps of astonishment from the surrounding crowd, Ji Xian felt a surge of pride. Holding the qilin demon fruit, he casually took a bite. Heh, the taste is a tad lacking, but it will suffice for replenishing my vitality. The onlookers were left with expressions of despair. He actually treated such a precious medicinal fruit as mere sustenance. Is this real? Am I hallucinating? This is simply outrageous. The entourage behind Ji Xian beamed with satisfaction, reveling in the astonishment of those who seemed so naive. At that moment, Ban leaned down, whispering to Lu Jian, "Young master, shall we take action?" Lu Jian let out a resigned sigh, hardly paying attention to the unfolding events. He was far more concerned about how Ban had lost his true blood yet managed to locate him so accurately. "Do as you please. Target whoever you wish. No need to report to me." Ban nodded, then waved his hand, collecting the exquisite spirit stones from the table. He glanced towards the back of the crowd, beckoning in a particular direction. "You, come here." A man with a somewhat dark complexion hurriedly approached Ban. Ban pointed at the Qilin demon fruit in Ji Xian's hand and asked, "What is going on? Such a fine item. Why don't we have any? Why didn't you bring some for our young master's recovery?" Hearing this, the dark-faced man hesitated, awkwardly replying, "Housekeeper E, we do have this item. But we usually feed it to dogs. We can't give it to people." Upon hearing this, Ji Xian immediately erupted with rage. "Feed it to dogs? Such audacity! If you don't have it, just admit it. No need for pretenses." In response to Ji Xian's words, Ban turned to the dark-faced man, who awkwardly chuckled. I truly don't have it." Seeing this, Lin Jiang couldn't contain his disdainful laughter. "Humph! You dare boast when you have nothing. I see you only possess those 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, and I wonder where you borrowed them from. Now you speak of feeding Qilin demon fruits to dogs? How utterly ludicrous." The dark-faced man shot Lin Jiang a sidelong glance, chuckling lightly. "Don't get me wrong. I said I don't have it, but I never claimed my subordinates don't have it. After all, I usually leave such trivial matters to the servants." Hearing this, Lin Jiang and the others scoffed derisively. The dark-faced man paid no heed, adopting Ban's earlier stance as he pointed towards the back of the crowd. "You, yes, you, come here." From the back emerged a youth with an ethereal presence and a captivating demeanor. Rushing over, "Sir, what is your command?" Upon witnessing the youth's bearing, even Ji Xian and the others were momentarily taken aback. This servant, with such grace and appearance, he resembled a celestial being. Who would think of feeding a dog? The dark-faced man patted the youth on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Young brother, you must not know. These people are actually consuming what we feed our dogs. Quickly, bring out the dog food to show them. Tell them this is not meant for human consumption." The youth nodded. Then with a flick of his hand, 30 Qilin demon fruits floated above his palm. "I asked this what you mean. I just happened to bring De Huang along, so I brought some dog food too." Upon seeing the 30 Qilin demon fruits, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. He truly has them. There's no way he is actually feeding them to dogs. What kind of family could afford to use such a sacred medicine to nourish their pets? Realizing they were being overshadowed, Lin Jiang immediately shouted in frustration, "Humph! Just 30 Qilin demon fruits. You're merely indulging in empty boasts. I refuse to believe you truly." Before he could finish his sentence, a large black dog came bounding into view from the back of the crowd. Upon seeing the dog, the youth laughed. "De Huang, you mischievous little thing. You came running as soon as you caught a whiff of the scent. Here, take this and enjoy." As he spoke, he casually tossed the 30 Qilin demon fruits to the large black dog. The dog wasted no time and immediately lay down to gnaw at them. Witnessing this spectacle, Ji Xian's chest heaved with indignation. Clutching the Qilin demon fruit in his hand, he found himself at a loss, eating it or not eating it. Ultimately, he steeled his resolve and tossed it to the ground beside the dog. To his astonishment, the black dog didn't even glance at it, swatting the Qilin demon fruit aside with its paw. The youth shot Ji Xian a sideways glance, coldly stating, "Our dog is not something you can feed. Your fruit is of such poor quality that even a dog would shake its head in disdain. It is best not to attempt to feed it. De Huang doesn't he consume rubbish?" Witnessing this, Ji Xian was nearly driven to exasperation. You. He stammered for a moment, but could not articulate a complete thought. The youth huffed disdainfully and respectfully took his place behind Ban. Ban waved his folding fan, shaking his head in resignation. "So that's how it is. No wonder I hadn't seen it before. It is meant for feeding dogs. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg your pardon. The myriad affairs of my household have overwhelmed me, and I have regrettably neglected such trivial matters for a moment. Lu Jian lifted his head and glanced at Ibanshi. Then at the two individuals behind him. The youthful lad playfully winked at Lu Jian, who awkwardly raised his hand in response. Liu Jian had encountered these individuals at his main temple before, but he was taken aback to see them accompanying him this time. Ji Xian observed the people beside Lu Jian, his scalp prickling with unease. He could not fathom Lu Jian's true background. He himself was quite ordinary, yet this entourage was more affluent than the last. Carrying 100,000 top-tier spirit stones was one thing, but they were actually using Qilin demon fruits as dog food. Such behavior was unimaginable even within the walls of their city lord's estate. However, witnessing his own prominence being overshadowed, Ji Xian could not afford to lose face. In Linen Prefecture, on his own territory, there existed someone more influential than he. How could he tolerate this? Ji Xian exhaled sharply, then forced a smile as he spoke. I did not expect Brother Lu to possess such considerable wealth. However, some things cannot simply be acquired with money. While the Qilin demon fruit is indeed rare, it is merely a trifle gifted by the demon clan to my father. If we speak of true value, it is those treasures that require strength and connections to obtain. As Ji Xian spoke, he flipped his wrist, and a resplendent golden elixir materialized in his palm. The elixir was adorned with dragon patterns. Its radiance subdued, clearly not an ordinary item. Shanglong Dan. Instantly, a disciple from the Alchemy Academy recognized the elixir. This is the Shanglong Dan. Amongst our human race, only one mighty individual possesses the ability to concoct it. It is said that a single elixir can allow a talentless individual to ascend to the realm of transformation. Listening to the gasps of those around him, a faint smile graced Ji Xian's face. Indeed, this is the Shanglong Dan, crafted by the renowned master of the Jialan house. My father has a certain connection with the master, which is why we came into possession of this elixir. However, I have no need for it, Ji Xian remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Jian. Brother Lu, I see you have been trapped in the nascent soul realm for quite some time. With your talent, I fear a breakthrough to the transformation realm may take you a decade or more. How about this? Though this is a gift from my father's friend, if you are willing today, before Ji Xian could finish, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. Shanglong Dan. So many? Ji Xian followed the crowd's gaze, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. A dark-faced man had produced a string of Shanglong Dan strung together as a bracelet, rubbing it between his fingers. Good heavens! A bracelet made of Shanglong Dan? Chapter 56. Brother Lu's senior sister, the dark-faced man, paid no heed to the crowd's exclamations, but instead flipped his hand again. Producing several more bracelets made of Shanglong Dan, he respectfully offered the bracelets to Lu Jian and Ibanshi, who began to idly fiddle with them. Liu Jian, taken aback, asked, Why are you giving me this? The dark-faced man chuckled and replied, Young master, since we have some time to spare, why not play with them? These are truly remarkable, their quality is exceptional, and they become more lustrous the more you handle them. Lu Jian shot the man a sideways glance and tossed the Shanglong Dan bracelet back. Take it for yourself. I have no such hobby. Witnessing this scene, Ji Xian and the entourage behind him were left utterly stunned. The Shanglong Dan, which even the Lord regarded as a treasure, was casually worn as a bracelet by these individuals. Moreover, they even played with it. Ji Xian silently tucked away the Shanglong Dan in his hand, swallowing back the words he had intended to use to humiliate Lu Jian. He had hoped to see Lu Jian begging for the elixir, yet, seeing how casually they treated the Shanglong Dan, even if he were to fashion a pendant from his own, it would hardly be glamorous. Who are you, in relation to the master of the Jialan house? Ji Xian asked, bewildered. The Shanglong Dan was not something that just anyone could acquire. Even his father, as a lord, had only received one due to his connection with the master. Yet, these individuals possessed dozens of them. What sort of relationship did they have with the master? A life-saving favor. Perhaps? The dark-faced man chuckled. Hee, we have conducted some dealings. The dark-faced man nearly let slip too much and quickly corrected himself. Ji Xian awkwardly smiled, realizing that one of Lu Jian's subordinates had such a close relationship with the master. Ah, I see. Today, I merely wished to jest with Brother Lu, not realizing he was so remarkably unassuming. I am truly impressed. Ji decided not to pursue the competition any further. Given the current circumstances, continuing would only lead to his own humiliation. Liu Jin waved his hand, suddenly becoming the center of attention. He had no desire to linger at this talent auction any longer. He promptly stood up and gestured to Ban Shi and the others. "Let us change venues for our discussion." Ban Shi and the others nodded, promptly following Liu Jin out of the back garden of the tavern in Linen Prefecture, within a small tea house. Liu Jin could no longer contain himself and asked, "Little brother, how did you find me?" "I thought I had already." Ban Shi chuckled, then flipped his palm to reveal a bloodstain resembling an arrowhead. "Brother, I still have." Liu Jin, seeing the crimson mark on Ban Shi's hand, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. This time, Liu Jin did not erase the blood. He felt that even if he did, they would still find him with ease. Ban Shi smiled and then concealed his hand. Liu Jin turned to the dark-faced man and the youth beside him, inquiring, "Where did you acquire those Shanglong Dan? I remember our relationship with the human race is rather tenuous. How did the master of the Jialan house part with so many Shanglong Dan?" The dark-faced man chuckled sheepishly. Hee, big brother, we, the demon race, have none of those tedious formalities. If we want something, we simply take it." Liu Jin did not refute this. It seemed the master of the Jialan house had indeed suffered some hardships. However, should he learn that the elixir he took pride in was being used by his subordinates as mere accessories, he wondered what his thoughts would be. In front of the Yuming Tavern in Linen Prefecture, Ji emerged from the establishment, his expression dark and brooding. A group of young nobles followed closely behind him. The auction had concluded, and Ji had selected a few cultivators of interest. Having bottled up frustration throughout the day, he was determined to find an opportunity to settle the score with Liu Jin during the resource competition. However, he had heard that Liu Jin was unlikely to participate, which left him feeling quite vexed. If Liu Jin did not attend the resource competition, how could he possibly retaliate for the humiliation he had suffered today? While he may not match Liu Jin in wealth, he was confident that, in terms of cultivation, that waste would not stand a chance against him. As long as he defeated Liu Jin in the resource competition and thoroughly humiliated him, it would serve as revenge for today's grievances. As Ji made his way to the academy, he pondered how he could compel Liu Jin to participate in the resource battle. At that moment, a striking figure caught his eye. Ji looked up to see a woman, as ethereal as a celestial being, standing at the entrance of the academy. "I never expected such a stunning beauty to be among the academy's ranks," he thought. "Who is she, and why have I never seen her before?" Ji inquired with a smile, turning to the young nobles behind him. The young gentlemen stared blankly, racking their brains but unable to recall where they had seen her before. Just then, the woman stopped a girl exiting the academy. "Excuse me, do you know Liu Jin?" Upon hearing Liu Jin's name from this enchanting woman, Ji expression darkened. The girl who had been stopped smiled and asked, "Are you looking for Brother Liu? What is your relation to him?" "I am his senior sister," replied Liu Linlang with a smile. The woman frowned slightly, having never heard anyone claim to be Liu Jin's senior sister at Tianshui Academy before. Besides the elders, all were his junior disciples, as he was the direct disciple of the academy's principal. "Senior sister? In our midst, there exists no senior sister of Liu Shixiang." Upon hearing the young girl's words, Liu Linlang felt a sense of bewilderment, momentarily failing to grasp the meaning of her statement. "I hail from the Xinfu Academy." Upon hearing Liu Linlang's remark, the girl immediately understood, a smile gracing her lips. "Oh, I see. You are here to seek out Liu Shixiang, aren't you? Please wait a moment. I shall assist you in finding him." Liu Linlang expressed her gratitude, and the girl swiftly made her way into the academy. A light chuckle suddenly echoed from behind Liu Linlang. "Hee, Liu Shixiang's senior sister? How come we have never heard him mention you?" Turning around, Liu Linlang found a group of disciples from the Tianshui Academy standing behind her. With Ji at the forefront, Liu Linlang did not recognize the individuals before her, yet they were all clad in the garb of Tianshui Academy. "Who are you?" she inquired. Ji smiled and clasped his hands together, replying, "Hee, we are all junior brothers and sisters of Liu Shixiang. In Tianshui Academy, who does not know the esteemed name of Liu Shixiang?" Liu Linlang felt even more perplexed. These individuals were clearly not lacking in strength. with the weakest among them possessing a cultivation level in the Midyuan-ing stage. Liu Jian had only recently arrived at Tianshui Academy 3 months prior. How could there be so many capable junior brothers and sisters? Oh, have you seen Lu Jian? Ji Xian chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly, we just saw Lu Shixiang, but he is currently occupied with matters that he cannot leave. After all, Lu Shixiang is a prominent figure in our Tianshui Academy. Often quite busy. If you seek him for something, perhaps we could assist you. Lu Linlang furrowed her brow. Though these individuals appeared exceedingly cordial, she sensed a hint of malice. No need. I shall wait for him here. With that, Lu Linlang turned away. Witnessing this, Ji Xian let out a cold laugh. He exchanged a glance with the woman beside him, who immediately understood his cue. Hee, what trouble could it be? You must be here to deliver something to Lu Shixiang. We could help you take it inside. As she finished speaking, the woman flickered and suddenly appeared right before Lu Linlang. Startled, Lu Linlang instinctively sought to distance herself, only to find her movements significantly slowed. Transformation stage. The woman nodded with a smile. Indeed, while we cannot engage in combat here, exerting a bit of pressure is still permissible. As she spoke, her delicate finger reached out, and upon withdrawing it, she had deftly snatched a wrapped brocade box from Lu Linlong's waist. The others had long since noticed the package at Lu Linlong's side and speculated that she might be delivering something to Lu Jian. The woman flickered again, this time reappearing beside Ji Xian, and respectfully handed him the brocade box. Ji Xian accepted it with a smile, looking at Lu Linlang, whose face was now flushed with anger. Return it, Lu Linlang exclaimed, stepping forward, but the woman once again positioned herself in Lu Linlong's way. At present, Lu Linlang was merely at the Midyuan-ing stage and could not contend with the transformation stage cultivator before her. Ji Xian waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the woman to step aside. He weighed the brocade box in his hand and remarked, Hee, what treasure could be so concerning? With that, he opened the box. Upon seeing its contents, Ji Xian could not suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha, Peiyuan Dan? The group behind him joined in the laughter. Ha ha ha, I thought it was something valuable. Turns out it's merely this rubbish. You people from Xinfu Academy truly lack worldly experience. How dare you bring such worthless trinkets to our Tianshui Academy? Witnessing their disdainful expressions, Lu Linlang felt her chest rise and fall with indignation. Yet, she understood that she could not act out here. Moreover, even if she did, she would not be a match for the individuals before her. Ji Xian cast a sidelong glance at Lu Linlang and sneered, Hee, you went through great lengths to come to Tianshui Academy just to deliver such useless items. TSK, Lu Shixiang is the direct disciple of the principal, and he certainly does not lack for such trivial things. Do you think your junior brother relied solely on a recommendation letter to enter Tianshui Academy as a waste? He is certainly not the same now. Truly touching, fearing that your little junior brother would be bullied with just a recommendation letter. You rushed all the way here to deliver Peiyuan Dan. Ha 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 ha. Peiyuan Dan, in your Xinfu Academy, is a top-tier pill. But in our Tianshui Academy, it's fit for dogs. Dogs wouldn't even eat it, Ji Xian said, disdainfully handing the brocade box back to Lu Linlang. But his hand accidentally slipped, causing the pill to fall to the ground. The crowd hurried forward, exclaiming, Oh no! Such a precious pill! Quickly pick it up. We wouldn't want it to get dirty after such a long journey. While they claimed to be retrieving the pill, a group of them trampled over it incessantly. In the blink of an eye, the Peiyuan Dan was crushed to pieces. Observing the shattered remains of the Peiyuan Dan on the ground, Ji Xian shrugged apologetically. And why apologies? These individuals are accustomed to being careless. So it's inevitable they would be clumsy. As he spoke, he flipped his hand, causing the brocade box to fall as well. Seeing Lu Linlong's face turn ashen with fury yet feeling utterly powerless, Ji Xian burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems such matters are truly ill-suited for us to handle. He gestured towards the scattered fragments of the box and pill on the ground, chuckling, Then I shall trouble you, senior sister, to clean up after yourself. With that, Ji Xian waved farewell to the group behind him and, brimming with self-satisfaction, led them into the academy. Lu Linlang lowered her head, silently crouching down to carefully gather the fragments of the pills back into the brocade box. Throughout the entire ordeal, she uttered not a single word. After Lu Jian parted ways with Yi and the others, having nothing else to do, he prepared to return to the academy. Upon reaching the location of the previous tavern, several hurried disciples from Tianshui Academy approached him. Liu Jian recognized these individuals, who usually maintained a good rapport with him. Liu Shixiao, this is terrible. Your senior sister has arrived. One of them exclaimed anxiously. Lu Jian furrowed his brow. Why senior sister? Indeed. She goes by the name Lu Linlang. She came to our academy in search of you. But, as fate would have it, she encountered Ji Xian and his group. The group recounted the events as they led Lu Jian swiftly towards the academy. On the way, Lu Jian grasped the unfolding situation. Without pausing, he hurried back to Tianshui Academy. At the entrance of the academy, he spotted the familiar figure he had not seen in days. She was crouched on the ground, delicately placing the fragments of the pills into the brocade box, while Ji Xian and his companions had already entered the academy. Lu Jian exhaled deeply, composed himself, and approached Lu Linlang, crouching down to help her gather the remnants. Senior sister. Startled by his voice, Lu Linlang's body trembled slightly. Lu Jian sighed, placing the last fragment into the brocade box. Do not heed their nonsense. This is not rubbish. I am currently still at the yuaning stage, and what I need most are Peiyuan Dan. Lu Linlang smiled faintly, her exquisite visage still bearing traces of tears. Do not deceive me. They said you are the principal's direct disciple and would not lack for such things. Lu Jian took the brocade box from Lu Linlang's hands, carefully stowing it away within his robes. How could those compare to what you provided, senior sister? What you gave is always the best. The treasured garments that could withstand demonic energy, and the pills and artifacts found from the Godfall battlefield. Those were not the resources Lu Jian sought, yet they were the finest offerings Lu Linlang could provide. Lu Linlang's cheeks flushed slightly. She bit her lip but remained silent. Liu Jian smiled, gesturing towards the vibrant streets of Linen Prefecture nearby. Senior sister, since you are here on rare occasion, would you allow me to show you around? Lu Linlang shook her head. I must return. I merely came to check on you. Lu Jian did not press the matter further and prepared to escort Lu Linlang back to Xinfu Academy. Concerned for her safety on the journey, he accompanied her until she could see Xinfu Academy, where they bid each other farewell. Before parting, Lu Linlang cautioned Lu Jian against provoking the individuals from earlier. She had learned that the leader was the son of the prefect of Linen and understood they were not to be trifled with. Liu Jian readily assured her, of course, I will not engage them. How disingenuous. After returning to Tianshui Academy, Lu Jian sought out his master, the dean. You have arrived. Please, take a seat. Now, tell me, what has caused you to stagnate at the mid-yuaning stage? Allow me to provide guidance. Upon encountering Lu Jian, who took the initiative to seek him out, Dean Qin felt a profound sense of gratification. He had not anticipated that. On the very day he informed Lu Jian of his intention to provide him with special guidance, the young man would exhibit such eagerness and promptly approach him. Lu Jian smiled, respectfully bowing to Dean Qin. Master, I have not come for cultivation. I wish to report a matter to you, my esteemed teacher. Curiosity piqued, Dean Qin inquired. What is it? Do feel free to speak openly. Lu Jian nodded, his gaze resolute as he declared, Master, I have resolved to engage in the resource battle. Hearing Lu Jian's words, Dean Qin was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, he managed to regain his composure. You intend to participate in the resource battle? In that instant, Dean Qin was deeply moved. This child was exceedingly ambitious. To avoid bringing shame upon himself, he had voluntarily chosen to enter the fiercely competitive resource battle. However, despite his emotional response, Dean Qin felt compelled to advise, Good child, I must urge you to reconsider. You cannot go. You might be killed. The cultivators who enter the resource battlefield are, at the very least, at the peak of the nascent soul stage. There are also numerous disciples at the transformation stage. With Lu Jian's mid-nascent soul cultivation, entering would be akin to courting death. Moreover, as his personally trained disciple, Lu Jian would undoubtedly stand out prominently in the resource battle. Who wouldn't want to seize the opportunity to thrash the only direct disciple of the dean from Tianshui Academy? Even after leaving the academy, such an encounter would allow one to boast about having bested the dean's personal disciple. Yet, Lu Jian was, in reality, lacking in substance. If he truly possessed strength, no one would dare provoke him. However, Dean Sheen had heard that his beloved disciple had been given a rather notorious nickname within the academy, Max Level Useless. Not only would he embarrass himself, but Dean Sheen feared that Lu Jian might not make it out of the resource battlefield unscathed. Sensing the dean's concern for him, Lu Jian firmly stated, "Master, you need not worry. This time, I shall ensure that I do not bring shame upon you. I will not settle for anything less than first place. And I shall certainly not be second." Dean Sheen, at a loss for words, covered his face with both hands, unable to believe a single word of Lu Jian's declaration. You foolish child, have you lost your mind? I command you not to go." Lu Jian surmised that this would indeed be the outcome. Having been complacent for too long, the dean had lost all faith in him. Even if he were to speak the truth now, it would be met with skepticism. However, it mattered not, for the truth would reveal itself in due time. This resource battle was a certainty for him. "Master, I am not speaking lightly. I have come to seek your assistance in borrowing some treasures required for the resource battle." Dean Sheen, infuriated, waved his hand dismissively. His disciple was evidently on a path to self-destruction. "Begone. Focus on your cultivation and abandon these impractical dreams." After departing from the dean's residence, Lu Jian sighed. Although he had not secured any treasures from the dean, he was in no rush. Bansher and the others were still in Linen Prefecture, and seeking them out would suffice. After all, he was confident that his reputation as a second-generation heir would soon spread. Thus aligning with his persona. Leaving the academy, Lu Jian returned to the tea house where he had previously met with Bansher. Bansher had not yet departed, while the other two subordinates had already left. Upon seeing Bansher again, Lu Jian felt a twinge of embarrassment. It is said that when there are matters to discuss, one should seek the assistance of Zhong Wuyan. When there are none, one should seek Xiaoring Chun. I often pester him, yet there are indeed matters he can handle. "Little brother, could you lend me something good?" Lu Jian implored. "I am about to partake in a resource battle and require some items to assist me. To enter the resource battle, one must present certain resources. After all, if one intends to seize another's possessions, one must also be prepared to have their own taken." However, Lu Jian held little interest in the treasures of the cultivation world. Even the finest spiritual weapons could be shattered by his bare hands, rendering them of little use to him. Bansher nodded, asking no further questions. With a casual wave of his hand, a dazzling array of treasures spread across the tea house's private room. "Elder brother, choose as you wish. Take whatever you need." Lu Jian wasted no time, selecting a few inconspicuous items. After requesting a spatial ring from Bansher, he gathered his chosen treasures. "Little brother, there is one more thing I must trouble you with. I intend to confront a few individuals publicly, one of whom poses a bit of a challenge." Jixian, the son of the prefect. Without waiting for Lu Jian to elaborate, Bansher nodded in understanding. "I see. Elder brother wishes to teach that young man a lesson while maintaining the image of a righteous individual. However, should his father, the prefect, intervene, it would be inconvenient for you to reveal your identity, hence you want me to take action instead." "Very well. Consider it done." Lu Jian felt a sense of satisfaction. His little brother was indeed a reliable ally, and he found himself reluctant to part with him. Bansher, fanning himself with a folding fan, inquired, "By the way, elder brother, do you wish for him to be dead or alive?" Lu Jian paused, having not contemplated this question. "Leave it to your discretion." Bansher nodded, momentarily perplexed by his elder brother's intent. Based on Lu Jian's past behavior, he would certainly have preferred to eliminate him. Yet, recently, Lu Jian had exhibited a much gentler disposition, leaving Bansher uncertain. As Lu Jian prepared to leave, Bansher refrained from asking further questions. After all, his role was to interpret his elder brother's wishes. How could he admit uncertainty? Since Lu Jian had not explicitly stated his desires, he decided to allow the situation to linger in a state of ambiguity. Whether to end Jixian's life would depend on Lu Jian's cues in due course. Chapter 59. Lu Jian, Mid-Nascent Soul, the Dean's personal disciple. The resource battle at Tianshui Academy occurs once a year, marking the Academy's grandest event. This year's resource battle promises to be unprecedented in scale. The battlefield for this event has once again been designated to a sprawling mountainous region in the western outskirts of Linen Prefecture. Linen Prefecture encompasses vast tracts of land, and desolate areas are certainly abundant. Traveling 100 miles west from the main urban center leads one to the treacherous Wuhui mountain range, teeming with various demonic beasts. Although Linen Prefecture is predominantly human territory, numerous demonic creatures still roam. The demonic and human races belong to different factions, yet it is nearly impossible for humans to prevent all demonic entities from residing within their domain. No one would undertake such a futile endeavor, especially given that the human race's territory contains both demonic and magical beings, albeit in limited numbers, thus posing little threat. Moreover, these demonic and magical creatures serve as valuable training grounds for human cultivators. Wuhui Mountain Range is one such gathering place for demonic beings, shrouded in perpetual mist and toxic vapors, rendering it unsuitable for human cultivators. However, for the demonic entities, it is a rare paradise at this moment. On the outskirts of Wuhui Mountain Range, Dean Qin hovered above the dense forest, accompanied by several elders from Tianshui Academy. Esteemed colleagues, this year's resource battlefield will be situated within this area. At that time, key figures from various factions in Linen Prefecture will gather to witness Tianshui Academy's competition. In addition to securing the designated battlefield, we must also ensure the safety of the surrounding spectators. Dean Qin instructed the elders. The assembly of elders nodded in agreement. This reminder was a yearly ritual, yet there had never been any incidents thus far. After all, this was still within human jurisdiction. Although the other two races occasionally targeted human prodigies, they had yet to be foolish enough to attack during such a grand event. The resource battle is not only a significant occasion for Tianshui Academy, but also for Linen Prefecture. At the event's height, experts from various factions in Linen Prefecture will converge, both to support Tianshui Academy and to scout for promising talents. The earlier one identifies potential, the sooner they can start strategizing. A nurtured genius can be elusive, while an unseasoned one possesses a limited perspective, making them easier to manipulate. Let us commence the formation of the grand array, noting the absence of dissent among the gathered. Dean Qin flipped his hand, producing a sphere akin to a dragon pearl from thin air. He tossed the orb into the air, where it began to spin of its own accord. Before long, the sphere emitted brilliant rays of light, swiftly enveloping the surrounding area of Wuhui Mountain Range. After completing these preparations, Dean Qin still felt a twinge of unease. He circled the perimeter of Wuhui Mountain Range once more. And after confirming that all was well, he entrusted the area to the elders and returned to the Academy Point 3 days later. The resource battle commenced in earnest. The once desolate outskirts of Wuhui Mountain Range suddenly buzzed with activity. Countless cultivators gathered, converging around the elevated platform constructed by Tianshui Academy's formation. Among the crowd were not only the Academy students, but also various wandering cultivators from Linen Prefecture. Everyone was eager not to miss out on Tianshui Academy's annual spectacle. At the entrance of the resource battlefield, Dean Qin observed the participants entering one by one. He waited until most of the competitors had made their way inside before he let out a sigh of relief. He had been concerned that Lu Jian might disregard his counsel and insist on joining the resource battle. Fortunately, the young man proved to be relatively obedient and refrained from participating in this particular contest. While there were no restrictions on the number of participants in the resource battle, most students were acutely aware of their own capabilities. Those who had not yet attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage would only bring disgrace upon themselves by entering. After confirming that Lu Jian was nowhere to be seen, Dean Qin returned to the high platform. Just as Dean Qin departed, Lu Jian arrived. "Excuse me, is this where one registers for the resource battle?" At the entrance, two junior sisters stood on either side, and upon seeing Lu Jian, they hurriedly clasped their hands in greeting. "Lu Shixiang." Lu Jian nodded in acknowledgement. One of the junior sisters gestured towards him, saying, "Lu Shixiang, this is indeed the entrance to the resource battle. As long as you present the requisite treasures you carry, you may enter." Without further ado, Lu Jian produced the items from his spatial ring. Upon witnessing the impressive quantity and quality of the treasures, the two guardians at the entrance once again saluted Lu Jian. "Lu Shixiang, please proceed inside." The resource battle would last for 3 days, and the exit would only open after that. Once one participated, they were required to remain for the entirety of the 3 days, with no allowance for entry or exit during that time. Lu Jian nodded, casting a glance at the numerous high platforms surrounding him, reminiscent of an arena's spectator seating. Apart from those participating in the resource battle, it seemed that all the other students had gathered. Although Tian Shui Academy boasted over 10,000 students, only about 500 were partaking in the resource battle. Without lingering any longer at the entrance, Lu Jian stepped into the area enveloped by the grand formation. After Lu Jian's departure, the two junior sisters guarding the entrance exchanged puzzled glances. I recall, Lu Shixiang possesses only mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, right? Why is he participating in the resource battle? Moreover, I've heard that Lu Shixiang is notoriously uninterested in seizing resources. One remarked, it seems the rumors were mistaken. He claims to be indifferent, yet he is clearly quite concerned. After a brief discussion, they remembered to record Lu Jian's information. On the high platform surrounding the formation, Dean Xin had just taken his seat when several prominent family heads beside him greeted him with smiles. Old Xin, you seem to be in even better spirits. It has been quite a while. And your cultivation appears to have advanced further. Dean Xin smiled and returned the salutations of the family heads, who were the elite figures from various families in Linnan Prefecture. Though he may not have been particularly fond of them, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances. Before the gathered crowd, several colossal Yuan light mirrors displayed real-time reflections of the activities within the resource battlefield. Due to the vast expanse of the battlefield, ordinary cultivators could hardly perceive the events taking place therein. Thus, these mirrors were indispensable for conveying the details of the resource battle. As the resource battle had yet to commence officially, only one mirror, which recorded the participants' information, displayed a series of large characters. While Dean Xin engaged in casual conversation with the family heads, a name suddenly appeared on the mirror. Lu Jian, mid-stage nascent soul, personal disciple of the Dean. Chapter 60. The resource battle begins. The instant that information emerged, it swiftly ascended to the top of the rankings, standing out conspicuously. Oh, this is your esteemed disciple, is it not, old Xin? Quite remarkable, exclaimed one of the family heads. To participate in the resource battle at mid-stage nascent soul cultivation is no small feat. Hearing the praises from the family heads beside him, Dean Xin was momentarily taken aback. He hurriedly glanced at the Yuan light mirror not far away and indeed saw Lu Jian's name. Looking again at the battlefield's formation, he recognized a familiar figure at the entrance. This rebellious disciple. Though he thought this, Dean Xin maintained his composure. He forced a smile and nodded to the family heads. Indeed, he is a rather troublesome disciple. The family heads, noticing Dean Xin's demeanor, quickly waved their hands. Old Xin, you are too humble. Your disciple must possess extraordinary talent. How could he be deemed troublesome? They insisted. Tio have the courage to participate in the resource battle at mid-stage nascent soul cultivation is already a testament to his exceptional character. You have not taken on a disciple in 100 years. He is the only personal disciple you have accepted in this century. Surely he possesses remarkable qualities. Dean Xin smiled awkwardly, realizing that the more they extolled Lu Jian, the more uncomfortable he would feel later. He thought it best to steer the conversation towards another topic to divert attention from Lu Jian. However, before he could shift the discussion, an uproar erupted from the crowd. Look, Lu Shixiang is also participating in the resource battle. Within Tian Shui Academy, no one was unfamiliar with Lu Jian. His identity as the dean's personal disciple was far too conspicuous. Moreover, he donned a distinctive outfit reserved for personal disciples, making it nearly impossible to overlook him. Mid-stage nascent soul. How audacious of him. If he were truly a genius, that would be one thing, but alas, he is a complete waste. Any fully realized nascent soul could easily overpower him. Although Lu Jian enjoyed a good reputation among his peers, there were those who regarded him as undeserving of his title. At that moment, the majority of the spectators on the platform shook their heads in resignation. Listening to the surrounding discussions, the family heads beside Dean Xin were taken aback. From their comments, it was clear that while Lu Jian was the dean's personal disciple, he was perceived as a mediocre and talentless individual. The family heads exchanged awkward smiles, tacitly avoiding the topic, pretending they hadn't heard the disparaging remarks. Dean Xin sat upright, his expression unchanging, yet internally, he longed to split the earth with a thunderous palm and disappear into a crevice. He exhaled deeply, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. Ahem, everyone, please drink. This is a unique fine wine from Tian Shui Academy. Do not hesitate. The family heads hurriedly raised their cups, downing their drinks and praising. Excellent wine, truly splendid. One person began to say Tian Shui Academy is truly, but, considering Dean Qin's feelings, refrained from finishing the sentence. After sharing a toast, the central area of the platform fell into an awkward silence once more. While the surroundings remained abuzz with chatter, during this interlude, the resource battle officially commenced. At that moment, the Yuan light mirrors began to display images. The previously spotlighted talents of Tian Shui Academy were now overshadowed by a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. All eyes converged on one particular Yuan light mirror, which showcased Lu Jin's figure. Currently, Lu Jin was swiftly traversing the mountainous terrain. The area of the resource battlefield was vast, with hundreds of cultivators concentrated within. Yet encountering one another was no simple task. The other cultivators had concealed themselves, unwilling to reveal their positions. However, Lu Jin harbored no such concerns. He had come here for a singular purpose, to fight. Especially to keep an eye on Ji Xian, who required particular attention. The fog within the formation was noticeably thinner than in the other regions of the Wuhui mountain range, and the lurking beasts had already vacated the area. After several hours of moving through the forest, Lu Jin had yet to encounter anyone, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated. It seemed that these individuals intended to play it safe, waiting for the latter stages of the resource battle. As the battle progressed, resources would gradually concentrate in the hands of certain individuals, allowing them to strike then, not only conserving their energy but also reaping greater rewards. On the viewing platform, the crowd was equally perplexed by Lu Jin's seemingly erratic behavior. What is he doing? Does he possess no experience whatsoever? Even if he lacks experience, surely he has heard others speak of it. Why is he running around? Is he not wasting his own energy? They murmured he better not tire himself out before the battle even begins. Within the resource battlefield, Lu Jin did not perceive his actions as wasteful. His spiritual C was 100-fold that of an ordinary person. This degree of exertion was negligible compared to how quickly he could replenish it. After searching for a while longer, Lu Jin finally spotted a figure. It was a young man dressed in Tian Shui Academy attire. Standing calmly in Lu Jin's path, neither dodging nor retreating, upon seeing Lu Jin approach, the man greeted him nonchalantly, "Ah, Lu Shixiang. I did not expect you to join the resource battle." Lu Jin halted, recognizing the individual before him. "Oh, Qi Shidi. Have you seen Ji Xian?" Qi Yunzhou, upon hearing this, paused momentarily. "Ah, Lu Shixiang, you are searching for Ji Xian? I have not seen him. I fear you may not have the opportunity to meet him." Lu Jin furrowed his brows, thinking, could it be? Has he perished? Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, Qi Yunzhou found himself at a loss for words. Well, that is indeed not the case, however. Now that I have encountered senior brother Lu here, I can no longer be overly concerned about the bonds of our sect. As he spoke, Qi Yunzhou once again cupped his hands in respect towards Lu Jin. Senior brother Lu, this is a resource battle. Although you have been kind to us humble cultivators in the past, now that we are in this contest, do not blame me for taking action against you. Upon hearing Qi Yunzhao's words, Lu Jin smiled and nodded. At that moment, the audience in the stands was also watching the unfolding scene, sensing that it was about to reach its conclusion. Although Qi Shidi had just stepped into the peak of the nascent soul stage, he was exceptionally gifted and not an ordinary practitioner of that level. Senior brother Lu, on the other hand, was merely at the mid-nascent soul stage, rendering him no match for Qi Shidi. In the end, losing resources was a minor issue, but according to the traditions of resource battles, Qi Yunzhou would not show any mercy. It seemed that senior brother Lu was destined to be defeated to the point of being unable to compete further. Chapter 61. Unmatched among peers. Seeing Lu Jin confronted by Qi Yunzhou, Dean Qin let out a deep sigh before turning his face away. This may be for the best. Let it end quickly to prevent my disciple from wandering around the resource battlefield. He certainly did not believe Lu Jin would stand a chance against Qi Yunzhou. After all, one was at the mid-nascent soul stage while the other was at the peak. There was almost no possibility of victory. The heads of various clans nearby also turned away, glancing at other mirrors of the nascent soul stage. Oh, is that the young master of the Lin family? Truly remarkable. Just look at his hiding posture. It is quite amusing. Another voice chimed in. Who is this prodigy? He has even discovered a cave of demon beasts. Quite clever, indeed. A favorable position for both offense and defense. Everyone tacitly refrained from observing Lu Jian's mirror, even though it was the only one currently showcasing a battle. Hearing the discussions around them, the clan heads understood that Lu Jian was undoubtedly destined to fail, and likely in a rather humiliating manner. It was better not to watch and spare Din Qin some face. In the resource battlefield, Lu Jian gazed at the imposing Qi Yunzhao, whose aura radiated the peak of the nascent soul stage, and smiled. Qi Shidi, it is I who should feel embarrassed. However, you might as well keep all those treasures for yourself. I shall forego them. Qi Yunzhao, lacking a spatial ring, carried all his treasures on his person. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, he was momentarily taken aback. Yet in the next instant, Lu Jian, who had been several zhang away, vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already before Qi Yunzhao, without hesitation. Qi Yunzhao launched a punch. Lu Jian did not evade. Instead, he concentrated 100-fold of his spiritual power and returned the punch. Boom! The fists collided. The explosive spiritual energy shattered outward. Qi Yunzhao let out a scream. And in the next moment, he was sent flying. Before he could hit the ground, Lu Jian's figure was upon him once more. Qi Shidi, why don't you rest here for a while with that? And under Qi Yunzhao's horrified gaze, Lu Jian struck his palm against Qi Yunzhao's neck, causing him to instantly lose consciousness. Lu Jian glanced at Qi Yunzhao, who had already lost the capacity to fight, and without lingering, continued to weave through the mountains and forests. In the stands, there was utter silence. Everyone gaped in shock at the unfolding spectacle. Soon after, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the audience. Am I seeing things? What in the world is this? One strike. Just one strike. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Listening to the students' exclamations, Din Qin shamefully covered his forehead. How embarrassing. Not even able to take one hit. He is at least in the mid-nascent soul stage. Surely he should have managed to exchange a few blows. Moreover, Qi Yunzhao did not even consider sparing him some face. Din Qin's face was a mask of frustration, as he did not even glance at the mirror. At this moment, he was contemplating whether to have Qi Yunzhao clean the alchemy furnace or feed the chickens behind the academy. Meanwhile, the excitement on the stands escalated. Senior brother Lu is incredible. Truly worthy of being the dean's direct disciple. He is only at mid-nascent soul stage. How could he defeat a peak nascent soul practitioner with just one blow? This is outrageous. Din Qin furrowed his brows, sensing something was amiss with the cheers. Wait, it seems that Lu Jian has indeed defeated Qi Yunzhao? He cautiously raised his head to glance at the clan heads beside him, only to find their jaws nearly dropping to the ground in shock. Staring wide-eyed at the nearby mirror. Am I seeing things? To battle a peak nascent soul practitioner with mid-nascent soul stage is already a feat of genius. He actually incapacitated a peak practitioner with a single strike? Hearing the crowd's chatter, Din Qin hurriedly looked towards the mirror, but by then, Lu Jian had already concluded his battle and was once more traversing the forest. Yet this alone spoke volumes. Lu Jian had won. And decisively, Din Qin sat up straight, maintaining a composed demeanor as he nodded inscrutably. Not bad, not bad, quite commendable. The clan heads nearby, upon hearing this, turned their heads with difficulty to regard Din Qin, who appeared as serene as an immortal. Old Qin, how have you trained this disciple of yours? A mid-nascent soul stage could utterly defeat a peak practitioner. Such talent is simply unfathomable. Listening to the clan heads' exclamations, Din Qin couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Nonsense, I never taught him. It's all due to his innate talent. This lad has concealed himself quite well. To triumph over a higher level, his spiritual sea must be extraordinary. In that moment, the dean, who had been dispirited for months, finally felt a sense of fulfillment in his life. No need to mention anything else. After this battle, no one would dare to call him a complete waste anymore. What was once deemed a complete waste was now a genius among geniuses. In the resource battlefield, Lu Jian's presence had completely stirred the atmosphere. He was excessively flamboyant. His figure was seen everywhere on the battlefield. Initially, everyone had been hiding well, but upon spotting a plump target, They could hardly resist. One by one, cultivators emerged from their hiding spots, eager to seize the resources in Lu Jian's possession. However, Lu Jian was simply too formidable. Like a tiger descending the mountain, he wasted no words. He charged in and unleashed a flurry of blows. His spiritual power was boundless, as if he had an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. At this moment, the peak nascent soul practitioners on the battlefield were left dazed. What the hell? Did he take something? When did senior brother Lu become this ferocious? We can't fight back. There's no way to counter. Who spread the word that he was a complete waste? Having abundant spiritual power was one thing, but his martial skills were astonishingly numerous. On the battlefield, dazzling martial techniques continuously transformed. A peak practitioner, currently engaged with Lu Jian, was on the verge of tears from being overwhelmed. I can't keep up. How many advanced martial techniques has he learned? Some techniques he had never even heard of before. At this moment, Lu Jian had captured everyone's attention. No one dared to regard him as an ordinary mid-nascent soul practitioner any longer. Thus, he unleashed his full strength. Senior brother Lu. Senior brother Lu. I concede. I concede. The practitioner shouted. If he didn't admit defeat soon, he would be engulfed by the rampant spiritual energy. Chapter 62. Lin Jiang with the shouted surrender. The explosive martial techniques around them finally came to a halt. Zhao Qinghu was gasping heavily, his long blade dulled from the intense battle. He truly could not hold on any longer. If this continued, he feared he would meet his end here. Senior brother Lu, I admire you. I concede. Please, take whatever you want from these treasures. Zhao Qinghu began to remove the treasures he had brought with him. Displaying them to Lu Jian, Lu Jian descended from the air and glanced at the treasures Zhao Qinghu presented. Not interested. Have you seen Jixian? At these words, Zhao Qinghu paused for a moment. Jixian. So that SYU, he understood now. Lu Jian's participation in the resource battle was not to seize resources but to settle a personal score. Although he was unaware of the enmity between Lu Jian and Jixian, Zhao Qinghu was nonetheless impressed by Lu Jian's courage. Senior brother Lu, I advise you to hide for now. Although Jixian is a second-generation heir, he is unlike other second-generation heirs who rely on pills to elevate their cultivation. His strength ranks among the top 10 in our academy. Do not be deceived by his usual arrogance. He is no mere decorative pillow. If you harbor any grievances, I believe it would be wise for you. Senior brother, to exercise some restraint for the time being. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian chuckled nonchalantly and replied, Are you implying that you have encountered him before? Zhao Qinghu shook his head and responded, No, but I did see Lin Jiang earlier. He is Jixian's lead horseman and should be aware of Jixian's whereabouts. As Zhao Qinghu spoke, he pointed in a certain direction. Lu Jian followed his gesture. Yet the fog obscured his vision, rendering him unable to discern anything. Thank you, junior brother Zhao, Lu Jian exclaimed, and immediately dashed toward that direction. Zhao Qinghu watched this scene in astonishment, swallowing the words he had intended to say to dissuade Lu Jian from acting impulsively. Although Lu Jian might be capable of defeating practitioners at his level, the prospect of contending against those second-generation scions here seemed to offer little chance of success. Lin Jiang, despite also being at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, had wealth on his side. He had already employed a cultivator at the initial stage of the transformation stage, along with several other nascent soul experts. Even if Lu Jian were extraordinary, he could not single-handedly confront such a multitude of practitioners. This sentiment was shared not only by Zhao Qinghu but also echoed among the spectators in the stands, who couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh at Lu Jian's recklessness. Senior brother Lu is far too impetuous. While Lin Jiang may be manageable, the group of cultivators he has hired are formidable. The individuals in question possessed considerable talent, having only lacked the resources for cultivation, which compelled them to join Lin Jiang's guard. It wasn't merely the several nascent soul experts that posed a threat. Even if it were just senior brother Lin Bei who intervened, he would be more than capable of defeating senior brother Lu. The disparity between early transformation stage and mid-nascent soul stage left no room for victory for senior brother Lu. Listening to the discussions around him, Dean Qin couldn't help but furrow his brow. His disciple had proven his talent, yet his temperament left much to be desired. Even a genius requires time to mature. To recklessly confront an opponent when aware of his inferiority is not bravery. It is folly. As he watched Lu Jian drawing nearer to Lin Zhang's group through the Yuanguang mirror, Din Qin felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. The resource battleground forbade killing but permitted injury. Should Lu Jian face defeat, it was highly likely that Lin Jiang would not relent easily. If he were to intervene, it would violate the Academy's rules. Yet, to refrain from acting could spell disaster for his only direct disciple. Din Qin anxiously monitored the Yuanguang mirror, his palms growing slightly clammy with sweat. The heads of various families, witnessing this scene, also shook their heads in regret. While they acknowledged Lu Jian's impressive talent, they felt his temperament was lacking. Initially, many had considered recruiting Lu Jian, but now they tacitly dismissed that notion. A genius who cannot grow is inferior to a less gifted individual. After all, such a person has no future and is not worth pursuing. Amidst the resource battleground, Lu Jian remained oblivious to the discussions surrounding him. At that moment, he was diligently searching in the direction indicated by Zhao Qingyu. In a short while, Lu Jian indeed heard a commotion, filled with shouts and curses, seemingly directed at Lin Jiang. At that moment, Lin Jiang stood before a pile of rubble, with a man at his feet clutching his chest and glaring at him with fury. "Heh, where is your former arrogance now? Why the silence? You and your sister have offended me, and yet you dare to participate in the resource battle. Was it not merely a couple of slaps to that little wretch? Even if I were to kill her, you would have to endure it." Lin Jiang smirked disdainfully as he slowly bent down to observe the injured man beneath him. "What? Realizing you cannot escape, are you considering a desperate struggle against me? Do you think you are worthy? The fact that I am interested in your sister is her fortune. Are you still unconvinced? Let me tell you, staying within the academy is a privilege for you. If you dare to return home without permission, I will make you aware of the Lin family's might." As he spoke, Lin Jiang forcefully stomped on the man's chest wound. The man cried out in agony, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he shouted, "Lin Jiang, if you have the guts, face me one-on-one. Hiding behind these lackeys is no display of skill." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiang's companions wore expressions of displeasure. One of the cultivators addressed the man on the ground. "Junior brother Lu, I apologize, but we are merely following orders for payment. If you admit your fault, this matter can be resolved." Lu Yunfeng, the man on the ground, cast a scornful glance at the speaker. "Humph! Go to hell. Your sister has allowed this brute to bully her daily, and you expect me to apologize? If you deny us a way to survive, then let us all perish." The speaker inhaled deeply, his expression grim, yet he refrained from retorting. Upon hearing Lu Yunfeng's words, Lin Jiang revealed a cruel smile. "All perish? You lowly beings dare to utter such words. Your worthless lives are not even worth comparing with mine." Lin Jiang again stomped down on Lu Yunfeng's wound. "Ah!" Lu Yunfeng howled in pain, his body trembling uncontrollably. "What? You expect your sister to become my partner, and yet you feel wronged. Is your grievance with me, or with the Lin family? Today, I shall make you realize that offending the Lin family means you cannot leave Linen Prefecture unscathed." Chapter 63. Master Brother Tianxue. As Lin Jiang spoke, he slowly crouched down. "Once I render you useless, let us see if you dare to bark at me again." Lin Jiang extended his hand, a layer of spiritual energy enveloping his palm as he brought it closer to Lu Yunfeng's dantian, sneering, "Do not think that a bit of talent allows you to challenge the Lin family. It seems you still do not understand your place. I shall render you a waste without a dantian, and then I will watch as you kneel and beg me to take your sister." "Ha ha ha ha!" Lu Yunfeng closed his eyes in despair, feeling utterly powerless to resist. Even if he possessed the strength to fight, it would be futile against such a multitude of formidable guardians. He could only resent his own weakness as he watched his loved ones being subjected to humiliation. Initially, he had intended to risk his life against Lin Jiang in this resource battle, but he had not anticipated the presence of a transformation stage expert by Lin Jiang's side. Now, as he faced the imminent prospect of becoming a dantianless cripple, Lu Yunfeng felt utterly hopeless. The searing pain scorched his abdomen as the piercing spiritual energy penetrated his flesh, threatening his dantian. Lin Jiang moved leisurely, seemingly savoring the slow, torturous process. Suddenly, A sobbing voice emerged from the nearby thicket. Don't, please. I'll go with you. Just don't harm my brother. A smile crept across Lin Zhang's lips. He had been waiting for this very moment. He paused his actions, slowly rising to his feet and turning to face Lu Miao as she stepped out from the woods. Heh, junior sister. You have finally decided to show yourself? Lu Yunfeng, upon seeing the enchanting figure standing at the edge of the woods, was momentarily stunned. Upon regaining his senses, he roared in anger. Who told you to come here? I told you to take this opportunity to escape. Lu Miao, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed at her brother. Brother, you will die. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yunfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, seething, even if I die. It is none of your concern. You? Lin Zhang chuckled disdainfully. How touching, however. I never said I intended to kill your brother. The Academy has rules against killing, but if he happens to be rendered useless, then that is not my fault. Observing Lin Zhang's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Miao trembled uncontrollably. She wiped away her tears and stammered, Let my brother go, and I will go with you. Lin Zhang gazed at Lu Miao. Sneering kneel. Is this how you beg? Lu Miao froze, clutching her skirt tightly as her fair hands trembled uncontrollably. Lin Zhang reveled in this spectacle, ready to speak when one of the nearby cultivators sighed. Lin Zhang, enough is enough. Junior sister Lu has already been accommodating in the academy, so why must you press her so? Lin Zhang shot a sidelong glance at the speaker, sneering dismissively, I take your money to do your bidding. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. If you dare to backtrack now, you shall meet the same fate. As Lin Zhang spoke, he again stomped on Lu Yunfeng's chest. You. The cultivator glanced at Lin Zhang, but considering the Lin family's influence in Linen Prefecture, he could only swallow his discontent. He knew he could not remain in the academy forever. Once he stepped outside, seeking revenge against him would be all too easy for the Lin family. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Miao's tears once again cascaded down her cheeks as she gazed at Lu Yifeng, who was on the verge of losing consciousness. Gradually, she loosened her grip on the hem of her skirt. All right, I kneel. In that moment, she was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Facing the Lin family, a colossal entity, her so-called talent felt like a mere joke. Lin Zhang nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. In the battle for resources, he wanted these people to understand the extent of the Lin family's capabilities. Henceforth, if anyone dared to offend him, they would think twice. Lin Zhang's gaze turned icy as he looked at Lu Miao. Observing her gradual submission, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment compelled him to reveal a disdainful smirk. On the viewing platform, the gathered cultivators were indignant at what they witnessed. This beast, to bully others is one thing, but to humiliate them like this? Lu Shidi and Lu Shimi had never wronged him. Simply because he had taken a fancy to Lu Shimi, he had driven her to the brink of despair. The Lin family was far too tyrannical. Are we, the lower-tier cultivators, not human? A gentleman may be killed but not humiliated. Lin Zhang should be expelled from the academy. The crowd of cultivators shouted in anger. While the head of the Lin family wore a grim expression, silence. Who are you to discuss the Lin family? Finally, unable to contain himself, he slammed his hand onto the table in fury. A powerful pressure radiated from him, causing the cultivators present to turn pale and their shouts to falter. Beside him, Dean Qin furrowed his brows in discontent and waved his hand, causing the invisible pressure to vanish without a trace. I do not interfere with the competitions within the resource battle, but should anyone strike outside of it, do not blame me for being ungracious. Upon hearing Dean Qin's warning, the head of the Lin family regained his composure and hastily clasped his hands in apology. I have been remiss. Dean Qin chose not to speak further. The resource battle was intended for students to experience the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Lin Zhang's behavior was excessive, but such occurrences were merely the tip of the iceberg in this cruel world. As he watched Lu Jian, his disciple, approach Lin Zhang's location through the Yuanguang mirror, Dean Qin sighed helplessly. It seemed his disciple was destined to encounter misfortune here. In the resource battleground, Lu Miao slowly knelt down, and just as she was about to collapse to the ground, a gust of wind lifted her up. Lu Shimi, what are you doing? Upon hearing that calm voice, Everyone turned to look beside Lu Miao, where a young man clad in dark attire stood, gazing at her with curiosity. Lu Shixiang. Lu Miao exclaimed in surprise at the sudden appearance of the elder brother from Tianshui Academy, Lu Jin. Lu Jin frowned. He had missed the earlier events and had arrived just in time to see Lu Miao about to kneel before Lin Jiang. Turning to face Lin Jiang and his companions with indignation, he said, "I just learned that in our academy, one must perform such grand gestures upon seeing a senior brother, Lin Jiang. And you lot, do you have an opinion about me? Why is it that when you see me, you merely call out senior brother and nothing more?" Lin Jiang and his companions were taken aback, not expecting Lu Jian to participate in the resource battle. Once they regained their composure, Lin Jiang's excitement bubbled over. He had not sought Lu Jian out, yet he dared to approach him. Chapter 64. Sad people shouldn't listen to slow songs. Seeing Lin Jiang's companions greet Lu Jian with bows, Lin Jiang scoffed derisively. What Lu Shixiang? He is merely a useless individual incapable of cultivation. Outside the resource battleground, I might grant you some face for the sake of the dean, but here, you are nothing. As he spoke, Lin Jiang slowly approached Lu Jian, confident in his own strength as a perfected nascent soul cultivator, while dismissing Lu Jian, a mid-nascent soul, as insignificant. Since you've come to me, I shall take good care of you on behalf of Brother Ji. You should understand that some individuals are not to be trifled with. Lin Jiang revealed a cruel smile before launching an attack on Lu Jian. He decided to take matters into his own hands. A mid-nascent soul was an easy target. Lu Shixiang, be careful. Seeing Lin Jiang suddenly attack, Lu Miao warned in panic. Lu Jian glanced indifferently. This cultivation level achieved through elixirs was hollow and superficial, far inferior to a true perfected nascent soul. On the viewing platform, the head of the Lin family turned pale at the sight of his son attacking Lu Jian. Lin Jiang had not recognized the terrifying combat prowess of Lu Jian and mistakenly viewed him as a mere mid-nascent soul cultivator. The others could not help but chuckle at this absurdity. Why rely on such formidable guards when he insisted on making a spectacle of himself? He had surely kicked a steel plate this time. In the resource battleground, Lu Jian calmly observed Lin Jiang, who was lunging at him with ferocity. When Lin Jiang was within striking distance, Lu Jian retaliated. Upon witnessing Lu Jian dare to meet his palm with his own, Lin Jiang's eyes lit up with excitement. Seeking death, he barely uttered those two words before their fists collided. Boom! Lin Jiang felt as though he had crashed into an impenetrable barrier, unable to shift even an inch. Stunned, he looked at Lu Jian, whose lips curled into a cold smile, and panic began to creep into. Why you? Lu Jian chuckled. What's wrong with me? Did you not enjoy calling me a top-tier useless person? Then what do you amount to? In the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted forth. Lin Jiang could not react in time as his entire body was sent flying by this overwhelming force. Boom! It was only when he was caught by several cultivators behind him that he managed to halt his momentum. He gazed at Lu Jian in terror, but before he could speak, blood began to flow uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. He hastily clutched his chest and roared at those beside him. Seize him! The individuals around him stared at Lu Jian in shock, momentarily unable to process the scene they had just witnessed. Lu Jian had utterly defeated Lin Jiang, a perfected nascent soul cultivator, using only his mid-nascent soul strength. What are you standing there for? Capture him! Capture him! Seeing his companions frozen in place, Lin Jiang's fury erupted. Pointing at Lu Jian and screaming in desperation, he had been bested by the very person he had derided as a useless individual. Who would ever take him seriously again? Hearing Lin Jiang's words, his companions exchanged incredulous glances at Lu Jian. Perhaps Lin Jiang was truly incompetent, which allowed him to be defeated by Lu Jian without any defenses. If it were not for this, defeating a higher cultivation level with a lower one was simply preposterous. They left Lin Jiang behind and turned to face Lu Jian. Lu Shixiang, we are merely here to earn our keep. Do not hold it against us. Their duty was to ensure Lin Jiang's safety. But with him in such a state, it felt inappropriate. If they failed to subdue Lu Jian, they feared that no one would seek them for protection in the future. This was their crucial avenue for acquiring resources, and they could not afford to tarnish their reputation in front of so many witnesses. The Soul Core Formation cultivator among the guards, Lin Bei, waved at one of the men. Ain't you shitty, you go? The man nodded and approached Lu Jian. In Lin Bei's view, a true perfected nascent soul cultivator should be more than capable of handling Lu Jian. Lu Jian watched the approaching man, then glanced at Lu Yunfeng, who lay severely injured on the ground. Why not come at me all at once? You might as well. Sad people should not listen to slow songs. Let us have some fast-paced action. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, the others were momentarily stunned. Lu Shixiang, are we all going together? You? Lu Jian smiled and nodded. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he soared into the air. Everyone felt bewildered, unsure of Lu Jian's intentions. But in the next moment, the surrounding space began to ripple, and immense amounts of spiritual energy surged toward Lu Jian. What kind of monster is this? The speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy was simply terrifying. The onlookers were transfixed, having never witnessed anyone absorb surrounding spiritual energy at such a rate. Before they could recover from their shock, Lu Jian suddenly moved. A resplendent blade of light sliced down from his hand. Boom! A perfected nascent soul cultivator swung his long sword to parry the blow. His face instantly paled. Be careful. His power is that of a perfected nascent soul. Do not treat him as a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Upon hearing this, the others drew their weapons, their expressions grave as they cautiously regarded Lu Jian in the air. Lu Jian chuckled a couple of times before swinging his arm, launching a flurry of diverse high-tier martial techniques. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Jian's movements were astoundingly swift. The battlefield, once calm, was immediately engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris from the sheer volume of martial techniques unleashed. The terrifying energy fluctuations swept across the battlefield, leaving several cultivators dazed. One moment, everything was peaceful. How had they suddenly been surrounded by a tempest of martial prowess? Each technique was a high-tier skill. Each one possessed the strength of a perfected nascent soul. Most horrifyingly, none of them were alike. How many days of celestial-level martial arts training has he undergone? Even if he had begun learning from the womb, it would be impossible for him to wield celestial-level techniques with such ease. The overwhelming barrage of martial arts left the few individuals struggling to cope. At this moment, not to mention counterattacking, merely surviving under such a terrifying deluge of energy is a stroke of luck. Lu Jian floated high in the sky, resembling an indefatigable machine. He relentlessly propelled his arms, unleashing a frenzied assault of martial techniques upon Lin Jiang and his companions. Experience for yourselves the formidable arsenal our ancestors once triumphed over, the ammunition of Van Fleet. But I wonder, do you possess the fortitude to withstand it? This technique boasts no other advantage than sheer volume. A quantity so overwhelming it sends shivers down one's spine. Fear arises from a deficiency of spiritual power. Yet at this moment, Lu Jian harbored no such concerns. Chapter 65. Divine-level martial technique, Great Wilderness Hand Seal. Over the past few months, Lu Jian had engaged in little else but perusing tomes within the library. On the surface, one might think he learned nothing, yet in reality, he had practiced the martial techniques of half the library. Now, as half the techniques of the Heavenly Water Academy cascaded down, even those at the pinnacle of their realms would find themselves overwhelmed. On the spectator stands, as they beheld the explosive scene on the Yuanguang mirror, the gathering of tens of thousands fell into an eerie silence. Never had they witnessed such a one-sided confrontation. One individual unleashed the might of an entire army. After a few seconds of silence, the stands erupted into a thunderous cheer. Senior brother Lu, strike him, do not let them bully us. It turns out that senior brother Lu had been holding back all along. When facing his fellow disciples, he had shown restraint. Now, however, he unleashed his full power. The senior brother of Heavenly Water is truly terrifying. Unlike the others, upon witnessing Lu Jian's astonishing speed of absorbing spiritual energy, Din Qin and several clan heads stood up in shock. 100 times. His spiritual sea is at least 100 times that of an ordinary person. What manner of monster is this? 100 times the spiritual sea. The rate at which he consumes spiritual energy cannot keep pace with his absorption. Engaging him in combat at the same realm is akin to courting death. With just this hundredfold spiritual C, no one can outlast him. In the next moment, Lu Jian's martial techniques descended in a torrent, leaving the onlookers once again slack-jawed. Earlier, while battling, Lu Jian had employed numerous techniques. Yet the sheer quantity he now wielded was incomparable. If the previous techniques were but a drizzle, now it was a torrential downpour, overwhelming to the senses. What kind of talent does he possess? A normal person struggles to master a mere 10 or 8 techniques. Surely, he cannot have learned them all in a single reading. In the resource battlefield, Lu Jian continued his relentless bombardment upon the area below. Showing no signs of respite, the multitude of cultivators below were utterly dazed. Before they could defend against one celestial-level technique, another would strike. Even with their peak accomplishments, they could not endure the unceasing onslaught of celestial-level techniques. Senior Brother Lin, why aren't you making a move? If this continues, we will surely perish here. Within the ranks, Lin Bei dragged the severely injured Lin Jiang to safety, just now returning to the group. He gazed at the exhausted faces of his companions, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. How is this possible for a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator? Looking over at the similarly injured Lu Yunfeng, he noticed that, amidst the rampant barrage of martial techniques, Lu remained unscathed. This is truly terrifying. It indicates that Lu Jian's control over his power has reached an unfathomable level, numerous techniques, yet executed with precision. As fluid as an extension of his own limbs, chaos transformed into order. Lin Bei exhaled deeply, raising his gaze to the airborne Lu Jian. He realized he had to intervene. Otherwise, even the few at peak accomplishment could not halt Lu Jian's onslaught. Senior Brother Lin, quickly! We can't hold on any longer. Interrupt him. The several peak cultivators were nearly in tears, desperately wishing for even a moment's respite. If this continues, we shall either be struck down or perish from exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei immediately ceased his hesitation. He drew his long sword from his back and swung it towards the celestial-level techniques cascading from above. A terrifying surge of energy instantly carved a path. Lin Bei soared upward, charging directly at Lu Jian in the sky. Senior Brother Lu, perhaps it is time to temper your zeal. With me here, no amount of celestial-level techniques will avail you. In an instant, Lin Bei closed the distance to Lu Jian, his gaze resolute, the chill emanating from his long sword aimed squarely at Lu Jian. Witnessing this scene, the spectators erupted in exclamations of shock. It's over. Lin Bei, initial stage of transformation. Even so, being at the initial stage of transformation grants him a considerable advantage over Senior Brother Lu. The flickering hope of the crowd was immediately doused with cold water. With Lin Bei present, indeed, Senior Brother Lu. Just as the spectators were overwhelmed with despair, the battlefield witnessed a sudden shift. The torrent of martial techniques abruptly ceased, vanishing without a trace. The peak cultivators below finally had a moment to catch their breath. As Lin Bei observed Lu Jian abandon this futile assault, he smiled. However, before he could charge at Lu Jian, he was suddenly struck by a terrifying pressure descending from the heavens. His pupils constricted. Disbelief etched upon his face as he looked at Lu Jian. There stood Lu Jian, a faint smile upon his lips, hands forming a peculiar seal high in the air. Lin Bei felt a jolt of terror. Divine-level martial technique, Great Wilderness Hand Seal. How is this possible? Lin Bei could hardly believe that Lu Jian could execute a divine-level technique, one reserved for those at the transformation realm. Yet he could not afford to be careless. Lin Bei hastily sheathed his sword, attempting to shield himself. But it was too late. A dreadful surge of spiritual energy coalesced around Lu Jian, and in the next moment, that energy transformed into an overwhelming pressure. Crashing towards Lin Bei, with a calm gaze, Lu Jian coldly commanded, "Sit down." Boom! Lin Bei's body was sent crashing back to the ground like a cannonball. Dust erupted from the earth, and as it settled, a terrifying crater was revealed. At the center of that crater lay Lin Bei, struggling to support himself with his long sword, desperately trying to rise, yet failing time and again. He had taken a strike from a divine-level technique meant for transformation realm cultivators, and his continued awareness was solely due to his dual cultivation of body refinement. Otherwise, he would not have withstood such a blow. Lu Jian slowly descended, gazing at Lin Bei with a smile. "Junior brother Lin, shall we continue?" Lin Bei let out a bitter laugh, slumping helplessly to the ground. He raised his long sword, pointing it toward the sideline Lin Jiang. Senior brother Lu, please." With a smile, Lu Jian strode toward Lin Jiang. And this time, none dared to stand in his way. The several peak cultivators instinctively took a few steps back. At this moment, Lin Jiang had lost all his previous bravado. Having witnessed Lu Jian's terrifying prowess, he realized the magnitude of the monster before him. "Why you? Don't come any closer." But this was of no avail as Lu Jian advanced step by step, instilling dread into Lin Jiang's trembling form. Standing before Lin Jiang, Lu Jian calmly regarded his terrified visage. "Where is Ji Xian?" Lin Jiang shook his head in fear. "I don't know, senior brother Lu. I truly don't know." Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Lu Jian's face. "Oh? Now you remember to call me senior brother. You ought to understand how to treat your senior sister when you see her." Hearing Lu Jian's words, Lin Jiang was momentarily stunned. "Huh?" Just as Lin Jiang's words trailed off, Lu Jian's foot had already reached him. "Ah, ah, ah." The shrieks of despair echoed throughout the resource battlefield. Only when Lin Jiang was left gasping for breath did Lu Jian finally withdraw his hand in satisfaction. The nearby cultivators stood agape, speechless at the scene unfolding before them. Yet none dared to intervene. It was clear that Lu Jian was here to settle a personal vendetta, not for any resources. Chapter 66. Ji Xian on the spectator stands, witnessing the wretched state of his son. The head of the Lin family seethed with barely contained rage. Yet Lu Jian had committed no infractions, compelling him to suppress his fury and maintain an appearance of calm. Din Qin, too, was riveted to Lu Jian's Yuanguang mirror, trembling with excitement, incapable of believing what he had just witnessed, defeating an opponent across realms. This, Din Qin understood all too well what this implied. Without exceptional talent, such a feat would be unattainable. It was not merely a hundredfold spiritual sea. It also required an extraordinary level of comprehension to grasp transformation realm techniques while still in the nascent soul realm. Realizing this, Din Qin could not help but grumble, "This brat. All this time, he has been playing the fool with me." Professor Qin promptly rose, wasting no time as he hurried to the stands occupied by several elders. Where is the letter of recommendation?" That letter of recommendation from the Immortal Mansion Academy. It was only now that he recalled Din Ding's recommendation for Lu Jian, and he had yet to see how Lu Jian's previous principal described this disciple. Elder Yu's expression was a tumultuous blend of concern and hesitation as he pondered for quite some time before finally uttering, "At the Dan Dao Academy, Director Qin, with a stern demeanor, urged, 'Hurry and retrieve it.'" "I wish to see it immediately." Elder Yu nodded anxiously and then departed from the viewing platform, soaring towards the academy. Within the resource battlefield, after inflicting a beating on Lin Jiang, Lu Jianhai lost interest in him. Witnessing Lu Jian's actions, Lu Yunfeng could not help but shed tears of emotion. Lu Miao supported her brother and approached Lu Jian, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother Lu, for your assistance. We siblings have nothing to offer in return, save for these few treasures we brought into the resource battlefield. If senior brother Lu does not mind." Lu Jian smiled gently, watching as the siblings produced their treasures. "There is no need for that. It was merely a matter of convenience." His words. Both were momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lu Jian did not place much value on these resources. "Senior brother Lu, in that case, allow us siblings to repay this kindness in the future." Seeing their resolute insistence, Lu Jian helplessly shrugged his shoulders, reiterating that it was truly just a matter of convenience. However, given the current situation, if he did not acquiesce, it might lead to endless discussions. "Very well, junior brother, junior sister. Let us speak of it again when the opportunity arises." The siblings nodded solemnly. Lu Jian inquired of a few others if they had seen Ji Xian, but they all shook their heads. Finding no answers, Lu Jian set off to search for himself. The resource battlefield was vast, and despite his rapid movements, He had only traversed a third of it. Along the way, Lu Jian encountered several second-generation heirs associated with Jixian. He welcomed them all, engaging them in combat without granting them a moment to react. In the span of a single day, Lu Jian nearly scoured the entire resource battlefield. None of the second-generation heirs he faced emerged unscathed. After dispatching their accompanying guards, they were left utterly defeated. So brutal, so ruthless. Senior brother Lu is establishing his reputation. Regardless of their identities or backgrounds, they all faced his wrath. After this battle, it was likely that no one would dare to underestimate senior brother Lu again. However, why was senior brother Lu so intent on finding Jixian? Surely he did not intend to confront Jixian as well. After all, he was the son of the mansion lord, and should he suffer defeat, it would create quite the uproar. What are you afraid of? Our senior brother Lu is the direct disciple of the academy head. Our head's cultivation is not inferior to that of the mansion lord. If senior brother Lu were to be defeated, there would be little to discuss. But if he emerged victorious, the mansion lord would find it unwise to bully the weak, for our academy head is no pushover. Listening to the discussions around them, the expressions of several family heads grew increasingly grim. Yet at that moment, they dared not voice their anger. The status of Tianshui Academy within Linen Mansion was hardly inferior to that of the city lord's residence. The family heads exchanged cautious glances at the seemingly meditative Qin Academy head, who appeared to be oblivious to the surrounding chatter. However, they all understood that this immortal-like figure was notoriously petty. To offend him and expect to leave Linen Mansion unscathed? That was utterly impossible. If it were one of the elder's disciples currently thrashing their sons, they would have long since lashed out, yet, faced with this deeply skilled and meticulous elder, they truly did not dare. At that moment, as if sensing their gazes, Qin Academy head slowly opened his eyes. Tiske, my troublesome disciple is admirable in many ways, yet he is rather hot-tempered. He addressed the family heads. Surely you do not mind? In response, the family heads hurriedly smiled and cupped their hands, saying, Old Qin, you speak nonsense. Those brats should have been properly disciplined long ago. As long as they are not killed, beat them to your heart's content. Do not hold back. Qin Academy head nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at Lu Jian, who was currently engaged in a fierce beating of a second-generation heir, thinking that his disciple was still not decisive enough. It was acceptable within the academy, but once outside, having already made a move, one must eradicate any lingering threats. Otherwise, it would only lead to future troubles. Once this matter was concluded, he needed to have a word with Lu Jian, instructing him on the brutal rules of the cultivation world. His disciple's heart was too kind. Should he venture beyond the academy, he would inevitably suffer. Within the resource battlefield, Lu Jian dispatched another team. The sky had darkened, yet he still had not located Jixian. The time limit for the resource battle was 3 days, which would be unbearable for mortals, but for cultivators, it was merely a fleeting moment. Especially in Linen Mansion, where prodigies were abundant, the young strong would not find continuous battles to be a burden. Lu Jian glanced at the darkening sky and resumed his advance. Meanwhile, several young masters whom Lu Jian had previously encountered were fleeing deeper into the resource battlefield. Lu Jian's brutality had instilled a psychological shadow upon them. Threats were ineffective, showcasing backgrounds was futile, and even the previously irresistible allure of benefits had no impact. They now only wished to distance themselves from that fearsome figure. Deep within the outskirts of Wuhui Mountain, Jixian sat cross-legged beside a small stream, observing fellow cultivators combat one another. He, junior brother Yi, you must put forth more effort. If you do not give it your all, that Qilin demon fruit will surely end up in senior brother Yu's possession. Jixian smiled faintly at the sight of two individuals fiercely competing for a Qilin demon fruit. Chapter 67. I heard you have been searching for me? Jixian held no interest in the resource battle. He had initially come to the resource battle merely to settle a personal grievance with Lu Jian. To publicly thrash this so-called top-tier waste and humiliate him properly would be far more entertaining than any resource battle. However, upon learning that Lu Jian would not participate in the resource battle, Jixian's enthusiasm waned. At a few days prior, he had deliberately insulted Lu Jian's senior sister, Lu Linlang, at the academy's entrance, hoping to provoke Lu Jian into participating in the resource battle to defend her honor. Yet it seemed that Lu Jian was afraid of him and had not dared to show up. This was understandable. After all, along the path of cultivation, there were many senior sisters, brothers, and junior siblings. Surely he would not be foolish enough to confront Ji Xian over some senior sister. Watching the two disciples fiercely battling over a Qilin demon fruit, Ji Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. Humph, some people wish to be dogs, yet cannot even attain that. Ji Xian also had his own guard team, and at that moment, he was watching them spar against each other. This was a peculiar hobby of his. He relished witnessing their fervent struggles over minor treasures. Good, good. Ha ha ha. Now this is more like it. Give it your all. Otherwise, you will only be left helplessly watching as others seize your resources. Ji Xian casually tossed the Qilin demon fruit to the victorious man, while the opponent he had just battled lay on the ground, severely injured. Blood flowed into the stream, quickly tainting the water a deep crimson. Senior Brother Ji! Senior Brother Ji! Cries of despair echoed from nearby as Ji Xian turned to see several individuals approaching him. They were all battered and clearly had endured a fierce battle. Ji Xian shook his head disdainfully. These worthless individuals had relied on their families to gain entry into the academy, yet when faced with true experts, they were utterly powerless. Seeing Ji Xian, the group could not help but burst into tears. They rushed before him, exclaiming, Senior Brother Ji! Senior Brother Ji! Flee! That Lu Jian has come. He is searching for you. You must escape. Do not let him catch you. Ji Xian's face turned a shade of green with anger upon hearing their cries. Flee? You want me to hide from that waste? The group, noticing Ji Xian's expression, instinctively took a step back. No, no, no. Senior Brother Ji, do not misunderstand. That Lu Jian is not a waste. He is only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Yet even cultivators at the initial stage of the transformation stage are no match for him. Look at us. We encountered him, and this is what happened to us. He even said he was going to settle the score with you. He vowed to tear you to pieces. Ji Xian's expression darkened as he regarded the group before him, coldly stating, Are you all still half asleep? The nascent soul against the transformation stage? That waste? Seeing Ji Xian's disbelief, one of the transformation stage cultivators from the guard team wore a pained expression and nodded. Indeed. He can use divine-level martial techniques. I am not his match. Ji Xian's expression finally grew serious as he scrutinized the bloodied transformation stage cultivator. He is searching for me? The others eagerly nodded. Yes, Senior Brother Ji. Flee quickly. He has gone mad. He attacks without warning. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian let out a cold snort. As the mid-stage transformation of the divine was unleashed, the several individuals present were momentarily stunned into silence. You useless fools, unable to handle even a mid-stage nascent soul. I have long advised you to consume fewer elixirs for enhancing your cultivation. It is one's own strength that serves as the true foundation. You may fear him, but I have yet to regard him with any significance. At this moment, the others beside him seemed to awaken from a dream. Indeed, Senior Brother Ji is the paragon among the elite of our Tianshui Academy. In the mid-stage of divine transformation, his combat prowess ranks within the top 10 of the academy. He is simply incomparable to an ordinary divine transformation cultivator. That Lu Jian may defeat typical divine transformation practitioners, yet he stands no chance against Senior Brother Ji. The eyes of the crowd immediately sparkled with excitement. Ji Xian's strength undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 on this resource battlefield. Not all capable cultivators in the academy participate in the resource battles. Among those who do, Ji Xian is surely a figure of royalty. Ji Xian cast a sidelong glance at the group and calmly stated, Since that fool is so eager to meet his demise, let us grant him a chance. Allow me to personally render him a true waste. Upon hearing Ji Xian's words, the others were immediately enraptured. They had initially resolved to avoid Lu Jian, but now they saw a glimmer of hope for revenge. Lu Jian had been tirelessly searching the resource battlefield, and by the following day, the area had finally come alive with activity. Cultivators emerged from their hiding spots, seeking suitable opponents. Yet, no one dared to confront Lu Jian any longer. His achievements had already spread across the resource battlefield, and no one regarded him as an ordinary nascent soul cultivator anymore. While traversing through the woods, Lu Jian suddenly sensed a chilling aura approaching him. He turned around to see a blade of light hurtling directly toward his head. Lu Jian extended his hands and unleashed a blade of light in kind, deflecting the incoming strike. Following this attack, dozens of figures appeared before Lu Jian. Recognizing these familiar faces, Lu Jian raised an eyebrow. They were the second-generation scions he had previously bested, along with their entourage. "What? Do you still wish to fight?" The group remained silent, but a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind them. "Hee, Brother Lu. I hear you have been searching for me." Jixin slowly emerged from the crowd, a derisive smile on his face as he regarded Lu Jian. "What? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Upon seeing Jixin, Lu Jian smiled. "Indeed, there is something." Jixin feigned curiosity, raising an eyebrow. "Oh? I would be most eager to hear." Lu Jian shifted his shoulders, replying coldly, "You will find out soon enough." At Lu Jian's words, Jixin could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You may not have that opportunity. You are not worthy of my efforts. First, escape from this encirclement before we converse." Jixin chuckled, retreating behind his companions. He waved to several individuals, and 3 mid-stage divine transformation cultivators, along with several perfected nascent soul practitioners, surrounded Lu Jian. These were the guards of the second-generation science, now united in a formidable alliance. Chapter 68. We have come to seize the treasure. Observing the surrounding cultivators who had regained their composure, Lu Jian furrowed his brow. His unwillingness to strike had instead led to an unending predicament. On the viewing platform, there were exclamations of outrage. What shamelessness! They dare to gang up on Brother Lu. Brother Lu has always treated us well. Even for the sake of wealth, they have already faced defeat. How can they still have the audacity to strike? Alas, it is probably not just for wealth. Jixin is the son of the estate lord. These individuals dare not offend him. What then? Are we to merely watch as Brother Lu is besieged? The cultivators on the viewing platform were filled with righteous indignation, but at that moment, the scenes displayed on the several luminous mirrors before them suddenly changed. One by one, cultivators began to move, converging toward Lu Jian's location. Confused by the unfolding events, the spectators on the platform were at a loss. What is happening? Why is everyone heading in one direction? Brother Li, Brother Zhao, and Sister Yi. They have also suffered at the hands of these second-generation scions in the academy. They wouldn't be joining in to besiege Brother Lu, would they? Is there no justice left? On the resource battlefield, the mid-stage divine transformation cultivator facing Lu Jian smiled wryly as he clasped his hands in apology. "Brother Lu, I must apologize. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice from nearby interrupted him. "What are you wasting words on? Attack. Whoever can bring him down today will receive 100,000 high-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, the mid-stage divine transformation cultivator sighed deeply, no longer hesitating. He brought his fingers together, and a pure stream of spiritual energy coalesced into a long sword in his grasp. Attack. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, and the cultivators poured forth their full strength, not daring to slacken. Lu Jian calmly surveyed the group, preparing for battle. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Dozens of figures burst forth from the surrounding woods, instantly scattering those encircling Lu Jian. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, several were engaged in combat. "Zhao Shidi, what are you doing? Why are you attacking me?" Lu Jian, witnessing the sudden arrival of his helpers, felt somewhat bewildered. Most of these individuals were known to him. They had interacted amicably in the academy. In the distance, Lin Jiang, seeing his guards embroiled in battle with the Tinshui students, roared in anger. "What are you doing? Are you actually helping Lu Jian? Stand down. Do you not realize the consequences of offending us?" In the midst of the fray, Zhao Ji repelled a mid-stage divine transformation cultivator with a palm strike, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Jiang, and coldly retorted, "Humph. We are not here to assist. This is a resource battle. We are here to seize treasures." The nearby scions were left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. These individuals, unwilling to openly offend them, had instead united under the banner of the resource battle to launch a joint assault. Seizing treasures, a multitude of people converging to seize from them. What a coincidence. You, do you still wish to remain in Linen Prefecture? The surrounding onlookers seemed to disregard their shouts, and the entire resource battlefield instantly erupted into chaos. Brother Liu, go seize that G fellow. He possesses the most valuable treasures. We shall not contest you. In an instant, the resource battlefield, which had previously featured only scattered skirmishes, became a lively scene. Cultivators continued to converge toward this location, and even the second-generation scions, who had previously scattered, rushed back upon hearing the commotion. More and more individuals joined this grand melee, and in a flash, the entire resource battlefield descended into tumult. On the viewing platform, witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted into a tidal wave of cheers. Little did they expect that on just the second day, they would witness a spectacle unprecedented in the history of resource battles. The cultivators participating in the resource battle and the second-generation scions clearly harbored long-standing grievances, which, upon erupting, led to deadly clashes. On the resource battlefield, the violent spiritual energy surged, and dazzling martial techniques roared. Yet, at the center of it all, Lu Jian remained calm as a tranquil sea. Ji Xian observed as his entourage was intercepted and then turned his gaze toward Lu Jian. He, there are indeed individuals who regard you as a true master brother. In this Linen Prefecture, none have dared to openly challenge my city lord's manner. Ji Xian remarked, slowly approaching Lu Jian. He towered above. His mid-stage divine transformation aura radiating coldly as he declared, without the requisite strength, you should obediently endure. Do not presume that because you are the dean's chosen disciple, I cannot do anything to you. Do you believe that even if I were to cripple you today, anyone would dare to say a word? Lu Jian smiled, gazing at the steadily advancing Ji Xian. Then you might as well come and try. A cruel smile crept across Ji Xian's face. You have brought this upon yourself. In the next moment, his body transformed into a blur, hurtling directly toward Lu Jian. The overwhelming force generated sonic booms. Moving so swiftly that his actions were nearly imperceptible, Lu Jian, unperturbed, soared into the air, instantly creating distance between himself and Ji Xian. Ji Xian was indeed unlike an ordinary divine transformation cultivator. Both his combat skills and mastery over spiritual energy far surpassed that of typical practitioners. Seeing Lu Jian evade a direct confrontation, Ji Xian scoffed, preparing to pursue. However, just as he made a move, a torrential wave of martial techniques descended upon him. Ji Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly raised his palms, unleashing a vast wave of spiritual energy that scattered the incoming attacks. Simultaneously, Lu Jian unleashed another great desolation hand seal. Sensing the terrifying energy descending from above, Ji Xian could not afford to be careless. A spear composed of condensed spiritual energy manifested, and the moment it appeared, it shot toward the great desolation hand seal. Boom! An immense explosion erupted, and several towering trees before the two were instantly severed in half by the force of the blast. Ji Xian braced himself for the impending attack, raising his head to cast a disdainful glance at Lu Jian. Is this your trump card? It's sufficient to handle an average transformation realm cultivator. However, to defeat me, you are still far from it. With that, Ji Xian soared into the air, charging directly towards Lu Jian suspended in the sky. He discerned that this young man dared not engage in close combat. After all, he had yet to enter the transformation realm. His physique and speed remained at the nascent soul stage, making it impossible for him to confront a transformation realm cultivator head-on. Observing Ji Xian's eagerness for close-quarters combat, Lu Jian merely smiled nonchalantly. He remained stationary, waiting until Ji Xian approached, before unleashing a punch that collided solidly with Ji Xian's own. Chapter 69. Is he really going to perish with me? The two fists met with a resounding impact, and surprisingly, Lu Jian did not falter in the slightest. Ji Xian momentarily lost focus, but quickly regained his composure. Not bad. To withstand my punch, you must have exerted yourself to the fullest, Ji Xian declared, launching another punch at Lu Jian. Yet again, his fist was met with resistance. Even after absorbing this blow, Lu Jian displayed no signs of fatigue. Ji Xian, growing increasingly irritated, pushed Lu Jian's arm aside and charged at him once more. The two engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows, entirely abandoning martial techniques, relying solely on the sheer force of their physical prowess, creating a series of sonic booms with each clash. The more Ji Xian fought, the more alarmed he became. This worthless fool not only managed to utilize transformation realm techniques, but his physical strength was also on par with his own. How could this be possible? A mere nascent soul cultivator, holding his own against a mid-transformation realm practitioner solely through physical might. Ji Xian roared in frustration, intensifying his punches. Yet, no matter how swift his assaults were, Lu Jian seemed to possess the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms, effortlessly countering each strike. After a flurry of attacks, Ji Xian finally managed to force Lu Jian back, creating some distance between them. This is impossible. You're merely a mid-nascent soul cultivator. How can you withstand the physical strength of a transformation realm cultivator? Ji Xian exclaimed incredulously, unable to believe he was evenly matched with this so-called worthless opponent in physical combat. Lu Jian chuckled. Are you surprised, brother? I am indeed a mid-nascent soul cultivator, but are you not aware of a particular martial technique designed to enhance physical strength? As he spoke, Lu Jian slowly spread his arms, and in an instant, his limbs transformed into 3 pairs. Witnessing this, Ji Xian instinctively took a step back. You've even mastered the techniques of the demon clan? Ji Xian recognized this martial skill. It was none other than the 3 heads and 6 arms technique of the demon clan. Although it was originally a demonic technique, it had also circulated among the human race. The library of Tianshui Academy just so happened to house this martial art. However, due to its immense difficulty, very few had succeeded in mastering it, which was why Ji Xian had not considered it before. This technique was specifically designed to enhance physical capabilities and yielded extraordinary results. No wonder. So it was a martial technique after all, but I wonder how long you can maintain it. Martial skills are not innate and cannot be relied upon indefinitely. Though Lu Jian had invoked the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, maintaining it was impossible. This martial skill not only consumed spiritual energy but also drained physical stamina. Even if his spiritual energy could withstand the depletion, his body would not hold out. Ji Xian charged at him again. Even if he could only match Lu Jian, as long as he could outlast him, victory would eventually be his. On the spectator platform, observing the fierce battle between Lu Jian and Ji Xian, Din Qin felt a surge of concern. The human and demon races originated from the same source, and martial techniques were interchangeable, so there was nothing unusual about that. Although Lu Jian's use of the demon clan's technique allowed him to contend with Ji Xian in physical combat, it was far from sufficient. Ji Xian's transformation realm cultivation was solid, while Lu Jian was merely temporarily enhancing his physical prowess through technique. Such a strategy could not be sustained for long. As they watched the clash unfold, the onlooking cultivators realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Lu Jian had exhausted all his means, yet still could only barely hold his ground against Ji Xian. Defeating him seemed utterly impossible. Just a moment more, and Lu Jian would surely be defeated. Even though divine-level martial techniques were powerful, they could not match a talent and strength like Ji Xian's. Moreover, the consumption of divine-level martial skills was enormous and could not be unleashed as carefreely as those of the heavenly level. In the resource battlefield below, amidst the ongoing battle, the cultivators were keenly observing the situation between Lu Jian and Ji Xian. After yet another exchange, Lu Jian finally exited the state of physical enhancement. Witnessing this, Ji Xian's lips curled into a cold smirk. Such an unorthodox method of enhancement ultimately does not belong to you. Now, let us see if you can withstand this, Ji Xian declared, seizing the opportunity to attack once more without granting Lu Jian a moment's respite. As the enhancement faded, Lu Jian found himself once again distanced from Ji Xian. Just as Ji Xian closed in, Lu Jian unleashed a colossal handprint. Ji Xian had anticipated this move, swiftly slapping forward, boom. The 2 divine-level martial techniques collided, instantly sending shockwaves through the surrounding space. This clash momentarily slowed Ji Xian's movements. When he lifted his head again, Lu Jian had already created some distance between them. Ji Xian glared icily at Lu Jian floating high above, his frustration mounting. He despised this feeling of inferiority. A vast amount of spiritual energy coalesced, and a long spear reappeared in Ji Xian's grasp. Gripping the spear, he charged at Lu Jian once more. However, just as he was about to close the gap. He suddenly sensed a wave of energy that made even his heart race. He saw Lu Jian, who had been retreating, abruptly turn around, and in his hands appeared two spheres, one blue and one white. These were two orbs of completely different auras, one brimming with spiritual energy, the other infused with demonic energy. This was not unusual. The demon clan could cultivate human techniques, and humans could naturally practice demonic skills. A cultivator possessing both human and demon techniques, while rare, was not unheard of. But what terrified Ji Xian was that Lu Jian was attempting to merge those two spheres right before his eyes. Madman, stop, cease at once. As the two spheres slowly drew closer, Ji Xian's expression changed dramatically. The techniques of the human and demon races could not be fused. Should they be forcibly combined, a terrifying explosion of energy would ensue. This fool was intent on perishing alongside him. At that moment, Ji Xian scarcely had time to stow away his spear, turning to flee. Meanwhile, on the spectator platform, the crowd of cultivators gasped in shock upon witnessing this scene. Din Qin could not help but rise from his seat, shouting without regard for his dignity, "Stop! It cannot be." While there had been cultivators who attempted similar feats in the past, the outcomes were invariably disastrous. The fusion of two types of energy could yield immense power, but merging them was not something to be taken lightly. A slight miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Din Qin was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, lamenting that his disciple had embarked on such reckless experimentation without consulting him. But just then, the Yuan Guang mirror shifted once more. The two differing energies swirled within Lu Jian's hands, gradually coming together. The anticipated explosion did not occur. Miraculously, the blue and white spheres began to merge. Chapter 70. Ascending to immortality on an auspicious day in the resource battlefield. Lu Jian remained oblivious to the external turmoil. This was a new technique he had recently devised. It had been a spontaneous inspiration, and to his surprise, he found it surprisingly easy to merge the techniques of the human and demon races. This was a fusion of two heavenly-level martial techniques, which, once combined, could rival divine-level skills. He had conducted numerous experiments, but only the fusion of demon and human techniques could fully unleash the power of this move. Clutching the merged blue-white orb, Lu Jian looked toward the now-distant Ji Xian and immediately pursued him. "Have you finally realized the might of my technique?" Ji Xian frantically fled towards the outskirts of the resource battlefield. Upon hearing the voice behind him, he turned to see Lu Jian brandishing an unusual glowing orb in his pursuit. It worked. How is that possible? Before he could comprehend, Lu Jian hurled the glowing orb towards him. "Allow you to experience it. This move, I call it ascending to immortality on an auspicious day." Seeing the glowing orb hurtling towards him, Ji Xian felt a rush of fear. He desperately attempted to evade. But the orb did not fly directly towards him. Instead, it seemed to leap through space, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. Boom. Ji Xian hastily raised his spear to defend. The violent explosion erupted, shattering the spear in his hands. His figure was also sent crashing to the ground. Boom. Dust and debris clouded the ground. Even the towering trees around them were reduced to powder by the force of the attack. Lu Jian hovered in midair, observing the cloud of dust below. Moments later, a disheveled figure emerged from the haze. Ji Xian, now in tatters, bore wounds on his arms, clearly having taken the brunt of the impact. He was momentarily taken aback, and then he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Though that previous attack was immensely powerful, it did not strike at his very core. While he did sustain injuries, he still possessed the strength to fight back. "Ha ha ha, is this your trump card?" It seems that the combined magical and spiritual energies have both sustained damage, canceling each other out and merging together. Although their power has significantly increased, they have lost a touch of ferocity. If this is all you have, you cannot possibly contend with me. The spear formed of spiritual energy reappeared in Ji Xian's hand. And this time he was truly prepared to fight for his life. Lu Jian had made him feel a genuine threat. He had to resolve this swiftly and eliminate him, in midair. Upon seeing the disheveled Ji Xian, Lu Jian raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Cannot contend with me? Do you know why this move is called choosing a day to ascend?" Ji Xian, gripping the spear, looked at Lu Jian in confusion. Lu Jin chuckled coldly and slowly replied. It means that on a favorable day, my esteemed brother shall allow you to ascend right here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jin abruptly spread his arms wide. Before him, several azure and white spheres suddenly emerged. Identical to those that had attacked Ji Xian earlier, divine-level martial techniques are not easily executed, but heavenly-level techniques come effortlessly. I shall blast you to the realm of immortals. Witnessing this scene, Ji Xian's complexion turned pale. Even catching one of those was a challenge. He could create dozens in one go. How could he possibly fight back? Flee! Quickly flee! At this moment, Ji Xian no longer harbored any intention of resistance and swiftly dove into the dense forest. Lu Jin snorted coldly and immediately pursued him. One by one, the luminous spheres were hurled forth, bombarding the fleeing Ji Xian relentlessly. Though Lu Jin found divine-level martial techniques cumbersome to use now, deploying two heavenly-level techniques posed him no challenge whatsoever. As Ji Xian fled, he had to simultaneously fend off the luminous spheres that appeared beside him. Another sphere struck Ji Xian, sending his body flying. This time he was injured even more severely, but he had no time to consider his wounds and fled once more. Lu Jin relentlessly chased from behind, launching a barrage of luminous spheres. Along the way, the battling cultivators watched in astonishment. This was simply a one-sided beating. Ji Xian, at the mid-stage of the transformation stage, was utterly powerless to retaliate. Boom, 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 boom. The resource battlefield shook violently as Lu Jin relentlessly pursued Ji Xian. The luminous spheres continuously streaming forth, their terrifying energy fluctuations causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Witnessing this, Dean Qin in the stands wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and returned to his seat, muttering, "A good name, a good name. I thought it meant choosing a favorable day for my own ascension. Who would dare to play such a game? What difference is there from suicide? Fortunately, my disciple's talent is truly extraordinary, and his mastery over power has reached an astonishing level. Otherwise, he could not possibly accomplish such feats." Watching through the Yuan Guang mirror, Lu Jin relentlessly pressed Ji Xian, causing an eruption of cheers from the stands. "Go, Brother Lu! Smash their arrogance. Let's see who will dare to call Brother Lu a useless level-maxed cultivator after this." In this resource battle, anyone who opposed Lu Jin was swiftly subdued. At this moment, no one dared to question Lu Jin's identity as the master brother of the Heavenly Water Sect. With a cultivation level at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, he completely dominated the resource battlefield. Such an impressive record had yet to be matched by any so-called genius student. Deep within the Wuhui mountain range, Yi Banshi was sitting atop the head of a colossal serpent demon. He sat cross-legged, resting one small hand on his chin, patiently awaiting the outcome of the resource battle. At this moment, Yi Banshi appeared as a child of 7 or 8 years old. In response to his elder brother's recent command, he had deliberately reverted to his true form. The seemingly mature child was, in fact, his original being. Yi Banshi belonged to a rare lineage within the demon race known as the Child Demon Clan. Their numbers were scarce, yet each was a natural-born sovereign. They possessed terrifying cultivation levels that others might take lifetimes to achieve without the need for training. Within the demon realm, they were a unique existence, so rare that even the demons themselves had scarcely encountered one of their kind. They answer only to the heavenly sovereign of the demon race, remaining unbound by the authority of others. Yi Banshi had arrived here 2 days prior, and the serpent demon beneath him was merely a source of entertainment he had summoned. The so-called resource battle was indeed thrilling for ordinary cultivators. But to Yi Banshi, it resembled mere childish play, lacking any depth. However, upon witnessing Lu Jin merge two techniques from different races, a glimmer of insight suddenly sparked in Yi Banshi's whimsical eyes. "I understand now. My elder brother has come to the human race for this purpose. A thought of divine demons, dual heavenly sovereigns." Hearing Yi Banshi's murmur, the serpent beneath him spoke in a feminine voice. "Why, sir? What did you say?" Yi Banshi closed his folding fan and gently tapped the serpent's head. "Be quiet." Chapter 71. Neza fears not the Dragon King of the Sea. Explosive blasts erupted throughout the resource battlefield, showering it in chaos. The battling cultivators could not help but pause, gazing in disbelief at the astonishing scene. Lu Jian waved his hands, continuously throwing the spheres toward Ji Xian. Those terrifying spheres bounced through space, making it nearly impossible for Ji Xian, even with all his might, to evade. Once more struck, Ji Xian's body was sent flying. "Brother Lu, I concede. I concede." After being hit this time, the terrifying explosion shattered Ji Xian's fighting spirit entirely. He lay in the deep crater created by the blast, calling out desperately. Lu Jian glanced at Ji Xian, who was now bloodied and battered, looking utterly disheveled, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. "Hand over your valuables." Lu Jian retracted the sphere in his hand and slowly approached Ji Xian. Gasping for breath, Ji Xian nodded laboriously, preparing to reach for his spatial ring. Lu Jian calmly observed. Gradually descending before Ji Xian, as Lu Jian drew closer, the previously listless Ji Xian suddenly unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. His body catapulted upward as he unleashed a desperate punch toward Lu Jian. Lu Jian snorted, knowing this lad wouldn't easily submit. As Ji Xian attacked, Lu Jian also struck back with a powerful punch, the fierce winds of their blows colliding in an instant. Ji Xian let out a cry of agony as his arm was brutally broken. His body was once again sent crashing back into the crater. Lu Jian calmly shook his arm, reactivating his three-headed, six-armed technique. "You had your chance, yet you squandered it." Observing Ji Xian writhing in pain on the ground, Lu Jian no longer held back and lunged at him. All six arms swung into action, launching a relentless barrage of punches toward Ji Xian, even though he had never anticipated that Lu Jian would be so ruthless. If his cultivation were to be destroyed, he would be condemned to a life of mediocrity, akin to that of an ordinary mortal. Such a fate would be even more unbearable than death itself. "You cannot. You must not. I am the son of the mansion lord. This is the linen mansion." Hearing Ji Xian's threats, Lu Jian merely shrugged nonchalantly. "The mansion lord? And what of it?" As his words faded, Lu Jian raised one arm, gathering a fierce gust of wind within his palm, ready to strike at Ji Xian's dantian. At that moment, Ji Xian turned pale with fear, disregarding everything else as he screamed hoarsely, "Father, save me!" As his voice echoed, a brilliant light radiated from his brow, forming a barrier that instantaneously shielded him from harm. Lu Jian furrowed his brow, then unleashed a powerful punch against the spiritual barrier before him. The barrier trembled violently under the force of Lu Jian's blow, its brilliance dimming significantly. Upon witnessing this, Lu Jian ceased to hold back, relentlessly hammering at the barrier with his fists. As the barrier appeared on the verge of shattering, Ji Xian, filled with dread, attempted to retreat, but he was rendered immobile due to his severe injuries. Just then, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. The silhouette of a middle-aged man materialized above the resource battlefield. His gaze was fixed upon Lu Jian and Ji Xian, and his authoritative voice resonated throughout the entire venue. "You insolent wretch! How dare you harm my son?" Upon seeing that figure, Ji Xian trembled with excitement. "Father, save me! He intends to ruin my dantian." Hearing Ji Xian's cries, the figure in the sky frowned. "Stop this at once." As Lu Jian continued his assault on the barrier, the middle-aged man's anger surged. He extended his palm and struck down upon the resource battlefield with tremendous force. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted, shaking the entire venue. As the sound wave spread, the seemingly indestructible barrier began to crack. Witnessing the middle-aged man's casual strike nearly shatter the barrier, Ji Xian felt a glimmer of hope. He turned to Lu Jian, who was about to breach the barrier, and shouted frantically, "Lu Jian, you are finished. Apologize to me now. Perhaps my father will spare your life out of respect for the academy head." Ha ha ha. Just as Ji Xian's laughter rang out, a crisp sound echoed simultaneously. Suddenly, the barrier before him exploded into fragments. Lu Jian stepped calmly through the remnants, casting a serene glance at Ji Xian before turning to observe the barrier that was on the brink of collapse. "Ha ha ha, now you know fear, don't you?" Seeing Lu Jian come to a halt, Ji Xian mistakenly believed that he had been intimidated by the mansion lord's formidable presence, but in the next moment, he realized he was gravely mistaken. Lu Jian turned around, raising one arm, energy swirling around it. He looked at Ji Xian, letting out a chilling chuckle. Neza does not fear the Dragon King. Chapter 72. Who are you? With those words spoken, Lu Jian wasted no time. He approached Ji Xian directly and struck at his dantian with a palm. The violent spiritual energy ravaged Ji Xian's dantian, instantly reducing it to ruins. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, and soon after, Ji Xian felt darkness engulf him, plunging him into unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, the figure in the sky let out a furious roar. How dare someone incapacitate his son right before his eyes? You little beast! I will flay you alive and refine your soul. Another palm struck down upon the barrier. Boom! This time, the barrier could not withstand the force. Bang! The entire formation shattered. The middle-aged man dove down, heading straight for Lu Jian. Lu Jian stood his ground, calmly observing the terrifying figure. It matters not. Ban Shi will intervene. Just as Lu Jian contemplated this, an elderly figure suddenly appeared before him. Oh, not harm my disciple. Qian Yuanzhang's robe billowed as he directed a palm strike towards the figure in the sky. Boom! The fierce gust of wind collided, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The middle-aged man was halted, disbelief etched on his face as he glared at the suddenly appearing Qian Yuanzhang. You dare to stop me? I care not whether he is your disciple. He has ruined my son's dantian, and he must pay. Qian Yuanzhang turned to Lu Jian, nodding reassuringly before gradually ascending into the air, confronting the middle-aged man. Mansion Lord Ji, this is a resource battle of our Tianshui Academy. Since Ji Xian has participated, he must abide by our academy's rules. I do not care if he is your son. Having entered the resource battle, he should have anticipated such outcomes. My disciple has not violated any rules, and I cannot allow you to take matters into your own hands. Hearing Qian Yuanzhang's words, Mansion Lord Ji scoffed derisively. Old fool, spare me your grandstanding. What rules are you talking about? Today, it is my son who has been harmed. If my son had incapacitated your disciple, I do not believe you would be so accommodating. Qian Yuanzhang regarded Mansion Lord Ji calmly, responding coolly. If Lu Jian had lost, as long as he did not strike to kill, I would not intervene. Upon hearing this, Mansion Lord Ji's brows furrowed in indignation. Do not waste my time with your empty words. Hand over this brat. Otherwise, do not expect to leave here unscathed. Qian Yuanzhang laughed coldly, replying indifferently, as long as I am present, you shall not take anyone from Tianshui Academy. Enraged, Mansion Lord Ji ceased his idle chatter. He knew that if he did not defeat this obstacle, he would face difficulties in capturing anyone. Do not think that just because you are from Tianshui Academy, you can disregard the authority of the Mansion Lord. This is Linen Mansion. It is not for you to dictate. Boom. An imposing aura enveloped the venue once more, shrouding the entire assembly in a thick atmosphere of battle intent. In an instant, the two figures clashed once more. Observing the horrific battle in the sky, the onlookers in the stands were utterly astonished. This was a rare sight to behold, as even the residual waves of energy distorted the very fabric of space. Fortunately, the battle was taking place at a distance from the crowd. Otherwise, they too might have been caught in the maelstrom. Outside the venue, Ban Shi watched the duel between the two, shaking his head slightly. He had been prepared to intervene earlier, but an old man had unexpectedly jumped in front of him, forcing him to hold back. Why is there someone else trying to steal my thunder? Ban Shi slowly made his way into the venue. That moment, everyone was captivated by the epic showdown in the sky and had failed to notice the oddly peculiar young boy. Ban Shi found a discreet spot, casually sitting down to observe the battle above. Alas, this old man is lacking. It seems I must step in. Though both combatants were of comparable realms, Mansion Lord Ji clearly had the upper hand in battle experience. Given the frequent skirmishes between humans and demons, Mansion Lord Ji, as a leader, had naturally participated in battles against the demon race. His combat experience far surpassed that of Qian Yuanzhang, who had remained within the confines of the academy. Ban Shi watched the unfolding battle calmly, and indeed, it was not long before the two figures reappeared in the spectator's view. Mansion Lord Ji wielded a long spear, his battle intent surging. Meanwhile, Qian Yuanzhang wore a grave expression. Incredulously gazing at Mansion Lord Ji, I cannot believe it. After several years, Your cultivation has progressed yet again, Mansion Lord Ji sneered. I have long commanded armies and fought against the demon race. Unlike you, who only engages in idle chatter within the academy, today, you will hand over this person, whether you like it or not. Just as Qian Yuanzhang was about to respond, a childish voice suddenly rang out from the stands. He, Mansion Lord Ji, what grandiose claims you make. When fighting against the demon race, I did not hear you boast like this. Why do you show no mercy when it comes to your own kin? The voice, though soft, pierced through the commotion of the venue, clearly reaching the ears of both Mansion Lord Ji and Qian Yuanzhang. The two turned towards the source of the voice, only to see a child of 7 or 8 perched atop a stone pillar in the venue. Gazing down at them with disdain, Mansion Lord Ji furrowed his brow. Having never encountered Ban Shi's true form, he could not recognize him. Where did this brat come from? Go home and drink your milk. Do not make noise here. Ban Shi's youthful face immediately hardened, and he stood up, hands clasped behind his back, slowly stepping forward into the air. Dinanzhu, do you not recognize me? Upon witnessing the child levitate, both Mansion Lord Ji and Qian Yuanzhang were momentarily taken aback. A cultivator? Ban Shi approached the two and glanced at Qian Yuanzhang. This does not concern you. This is our feud. Stand down. Qian Yuanzhang stared in astonishment at the young boy, taken aback by his authoritative tone as if addressing a servant. Child, who are you? Ban Shi smiled and glanced at the equally bewildered Lord Ji. With a flick of his delicate hand, a ledger materialized seemingly out of thin air. Dinanzhu, 3 years ago in the southern domain, you injured a woman named Yi Qing. Is that true? At this moment, Lord Ji remained utterly perplexed, thinking to himself, who is this person? He claims to have a grievance against me, yet I do not even know him. Who is this Yi Qing? Who exactly are you? Ban Shi nodded, admitting he too was unaware of Yi Qing's identity. Nevertheless, 3 years prior, there had indeed been a conflict between the human race and the demon clan in the southern domain. On that battlefield, a girl of the same surname as his had been harmed by Dinanzhu, albeit as a collateral effect of the fierce battle. But that was inconsequential. It was merely a pretext. I didn't expect you to forget so quickly. Yi Qing is my younger sister. After you injured her, Ban Shi said, his gaze filled with sorrowful indignation as he looked at Lord Ji, seemingly at a loss for words. Lord Ji, in turn, felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, completely unaware of the events transpiring. So, who exactly are you? Ban Shi's expression shifted instantly. He smiled and waved his hand, revealing a folding fan. Upon seeing that fan, Lord Ji's face changed dramatically. Ilauamo, it's you. Recognizing Ban Shi, Lord Ji did not hesitate for a moment and turned to flee. Chapter 73. Entrust to fate. Ban Shi watched as Dinanzhu transformed into a streak of light, fleeing rapidly, and chuckled nonchalantly. Then, with a flick of his fan, his figure vanished from the sight of the onlookers. At this moment, Din Qin had yet to regain his composure. He could not fathom why a dignified lord would be so terrified by a mere child. On the viewing platform, several elders of the Tinshui Academy also hovered in the air, questioning, Dean, what happened? Who is that child? They had witnessed the scene earlier, but the distance had prevented them from hearing their conversation. Din Qin gazed at the distant streak of light, sighing in bewilderment. Do not understand either. That child seems to be called Ilao-yi. This name. I've never heard of it. The elders exchanged puzzled glances, equally at a loss. Just then, a peculiar fluctuation appeared before them, followed by a black blade of light slicing through space. Upon seeing that blade, the faces of Din Qin and the others turned pale. The blade swept past them, and the terrifying demonic aura forced those present to retreat several paces. Quick, retreat! Din Qin shouted. This is a technique of the demon clan. Moreover, it belongs to a top-tier figure. Merely a casual strike can sever space. Even my strongest blow would only cause ripples in space. To actually cut through it requires a power several realms above my own. The group hurriedly retreated a few more steps, and as they turned to look at the rift in space, a disheveled figure was ejected from within. It was Lord Ji. Recognizing the figure, everyone gasped in shock. He had clearly been kicked out through the rift. and his disheveled appearance bore no resemblance to his former grandeur. After Ji Nanju's body was flung out, Yi Banshi followed closely behind, wielding his fan and wearing a calm smile. Ji Nanju was hurled back several yards before finally coming to a stop. Once steadied, he hurriedly gestured to Yi Banshi. "Ilaumo." "No, no, Mr. E, I mean no harm. I did not intend to injure your sister. Whatever compensation you require, please feel free to accompany me to the city lord's mansion and take whatever you need." Before Yi Banshi could respond, Din Qin's face darkened. He wasted no words and immediately approached the elders. His expression grave as he whispered, "We must leave. Take the students and go." He is Yi Banshi, the second in command of the demon clan. Upon hearing Din Qin's words and witnessing his serious demeanor, the elders did not dare hesitate. They turned to evacuate the students from the viewing platform. Observing this scene, Yi Banshi chuckled lightly. "Old man, no need to be so anxious. As I said, this is a personal grudge. It does not concern others. You are free to leave at any time to." As he spoke, Yi Banshi subtly glanced towards Lu Jian in the resource battlefield. It was time to act based on his elder brother's cues. However, when Yi Banshi looked at Lu Jian, he found him entirely turned away, focused on something else. This left Yi Banshi momentarily in a quandary. He had specifically brought back this lord to allow his elder brother to determine his fate. Yet it was clear his elder brother was unwilling to provoke unnecessary misunderstandings, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Yi Banshi sighed, then turned his attention back to Ji Nanju. Ji Nanju's body trembled nervously. This demon was notorious for his ferocity. He was not someone he could contend with. Even if Din Qin was willing to side with him, they had no chance of victory. Moreover, judging by Din Qin's demeanor, it seemed he was preparing to flee with his students, showing no intention of standing united with him. Din Qin smiled and slightly bowed to Yi Banshi. "So it is Mr. E. Regarding your personal grievance, I shall remain uninvolved. However, I believe it would be more appropriate to resolve your differences elsewhere. There is no need to embarrass Lord Ji in front of so many people." This demon was not to be trifled with. His strength was formidable, and behind him loomed a powerful figure. Although this was the territory of the human race, targeting an important figure like Yi Banshi from the demon clan would clearly signify a declaration of war against them. No one wished to take such a risk. A mere lord was hardly worth the involvement of the most elite of the human race. Yi Banshi cast another glance at Lu Jian. Noting he still did not look his way very well. After saying this, Yi Banshi turned his gaze back to Ji Nanju. "I have no interest in your possessions. You may escape. As for whether you live or die, it depends on fate." Upon hearing Yi Banshi's words, Ji Nanju was taken aback. Escape? Could he truly evade the grasp of this demon? Wasn't that akin to inviting his own death? "Mr. E, this." Before Ji Nanju could finish, he suddenly saw Yi Banshi's expressions turn icy. 3:2. Hearing Yi Banshi's cold voice, Ji Nanju gritted his teeth, turned, and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing at full speed. There might still be a glimmer of hope in fleeing. If he did not escape, he would surely die. Yi Banshi chuckled and then flicked his fan open. Stepping onto the fan, he leisurely pursued Ji Nanju. Once the two had departed, Din Qin finally let out a long sigh of relief. He gestured to the elders to leave the area. Today they had narrowly escaped disaster. Fortunately, this demon bore no grudge against Tianshui Academy. Otherwise, everyone present might not have left unscathed. The spectators on the platform watched the scene unfold in the sky, their eyes wide with astonishment. Who was that child? How could he frighten the Lord to such an extent? That was the Lord, the highest combat power in the entire Linen City. I sensed the demonic aura from that earlier strike that tore through space. He appears to be one of the demon clan. As Yi Banshi and Ji Nanju departed, the resource battle reached its conclusion. The grand formation that had shrouded the battlefield was shattered, and most of the students had sustained injuries. Continuing further was no longer necessary. The elders led the students in tidying up the aftermath and tending to the wounded. Chapter 74. Disciples never consume pills. Ji Xian bore the brunt of the injuries. Not only had he been struck multiple times by Lu Jian's devastating attacks, but he had also been left without cultivation. Such injuries, even if healed, would render him a shell of his former self. After clearing the aftermath, Din Qin sought out Lu Jian. He beckoned Lu Jian to follow him, and they made their way back to Tianshui Academy. Throughout the journey, Dean Qin sighed repeatedly, several times on the verge of speaking but hesitating. Upon returning to his quarters, he retrieved an envelope from his bosom, the very recommendation letter from when Lu Jian initially entered Tianshui Academy. Forget it. It's my fault for not having reviewed this letter. In the recommendation, Dean Deng had clearly stated that Lu Jian not only cultivated at an astonishing speed, but could also battle across realms, with a spiritual C at least 100 times that of an ordinary person. Had he seen this letter earlier, Dean Qin would have realized that Lu Jian was merely putting on an act. What a joke of a waste. He merely lacks the desire to cultivate. Disciple, you possess such remarkable talent. Why do you still? Upon hearing the words of Director Qin, Lu Jian clasped his hands in respect and replied, Master, I truly have no interest in cultivation. Lu Jian never anticipated that he would one day utter such sentiments. I am indifferent to wealth. I suffer from prosopagnosia and cannot discern who is beautiful and who is not. After saying this, Lu Jian added, Moreover, I have heard that the demon race harbors a desire to eliminate the talents of our human race. I am also concerned that being too conspicuous may draw their attention. In response, Director Qin nodded gravely, Indeed, your concerns are warranted. However, the path of cultivation, even for those with talent, requires perseverance. A smooth journey is not the hallmark of the immortal path. At this juncture, Director Qin sighed deeply. Today, you witnessed that demon named Yi Banshi, did you not? You must have heard of the demon lord of the demolition realm, whose talent is also formidable. Upon hearing the mention of himself, Lu Jian became intrigued. Master, please elaborate. Director Qin cast a sidelong glance at Lu Jian before he spoke slowly. His innate gifts are indeed exceptional, but what you may not know is that his talents were not bestowed at birth. He belongs to the demon race, yet ranks among the lowest of their kind. The demon race is diverse, with each faction possessing innate abilities, such as the three-headed, six-armed manifestations of the multi-demon race and the shadow transformation techniques of the shadow demons. These abilities are inherent from birth. Yet, that demon lord stands as the sole exception among tens of thousands, lacking such innate gifts. Thus, his path to cultivation has not been smooth. Absent natural talents, he has faced ostracization. Fighting his way through bloodshed to reach the pinnacle of the demon race. To arrive at this point requires more than mere talent. It demands endless battles and relentless trials, the demolition realm of the demon race. Alongside our human race's Tao ancestor realm and the demon emperor realm of the demon tribe, transcends mere talent. It requires profound comprehension of the Tao. At this point, Director Qin turned his gaze to Lu Jian. Alas, such matters are still too distant for you. Even for me, the distance to that realm remains vast. Director Qin's tone grew melancholic, reflecting on the long absence of breakthroughs among both humans and demons. This is also the root cause of the demon race's current supremacy. In terms of elite combat power, both humans and demons find themselves at a standstill. As Lu Jian listened, he nodded, and upon noticing Director Qin's pause, he quickly inquired, Master, who was that child today? Why does even the governor fear him so? Director Qin patiently explained, That is Yi Banshi of the demon race, the second in command of their faction. Jinanju has caught his eye. She may not survive this encounter. I have only heard of that demon, rumored to possess terrifying strength. I cannot believe he has ventured into our human provinces. Lu Jian blinked, realizing his own subordinate bore such a fearsome reputation. Master, they openly hunt the governor within our human territories. Is there truly no one to intervene? In response, Director Qin sighed once more. Intervene? How does one intervene? Capturing such formidable strength among our humankind is no simple task. Moreover, our 13 provinces rank our Linen province at the very bottom. Even if a master were to intervene, the situation would still be precarious. At this juncture, Director Qin smiled wryly, casting a glance at Lu Jian. Your cultivation is still shallow. You cannot yet grasp this level of complexity. Do you think our human race consists solely of these 13 provinces? For ordinary mortals, merely stepping beyond the confines of a province is a remarkable achievement. For cultivators, reaching even a single province often represents the pinnacle of their lives. Above these 13 provinces, our human race possesses 9 greater domains, where figures akin to governors abound. To traverse these greater domains, one must utilize teleportation arrays. Otherwise, relying solely on flight, it may take decades to journey from one domain to another. Liu Jian, upon hearing this, appeared bewildered. He had traversed space from the demon realm to the human realm in a short span, and thus had no comprehension of the actual distance involved. However, from Master S' tone, it seemed that this distance would take an ordinary cultivator a century to traverse. Observing Liu Jian's astonishment, Director Qin chuckled, "Child, Linen Province is hardly a significant place. If you aim only to cultivate to the level of your master, you are truly squandering your talents. Broaden your horizons. Eventually, you shall perceive the world's true nature." Liu Jian nodded in silence, refraining from further comment. Director Qin said no more, instead retrieving a vial of elixir from his robe and offering it to Liu Jian. "Take this. It is a reward for the top 10 students of the Academy. It will stabilize your essence and expedite your breakthrough to the transformation realm." Liu Jian accepted the vial, recognizing it as a Peiyuan pill without needing to look. "Thank you, Master, but I may have no use for it, as I never consume elixirs." Though he spoke thus, Liu Jian tucked the vial away, contemplating giving it to his senior sister. When Liu Jian turned his gaze back to Director Qin, he noticed an unusual expression on the latter's face. Director Qin stared at Liu Jian in disbelief, as though he had encountered a fantastical creature. "You? What did you say? You never consume elixirs? How? Is that even possible?" Chapter 75. Relics. Liu Jian observed the astonishment on his master's face, nodding in confusion, but suddenly recalled something. "Master, I remember now. I did consume one elixir, the fire rejuvenation pill. Previously, while in the Falling Moon Gorge, Liu Jian had administered a fire rejuvenation pill to Liu Linlang for healing and had taken one himself. Though he claimed disinterest in elixirs, he had wished to sample the flavor. He still remembered the sweet taste of that fire rejuvenation pill, its warmth palpable upon entry. Director Qin, now standing with excitement, began to inspect Liu Jian, marveling aloud. "You have never consumed an elixir to enhance your cultivation. You are truly a natural treasure for cultivation." Director Qin's eyes sparkled with admiration as he regarded Liu Jian, making the latter feel somewhat awkward. "Master, is there a particular significance to not consuming elixirs?" Hearing Liu Jian's query, Director Qin reluctantly withdrew his hands. "Ah, I never imagined. In this world, there exists an individual like you who can cultivate to this level without reliance on elixirs. I had mentioned previously, did I not? The path of alchemy has nearly been severed. The elixirs we can now concoct pale in comparison to those created by our predecessors thousands of years ago. A cataclysmic war occurred millennia ago, which not only devastated our human race but also nearly obliterated the legacy of the demon race. The current state of alchemy is a mere shadow of what it once was, painstakingly pieced together by us cultivators. Additionally, the ruins within the Divine Fall battlefield occasionally yield ancient recipes. The elixirs produced from these old recipes possess almost no side effects. In contrast, the elixirs we currently create, while effective for enhancing cultivation, often result in superficial gains that require continuous solidification to mitigate the majority of their side effects. Yet, despite the known side effects, no cultivator can resist the allure of enhanced cultivation. Whether out of necessity or design, the reality remains that cultivators who abstain from elixirs are exceedingly rare. Especially individuals like you, who can rapidly elevate their cultivation without elixirs, are truly a rarity. Hearing Director Qin's words, Liu Jian nodded while harboring some confusion. "Master, you mentioned earlier that our human and demon legacies have nearly been severed. What of the demon race?" Director Qin smiled and shook his head. "Whether the demon race's legacy has been severed remains unknown. The demon sovereign is the only being in this world who has experienced that cataclysmic war millennia ago. No one knows precisely what transpired during that time. All that is known is that it was a battle of cataclysmic proportions. The human, demon, and monster races all participated. As for whom or what they battled against, perhaps only that demon lord knows. However, he has never disclosed this matter to the outside world, hence it remains a mystery to all." Liu Jian furrowed his brows, pondering the implication of the dean's words. The great battle from millennia ago was not merely a chaotic skirmish between the three clans, but rather a concerted effort against an external enemy, possibly from another race. He, as the sole embodiment of those who had survived that cataclysm, was left to contemplate the peculiar notion that, amidst the passage of 10,000 years, he alone remained. This realization struck Lu Jian as unsettling. How did such a formidable figure meet his demise? If he had not perished, how could Lu Jian have taken possession of this body? Was it conceivable that some lurking force from that ancient conflict had ambushed him? Confounded by these thoughts, he opted to inquire about other matters. Master, why do you refrain from directly uttering the name of that demon lord? Does he lack a name? Lu Jian asked, naturally referring to his own predecessor, the demon clan's esteemed figure, whose name had never been mentioned in his hearing. Din Qin chuckled softly and elucidated, the demon lord undoubtedly possesses a name. However, among the demon race, it is considered taboo to utter the name of a revered one. They refer to him solely as Tianzun, hence the outside world remains oblivious to his true name. It is likely that even within their ranks, the majority are unaware of it. After this explanation, Din Qin waved his hand wearily. Let us not dwell on such distant matters any longer. We should focus on the pressing issues at hand. Lu Jian looked at Din Qin in confusion, prompting the latter to smile and continue. Coincidentally, the resource war has concluded, and you have demonstrated your prowess. Now, there is a task that requires your attention. One that only you can undertake. Lu Jian blinked in bewilderment, uncertain of what a mere student like himself could possibly do. Din Qin placed a reassuring hand on Lu Jian's shoulder and said, My dear disciple, I have been troubled by this matter as well. Initially, the candidate chosen was Jixian. Among the other talented students, some have already departed the academy, while others are engaged in external training. Jixian currently stands as the most accomplished student within our academy. However, mere strength is insufficient for this task. One must also possess the respect of their peers. There are many within our academy who do not regard him highly. Lu Jian was utterly perplexed. What does this have to do with me, master? What is this matter? Din Qin stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, Recently, a relic has emerged in the fallen god battlefield, the burial site of a formidable beast from the demon race. This relic should ideally have been excavated by the demons. However, it fortuitously lies at the intersection of our three races, humans, demons, and beasts. In the ensuing scramble, none gained a significant advantage. After all, our human race and the beast race currently share a semi-alliance, and though the demon race is powerful, they could not easily prevail against us. Thus, it was decided that this relic would be jointly explored by our three races. Due to the entry restrictions for cultivators, only those at the transformation stage may enter. Consequently, it was agreed that each race would dispatch a team to enter the relic, and our Tianshui Academy will represent the human race in this endeavor. Din Qin's expression grew serious as he gazed intently at Lu Jian. I hope you will lead our Tianshui Academy's team. This is not merely a contest for the relic. It is a competition among the younger generation of our three races. We must not lose face for the human race. Remember, should they provoke us? Retaliate with all your might. Chapter 76. The Great Dog. Upon hearing the dean's words, Lu Jian was taken aback. This did not seem like something a benevolent elder would say. Master, I fear I may not be up to the task. My time in the academy has been brief, and my cultivation is lacking. I doubt I can lead my fellow students into any relic. Din Qin appeared to have anticipated Lu Jian's response and smiled knowingly. Enough of this pretense. In light of your status as the eldest disciple of Tianshui, who would dare question your authority? Your reputation has soared following the resource war. Previously, your position as my direct disciple might have faced skepticism. But now, no one would dare doubt you. Enough said. We shall depart in 3 days. The teleportation array for the human race entering the fallen god battlefield will be open to Tianshui Academy free of charge. Simply lead your team to the relic. Lu Jian nodded reluctantly. His master had always treated him well, and a trip to the relic was not an insurmountable challenge. Although there were restrictions on cultivation levels, he believed he could manage. Given that the entry was limited to the transformation stage, the relic's creator could not have been far superior in strength. It was improbable that the barriers he set would impede someone of Lu Jian's caliber. After leaving the dean's quarters, Lu Jian noticed that students had begun returning to the academy in droves. Their excitement was palpable as they called out to him, Lu Shixiang, Lu Shixiang. Once he had evaded the throng, Lu Jian returned to his quarters. In the following days, he took the opportunity to visit the Xianfu Academy. intending to bring a vial of Peiyuan Dan to Lu Linlang. Ordinarily, students ranked in the top 10 received only 1 Peiyuan Dan per month. But Dean Sheen had generously compensated for prior shortages and even provided a few extra .as for the equipment acquired from the resource battlefield. Lu Jian chose not to claim any. While they would undoubtedly benefit Lu Linlang, he understood that possessing such items without adequate cultivation and background could lead to trouble. Upon arriving at Xianfu Academy, he learned from his master that his senior sister had returned from Linen Prefecture only to re-enter the fallen god battlefield. With no other recourse, Lu Jian returned to Tianshui Academy in the days leading up to their entry into the fallen god battlefield. A significant event unfolded among the human race. Yi Banshi had crossed into human territory. Not only that, but he had pursued Ji Nanju across multiple states, relentlessly hounding him. Ji Nanju was on the verge of madness. He knew he could easily be killed but was inexplicably spared. Forced to run for his life in a state of constant anxiety, and no matter where he attempted to hide, Yi Banshi always seemed to find him with uncanny precision. Finally, 3 days later, a skilled warrior from the human race could no longer remain passive. Yi Laoma, you have gone too far. If you intend to kill him, do it quickly. Why must you traverse multiple states, bullying a mere governor in front of so many capable warriors of the human race? Do you truly believe there are no capable fighters among us? Confronted by this interruption, Yi Banshi ceased his pursuit. He had spent 3 days contemplating how to deal with Ji Nanju. His elder brother had not explicitly instructed him to kill Ji Nanju, nor had he ordered him to let him live. Thus, he could only continue the chase while pondering his options. Ultimately, Yi Banshi concluded that, given his elder brother's ambiguous instructions, it would be unwise to kill Ji Nanju. If his brother were to provide a clear directive later, he could return to finish the task. However, if he were to kill Ji Nanju now and then be ordered to resurrect him, he would truly find himself in an insurmountable predicament. Having reached this understanding, Yi Banshi decided to withdraw, leaving the human warriors in a state of confusion. They had anticipated a grand confrontation with the Demon Lord, believing that such an encounter would yield a resolution. Instead, they were surprised to find that the Demon Lord had chosen to retreat, showing no inclination to continue the conflict. This unexpected outcome brought a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. At Tianshui Academy, 3 days passed swiftly. Lu Jian and a group of over 20 students gathered at the academy's entrance. They hailed from various departments, including the Pildao Institute, Artifact Spirit Institute, and the Tianyin Institute, each representing the finest talents from their respective faculties. Lu Jian observed that some of his junior brothers and sisters had brought their own beast mounts with them. Although Tianshui Academy prohibited the use of mounts, Dean Sheen had made an exception this time due to the significance of the mission for the human race's reputation. Feeling a twinge of concern, Lu Jian questioned, "Is this permissible? We are to act alongside the beast race. Could this provoke them? After all, riding upon their kin could be perceived as an affront." The others looked at him with surprise. "Lu Shixiang, do you not have a beast mount?" One male disciple explained with a grin. "The beast race does not mind this. They place great importance on bloodlines. Those of high bloodlines are naturally regarded as nobility among their kind. Those of lesser bloodlines, however, are often marginalized. Both our human and demon races can use them as mounts. In fact, the beast race has a dedicated market for trading these creatures, which is a significant source of income for them. The origins are clear, and we do not infringe upon the taboos of the demon race. Furthermore, we do not mistreat our steeds. We treat them as companions, and thus no one would dare to voice any objections." Upon hearing this, Lu Jian nodded in agreement, surprised that such matters existed. However, it was quite reasonable. In his previous life, if one were to trace back to the feudal era, it was rather commonplace for the lower class to be sold as slaves. The onlookers couldn't help but smile knowingly at Lu Jian's demeanor. "Brother Lu, ride my fire dragon lion. As the leader of our Tianshui Academy, how can you possibly manage without a proper mount? Or perhaps you would prefer to ride my Danyang crane. It can fly." Lu Jian chuckled and cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, my dear junior brothers and sisters, but I shall not take what others cherish." Before Lu Jian could finish his sentence, he felt something furry brushing against his hand. Looking down, he was astonished to see a large black dog nuzzling against his palm. "Goodness, where did you come from? You mutt." This large dog was the very same that had accompanied him and his 3 companions on that fateful day. Chapter 77. Entering the battlefield upon sighting the black dog, the gathered students in front of the academy displayed expressions of astonishment. "Isn't this the large black dog belonging to Brother Liu? I saw it at the auction before. This dog only eats Qilin demon fruits." Many had encountered this large canine, and rumors about Lu Jian's illustrious family background had recently begun to circulate. Listening to the discussions around him, Lu Jian could only force a smile as he patted the dog's head. "All right, I need to attend to some matters, so you must not follow me." The black dog, seemingly oblivious to Lu Jian's words, excitedly circled around him. Liu Jian, feeling exasperated, rubbed his forehead. If this were merely a common mutt, it would be one thing. But a dog that could roam freely in his stronghold surely could not be an ordinary canine.